Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4431 to Chapter 4481. Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard. He didn't think that this would be the case. The Sky Pit Secret Realm was a place that he had never heard of before. Most importantly, this Sky Pit Secret Realm was a spatial fragment that was shattered during the ancient war. If Zhao Hai didn't guess wrong, then this Sky Pit Secret Realm must have been left behind during the war between the Sword Spirit Realm and the Spiritual Realm. This was what Zhao Hai was most interested in. At the same time, Zhao Hai had to re-evaluate the strength of the Sword Spirit Realm and the Artifact Realm. He wanted to know how strong the Sword Spirit Realm and the Artifact Realm were. They were actually able to separate realms and even destroy them. What kind of strength was this? Such strength wasn't something that Zhao Hai could compare to. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he sat down and began to recite Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. He discovered that Buddhist scriptures can really calm the mind. Now was the time that he needed to calm his mind. Time passed little by little. After reciting Buddhist scriptures for more than 2 hours, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he took out the jade slip that Nuanyan gave him and sent his spiritual force into it. As soon as his spiritual force entered the jade slip, a large amount of information entered his mind. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and received this information. While he was doing so, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the contents of the information. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that the information was about the 5th to 8th levels of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. At the same time, there were also other cultivation methods and martial skills. Zhao Hai was currently thinking about when he would be able to get his hands on the Iron Buddha Lotus body. He didn't expect Nuanyan to deliver it to him. Moreover, there were other cultivation methods and martial skills. However, these cultivation methods were only auxiliary cultivation methods. They were also body cultivation methods. However, it was noted that these body cultivation methods weren't simple. Cultivating them together with the Iron Buddha Lotus body would speed up the cultivation of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. As for the martial skills, there were fist and weapon cultivation methods. It can be said that this set of things was very important to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He couldn't help but sigh. Nuanyan wasn't an ordinary person. This thing was just right for him. However, Nuanyan didn't think this way. He wanted to use this jade slip to tell Zhao Hai that he was very optimistic about him. One must know that after the 4th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body, only inner disciples could learn it. As for the 8th level, only core disciples could learn it. Now, Nuanyan gave Zhao Hai the 5th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. He wanted to tell Zhao Hai that he trusted Zhao Hai and believed that Zhao Hai would become an inner disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and then closed his eyes. He slowly thought about the things he received today. Then Zhao Hai went to the courtyard to begin his cultivation. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai put down all of his thoughts and spent all of his time on cultivation. During the day, he cultivated the Iron Buddha Lotus body. At night, he cultivated his spiritual force. He didn't relax for even a moment. This was because Zhao Hai felt the danger of the Sky Pit Secret Realm. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave the Sky Pit Secret Realm. In fact, he wasn't worried about this at all. What Zhao Hai was worried about was the meaning behind the Sky Pit Secret Realm. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't care about the Sword Spirit Realm. In his opinion, the Sword Spirit Realm was only a transition. He wanted to ascend to a higher level. Because of this, he didn't care about the Sword Spirit Realm. However, with the appearance of the Sky Pit Secret Realm, Zhao Hai couldn't help but take the Sword Spirit Realm seriously. This was because the strength displayed by the ancient experts of the Sword Spirit Realm was too strong. They were actually able to shatter space. What they shattered wasn't an ordinary space. Instead, it was a space where countless experts had appeared. Even now, the Sword Spirit Realm was still at the top of the pyramid. But these experts were able to shatter the space. Just how strong were they? Zhao Hai's imagination was very strong. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's biggest trump card was his space. Since the people of the Sword Spirit Realm were able to shatter the space in ancient times, then wouldn't the top experts of the Sword Spirit Realm be able to do the same? If this was the case, then would his space still be safe? Would he be able to keep his biggest secret? If the secret of his space was discovered, then what would happen to him? Wouldn't he be torn to pieces by the experts of the sword spirit realm? Although Zhao Hai's body was very strong, he still hasn't fully cultivated it. However, he still needed time to cultivate. Most importantly, even if he cultivated well, he wouldn't be invincible in the world. He knew that even if he cultivated his body to its strongest state, he still wouldn't be able to shatter a space. Because of this, he decided to be honest for now. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai put more effort into his cultivation. At the same time, he also felt that it was time to activate his other identity, which was the identity of a devil sect cultivator. However, there were many problems that needed to be dealt with in order to activate this identity. First of all, if he wanted to be a rogue cultivator of the devil sect, then it would be very dangerous. Rogue cultivators of the devil sect wouldn't tolerate the righteous path. In the righteous path's domain, rogue cultivators of the devil sect would be hated by everyone. So if he exposed himself as a rogue cultivator of the devil sect in the righteous path's domain, then countless cultivators would immediately jump out to eliminate the devil sect. Among these people, there would be countless disciples of the great sects. Naturally, these disciples of the great sects wouldn't be idle. They would definitely cause trouble for the devil sect. The righteous path's people were good at reputation. Eliminating the devil sect's people was a good opportunity to become famous. Therefore, rogue cultivators of the devil sect rarely dared to come to the righteous path's domain. However, this didn't mean that they were safe in the devil sect's domain. In fact, in the devil sect's domain, no one dared to say that they were safe. Even those powerful devil sect's experts, even those who had the backing of the great sects, no one dared to say that they were safe. This was because they really weren't safe. The devil sect's disciples were unscrupulous people in order to achieve longevity. Many devil sect's disciples didn't care whether you were from the great sects or not. As long as there were benefits, they would kill you. Many great sects would also capture some rogue cultivators of the devil sect and use them to refine tools, make them into furnaces, or directly use them as test tools. In any case, in the eyes of the devil sect's experts, rogue cultivators weren't humans at all. They were just tools, consumables. It was precisely because of this situation that Zhao Hai was more careful. He knew that if he activated his devil sect's identity, then it would be helpful for him in the future. But at the same time, if he activated this identity, then he would be in more danger in the future. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't be anxious. Now that he was about to enter the Tianqing's secret domain, he couldn't be distracted. He couldn't activate his devil sect's identity. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to collect information about the other sects that could enter the Tianqing's secret domain. He didn't need to worry about this. Najin could get this information. He just needed to take a look at it. After reading the information, he also had a certain understanding of the other sects. Let's talk about this Tranquility Dao sect first. The Tranquility Dao sect was a large sect of profound sections. They were very powerful, and their most famous cultivation technique was the heavenly profound Dao scripture. It was said that it was an all-encompassing top-notch cultivation technique. Therefore, every disciple of the Tranquility Dao sect had many methods. When fighting with them, one had to be careful. The Sword Dance sect was a sword cultivation sect. However, the Sword Dance sect was one of the more special sects among the sword cultivation sections. The most famous cultivation technique of this sect was the sword dance technique. It was a set of beautiful and lethal techniques. Moreover, this sect was very different from the other sword cultivation sections. The sword techniques of the sword dance sect were strange and unpredictable. They had incorporated illusion techniques into their sword techniques. There were illusions within the sword, and the sword within the illusion. It was very difficult to deal with. If you were not careful, you would fall into their trap and not even know how you died. The sword dance sect's people had another biggest characteristic, which was their gorgeous clothes. Moreover, the sect was very strict in accepting disciples. This strictness was not only reflected in the aptitude but also in the appearance. The sword dance sect was full of handsome men and beautiful women. There wasn't a single ugly person in the sect. As for the Nightwalker sect, it was actually a demonic sect. It was named after the word Nightwalker from the 100 Ghosts Nightwalker. Hearing this, everyone should know what kind of cultivation method this sect used. In fact, this sect was most famous for two types of cultivation methods. One was the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul technique, and the other was the Nightwalker secret art. The 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul technique was a demonic cultivation method. Its main attack method was the Een Soul technique, and the Nightwalker secret art. The 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul technique was a demonic cultivation method. Its main attack method was the Een Soul. As for the Nightwalker art, it was a very peculiar cultivation method. This cultivation method was very different from the cultivation methods of ordinary cultivators. This cultivation method focused on concealment, stealth, assassination, and killing in one strike. This was a cultivation method specially prepared for assassins, and it was indeed so. The Nightwalker sect was the most famous assassin organization in the entire Sword Spirit boundary. Anyone from any sect could hire them to kill, and they would absolutely keep it a secret. They could even not meet the person who paid them. As long as they received the money, they would kill. They were the most reassuring organization in the Sword Spirit boundary when it came to traveling, killing, and arson. They had been rated as the most satisfying organization in the Sword Spirit boundary for many years. Cough cough. The above is pure nonsense. If there's any similarity, I'll tell them. These four sects could be said to have their own characteristics. Moreover, their strength was similar to the Iron Buddha Temple. Otherwise, the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't have agreed to let these sects control the Tianqing secret realm together with them. They would have been kicked out long ago. However, Zhao Hai paid attention to these sects when he saw the situation. This was because these sects had very obvious characteristics. If he didn't deal with them carefully, he might suffer a loss. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Zhao Hai spent all of his time on cultivation. Now, when he cultivated the first layer of the iron Buddha lotus body, the iron essence he absorbed was about to fuse with his body. This was related to his high-intensity training. The blackstone iron ring that Na Yun gave to Zhao Hai was a very good item. When he injects his spiritual energy into the iron ring would immediately emit a gravitational field. This allowed Zhao Hai to cultivate in a gravitational environment. And now, Zhao Hai can cultivate under 10 times the gravity. Not only did his iron Buddha lotus body become a lot more powerful, even his spiritual energy cultivation speed was a lot faster. In fact, Zhao Hai had an innate advantage when it came to spiritual energy cultivation. He can cultivate spiritual energy all the time. However, Zhao Hai was afraid that his cultivation speed would be too fast. Therefore, he didn't deliberately cultivate his spiritual energy. But now that he wants to use the Blackstone Iron Ring, he needs to use spiritual energy. This stimulated his spiritual energy cultivation speed a lot faster. Today, it was time for them to depart for the Sky Basin secret realm. Zhao Hai woke up early to do his morning class. After eating breakfast, Na Zhen directly went to look for him. Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen. Na Zhen's expression didn't change, but his expression was very serious. Zhao Hai gave Na Zhen a salute and said, "I've seen senior brother Na Zhen." Na Zhen nodded, then he said, "Let's go to the training field. Everyone is waiting there." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Na Zhen to the training field. As they walked, Na Zhen said, "Every time the Sky Basin secret realm opens, each of our 4 sects can send 100 disciples in. 2 sect elders will be escorting them. This time, the sect elders who will be escorting us are Hai Yuan and Hai Lian. When we arrive at the training field, don't be rude to the 2 elders." Zhao Hai quickly nodded. The 2 quickly arrived at the training field. At this time, there were already a lot of people in the training field. The ones in the lead were 2 monks who looked to be around 30 years old. These 2 monks wore black robes and had dark skin, making them look very strange. Zhao Hai and Na Zhen went forward and gave a salute to the 2 elders. The 2 elders looked at their identification cards and then had them wait in the back. Before long, all the disciples had arrived. The 2 elders then turned to look at the crowd. One of them said, "Ba. All the outer disciples who are going to the Sky King secret land, listen up. You must work together in the Sky King secret land. If you see people from our sect in the secret land, you must help each other. The number of treasures you can get is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you must come back alive. Do you understand? Do you understand? Everyone replied in unison, yes, elder. Disciples understand. This elder was introduced to Zhao Hai by Na Zhen. He was Elder Hai Lian. The one standing next to him was Elder Hai Yuan. After Hai Lian finished speaking, he nodded. Then he took out a kasaya and draped it over his body. Then he made a hand seal and his entire body floated up. Then the kasaya quickly became bigger and bigger, covering the entire training field. Then Elder Hai Lian said, everyone, get on the kasaya. Everyone responded, then their bodies moved and they all ran onto the kasaya. When Elder Hai Lian saw that everyone had run onto the kasaya, he immediately moved and flew forward. After Zhao Hai jumped on the kasaya, he felt as if he was stepping on a carpet. It was very comfortable. When Hai Lian flew up, Zhao Hai didn't feel any wind at all. It was very smooth and comfortable. At this time, Na Zhen, who was standing next to Zhao Hai, opened his mouth and said, among the high generation disciples, there are a lot of elders. As long as you become an elder, you can get some rewards from the temple. This cassock is one of them. This cassock is the temple's secret wind spirit cassock. Not only can it be enlarged, it can also be used as an artifact. Its defensive capabilities are also very formidable. However, it cannot increase the speed of the elders using light. Na Zhen nodded and said, Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, what is this monastic robe made of? Why is it so magical? Na Zhen replied, this kasaya is made of a kind of silk called wind spirit silkworm. In the sect, many servant disciples raise wind spirit silkworms. However, wind spirit silkworms are very difficult to raise. Moreover, they don't produce a lot of silk. Because of this, the production of wind spirit kasaya is very small. Even the elders are reluctant to wear it. Zhao Hai nodded. At the same time, he looked down and saw that they had already left the Iron Buddha temple. Zhao Hai couldn't help but curiously ask, Senior brother, where is this Tianqing secret domain? Na Zhen shook his head and said, I don't know where this Tianqing secret domain is, but it's not within the scope of our Iron Buddha temple. It also doesn't seem to be within the scope of any of the other sections. Otherwise, they would have already monopolized it. I heard that in the past, our 4 sects discovered the entrance to the Tianqing secret domain at the same time. In the end, several sects fought for it but none of them were able to monopolize it. Moreover, there were a lot of casualties. In the end, the 4 sects decided that the Tianqing secret domain would be jointly managed by us 4 sections. Every 100 years, the 4 sects would choose 100 disciples to enter the secret domain. It's not impossible for the other sects to enter the secret domain. However, only 100 disciples from the other sects are allowed to enter the secret domain. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Na Zhen, he understood the plan of the Iron Buddha temple and the other sections. They also knew that this secret domain was a hot potato. Therefore, they decided to give up 100 spots. This way, the other sects wouldn't be disgusted with them. Although the other sects would also be able to send their disciples in, most of the benefits would go to the 4 sections. Moreover, they didn't offend the other sects, which was a good thing. Hai Lian's flying speed was very fast. 2 hours later, they arrived at a barren mountain. It didn't look like anything special, but Hai Lian slowly descended. As Hai Lian descended, Zhao discovered that behind the mountain was a canyon. The canyon wasn't very big, but it was shrouded in fog, making it hard to see what was on top of it. Hai Lian looked at Hai Lian and said, Hai Lian, you can't see what's on top of it. Hai Lian quickly descended into the valley. At this time, there were already people waiting in the valley. The people in the valley were divided into 2 groups. The first group was led by 2 Taoist priests who were around 30 years old. Behind them were also Taoist priests, as well as several female Taoist cultivators. All of them wore Taoist robes and stood there, looking very spirited. As for the other group of people, they were all sword cultivators. These people were dressed in gorgeous clothes. There were both men and women, and each of them had a sword on their back. Their swords looked gorgeous, and their appearances were also extraordinary. All of them were handsome men and beautiful women. They were very conspicuous standing there. After Zhao Hai and the others landed on the ground, the kasaya shrunk and draped itself over Hai Lian's body. Then Hai Lian clasped his hands together and said, "Greetings, Taoist friends from the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect. This poor monk is Hai Lian." From the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect, the Taoist priest cupped his hands towards Hai Lian and said, "So it's the Iron Buddha Temple's Hai Zi. This poor monk is Xianxia." The leader of the Sword Dance sect was a male and a female cultivator. However, the one who spoke was the female cultivator. She wore a very beautiful palace dress and carried a gorgeous sword on her back. She bowed towards Hai Lian and said, "Su Lingzi greets Hai Lian and Ahai." "Greetings, Grandmaster." Hai Lian nodded and said, "We're still waiting for the Taoist friends from the Nightwalker sect and the other Taoist friends from the other sections. Do you know when they'll arrive? The secret realm is about to open. If they don't come, it'll be too late." GGG. A strange laughter was heard. Then, a dark cloud floated down from the sky. Soon, the dark cloud landed in the valley. Then, the dark cloud dispersed, revealing a group of people. They were all wearing black clothes. Some of them were wearing night clothes while others were wearing long robes. All of them had masks on their faces, making them look very strange. As for the two leaders, one was dressed in night clothes while the other was dressed in a long robe. After these people landed, the black smoke that dissipated did not vanish. Instead, it floated towards Iron Buddha Temple, Solitary Serenity Tao sect, and Sword Dance sect. It was obvious at a glance that the black smoke was up to no good. It was likely an offensive Dharma technique. Hai Lian snorted coldly. Then, he put his palms together and shouted, "Ba." Following his voice, the black smoke that was attacking the Iron Buddha Temple dissipated completely. The leaders of the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect also used their various abilities to disperse the black smoke. However, the people from the other sects looked at the people from the Nightwalker sect with unfriendly expressions. The leader of the Nightwalker sect, who wore a ghost mask and black robes, laughed strangely. "Everyone, isn't it too boring to just wait like this? Do you like the greeting gift I gave you?" "Humph. After so many years, the people of the Nightwalker sect still only know how to hide their heads and show their tails. If this benefactor likes it, I'm willing to accompany you. I'm just afraid that you don't have the guts." Hai Lian looked at the leader of the Nightwalker sect and snorted coldly. The leader of the Nightwalker sect glanced at Hai Lian and sneered. "Bald donkey from the Iron Buddha Temple, you don't need to flaunt your mouth. I'll definitely find you if I have the chance. Listen up, brats. After entering the secret realm, don't hold back if you encounter any bald donkeys from the Iron Buddha Temple. Kill them all. As long as you kill enough bald donkeys, I'll reward you handsomely when you return." "Yes, Elder." The disciples of the Nightwalker sect responded in unison. Then, they stared at Zhao Hai's group with cold, emotionless eyes through their masks. It was like a butcher looking at a flock of pigs and sheep, pondering over where to place his blade. Zhao Hai's group also looked at the people of the Nightwalker sect with vigilance. Hai Lian snorted and said, "My Iron Buddha Temple has never been afraid of anyone. All disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple, listen up. After entering the secret realm and encountering the people of the Nightwalker sect, you must do things that will make Vidra angry and eliminate evil for the sword spirit world." Zhao Hai's group responded in unison. The people of the Solitary Serenity Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect hadn't expected that the Iron Buddha Temple and the Nightwalker sect would clash before they even entered the secret realm. Although both sides hadn't made a move yet, it seemed like there wouldn't be peace after they entered the secret realm. At this moment, another gust of wind was heard. Following that, a group of people flew down from the sky. These people were quite strange. They were divided into many groups. Some groups had around 10 people, while others only had 3 or 5 people. In total, they were divided into more than 10 groups. Each group had a leader. They all had a magic tool under their feet. Behind them was a Qi realm disciple. Soon, this group of people landed on the ground. Among these people, there was a cultivator with the most people. It was hard to tell which sect he was from. He was standing on a large sword with 10 cultivators standing on top of it. These 10 cultivators all had swords on their backs. Their backs were straight and they looked very spirited. The person cupped his fist at Hai Lian's group and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. We're late, please forgive us. Hai Lian's group also greeted this person. After that, Xianjing of the Solitary Serenity Tao sect calculated the time and said, "Fellow Taoists, the door to the secret realm will open in a quarter of an hour. Please make your final preparations." No one objected. Hai Lian turned to look at Zhao Hai and the others, then said in a low voice, "All of you, listen up. After entering the pocket dimension, if you encounter any of the temple's disciples, regardless of whether you know them or not, you must form a group and work together. At the same time, you must pay attention to the people from the Nightwalker sect. The Nightwalker sect's people have been targeting us ever since we came out. This time, they will definitely try to kill us. You must be careful." Hai Yuan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. "There are all kinds of demonic beasts and demonic plants in the secret territory. When you walk, you must pay attention to your surroundings. At the same time, you must also pay attention to your feet. If you have anything that can repel insects, you can use it. There are many kinds of insects in the secret territory, and some of them can even take your life. Everyone, pay attention. Also, not only the disciples of the Nightwalker sect, once you enter the secret territory, don't trust anyone other than the disciples of the temple, because the people who are good to you in the secret territory can also take your life at any time. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. Hai Yuan nodded and said, "Remember, you must be united. All disciples of the temple must be united after entering the secret realm. If I find out that there's internal strife, even if you don't die in the secret realm, I won't forgive you." Everyone obeyed. To be honest, they were a little afraid of this. The strength of Hai Yuan and Hai Lian was very strong. Who knew if they would know what happened in the secret realm? If they really murdered their fellow disciples because of something, they wouldn't have a good ending if they knew about it. A quarter of an hour quickly passed. Just as the elders of the various sects were giving orders to their disciples, a rumbling sound was heard. Then, in the middle of the canyon, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. It was like a huge eye was slowly opening. The crack was like a huge eye that slowly opened. This eye didn't have an eyeball, it was just a black fog. The more the eye opened, the bigger it became. In the end, it turned into a huge hole with a diameter of more than 100 meters. At this time, Hai Lian and the others simultaneously said, "Now. Go in." All the leaders shouted at the same time. At the same time, the disciples behind them scrambled to jump into the hole. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, he looked at Na Zhen. Na Zhen also turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Be careful." Then his figure moved as he rushed towards the hole. Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen and couldn't help but smile. Then his figure moved and also entered the hole. His figure disappeared into the fog. As soon as he entered the fog, Zhao felt as if he had entered a transmission array. There was a slight sense of dizziness, and then he could clearly see the situation around him. Zhao Hai found himself standing on the edge of a small lake. This lake didn't look very big. It had green water, wildflowers, and some trees. It looked very beautiful. Zhao quietly looked at the lake. He seemed to be fascinated by the beautiful scenery in front of him. At this moment, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. Zhao knew that it wasn't because he was being stabbed, but because of a murderous aura. This murderous aura had already pierced his back, which meant that the other party was about to stab him, and he was firmly locked in place. Zhao Hai leaned forward. Then his right leg was like a whip as he fiercely swung backwards. A loud sound was heard. Zhao Hai felt as if his leg had hit something. However, he didn't feel anything. The other party's body was like a slippery eel. The strength of his leg was dissipated. But Zhao didn't stop. Using the force of the pull, his body somersaulted in the air. When he somersaulted, he saw the person behind him. It was a person wearing black clothes and holding a long needle-like weapon. After Zhao Hai landed on the ground, the staff in his hand swept backwards. His body also followed the rotation. This rotation not only allowed him to avoid the opponent's next attack, but also increased the power of the staff sweep. When the black-clothed man saw that his attack didn't succeed, he fiercely moved back 5 or 6 meters. This allowed him to avoid Zhao Hai's staff. Zhao Hai stopped and looked at the black-clothed man. He placed his palm on his chest and said, "Ba." I didn't think that it would be a fellow Taoist from the Nightwalker sect. Hee hee. My family's elders said that those who come to the Nightwalker sect must eliminate evil. This poor monk's luck is really good. The black-cloaked man didn't say anything. He just coldly looked at Zhao Hai. Before Zhao Hai could speak, the black-cloaked man fiercely rushed towards him. The long needle-like weapon in his hand was pointed towards Zhao Hai's throat. His speed was very fast, but what was strange was that he didn't hear a single sound. This was really strange. Zhao Hai looked at the black-cloaked man's appearance and faintly smiled. The staff in his hand fiercely moved forward. It went straight towards the tip of the large needle in the black-cloaked man's hand. At this time, the black-cloaked man's figure suddenly changed position. He missed Zhao Hai's staff and went straight for Zhao Hai's throat. This was one of the Nightwalker sect's Nightwalker arts. It was a very famous move called intricate and complex. When they attack, it looks like they're going all out. But when you want to block their attack, their body will suddenly stagger a bit. This was a very famous move in the Nightwalker sect. It was also a move that was very difficult to defend against. However, when Zhao Hai saw the black-cloaked man's figure stagger, he wasn't surprised at all. It was as if he already expected this. Therefore, the staff in his hand fiercely shook as it struck the black-cloaked man's body. The black-cloaked man felt several forces coming from the staff. These forces were either sharp, vibrating, contracting, or huge. He simply couldn't defend against them. The black-cloaked man's meridians were destroyed by these forces. His entire body was sent flying for more than 10 meters before he lay motionless on the ground. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the Nightwalker sect's man. He faintly smiled and said, "Benefactor doesn't need to pretend. Your Nightwalker sect has a technique that allows you to feign death when you're seriously injured. However, you can stimulate all of your life force and explode with your most powerful attack." Right, I remember that this technique is called the Nightwalker heart-destroying technique. Benefactor should also be using this technique, right? Unfortunately, this poor monk won't be fooled. I heard that after using this technique, it won't take long for you to launch a final attack. You'll die. I just need to wait here. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the black-cloaked man lying on the ground jumped up like a spring. Then he rushed straight towards Zhao Hai. The staff in Zhao Hai's hand was still the same as before. At this time, the black-cloaked man didn't dodge. Instead, he slightly lowered his hand. At the same time, the black needle in his hand shot out. The speed of the black needle was very fast. It was like a bolt of black lightning as it shot towards Zhao Hai's chest. At the same time, Zhao Hai's staff also struck the black-cloaked man's chest. A cracking sound was heard as the black-cloaked man's sternum was shattered. His whole body flew backwards like a rag bag. However, his eyes were still staring at Zhao Hai. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. He seemed to be able to see the scene of his black bell piercing through Zhao Hai. But at this time, Zhao Hai's left hand suddenly reached towards his chest. His hand stopped in front of his chest, and the black needle also stopped in front of his chest. If one looked carefully, one could see that Zhao Hai's 2 fingers had clamped the needle. Because of the excessive force, the needle was still trembling. The black-cloaked man looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Then with a bang, he fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back as blood spurted out from his mouth. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. Zhao Hai looked at the weapon in the black-cloaked man's hand. It was a long needle-like weapon. It was very thin. Besides the handle, the thickest part of the weapon was only as thick as a pinky finger. The more pointed the weapon was, the thinner it became. The weapon was completely black and had a fishy smell. Zhao Hai knew that this weapon was certainly poisoned. Zhao Hai looked at the weapon and felt that it was made of good materials. He directly received it into the space. Then he slowly walked towards the black-cloaked man and searched his body. In the end, he found the black-cloaked man's spatial equipment. The black-cloaked man's spatial equipment was a black ring. Zhao Hai looked inside and didn't find anything good inside. Besides some crystals, there were also some night-walking clothes, a few bottles of pills, and a few bottles of poison. In addition to these, there were also some magic artifacts. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there were 5 magic artifacts in the ring. Moreover, there were swords and sabers. They looked very good, but it was clear that they weren't things that people from the Nightwalker sect would use. Zhao Hai immediately thought that these things were the spoils of war that the black-clothed man had killed. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he directly threw the rings into the space. Then he began to carefully look around. There was a lake and a forest. The forest was somewhat dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. Zhao Hai first looked at the lake and found some footprints of beasts. It seems like beasts often came here to drink water. It seems like the water here was still clean. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to drink water here. He looked around and decided to leave the place. Then he walked towards the forest. Not long after entering the forest, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that there were a lot of herbs in the forest. However, they were all very common herbs. However, these common herbs had been growing for a long time. Any ordinary herb would become a good herb as long as it grew for a long time. The amount of herbs in the forest was surprisingly large. Zhao Hai only walked about 10 meters before he saw 5 herbs. Among them were 300-years-old herbs as well as 200-years-old marigold grass. These herbs were very common, but those that were more than 100 years old could be considered good things. However, for Zhao Hai, these things weren't attractive. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that there were so many herbs here. In fact, no matter where these herbs were, their attraction to Zhao Hai was almost zero. These years, Zhao Hai had been to a lot of places. He had seen a lot of good things. These herbs simply couldn't attract Zhao Hai's attention. This was because Zhao Hai had these herbs in the space. Moreover, there were herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. How could these herbs that were more than 100 years old be able to attract Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these herbs. Instead, he slowly walked towards the depths of the forest. He wanted to see what was in the depths of the forest. He wanted to see if he could get out of the forest and meet other people. After walking for about an hour, Zhao Hai actually didn't meet a single person. Although he met a few beasts, their strength wasn't very strong. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He thought that since the secret realm only opened once every 100 years, then the beasts inside would be very strong. He didn't think that the beasts here would be weak, at least the ones he met weren't strong. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He slowly walked forward. In any case, there was still a month to go. This time, he entered the secret territory in hopes that by fighting against people from different sects, he would be able to complete the first layer of the Iron Buddha Lotus body as soon as possible. Then he would be able to cultivate the second layer. While Zhao Hai was walking forward and looking around, the sound of fighting was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he slowly walked forward. Ba. Before Zhao Hai arrived, he heard a loud chant. Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but frown. He didn't think that he would meet people from the Iron Buddha temple here. This made him hesitant. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would meet people from the Iron Buddha temple here. The reason why Zhao Hai was hesitant was because he wanted to act alone. This way, he would be able to train himself. If he were to act with the people from the Iron Buddha temple, then he would have a lot of worries. He wouldn't be able to use his full strength in order to avoid being seen through. However, if he didn't go, then he was afraid that Hai Lian and the others would know. Hai Lian and Hai Yuan were very strong. If they really had a way to find out what was happening inside the secret realm, then if he didn't go after hearing that the people from the Iron Buddha temple were in front of him, then he would certainly be punished. He didn't want to lose his identity as a disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai decided to go and take a look. His body couldn't help but speed up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the fight was taking place. When he arrived, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw 3 cultivators besieging an Iron Buddha temple disciple. Zhao Hai didn't recognize this Iron Buddha temple disciple. Upon seeing these 3 cultivators, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Among the 3, one of them was from the Nightwalker sect while the other 2 weren't. Each of them had a blade in their hands and wore ordinary gray warrior robes. There was nothing special about them. However, upon seeing these 2, Zhao Hai immediately remembered that these 2 were from the other sections. Zhao Hai didn't know which sect they were from, but he was sure that they weren't from the Grey Mountain sect. The Iron Buddha temple disciple in the middle was also injured. There was a long wound on his arm and a bloody hole on his waist. However, because he was a body cultivator, even though he was injured, he didn't bleed too much. In his hand was a chime staff. This staff looked very heavy. The three people surrounding him seemed to be very apprehensive of this monk. Because of this, they didn't immediately attack. At this time, they heard a sound and turned their heads towards Zhao Hai's direction. Zhao Hai chanted, Ba, to actually dare to attack my Iron Buddha Temple's disciples, your courage is truly not small. When they saw Zhao Hai, they were stunned for a moment. Then, their faces changed. Then, the three of them moved and surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the three and couldn't help but sneer. Then he slowly walked towards the Iron Buddha Temple's disciple. The Iron Buddha Temple's disciple also saw Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai walking over, he nodded. Since the two of them were still surrounded by the three, they naturally didn't have time to chat. Zhao Hai looked at the three people and smiled faintly, Ba. Senior brother, how about we split the merit? How about you leave the Nightwalker to me and the other two to you? What do you think, senior brother? When Zhao Hai said this, the monk couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Then he suddenly laughed and said, all right, then we'll do as junior brother says. I'll leave the Nightwalker to you and the other two to me. You're courting death. Seeing the two of them dividing the merit, the Nightwalker sect's disciple and the other two couldn't help themselves. One of the two sword-wielding people roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. The other sword-wielding person also rushed towards Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the Nightwalker sect's disciple was silent. He was holding two daggers in his hands. One of the daggers was held in a reverse grip while the other was held in a reverse grip. Now, the two daggers were aimed towards the Nightwalker sect's disciple's throat while the other was held in a reverse grip. The three of them actually chose to attack Zhao Hai at the same time. When Zhao Hai saw this, he wasn't startled. Instead, he laughed and said, you guys are really impatient. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he pointed his staff towards the Nightwalker sect's disciple. As for the other two sword-wielding people, Zhao Hai ignored them. The Iron Buddha Temple's disciple coldly snorted. Then he waved his staff and directly surrounded the two sword-wielding people. He simply didn't give them a chance to approach Zhao Hai. When the Nightwalker sect's disciple saw Zhao Hai's staff coming towards him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He pulled back his dagger and directly attacked Zhao Hai's staff. At the same time, the Nightwalker sect's disciple continued to stab towards Zhao Hai's chest. At the same time, the Nightwalker sect's disciple shot out several black needles that were as thin as cow's hair. These needles were shot out silently, but their speed was very fast. They went straight towards Zhao Hai's chest. The staff in Zhao Hai's right hand quickly rotated. The iron ring on the staff hit the dagger of the Nightwalker sect cultivator. At the same time, he waved his left hand and flicked his fingers, sending the thin needles flying. All of this happened in a flash. The Nightwalker sect cultivator's moves weren't bad. He used a dagger to block Zhao Hai's staff in order to attract his attention. Then he used his other dagger to shoot the needles, wanting to kill Zhao Hai. Because his dagger was very short, even if his dagger was able to block Zhao Hai's staff, his other dagger wouldn't be able to hit Zhao Hai. This would cause Zhao Hai to relax, and then he would be able to use the needles to kill Zhao Hai. But what he didn't expect was that Zhao Hai's move was also very fast. His staff was a heavy weapon, and he was a body cultivator, so his strength was naturally much greater than that of the Nightwalker sect's man. So when he rotated his staff, the man's dagger was knocked to the side, allowing him to attack with his staff. His left hand, however, didn't try to catch the flying needles. The flying needles were very thin, but they were still very fast. It could be seen that the method used to launch them was very special. Moreover, these thin needles were often used to break things like shields, so their penetrative power was very strong. If he tried to catch them with his hand, he might not be able to catch them because they were too thin. If he tried to block them with his body, he might not be able to block them. Because the penetrative power of these needles was too strong, Zhao Hai didn't use force, but instead used his hand to deflect the needles. After bouncing the needles away, Zhao Hai's staff didn't stop. It continued to move forward. At this time, the Nightwalker sect cultivator discovered that his attack didn't succeed. His hands exerted force as he leaned back. His body was almost parallel to the ground as he drilled out 7 or 8 meters before he stopped. But when he stopped, Zhao Hai's staff attack came again. Zhao Hai's staff smashed towards the Nightwalker sect cultivator's head. The Nightwalker sect cultivator's body was like a windmill. He spun around and avoided Zhao Hai's attack. Then he exerted force from his waist and legs. His body was like a spring as he directly bounced up. His 2 daggers directly stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's staff attack had already reached its end. At the same time, the Nightwalker sect cultivator's daggers were already in front of him. They were about to pierce his body. At this time, Zhao Hai's hand loosened, causing the staff to fall to the ground. At the same time, his hands turned into claws as he tried to grab the Nightwalker sect cultivator's hands. The Nightwalker sect cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this move. But he quickly changed his move. The daggers in his hands changed direction as they went straight towards Zhao Hai's hands. But at this time, Zhao Hai's fingers flicked, causing the daggers to bounce away. Then he grabbed the Nightwalker sect cultivator's wrists. Then Zhao Hai's hand shook, causing the Nightwalker sect cultivator's body to shake as well. Then the Nightwalker sect cultivator felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. He couldn't help but be startled. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he was facing a disciple from the Iron Buddha Temple. Each disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple was a body cultivator. How could a body cultivator not know martial arts? It can be said that the martial arts of the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples were stronger than their weapons. However, his thought was a bit too late. Zhao Hai grabbed his arm, causing him to be unable to run. At the same time, he sent a kick towards the Nightwalker sect cultivator. The Nightwalker sect cultivator's body was sore and couldn't dodge. Zhao Hai's kick landed on the Nightwalker sect cultivator's chest. A creaking sound was heard as the Nightwalker sect cultivator's chest was shattered by Zhao Hai's kick. The Nightwalker sect cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body flipped upwards. The Nightwalker sect cultivator's arms were also broken by Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived behind the Nightwalker sect cultivator. Then he sent a kick towards the back of the Nightwalker sect cultivator's head. Boom! It was like a ripe watermelon exploding. Zhao Hai's kick crushed the Nightwalker sect cultivator's head. Now, the Nightwalker sect cultivator wouldn't be able to use his Night Demon heart-crushing technique. He wouldn't be able to use anything. After smashing the head of the Nightwalker sect disciple, Zhao Hai used his foot to pick up his staff. After catching it, he turned around and charged towards the 2 people who were wielding the sabers. The Iron Buddha Temple's disciple who used the Chimei rod was stronger than the 2 who used the saber. One of the 2 who used the saber wasn't a match for the Iron Buddha Temple's disciple. However, the 2 of them had an advantage against the Iron Buddha Temple's disciple. The Iron Buddha Temple's disciple could only fight to a draw with them. There was no way for him to defeat them. After the 2 sides exchanged more than 10 moves, Zhao Hai raised his staff and rushed over. At this time, the 2 sabers noticed that Zhao Hai had already dealt with the Nightwalker sect cultivator. The 2 were startled. They were cooperating with the Nightwalker sect cultivator to deal with the Iron Buddha Temple cultivator. Because of this, they were very clear about the strength of the Nightwalker sect cultivator. They didn't think that the Nightwalker sect cultivator would be dealt with by Zhao Hai this quickly. Just how strong was Zhao Hai? They didn't dare to think about it. The 2 couldn't help but have thoughts of retreating. However, it was already too late for them to retreat. When Zhao Hai joined the battle, he immediately blocked one of the blade-wielding cultivators. The Iron Buddha Temple disciple was able to reduce half of the pressure on him. He swung his Chimei staff and trapped the other blade-wielding cultivator in the middle. As Zhao Hai and the Iron Buddha Temple disciple attacked, the 2 blade-wielding cultivators discovered that they had lost the opportunity to escape. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds were heard before the world turned silent. Zhao Hai received his staff and then turned to the Iron Buddha Temple's disciple. He smiled faintly as he gave a salute and said, "Senior brother, I'm Jing Hai." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior brother, I'm Jing Hai." The Iron Buddha Temple's disciple quickly replied, "Junior brother is too polite. This poor monk's Buddhist name is Nanlai." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the wound on the monk's arm and said, "Senior brother, you should take care of your wounds." Right, senior brother was injured by the people from the Nightwalker sect. Their weapons are poisoned, you need to take care of them quickly. Do you need my help? Nanlai quickly replied, Junior brother, there's no need to be polite. I'll take care of it myself. After saying that, he moved his hand and 2 bottles appeared in his hand. Then, he took out a red pill and put it in his mouth. Then, he took out a green pill, crushed it, and applied it to his wounds. One has to say that the Iron Buddha Temple's pills were very good. When the pill was applied to the wound, it didn't take long for a scar to form. Zhao Hai watched from the side, not going up to help. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he knew that in a mystic realm like this, even if it was someone from the same sect, they wouldn't completely trust him. They would be wary of him, so they wouldn't let him help. After Nanlai treated his wound, he took his staff and turned to Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother, what do you plan to do? Do you want to go with me or do you want to go alone? When he heard Nanlai, Zhao Hai stared. Then he looked at Nanlai and smiled, Senior brother, I'm just passing by. If senior brother agrees to go with me, then I'll be very happy. If senior brother has something important to do, then I won't follow you. Nanlai nodded, then Zhao Hai smiled and said, Senior brother, I'm just passing by. Nanlai nodded and said, then I'll take my leave first. I still have something important to deal with, so I won't be able to go with junior brother. The things on these people will belong to junior brother. Consider it my thanks to you. Once I return to the sect, I'll definitely repay you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Senior brother is too polite. If senior brother has something to do, then please go ahead. Nanlai nodded to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. After Nanlai left, Zhao Hai also cleaned up the battlefield before leaving as well. Although Hai Lian had told them to move together when they entered the mystic realm, there weren't many of them who could actually move together in the mystic realm. Cultivators were very selfish people. If they found a treasure but couldn't divide it equally, then moving together might bring trouble. Even if they were from the same sect, there might be internal strife. Although the Iron Buddha Temple was a Buddhist sect and was more united than other sects, internal strife wasn't impossible. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai wouldn't save his fellow disciples when they were besieged. On the contrary, he would still save his fellow disciples. After saving them, they must move together. After separating from Nanlai, Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the woods. This time, he casually picked some herbs. He now understood that if he didn't pick these herbs, then he wouldn't be able to explain himself. After all, he had already met Nanlai. Nanlai knew that Zhao Hai was in the woods. If Zhao Hai didn't pick these herbs, then Nanlai would find it strange. As he slowly walked forward, Zhao Hai would stop from time to time to pick some herbs. At the same time, he was communicating with the surrounding woods. He wanted to know the situation in the woods. Before long, everything in the woods was under his control. After communicating with the trees, Zhao Hai found a good place. In the woods, there was a cave. There was a person inside the cave, but that person was already dead. This information was given to Zhao Hai by the trees. But for Zhao Hai, this information was very useful. He wanted to see who the dead person was. If he was really an ancient expert, then maybe he would leave behind some good things. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but follow the direction of the trees. Before long, he found the place mentioned by the trees. It was a very hidden cave in the woods. Inside the cave, there was a skeleton. It was unknown how long the skeleton had been dead. The bones had already turned pale and were broken. In the middle of the skeleton was a spatial bag. This spatial bag was very ordinary, but because it was inside the cave, it wasn't exposed to the wind or the sun. Because of this, it didn't break. Zhao Hai whispered the name of Buddha. Then he picked up the spatial bag and opened it. There were only some crystal stones inside, nothing else. It seems like this person wasn't an ancient expert, but a cultivator who entered the Sky Pit secret realm. In the end, he might have been seriously injured in a fight and fled here. All of his pills and artifacts were used up, leaving only some crystal stones. But because his injuries were too serious, he finally died here. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton of the cultivator and couldn't help but sigh. This cultivator was actually a microcosm of thousands of cultivators. No matter which space they were in, they were all fighting against the heavens, going against the heavens. At any time, they could be like this cultivator, dying in an unknown corner. Zhao Hai buried the cultivator's bones and then left the forest. Although there were a lot of good things in the forest, he didn't want to stay here forever. He came to the mystic realm to find people to spar with and see the secret techniques of the various sections. He didn't want to stay here and dig up herbs that were useless to him. Zhao Hai didn't want to stay here and dig up herbs. The woods weren't very big. Zhao Hai left before dark. After leaving the woods, Zhao Hai came to a meadow. This meadow was very strange. It looked like a grassland. Zhao Hai even saw a small river in the distance. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to go to the river. Instead, he went to the edge of the woods and found a place to sit down. He casually ate some dry food that he brought and then sat down to meditate. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't safe at night, especially the riverside. At night, there would be animals that would go to the riverside to drink water. Naturally, there would be carnivores that would go to the riverside to hunt. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't go to the riverside and instead stayed at the edge of the woods. At night, Zhao Hai used the space as usual to cultivate his spiritual force. He didn't need to enter the space at all. As long as his spiritual force enters the space, he would be able to use the tidal force of the space to cultivate. Only Zhao Hai would dare to cultivate in such an environment. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to do so was because he could withdraw from his cultivation at any time. Moreover, he also had the space to help him monitor the surroundings. Because of this, he wasn't afraid that someone would sneak attack him. This allowed him to cultivate in peace. Zhao Hai's night was very good. There were no beasts that sneak attacked him, nor were there any people that came to attack him. The night was very peaceful. The next morning, Zhao Hai got up and ate something. Then he went to the prairie. After going to the prairie, Zhao Hai discovered that the prairie was very lively during the day. There were a lot of herbivorous beasts. There were rabbit-like beasts as well as rat-like beasts. These beasts were all herbivorous and didn't have any aggressive nature. However, when Zhao Hai saw these beasts, he knew that there would be other carnivorous beasts in the vicinity. Otherwise, if these two types of beasts didn't have any natural enemies, then the prairie would have already been eaten up by these carnivorous beasts. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he didn't encounter any carnivorous beasts. However, he didn't care about that right now. He didn't want to cause trouble for those carnivorous beasts. Zhao Hai walked for more than 3 hours before he saw two people walking towards him. Because this place was like a prairie, Zhao Hai was able to see the two people from afar. The two people also saw him, but they didn't leave. Instead, they walked straight towards him. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't say anything. He just stood there and waited for the two people to arrive. Before long, the two people were about a li away from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also saw the appearance of the two people. They were a beautiful couple. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They both carried a sword on their back. The swords were very gorgeous, and the clothes they wore were also very gorgeous. They didn't look like cultivators, but instead, they looked like young masters of the secular world. Upon seeing these two people, Zhao Hai immediately knew who they were disciples of the sword dance sect. When the two saw Zhao Hai, they didn't stop as they walked towards Zhao Hai. When they were about 10 meters away from Zhao Hai, the man cupped his fist and said, "I've seen Master. Are you also a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Master, are you also a disciple of Iron Buddha Temple?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. This poor monk is a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Are you too from the sword dance sect? I wonder if you've seen any other disciples of my sect." The two people looked at Zhao Hai. The man smiled faintly and said, "We haven't seen any disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. However, there's something I want to ask Master. Did you find anything good?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Then he whispered a Buddhist chant and said, "Ba. Benefactor, what do you mean by that?" After all, they were currently in the secret realm and were here to search for treasures. Moreover, he was not familiar with the other party at all. Even if he found something good, there was no need for him to tell the other party. However, the other party's question was extremely rude and even filled with malice. The male cultivator laughed and said, Master doesn't even know this? What is this place? This is the secret realm. Young master, tell us, what did you find? Since we're fellow cultivators, as long as you hand it over, we can let you go. What do you think? Zhao Hai looked at the male cultivator, then turned his head to look at the female cultivator. Then he smiled faintly and said, This poor monk also has the same intention. How about this, the two of you can leave your spatial equipment behind. This poor monk will treat it as if we've never seen you. If you don't, then this poor monk can only apologize. When the two heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then they looked at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at an idiot. They were clearly shouting that they were going to rob him. However, this monk turned around and wanted to rob them. Was he crazy? When they thought of this, their faces couldn't help but turn ugly. They understood that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to hand over the items. The two looked at Zhao Hai and snorted, Monk, don't be so shameless. We want to spare your life for the sake of fellow cultivators. If you don't want it, then don't blame us for being impolite. After saying that, the two moved their hands and two long swords fell into their hands. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, If the two of you aren't willing to hand over the items, then don't blame this penniless monk for being impolite. Let's begin. This penniless monk wants to experience the uniqueness of the sword dance sex void dance technique. When the two heard Zhao Hai's words, they snorted coldly. The male cultivator sneered and said, I'm afraid you won't be alive to appreciate it. After saying that, the swords in their hands moved and the two disappeared in the next moment. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't panic. He knew that the sword dance technique was a very powerful cultivation technique. When the two swords moved, the illusion rose and the two disappeared. In fact, the two didn't disappear. They were already in the illusion, so they couldn't see each other. However, Zhao Hai didn't panic. Instead, he chanted Buddha's name and said in a deep voice, Amitabha. As Zhao Hai chanted Buddha's name, a mist suddenly emerged from his body and surrounded him. This situation stunned the two men from the sword dance sect. They had seen many ways to deal with the sword dance technique, but it was the first time they saw Zhao Hai doing it. At a glance, they knew that the mist on Zhao Hai's body must be a kind of mist released by a magic array. It was used to trap the enemy. However, now that Zhao Hai released it at this time, the two men didn't know what to do for a while. The other party used the mist. If they entered the mist, then their illusion technique would be useless. The other party would definitely notice the changes in the mist and discover their arrival. However, if they didn't enter the mist, how could they attack the other party? They were just cultivators in the chi refining state. They hadn't cultivated swords and flying swords yet. Moreover, long-range attacks weren't necessarily useful at this time. They couldn't see the other party at all. The two men looked at each other. The male cultivator whispered, Junior sister, use the talisman paper. Take out the talisman paper and attack him first to disperse the mist around him. Then, we'll deal with him. The female cultivator responded. Then, she took out a handful of talisman paper and threw it straight into the mist. At this moment, the two men suddenly felt a gust of wind attacking them from behind. The two men were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. The male cultivator turned the long sword in his hand and stabbed it behind him. The female cultivator also threw the talisman paper behind her. However, when they looked behind them, they found that there was no one behind them. Do you want to know more about bringing a farm to a different world? Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign at the top right and choose to add a public account. Search for Kidian's Hongwenwang and follow the public account. You won't miss any updates. The two of them were shocked at the same time. They had clearly felt that someone was attacking them from behind. How could there be no one now? While the two of them were puzzled, a Buddhist staff suddenly smashed towards them. Then, Zhao Hai's figure slowly appeared behind them. He was not far behind them, but the two of them did not see Zhao Hai earlier. When they saw Zhao Hai, the two of them were stunned. Then, the words Invisibility Talisman appeared in their minds at the same time. The Invisibility Talisman was a talisman paper that could hide a person's figure. It could hide a person's figure, but the person who was hidden would not be able to move. As long as you moved, your figure would immediately appear and the invisibility talisman would be completely ineffective. Moreover, this kind of invisibility talisman was not very useful for cultivators. Many cultivators could not see you, but they could use their mental strength to find you. However, the invisibility talisman could not block mental strength. Under normal circumstances, if people used the invisibility talisman, they would definitely use a technique that was good at hiding their figure. It was precisely because of this that the invisibility talisman was not very popular among cultivators. Therefore, the two people from the swordsmanship sect really did not expect Zhao Hai to use the invisibility talisman. They only remembered it when Zhao Hai attacked them. However, it was already too late. Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff had already surrounded them. It was too late for them to escape. The two of them could only raise their swords and face Zhao Hai head-on. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and could not help but smile. Then, he unfolded the Buddhist staff in his hand and attacked the two of them. Although the two from the swordsmanship sect tried to counterattack several times, they failed. However, their swordsmanship was very powerful. Once they used their swordsmanship, Zhao Hai couldn't find the two silhouettes and entered illusions one after another. However, Zhao Hai had a Buddhist technique to protect his body. He also used an authentic Buddhist technique. Coupled with his firm will, the two people's illusions were not very useful to Zhao Hai. After the two of them exchanged more than 50 blows, Zhao Hai swept the two of them back with his staff. At this moment, the two of them raised a handful of talismans at the same time. Just as Zhao Hai turned around to defend himself, the two of them moved and leaped into the distance. By the time Zhao Hai wanted to give chase, the two of them were already far away. It was too late for him to catch up. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and chanted the name of Buddha. He did not chase after the two of them. Instead, he continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, he looked at the time and found that it was already noon. He stopped to eat something and sat down to rest for a while before continuing to walk forward. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Hai finally passed through the small grassland and came to a mountainous area. At this time, it could not be considered a mountainous area. At most, it could be considered a hilly area. There were many small hills and there were not many trees on those hills. Some of them were just weeds. It looked very desolate. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards a hill. Just as he reached the top of the hill, he saw two groups of people fighting on another hill in the distance. One side was wearing blue clothes while the other side was wearing Taoist robes. The group in blue clothes were all monks. There were 5 or 6 people on each side and they were currently fighting. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Since entering the secret realm, it seemed like there were several groups of people targeting the Iron Buddha Temple. The people of the Nightwalker sect had confronted them outside. It was normal for them to attack them inside. However, the other group of people sent by the other sects seemed to be targeting them as well. Previously, they even cooperated with the people of the Nightwalker sect to attack Nalai. This was somewhat abnormal. Later on, the people of the Sword Dance sect did the same. They came to rob them as soon as they arrived. This didn't seem right. Although the secret realm was a lawless place, it didn't make sense for the other party to come and rob them directly. Now, looking at the two sides on the hill, one side seemed to be the people of the Serenity Dao sect while the other side seemed to be the people of the Iron Buddha Temple. This matter was a bit strange. In other words, Zhao Hai had encountered people from the other forces who had entered the secret realm. Moreover, none of them had good intentions. All of them were hostile. This matter was a bit strange. Could it be that the other forces had joined forces? Although he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't stop. Instead, his figure moved and went straight towards the hill. It didn't matter if he knew the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple or not. He still wanted to help them. After all, they were all from the same sect. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived at the hill. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai understood why they were fighting. It was because there was a cave entrance not far from the two groups. The cave entrance was behind a large rock. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't see it when he was on the other hill. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations were emitted from the cave entrance. These energy fluctuations were definitely not left behind by the people who had entered the secret realm. It must be the place where an ancient expert had fallen. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the two sides were fighting here. At the same time, Zhao Hai also saw a person. This person was none other than Na Zhen. Upon seeing Na Zhen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but rejoice. No matter what, Na Zhen was very good to him. Now that Na Zhen was in trouble, Zhao Hai couldn't help but help. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and shouted, Ba. Although his voice wasn't loud, both sides could still hear him. Zhang Chong heard that there were a total of 12 people on both sides. 7 of them were from the Iron Buddha Temple while the other 5 were from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. The Solitary Tranquility Dao sect's people were just like Zhao Hai's information. Each and every one of them had a variety of attack methods that were hard to defend against. On the other hand, the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were different. They were all body cultivators. Because of this, their attacks were very simple. However, these simple attacks made the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect unable to deal with them. This was because each of their attacks was very powerful. Now that they were outnumbered, the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect had no way to deal with them. Now that they heard the Buddhist chant, both sides stopped. Before, they had already seen Zhao Hai. Both sides had different reactions. The people from the Iron Buddha Temple were naturally happy while the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect had gloomy expressions. Now that the Iron Buddha Temple had the upper hand, if Zhao Hai were to join in, then the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect would be at a disadvantage. This would be even more troublesome. After Na Zhen jumped out of the encirclement, he immediately said, Junior brother Tranquility, you're here. Come and help. Don't let these cow noses escape. They killed senior brother Na Qing. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head to look at the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. The Taoist priest looked at Zhao Hai and said with contempt, You're just a 7th level qi condensation cultivator, what can you do? Na Zhen, I think you're really confused. Do you think that you can do anything to me just because you have one more person? You're really looking down on us. Na Zhen sneered and said, One more person is better than one less. Don't even think about leaving today. Stay here and pay for junior brother Na Cheng's life. Then he rushed towards the group. The weapon in Na Zhen's hand was a Vajra scepter. This Vajra scepter was a heavy weapon, much heavier than ordinary weapons. Moreover, it was very difficult to use. It was mostly used by Buddhists. Zhao Hai didn't think that Na Zhen's weapon would be a Vajra scepter. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much. The people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect killed the people from the Iron Buddha Temple. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. He waved his Buddhist staff and attacked the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. The people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect waved their hands and threw out talismans. These talismans attacked the people from the Iron Buddha Temple, causing them to be unable to defend themselves. At the same time, the other people took out their artifacts. Then they formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Then the artifacts released magic attacks at the same time. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. He wanted to see how they would attack. Now, he finally understood that the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect were relying on their artifacts. All kinds of artifacts were sealed with magic techniques. Once they took them out, they could use the magic techniques inside to attack their enemies. Moreover, each of them had a lot of artifacts and talismans. No wonder they had a lot of tricks in their attacks. With so many artifacts and talismans, their attacks would naturally have a lot of tricks. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He waved his Buddhist staff, making himself impenetrable. At the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to attack the other party and not let them escape. The two sides fought for more than 50 rounds on the hill. The people from Solitary Tranquility Dao sect didn't seem to have run out of Dharma artifacts. Not only did they use one Dharma artifact to attack, they would also switch Dharma artifacts from time to time. It was as if each of them had endless Dharma artifacts on them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that there was nothing he could do if this continued. He coldly snorted and then with a thought, the Vajra bell appeared beside Zhao Hai. Then the Vajra bell expanded and covered Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai ignored the attacks of the solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples and charged towards them. The solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples also noticed Zhao Hai's change. Their expressions changed. Then 3 of them used artifacts to attack Zhao Hai. The other 2 used artifacts and talismans to attack Na Zhen and the others. Clearly, they wanted to delay them and prevent them from moving together with Zhao Hai. Boom. 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 After a few loud sounds, the techniques of the 3 solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples all landed on the Vajra bell. Of course, the aftermath also hit the ground, causing dust to fly. It was impossible to see what happened to Zhao Hai. Just as the solitary tranquility Dao sect's attack stopped, Zhao Hai suddenly charged out of the dust. He was still holding the Vajra bell, but now the Vajra bell had flown above his head. The staff in Zhao Hai's hand smashed towards the solitary tranquility Dao sect's people. The solitary tranquility Dao sect's people really didn't expect the Vajra bell's defense to be so strong. It actually blocked all their attacks. Although they were on guard, they didn't expect Zhao Hai's attack to come so quickly and so fiercely. Want to know more about the exciting developments of bringing a farm to a different world? Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right and choose to add a public account. Search for Kidian's Hongwenwang and follow the public account. You won't miss any updates. Zhao's fighting style was actually the most unreasonable way of fighting. My strength is greater than yours, and my defense is stronger than yours. So when you attack me, I won't block. I'll take advantage of the time you attack me to kill my way to your side. Then I'll use my incomparable strength to tear you to pieces. Zhao's fighting style was actually the most unreasonable way of fighting. This was the most unskilled and unreasonable method, but it was also the simplest, most direct, and most effective method. Zhao Hai used the Vajra bell to resist the attacks of the solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples. When the attack stopped, he immediately arrived in front of the solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples. Then he waved the Buddhist staff in his hand and surrounded the 5 solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples. Then he continuously attacked the solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples, making them unable to fight back. Naturally, Na Zhen and the others wouldn't let go of this opportunity. When they saw that Zhao Hai had surrounded the solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples, they also swarmed forward and ruthlessly beat them up. The disciples of the solitary tranquility Dao sect were like warlocks who specialized in using magic tools. Although they also had close combat abilities, compared to the Iron Buddha Temple, which specialized in body cultivation, their close combat abilities could only be described as unbearable. Soon, the 5 of them were besieged and killed by Na Zhen and the others. After killing the 5 solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples, the group relaxed. Na Zhen went to Zhao Hai and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Ha ha ha, good. You came at the right time. If it weren't for you, then we would have been entangled with them for a long time. You really came at the right time." Zhao Hai smiled at Na Zhen, then he looked at the other monks beside Na Zhen. Na Zhen immediately understood Zhao Hai's intention. He smiled and said, "These are all disciples of my Nayun sect. Coincidentally, we were all thrown into this hilly area. Originally, we were about to leave when we suddenly saw the solitary tranquility Dao sect's disciples attacking junior brother Na Qing. We wanted to help, but we were too late. Senior brother Na Qing was killed by them, so naturally, we had to face them. Jing Hai, how did you pass these 2 days? Did you encounter any attacks?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Na Zhen what happened. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Na Zhen stared for a moment before he sighed and said, "I didn't expect you to encounter so many attacks in just 2 days. Damn, the Nightwalker sect is too hateful. I didn't expect the Sword Dance sect to attack you. Fortunately, you're safe now. I know Na Lai, he's a disciple of Na Ye's branch. Senior brother Na Yi is ranked 4th under the core disciples, but he's very strong. He fought with senior brother Na Yun once and lost by half a move. Because of this loss, he harbors a grudge against senior brother Na Yun. His branch also has prejudice against us. Don't think about him anymore." Zhao Hai nodded. Na Zhen sighed, then he turned to the person next to him and said, "Junior brother Na Rong, go to the back of the mountain and collect junior brother Na Cheng's Dharma body. We'll bring it back to the temple and bury it." The monk next to Najin nodded, then he turned around and walked towards the back of the mountain. Then Najin turned his head and looked at the cave behind the boulder. The location of the cave was special. If one didn't get close, then one wouldn't be able to see it. At the same time, the energy coming from the cave indicated that there was something extraordinary inside. Najin's eyes couldn't help but turn fiery. He thought for a moment before he said, "Junior brother Xianxia, we'll go in and take a look. However, we can't leave anyone at the entrance. I'll have to trouble you to guard the entrance. Rest assured, I won't forget about the things inside." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "No problem, I'll guard the entrance. I won't let anyone come close. Senior brother can rest assured." Najin nodded, then he turned his head to look at the others. At this time, Naro returned from the back of the mountain. Najin said, "This cave isn't simple. Let's go down and take a look. Junior brother Xianxia will guard the entrance. However, I'll make sure that junior brother Xianxia will have a share of the things inside. Does anyone have any objections?" The monks all clasped their hands together and said, "Ba, we'll follow senior brother Najin's decision." Najin nodded, then he turned his head to Xianxia and said, "Junior brother Xianxia, I'll leave the entrance to you. Let's go." Then he led the group towards the cave. Because of this, every day inside the secret realm was very important. They can't afford to waste time. They can't afford to spend too much time grieving over the death of their companions. They also can't afford to make too many plans just because they discovered a secret place that might contain an ancient inheritance. This was because after entering a secret place like this, one would encounter a lot of trouble. It would take a lot of time to solve these problems. Therefore, they didn't have much time to prepare as they were about to enter the cave. However, all of this had nothing to do with Xianxia. He was only responsible for guarding the entrance. After Najin and the others entered the cave, Xianxia buried the corpses of the Tranquility Dao sect. He didn't want to face these dead people. After doing this, he sat down beside a boulder at the entrance of the cave. He closed his eyes and began to chant. At this point, Xianxia almost understood why people who entered the Sky Pit Mystic Realm had their cultivation improved. Inside the Sky Pit Mystic Realm, not only were there a lot of herbs, there were also a lot of inheritances. Naturally, not everyone could obtain these inheritances. The main reason why these people's strength increased was because the spiritual qi inside the Sky Pit Mystic Realm had a trace of vitality, just like the Lost Soul Empire's Mystic Realm. The Lost Soul Empire's secret realm was a place where the spiritual energy was active. This was the reason why Xiaoyu was so fond of it. The reason why Xiaoyu was able to cultivate to this degree was because he would cultivate in the secret realm every 5 years. Because the spiritual energy in the secret realm was very active, Xiaoyu's progress was very fast. After Xianxia arrived at the Sword Spirit World, he discovered that although the spiritual qi in the Sword Spirit World was rich, it didn't have any activity. If people cultivate here for a long time, the spiritual qi would naturally reach a bottleneck. If you can't break through, then you wouldn't be able to make any progress. At this point, Xianxia understood why Xiaoyu attached so much importance to the secret realm. It was the same in the Tianqing secret domain. The Lingqi here also had a trace of vitality. It was precisely because of the vitality of the Lingqi here that the strength of people who entered the Tianqing secret domain would increase greatly. However, the spiritual qi in the Sky Pit secret realm wasn't very active. Therefore, many people didn't notice it. Only Xianxia, whose spiritual qi was very active, was able to feel the changes in the spiritual qi in the Sky Pit secret realm. Zhao calmly sat next to the hole. He didn't use his spiritual force to feel what was inside the hole. His spiritual force couldn't enter the hole because the energy inside was too strong. His spiritual force couldn't penetrate the hole. Xianxia also didn't use his spatial ability to observe. He already thought about using his spatial ability. This was because if he used it, then he might be discovered by the experts in the Sword Spirit World. Since he wasn't sure if the experts in the Sword Spirit World could break space, then he would use his spatial ability as little as possible. Xianxia didn't know how deep the hole was, nor did he know what was inside. He could only sit there and wait. After waiting for about an hour, Xianxia felt the hill shake a few times. Xianxia stared, then he immediately stood up and turned his head to look at the hole. He could feel that the energy overflowing from the hole was even stronger. Naturally, it was also more manic. Zhao Hai was sure that Na Zhen and the others were in trouble. Zhao Hai stood on the edge of the hole and didn't move. He just calmly looked ahead. Although the shaking of the hill wasn't big, it was still possible for it to alarm some people. Zhao Hai felt that there were several gazes directed towards him. Sure enough, not long after Zhao Hai stood up, several people appeared on the hill. Upon seeing their clothes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This was because their clothes were all black. Moreover, there was a slight reflection on their faces. It was obvious that they were wearing masks. Black clothes and masks, there was no need to think about it. These people were from the Nightwalker sect. The Nightwalker sect had already encountered them outside the secret realm. Now that Zhao Hai was discovered by the Nightwalker sect, they certainly wouldn't let him off. Moreover, it was already dark, the Nightwalker sect's most convenient time to act. They definitely wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, the people that Zhao Hai saw this time were different from the previous 2 times. The previous 2 times, the Nightwalker sect's people were all cultivators of the Nightwalker secret art. They were very easy to recognize. They wore black clothes and wore masks on their faces. The weapons in their hands were mostly used for assassination. But this time, among the Nightwalker sect's people that Zhao Hai saw, there were several people wearing black robes and wearing ghost masks. Black robes and ghost masks were the attire of the Nightwalker sect's people who cultivated the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul technique. These people were even more difficult to deal with. In the Devil sect, the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul technique was a very difficult technique to deal with. It directly injured the soul of a person. It was very difficult to deal with, but it was also very powerful. It was precisely because of this that the Nightwalker sect could be considered a large sect within the Devil sect. And among the Nightwalker sect's people that Zhao Hai saw, there were a total of 7 people. Among them, 3 wore black robes and 4 wore black clothes. Such a number was definitely not small. Zhao Hai frowned, but he still didn't move. He just stood there quietly. As for the Nightwalker sect's people, they also didn't move. They stood on the hill and looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. Want to know more about the exciting developments of bringing a farm to a different world? Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right, choose to add a public account to your friends, search for Kidian's Hongwenwang, and follow the public account. You won't miss any updates. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the people from the Nightwalker sect. He knew that the reason why the Nightwalker sect hadn't made a move yet wasn't because they didn't want to, but because they were waiting. When the people of the Devil sect fought with others, they would generally create all kinds of environments that were most suitable for themselves and then fight with others. As for whether it was fair or not, they didn't care. Besides, they were cultivators. Between cultivators, other than learning from each other, if they really fought, it would generally be a matter of life and death. No one would care about whether it was fair or not. Zhao Hai knew what the Nightwalker sect people were planning. However, he didn't make a move. He just stood there and looked at the people from the Nightwalker sect. His main goal right now was to guard the cave entrance and prevent others from entering. If others were to enter, then Na Zhen and the others would be in danger. Both sides stood there quietly, looking at each other. After a while, the people from the Nightwalker sect suddenly turned around and went to the back of the hill, blocking Zhao Hai's line of sight so that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to see them. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. Instead, his expression was solemn. He knew that the Nightwalker sect wouldn't give up. The reason why they didn't make a move now was because they were waiting for the sky to turn dark. After dark, they would certainly make a move. Zhao Hai stood there quietly, his heart calm. He knew that his strength had yet to recover, but he wasn't afraid of the Nightwalker sect's people. The reason he entered the mystic realm was to spar with the disciples of the various sections. He wanted to use this method to temper himself. Now that the Nightwalker sect's people had come to attack him, it was a rare opportunity to temper himself. The sky slowly darkened. Na Zhen and the others still hadn't come out of the cave. Zhao Hai calmly stood at the entrance. Then with a move of his hand, he gently activated the cloud-patterned prayer beads on his hand. Zhao Hai and the cave entrance were blocked by the fog. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he could feel that the people from the Nightwalker sect had surrounded him. As the sky darkened, Zhao Hai quietly stayed in the fog. He stood beside the boulder, waiting for the people from the Nightwalker sect to appear. He felt that they would appear soon. Sure enough, after waiting for an hour, the sky turned completely dark. At the same time, he felt that the people from the Nightwalker sect were getting closer. However, Zhao Hai admired the patience of the Nightwalker sect. They actually waited for so long before they made a move. This was beyond his expectations. Soon, Zhao Hai saw that the people from the Nightwalker sect had surrounded him. The 4 cultivators in black clothes were only 10 meters away from the fog. The fog that Zhao Hai released only covered an area of 50 meters. The people from the Nightwalker sect were already very close to him. However, they didn't enter the fog. It was clear that they were afraid of being ambushed by Zhao Hai. The 3 robed Nightwalker sect disciples were about 30 meters away from the fog. They stood behind the group, each of them holding a white banner in their hands. The disciples of the Nightwalker sect didn't get too close to the fog. At this moment, they heard a voice say, "Junior brothers, don't be anxious. That monk definitely hasn't left. Otherwise, this fog wouldn't have stayed for so long. Junior brothers, come back first. We'll send the malicious ghosts in to take a look. If he's inside, we can let the malicious ghosts attack him. Malicious ghosts don't rely on their eyes to see things. Once we determine his location, we'll kill him in one fell swoop." The people from the Nightwalker sect nodded and then took 2 steps back. The one who spoke looked at the fog that Zhao Hai released and said, "Fellow Taoist from the Iron Buddha Temple, you should come out and fight with us. The Iron Buddha Temple has always been upright, we don't want to lose our reputation in your hands. You should know that our elders have already given the order to kill any disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple that we see. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you come out and meet us before you die?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just calmly looked at the people from the Nightwalker sect. In his eyes, these people were just playing a monkey show. He had experienced a lot of space and was already past the age of fighting. Therefore, he wasn't angry at all. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the other party to attack. At the same time, he took out the diamond bell. The diamond bell had a special ability, which was to break all evil in the world. The malicious ghosts of the other party were also evil creatures. Therefore, Zhao Hai took out the diamond bell. When the people from the Nightwalker sect saw that Zhao Hai wasn't moving, they didn't wait any longer. The leader of the group waved the black banner in his hand in waves. Of ghostly howls were heard. Then, a black fog flew out of the banner and slowly turned into human-shaped ghosts. These ghosts were all black and had blood-red eyes. They seemed to be wearing long robes and had sharp nails on their fingers. Then one by one, these ghosts rushed towards the fog. Zhao Hai calmly looked at these ghosts. Although the Nightwalker sect's technique was called the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul Technique, the number of ghosts stored in their banner was definitely more than 100. This kind of artifact was used by many devil sects. When Zhao Hai was in the lower realm, the devil sect used a similar artifact called the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Thinking about it, the Nightwalker sect's artifact should be the 10,000 Ghosts banner. The 10,000 Ghosts banner was actually a very common artifact in the devil sects. Many people in the devil sects would use it. Moreover, the production method of the 10,000 Ghosts banner was very simple. The materials used were also very varied. The 10,000 Ghosts banner made from different materials had different abilities. The worst 10,000 Ghosts banner could only raise about 1,000 ghosts. Moreover, these ghosts' levels were very low. The ghosts couldn't level up in the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and after a period of time, some of the ghosts would die and have to be replenished. A good 10,000 Ghosts banner could become a large sect's most important artifact. The number of ghosts it could raise could even be counted in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the ghosts in the 10,000 Ghosts banner could absorb the yin qi in the banner. They could cultivate and level up, becoming stronger and stronger. Such a 10,000 Ghosts banner was enough to become a sect's most important artifact. As for the Nightwalker sect's 10,000 Ghosts banner, it was different from other sects. First of all, the materials used were very special. The Nightwalker sect's people were assassins. They took on all kinds of assassination missions. After killing the target, if the conditions permitted, they would peel off a piece of the target's skin. Others thought that this was the proof of the Nightwalker sect's completion of the mission. No one would think that the skin was actually used to refine the 10,000 Ghosts banner. In addition to the human skin, they would also use some special materials to process the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Therefore, the Nightwalker sect's 10,000 Ghosts banner was different from other sects. Many disciples of the Nightwalker sect would also choose the 10,000 Ghosts banner as their artifact. This was because the 10,000 Ghosts banner was very compatible with their cultivation method. What they cultivated was the 100 Ghost soul devouring art, which required a lot of Yin souls. Although ordinary artifacts could store some Yin souls, the amount was not very large. This would have some effect on their techniques, making them unable to unleash the full power of their techniques. Therefore, the disciples of the Nightwalker sect would usually choose the 10,000 Ghost banner, which could store a lot of Yin souls, as their artifacts. The ghosts that the Nightwalker sect's disciples stored in the 10,000 Ghosts banner were not ordinary ghosts. They were refined using a special method. Not only were these ghosts not afraid of sunlight, but they were also very powerful. They could directly injure a person's soul. They were very domineering. Zhao Hai looked at the ghosts that were rushing over. He chanted Buddha's name and took out the Vajra bell at the same time. However, this time, the Vajra bell did not become bigger. It just floated in front of him with the bell facing the ghosts. Soon, the ghosts all flew into the fog and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai chanted Buddha's name and flicked the Vajra bell with his finger. A buzzing sound was heard as a golden light flew out from the Vajra bell and shot towards the ghosts. The ghosts immediately screamed as the black smoke in their bodies dissipated. Their bodies became faint. The golden light didn't fly out in a straight line. Instead, it released a fan-shaped ripple to attack the malicious ghosts. All of the malicious ghosts that rushed to the front were hit by the golden ripple, and their bodies all faded. As soon as the malicious ghosts were attacked, the people outside immediately sensed it. The leader of the Nightwalker sect disciples' expression changed. The enemy has a Buddhist magical item. Retreat. With that, he waved his 10,000 Ghost banner, and all of the malicious ghosts that had charged into the fog retreated. At this time, the fog around Zhao Hai also dispersed. Although Zhao Hai's cloud-patterned prayer beads were good, there was a limit to how many times it could be used. Moreover, after being attacked by the ghosts and being shaken by the Vajra bell, the fog also disappeared. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared in front of the Nightwalker sect's disciples. When the Nightwalker sect's disciples saw Zhao Hai, they immediately saw the cave behind him. When they saw the cave and felt the energy fluctuations coming from it, the Nightwalker sect's disciples' expressions changed. They immediately understood why Zhao Hai didn't run after seeing them and instead stood there. The Nightwalker sect's disciple looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Monk, no wonder you didn't run. So it's because of this. You're guarding the cave. Is it because the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples went inside?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just calmly looked at the Nightwalker sect's disciples. Then he coldly smiled and said, "Benefactors, even if it wasn't because of this, would you let me go? No need to talk nonsense. Let's fight." GGG. The leading disciple of the Nightwalker sect suddenly laughed strangely and said, "Worthy of being a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. You're really unyielding. Then there's nothing to say. Brothers, kill him and cut off his head. We'll go back and ask the elders for a reward." After he said that, he waved the myriad ghost banner in his hand. Ghosts flew out and rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the Nightwalker sect's disciples also took out their weapons and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the ghosts and then at the Nightwalker sect's disciples. His expression couldn't help but change as he said, a Buddha. Om Mani Padme Mu." Zhao Hai's 6-syllable mantra wasn't aimed at the ghosts or the Nightwalker sect's disciples. Instead, it was aimed at the Vajra bell in front of him. As Zhao Hai's 6-syllable mantra fell on the Vajra bell, it suddenly flew up and directly flew above Zhao Hai's head. Then, the bell's mouth emitted a soft white light that enveloped Zhao Hai. Then, Zhao Hai raised the Buddhist staff in his hand and stood there quietly, waiting for the Nightwalker sect's disciples to attack. However, the ghosts were faster than the Nightwalker sect's disciples. They directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and waved the Buddhist staff in his hand, directly attacking the ghosts. Regarding Zhao Hai's approach, the Nightwalker sect's disciples let out a disdainful snort. It must be known that they were attacking ghosts, and the strength of these ghosts wasn't weak. In general, if the ghosts wanted to attack them, they would need to attach energy to their weapons. If the weapons didn't have any energy, then even if the ghosts were hit, the ghosts wouldn't be injured. After all, the ghosts weren't corporeal, they were in between being corporeal and being corporeal. Ordinary weapon attacks were classified as physical attacks and had no effect on these ghosts. However, the requirements for cultivators were also very high. Generally, Qi Transformation Realm disciples would find it very difficult to attach energy to their weapons. Therefore, compared to the disciples of other sects, the Devil sect's disciples had an advantage in terms of fighting. Not only did they have all kinds of ghosts to help them fight, but it was also very difficult for their enemies to injure them. However, just when they thought that Zhao Hai's attack wouldn't have any effect, they suddenly discovered that the ghosts that were hit by Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff were all screaming. These screams seemed to be very painful. When they looked again, they discovered that the ghosts that were hit by Zhao Hai's attack had a big hole in their body. These ghosts also seemed to have been injured, they were screaming non-stop, and the color of their bodies had also faded a lot. Cultivators knew that the strength of a ghost had a lot to do with the color of their body. The darker the color, the stronger the ghost. If the color was light, then the weaker the ghost would be. But Zhao Hai's attack actually managed to injure the ghost. Not only that, but it also made the ghost's color fade. This was tantamount to lowering the ghost's strength by a level. This was really terrible. It was much more powerful than attaching spiritual qi to a weapon to attack a ghost. When the robed disciples of the Nightwalker sect saw this, they couldn't help but stare. Then the leader of the group looked at the Vajra bell above Zhao Hai's head and immediately shouted, "Junior brothers, use your artifacts to attack the small bell above his head. That bell is an artifact, it's specially made to restrain our ghosts. Quickly." Then his hand moved as a black dart appeared in his hand. This dart had a ghost face engraved on it, it looked very gloomy. Then with a wave of his hand, the dart flew towards the Vajra bell. The other disciples of the Nightwalker sect also heard the man's words. At the same time, they took out their own magic tools and threw them straight at the Vajra bell. The Nightwalker sect's disciples who were dressed in black rushed towards Zhao Hai, not giving him a chance to help the Vajra bell block those magic tools. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Then, with a thought, the Vajra bell started to spin quickly. The Buddhist staff in his hand also started to dance faster. The evil spirits that were close to him were all swept away by the staff. However, all of the evil spirits that were swept away by the Buddhist staff started to fade away. When the artifacts hit the Vajra bell, they were all bounced away. The Vajra bell was a defensive artifact, so it was natural that the artifacts couldn't do anything to it. However, when the artifacts hit the Vajra bell started to vibrate. This vibration also affected Zhao Hai's spiritual force to a certain extent. If it was an ordinary qi refining cultivator, they would have already been injured. However, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was incomparably strong, so he wasn't injured. The Vajra bell was still spinning. When the Nightwalker sect disciples saw this, their expressions changed. The leader of the group shouted, "Attack that artifact again. As long as we break it, he'll be finished." At the same time, he recalled the darts that he had thrown and threw them at the Vajra bell again. At this time, the Nightwalker sect disciples also stepped up their attacks on Zhao Hai. With the addition of the evil spirits, Zhao Hai had no way to block the artifacts. Zhao Hai looked at the Nightwalker sect disciples and sneered, "You want to deal with me like this? Naive." Then with a thought, Zhao Hai put away the Vajra bell. The people from the Nightwalker sect thought that Zhao Hai was relying on the diamond bell. Now that they saw Zhao Hai take the bell, their faces couldn't help but be happy. The leader of the Nightwalker sect loudly said, "Junior brothers, kill him. As long as we kill him, we can enter the cave. There should be treasures inside. We can't let the people from the Iron Buddha Temple take away the treasures." The Nightwalker sect's leader immediately shouted. Nobody spoke, but their attacks became even fiercer. However, Zhao Hai wasn't as weak as they thought. The reason why he put away the Vitra bell was because he wanted to focus on dealing with the Nightwalker sect disciples. Zhao Hai looked at the Nightwalker sect disciples and then closed his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and said, "As I've heard, the Buddha was in the Shiwei kingdom, and the tree was in the Garden of Solitude." The Vajra scripture was slowly recited. However, his hand didn't stop, the staff was still moving forward. However, the speed of the staff seemed to have slowed down a lot. It was as if every movement of the staff carried 1,000 jin of force, forcing him to slow down. This was because it was too strenuous for him to block the attacks of the Nightwalker sect. However, the Nightwalker sect disciples didn't feel the same way. The Nightwalker sect disciples felt as if they had entered a quagmire, and Zhao Hai was the center of the quagmire. He was the one who could control the quagmire. Every movement of his would cause the quagmire to move. The Nightwalker sect disciples were also affected by the quagmire and began to move along with it. It was as if there were powerless strings attached to their bodies. Then, their bodies would move along with Zhao Hai's movements. They were like puppets that were being controlled by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still the same. His eyes were closed as he recited the Vajra scripture. The staff in his hand was still moving slowly. However, the Nightwalker sect disciples seemed to be waiting for him to hit them. Every time his staff fell, it would hit a Nightwalker sect disciple's body. As long as the staff hit a Nightwalker sect disciple, the disciple's bones would be broken and he would die a violent death. When the robed Nightwalker sect disciples saw this, their expressions couldn't help but change. The leader of the group said, "I didn't expect the Iron Buddha Temple to have such an evil technique. Senior brothers, release your artifacts and support them." After he said that, he took out his own darts and shot them directly at Zhao Hai. The others did the same. They took out their artifacts and shot them at Zhao Hai. However, when their darts were in front of Zhao Hai, it was as if they were put into a slow-motion machine. Their speed also slowed down. They couldn't hit Zhao Hai's body at all. 3 Nightwalker sect disciples were killed by Zhao Hai. As for the evil spirits, they couldn't get close to Zhao Hai at all. There seemed to be a Buddhist seal circling around Zhao Hai. As soon as the evil spirits got close to him, they would immediately be covered by the Buddhist seal. Therefore, the evil spirits covered by the Buddhist seal all screamed and slowly disappeared. Bang! The last Nightwalker sect disciple was smashed to death by Zhao Hai. Only then did the Buddhist seal around Zhao Hai disappear. The strange feeling also disappeared at this time. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After a while, he said, "Benefactors, it's your turn." After he said that, Zhao Hai held the Buddhist staff and walked towards the Nightwalker sect disciples. When the Nightwalker sect disciples saw Zhao Hai like this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The leader of the Nightwalker sect disciples looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then said, "Let's go. He has to guard the cave entrance. He won't dare to chase us." After he said that, his body moved and leaped away. But at this time, they suddenly felt a golden light above their heads. They seemed to be covered by this golden light and couldn't move. They looked up in horror and found that the golden bell that Zhao Hai used before had unknowingly appeared above their heads and covered them. Now, even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. At this time, Zhao Hai was already beside them. When the Nightwalker sect disciples saw this situation, layers of black gas immediately emerged from their bodies and surrounded them. It seemed like they were about to use some kind of spell. But as soon as their black gas appeared, it was directly broken by the golden light. Seeing this situation, the Nightwalker sect disciples couldn't help but change their expressions. The leader's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Then, he moved his hand and the dart that he used to attack Zhao Hai appeared in his hand. Then, he moved his hand and threw the dart directly at the golden bell. Just as the dart was about to hit the golden bell, he shouted, "Explode!" Following his shout, the dart actually exploded. This explosion caused the golden bell to shake. The Nightwalker sect disciples took this opportunity to directly leave the range of the golden bell and ran away. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that he couldn't catch up, so he didn't chase after them. However, he remembered the leader of the Nightwalker sect. This person was good at commanding and decisive. He definitely wasn't easy to deal with. If he were to face him in the future, he must be careful. One must know that the Nightwalker sect wasn't like the Iron Buddha Temple. Even in the Iron Buddha temple, it wasn't easy to command others. One needed to be exceptional in order to do so. But the Nightwalker sect's leader wasn't only able to command others, the others also listened to him. Most importantly, when he was trapped by Zhao Hai, he decisively detonated his artifact in order to break through the Diamond Bell's force field and escape. This kind of mind, this kind of decisiveness, this person definitely wasn't simple. Although they were all wearing masks and Zhao Hai couldn't see their faces, Zhao Hai remembered their aura. The next time they meet, Zhao Hai would definitely be careful. Zhao Hai received the golden bell as well as the belongings of the Nightwalker sect's disciples. After burying them, he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Just as Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance, he suddenly felt two sharp auras stabbing his body. One of the auras was aimed at his throat while the other one was aimed at his chest. Zhao Hai's eyes widened as he fiercely waved his staff. He didn't care about the two sharp auras as he used a life-for-life move to attack the other party. Although Zhao Hai couldn't see the other party, he could feel that there were two auras in front of him. These two auras were very weak. If it weren't for his spiritual force and the fact that the other party wanted to attack him, then he wouldn't have been able to discover them. It was precisely because he discovered the other party that he decided to use a life-for-life move. He believed that the other party wouldn't trade their lives for his. Sure enough, as soon as the other party saw that Zhao Hai didn't care and directly swept his staff over, they also moved and dodged Zhao Hai's staff. The long swords in their hands changed their moves. One of them was aimed at Zhao Hai's lower abdomen while the other was aimed at Zhao Hai's head. At this time, Zhao Hai's staff was already used up, so he couldn't attack the other party anymore. However, Zhao Hai also changed his move. He stretched out his right leg and curled it, directly stepping on the sword that was aimed at his lower abdomen. At the same time, he raised his left hand and spread his 5 fingers like a flower. He turned his palm and directly hit the long sword. With a few clangs, the long sword was directly deflected by him. It was no longer a threat to him. It was also at this time that the two people who attacked him also revealed themselves. These two people were wearing gorgeous clothes, a man and a woman. They were none other than the two people from the sword dance sect who wanted to rob him during the day. At this time, because the sword that the woman aimed at Zhao Hai's head was deflected, she flipped her body and fell behind Zhao Hai. The man had also pulled out a long sword from under Zhao Hai's feet and pointed it at Zhao Hai in front of Zhao Hai. To be honest, this move was really dangerous. Zhao Hai had just finished fighting with the people from the Nightwalker sect. He didn't expect that there would be an ambush here. Moreover, the other party had already activated the sword dance technique, so he didn't notice when he entered the illusion. This allowed the other party to seize the opportunity and directly attack him. If it weren't for the fact that the two people's martial arts hadn't been practiced to perfection and exposed their aura when they attacked, Zhao Hai would have immediately made the most correct response. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would have been in danger this time. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai raised his palm and gave them a salute. Ba. Benefactors, we meet again. Your greeting gift is too heavy. This poor monk cannot accept it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, thank you for your kindness. The male cultivator from the sword dance sect looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, monk, we let you win during the day. We are here to get back at you. Zhao Hai looked at the male cultivator and sneered, are the two of you really here to get back at me? Not for that? Zhao Hai looked at the cave entrance. You're not here for that? The male cultivator sneered, monk, I should be asking you that. You acted very well during the day, as if you didn't get any benefits at all. Now, you are guarding here like a guard dog. Don't you know that monks don't lie? Zhao Hai looked at the male cultivator and smiled. Benefactor is right. Monks don't lie. I really didn't get any treasures. I still say so. The male cultivator pointed his sword at the cave entrance behind Zhao Hai and asked, what is that? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, it's a cave. This poor monk doesn't know what it is like inside because this poor monk has never entered it. By now, Zhao Hai knew that these two people definitely didn't enter the cave. They had obviously just arrived. Otherwise, they would have known why Zhao Hai and the people from the Nightwalker sect were fighting. Perhaps they thought that Zhao Hai came out of the cave and was discovered by the people from the Nightwalker sect. That was why they started fighting. When the male cultivator heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he then sneered, "Monk, don't you Buddhists pay attention to fate? We meet again. This is also fate. Then, let's put an end to what happened today." After saying that, the long sword in his hand moved. The next moment, he disappeared. The female cultivator did the same. With a move of the long sword in her hand, the female cultivator also disappeared. Zhao Hai chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. He raised the Buddhist staff in his hand and struck forward. His movement was extremely fast. The Buddhist staff was a heavy weapon. When it was waved, it should be slower than ordinary weapons. However, Zhao Hai's staff was surprisingly fast. The Buddhist staff struck out like lightning, causing a sharp whistling sound in the air. Dang! A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the staff and flew backwards. At this time, Zhao Hai felt an extremely sharp force going straight for his back. However, Zhao Hai's figure went straight forward. The Buddhist staff in his hand pointed forward. His target was Xianxia of the swordsmanship sect, who had just been sent flying by his staff. The male cultivator of the swordsmanship sect looked at Zhao Hai in horror. There were traces of blood on the corner of his face. Obviously, Zhao Hai's staff had seriously injured him. His lower body had been injured by Zhao Hai's move. At the same time, the web between his thumb and forefinger had also split open. Now, when he circulated his spiritual qi, his lower body would feel a faint pain. Under such circumstances, how could he deal with Zhao Hai's attack? The male cultivator was also an expert among the outer disciples of the swordsmanship sect. He was not flustered in the face of danger. With a move of his hand, a few talisman papers appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the talisman papers in his hand at Zhao Hai. As soon as the talisman papers left his hand, they immediately turned into a few sword qi and pierced towards Zhao Hai. The sword qi was extremely sharp, as if it could disrespect any enemy and possibly pierce through any enemy. Zhao Hai looked at the sword qi and shouted. He pushed his hand forward and the Buddhist staff in his hand flew out. The male cultivator collided with the Buddhist staff. At the same time, he leaped up and dodged the sword qi. Bang! The Buddhist staff struck the male cultivator's body. The male cultivator's figure flew back a few meters before falling to the ground. Blood kept foaming out of his mouth. It seemed that he would not be able to survive. He did not expect Zhao Hai to throw the Buddhist staff. He also did not expect Zhao Hai's strength to be so great. The Buddhist staff seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. It directly broke all his muscles and bones. At the same time, it also cut off his vitality. At this time, the female cultivator from the sword dance sect had just dodged the sword qi. She brandished her sword towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai fell to the ground, but he didn't have the time to pick up the staff. However, he wasn't afraid of the long sword stabbing towards his back. His body moved to the side, and with a wave of his arm, it was as if he was taking off his clothes. This was one of the most common fist techniques, the Overlord's armor removal. This move directly dodged the long sword of the female cultivator. Then he took a big stride forward, and both of his fists went straight towards the female cultivator. At this time, the female cultivator saw that the male cultivator had died. Her face could not help but change as she stared blankly at the male cultivator's corpse. At this time, Zhao Hai's fists arrived. Zhao Hai really did not expect that the female cultivator would not react at all. His fists landed heavily on the female cultivator's back. The female cultivator's figure fell forward as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body also fell beside the male cultivator. Her eyes were still staring at the male cultivator. Finally, she slowly breathed her last. Zhao Hai looked at this scene and could not help but whisper the name of Buddha. Then, he could not help but sigh. He looked up at the sky. He really felt that the cultivation world was so cruel. However, he had to go on. Zhao Hai walked forward and took the two spatial equipment. However, he did not touch their swords. Then, he tidied up their remains before digging a hole and burying them. After dealing with this, Zhao Hai went to the side of the cave and sat down. Then he softly chanted the scriptures. To be honest, the matter between the male and female cultivator had touched him a lot. But he also knew that this was the cultivation world. If you want to kill someone, then you have to be prepared to be killed. The cultivation world was a place that didn't believe in tears, nor did it believe in feelings. After chanting for a long time, Zhao Hai slowly calmed down. Then he began to cultivate his spiritual force. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation around him. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. The next morning, Zhao got up and ate his breakfast, then stood quietly at the entrance of the cave. He didn't know when Na Zhen and the others would come out, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. He didn't forget that the people from the Nightwalker sect had escaped last night. They also knew about the situation in the cave, so he believed that they wouldn't let this place go. They might even gather people to deal with him today, so he had to be careful. At this time, rumbling sounds were heard from the entrance of the cave. The hill also shook twice. Zhao Hai couldn't help but mutter a Buddhist chant. Then he smiled bitterly. He really wanted to know what Na Zhen and the others were doing inside the cave. How did they make such a big movement? After an hour, Zhao Hai discovered that several people had appeared on the hill not far away. These people were from the Nightwalker sect. The leader of the group was the one who left before. At this time, there were 7 people from the Nightwalker sect following him. It was clear that they came back to take revenge. At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard from the entrance of the cave behind Zhao Hai. Then Na Zhen and the others came out of the cave with happy expressions. When Zhao Hai saw Na Zhen and the others, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face turned happy as he said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, you came out?" Na Zhen nodded, then he laughed and said, we came out. Ha ha ha. This time's harvest wasn't small. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the people from the Nightwalker sect. At this time, Na Zhen and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's movement. They also followed Zhao Hai's gaze. Upon seeing the people from the Nightwalker sect, Na Zhen couldn't help but stare. Then his face sank as he said, "People from the Nightwalker sect? Did they find this place?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They found this place yesterday. We had a fight last night. I relied on the Vajra bell to repel them. I also killed a few of them. I didn't expect them to come again today." Na Zhen coldly snorted and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Our Iron Buddha temple hasn't been afraid of anyone. I want to see if they still dare to come." The people from the Nightwalker sect didn't expect Na Zhen and the others to come out at this time. Before this, they still had the advantage of numbers, so they were able to deal with Zhao Hai before entering the cave. Now that Na Zhen and the others came out, it meant that the things inside the cave had already been taken by them. Moreover, now that Na Zhen and the others came out, the Nightwalker sect didn't have any advantage in terms of numbers. The people from the Iron Buddha temple weren't pushovers, all of them were body cultivators. Each and every one of them had incomparably tough bodies. Among the low-level disciples, they had a lot of advantages. Even if the Nightwalker sect didn't go over, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. After thinking about this, the Nightwalker sect couldn't help but hesitate. After all, they had only been in the secret realm for a few days. They didn't know what kind of inheritance it was, so it wasn't wise for them to fight the people from the Iron Buddha temple. Instead of wasting their time, they might as well go to other places to look for other inheritances. If they couldn't find any, then they could just invite more people to deal with the people from the Iron Buddha temple. After thinking about this, the person from the Nightwalker sect couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he said, "The other party has already come out. Their numbers aren't less than ours. If we go now, then we won't be able to gain anything. Let's go, we'll go to other places first. If we can't find anything, then we'll come back and snatch it from them." Then he turned around and left. The other people from the Nightwalker sect also looked at Zhao Hai's group before leaving. Seeing these people leave, Na Zhen let out a long breath. Then he muttered, "Fortunately, these guys left. Otherwise, I'm afraid our losses would be disastrous." Then he couldn't help but cough twice. Zhao Hai noticed that something was wrong with Na Zhen's voice. It was clear that he was injured. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, what happened? Are you injured? I brought some pills, quickly take some." Then Zhao Hai took out a jade bottle and handed it over to Na Zhen. Na Zhen didn't act polite. He took the jade bottle and poured out a pill before throwing it into his mouth. Then he let out a long breath and smiled bitterly. I suffered some internal injuries, but it's not a big deal. This is the place where an ancient expert passed away. This expert was also seriously injured and couldn't leave. Therefore, he could only build a cave residence here and pass away. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to come out. Xiaohai nodded. He also thought about this point. If it weren't for the formation being too hard to crack, then Na Zhen and the others wouldn't have taken so long to come out. Xiaohai looked at Na Zhen and said, Brother Na Zhen, did the expert leave any treasures behind? Why are there so many powerful energy fluctuations? Na Zhen shook his head and said, there aren't any treasures left behind. The Supreme Being died in a fight. Most of his treasures were damaged. Although they're still in the bag, they're of no value. Repairing them would take more time than refining them. Therefore, there's no need to repair them. However, the Supreme Being's cultivation method was left behind. Speaking of which, the source of the energy was the Elder's body. At this point, Na Zhen couldn't help but sigh, that senior's power was unfathomable. After so many years, even though he had already passed away, his body still maintained its original appearance as if he was sleeping. Xiaohai chanted the name of Buddha and didn't say anything else. Na Zhen continued, we've already discussed it. The fragments left behind by the elder will be divided among us. Although we can't use them, we can still keep them as souvenirs. As for the cultivation method left behind by the elder, each of us can use a jade slip to record a copy and hand it over to the sect. This way, we can exchange it for some contribution points. Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at Na Zhen and said, Brother, what cultivation method did the elder leave behind? Can we use it? Na Zhen nodded happily and said, I didn't expect that senior to be a body cultivator. He also has a body cultivation method called the mountain condensing technique. Moreover, he also has a matching cultivation method called the mountain condensing palm. This mountain condensing technique is a very strange cultivation method. It's different from ordinary body cultivation methods. Its main purpose is to increase one's qi. It can be used in conjunction with other body cultivation methods. It can be said that this cultivation method is exactly what we need. As for the mountain condensing palm, it's a set of palm techniques. It's very powerful. There are also other cultivation methods, but those cultivation methods aren't body cultivation methods. Naturally, we can also learn them. But in general, the mountain condensing technique is the most important for us. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, then we didn't come here in vain. Right, brother, I also had some gains outside. These things were obtained when we completed the mission together. I can't keep them all to myself. These are the things that I obtained in the past 2 days. 4 of them were left behind by the people from the Nightwalker sect while the others were left behind by 2 people from the Sword Dance sect. They were the 2 people from the Sword Dance sect that I met before meeting you. When Na Zhen heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he waved his hand and said, forget it, you can keep those things. If you didn't stay outside and guard the door for us, then we would have been trapped in the cave. That would have been troublesome. Since we have nothing to do right now, let's record the cultivation methods that we obtained in the cave into our jade slips. After we return, I'll represent everyone in handing them over. Everyone agreed. Then, Na Zhen took out the cultivation method and everyone recorded a copy of it onto their own jade slip. After doing this, Na Zhen looked at everyone and said, there's still some time before we leave. I think we shouldn't separate. Now that the people from the Nightwalker sect have gathered together, it would be more dangerous if we were to separate. Let's set off now and look for the other people in the sect. It's best if we can find them and have them move with us. Otherwise, if we encounter an attack from the Nightwalker sect, then we'll be in trouble. Everyone nodded. The fact that it was difficult for the Nightwalker sect's people to gather together was already a bit inconceivable to them. Moreover, they had a grudge with the Nightwalker sect's people. If they were to be left alone, it was very likely that they would be defeated by the Nightwalker sect's people. Na Zhen looked around and said, Junior brother Jinghai came from that direction. It's a forest with a lot of herbs. However, junior brother Jinghai said that the forest isn't very big, so there's nothing else there. I think we shouldn't go in that direction. Let's go somewhere else. What do you guys think? Everyone nodded. What Najin said was true, they didn't need to go in that direction. They could just look for another place. Maybe they could find another cave. Seeing that everyone agreed, Najin nodded and said, "It's good that everyone agrees. Then let's go in that direction." Then Najin pointed to the other side of the hill. There were continuous hills there. However, they hadn't been there before. Cultivators like to build caves in the mountains. Maybe they could find other caves there. If that's the case, then they would be able to obtain a lot of good things. Seeing that no one objected, Najin nodded and said, "All right, then let's go in that direction." Everyone nodded and then walked towards the direction Najin pointed. Everyone didn't walk fast. They couldn't use their spiritual chi to hasten their journey. This was because they could encounter attacks from other sects at any time. They must preserve their strength. If they use their spiritual chi to hasten their journey, then when they meet an enemy, their spiritual chi would be consumed. At that time, they would be finished. Everyone walked until noon. Then they stopped to rest and eat something. Najin looked around and then sighed and said, "The sect is really something. After so many years, they still haven't made a map of the mystic realm. We don't even know where we are now." Another monk smiled and said, "Senior brother, I've heard about this matter before. It's not that the temple hasn't thought about making a map, but even if we did, it would be useless. This secret territory isn't small. Every time we were thrown to a different place, the sect wouldn't be able to make a map even if we wanted to. It's the same for the other sects as well. Because of this matter has been put aside." Najin nodded. Then he looked at the mountain in the distance and said, "It's really hard to imagine how strong the ancient powers were. They were actually able to shatter a plane. How strong must they be?" Everyone nodded, their faces filled with yearning. At this moment, a miserable shriek was heard. This shriek was very loud, and it seemed to have come from above their heads. This startled everyone, and they couldn't help but look up. Their faces couldn't help but change. They saw a dark cloud floating towards them, and the shriek came from that dark cloud. When the dark cloud got closer, everyone could see that the dark cloud was actually made up of a group of strange islands. These strange birds had the body of an eagle but had the face of a human. Moreover, these faces were all women's. Some of them had the face of a little girl with some baby fat, making them look cute. Some of them had the face of a young girl. Some of them had the face of an old woman, full of wrinkles. If you look at the face alone, then there wouldn't be any problem. But when you look at the face together with the body, it was very frightening. After seeing the appearance of these monsters, Najin's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he loudly said, "Human-faced eagle? How can there be a human-faced eagle here? Weren't these monsters already extinct? Everyone, get ready. Guard your divine sense and prevent the human-faced eagle from attacking you." Everyone nodded. Then they began to chant scriptures. The people of the Iron Buddha Temple were all body cultivators. Body cultivators at a lower level were very easy to fight. This was because their bodies were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators simply weren't their opponents. But at the same time, physique cultivators weren't without their nemesis. Some people wouldn't engage in close combat with you, nor would they give you a chance to do so. They would use illusions, sound waves, and even psychic attacks. This psychic attack penetrated the soul and was very overbearing. It was also the biggest nemesis of physique cultivators. Later on, after many years of research, the eminent monks of the Iron Buddha Temple finally came up with a method to strengthen one's divine sense by chanting scriptures. This way, their divine sense would be protected by Buddhist light. This way, they wouldn't be so easily defeated by spiritual attacks. Since then, the Iron Buddha Temple had a rule that the monks of the temple must attend morning and evening classes every day. They couldn't be absent for no reason. This was for their own good. As for the human-faced eagle, Zhao Hai also knew a bit about it. It was a type of beast that mainly used sound waves and spiritual attacks. In ancient times, it was rampant. At that time, the human-faced eagles were very overbearing. This was because there were too many of them. Once they were out, they would come in large groups. Moreover, they used spiritual attacks to make people easily fall into an illusion. Moreover, they couldn't extricate themselves from it. In the end, they could only let the human-faced eagles do whatever they wanted. In ancient times, the battles between the human race and the demon beasts were even more frequent. This kind of human-faced eagle was the main force that attacked the human race at that time. They liked to suck human brains very much, causing a lot of casualties to the human race. Because of this, in ancient times, some experts joined forces and carried out several operations to deal with the human-faced eagles. In the end, the human-faced eagles were almost completely wiped out. At this time, the human-faced eagles could no longer be seen in the sword spirit world. People had already thought that the human-faced eagles had perished in the sword spirit world. Who would have thought that they would be able to see them here? Moreover, they were in such a large group. The human-faced eagles also saw Xiaohai and the others. The large group of human-faced eagles began to circle above Xiaohai's head. From time to time, they would issue pitiful cries. Along with the pitiful cries, Xiaohai could feel waves of spiritual attacks coming towards him. These attacks weren't weak at all. The others also had painful expressions on their faces. Xiaohai quickly said, "Senior brother, we can't wait like this. I have some flying artifacts that I obtained from other people. Give them to everyone. Use them to attack the human-faced eagles. Otherwise, we'll be killed by them sooner or later." Najin nodded and said, "All right, give them to everyone. Half of you will chant to protect us while the other half will use the artifacts to attack the human-faced eagles. If we keep waiting like this, we'll be in danger." Everyone nodded. Xiaohai quickly took out the artifacts that he had obtained from the Nightwalker sect. The people from the Nightwalker sect all had artifacts that could fly out and injure the enemy. These artifacts weren't weapons like flying swords. Flying swords were imprinted with a person's spiritual force, allowing them to be controlled like an arm and finger. These artifacts were just another type of concealed weapon. But they were concealed weapons that could be retrieved after flying out. It was impossible to control them like a flying sword. However, with these artifacts, they would be able to fight back against the human-faced eagles. They wouldn't be like this, where they could only passively take a beating without being able to fight back. After everyone received the artifacts, they immediately began to attack the human-faced eagles. The human-faced eagles had never encountered such an attack before. Therefore, they were shot down in a short time. This caused the human-faced eagles to scream even louder, causing their spiritual energy attacks to become even fiercer. Before long, the chanting monks couldn't bear it anymore. Sweat started to appear on their heads. Moreover, the chanting of the scriptures was getting lower and lower. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Upon seeing this, Xiaohai's mind moved. He took out the Vajra bell and gently tapped it. Along with the sound of the bell, everyone felt their heads clear. The attacks of the human-faced eagles were all blocked. However, in this way, Xiaohai couldn't attack the human-faced eagles. After all, the Vajra bell was a defensive artifact. It had a certain ability to restrain the power of ghosts. However, it couldn't attack the human-faced eagles flying in the sky. Therefore, Xiaohai could only support the Vajra bell and let it protect everyone from the human-faced eagle's spiritual energy attacks. Only then could the others attack the human-faced eagles with peace of mind. However, the human-faced eagles also discovered their attacks. They flew even higher. Although their spiritual attacks were weakened, they were still able to pose a threat to Xiaohai and the others. If Xiaohai and the others didn't protect themselves, then they would be dragged into the illusion by the human-faced eagle's spiritual attacks. That would be troublesome. Upon seeing this, Xiaohai couldn't help but frown. If the human-faced eagles kept pestering them, then it would be troublesome. He couldn't use the Vajra bell to protect everyone. When the human-faced eagles attacked the Vajra bell, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Although Xiaohai's spiritual energy was formidable, he wouldn't be able to bear it if it was consumed like this. Xiaohai looked at the group and saw that their faces were solemn. It was obvious that they were also worried about this matter. Xiaohai thought for a moment before he turned to Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, use the cloud-patterned prayer beads and surround us with fog. Then dig a cave in the mountain so that we can retreat inside." Na Zhen nodded and said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, use the cloud-patterned prayer beads and surround us with fog." Upon hearing this, Na Zhen's eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he touched the cloud-patterned prayer beads as fog immediately flew out and covered everyone. After the fog appeared, Xianxia immediately began to dig a cave in the mountain. Although Xianxia couldn't use magic, he still had a lot of talismans on him. These talismans were the most common ones, but they were enough to dig a hole. Before long, Xianxia dug a big hole. Then Xianxia turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, let's enter the cave." Everyone nodded and then slowly entered the cave. Xiaohai was the last one to enter. Then he blocked the entrance of the cave. Then he used the cloud-patterned prayer beads to block the entrance. Xiaohai didn't let Xianxia and the others attack. Instead, he said, "Everyone, don't attack first. We'll just use the fog to block the cave. Let's see if the human-faced eagles will attack later." Everyone nodded. There were too many human-faced eagles, several thousand of them. Their artifacts couldn't be used every time they attacked. If they wanted to kill all of these human-faced eagles, then they wouldn't be able to do anything else for the next month. But they understood what Xiaohai meant. Xiaohai didn't want them to attack the human-faced eagles. If the human-faced eagles couldn't attack them, they wouldn't be able to see anyone coming out. Since their line of sight was blocked, then they might just retreat. The human-faced eagles attacked for a while before they discovered that no one was attacking them. Moreover, they couldn't sense anyone below. Although the human-faced eagles felt strange, they still entered the fog and couldn't find anything. In the end, they had no choice but to fly away. After making sure that the human-faced eagles had flown away, the group came out of the cave. Then they went to the corpses of the human-faced eagles. Xianxia looked at the corpses and said, "I didn't expect that there would be human-faced eagles in the secret realm. Bring these corpses back to the temple. I heard that the corpses of these human-faced eagles are good things. They can be refined into spiritual force attacks as well as artifacts that can block spiritual force attacks. Also, we need to inform the temple about the situation here. I wonder how many extinct creatures there are in the secret realm." Everyone nodded, then they received the human-faced eagles. Xiaohai looked around, then he turned to Xianxia and said, "Senior brother, I think that we should build an immortal cave when we rest at night. Resting inside an immortal cave is better than sleeping outside. Moreover, our immortal cave should have at least 2 exits to prevent people from sealing the door." Xianxia nodded, then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Senior brother, I think that we should build an immortal cave when we rest at night." Xianxia nodded. Then he sighed and said, "We can't use spells right now. Otherwise, it would be much easier to deal with the human-faced eagles." Zhao smiled. "I know some spells, but they are the simplest ones. I also need to use a spell to cast them. In fact, these simple spells are something that every rogue cultivator must learn. If you don't know these things, surviving in the wild would be too difficult." Zhao smiled. Actually, simple spells are something that every rogue cultivator must learn. Xianxia nodded, then he sighed and said, "Experience is very important. In the past, we didn't pay much attention to magic arts. Now that we know the importance of magic arts, it seems like after we return to the temple, we should also learn some magic arts." The others nodded, they also felt that it was time to learn some magic arts. Xiaohai looked at them and smiled faintly. Then he said, "Let's move forward. We can't stay in the cave during the day. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find anything." Xianxia nodded, then he said, "Let's move forward. When we reach the mountain ahead, it'll be dark soon. Let's build a cave residence there." The others nodded and then moved forward. After crossing another mountain, the sky was already dark. Xianxia looked around and then pointed to the mountain wall and said, "Let's build a cave there. Tonight, we'll take turns to keep watch. This way, we can get a good night's sleep." The others didn't object. They arrived in front of the mountain wall and prepared to take out their talismans to blow up the cave. Xiaohai looked at everyone and quickly said, "Don't worry, let me do it first." Then he walked in front of the mountain wall and softly chanted an incantation. His hands were constantly changing seals. Before long, he waved his hands and pressed them on the mountain wall. However, the mountain wall didn't seem to change. While the others were puzzled, Xiaohai smiled faintly. Then he moved his hand and took out an iron shovel. This iron shovel was black and looked like it was made of ordinary iron. There was nothing special about it. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai's shovel dug into the mountain wall. Then he exerted his strength and immediately dug out a large rock. There was no mistake, Zhao Hai's shovel actually dug out a rock. Moreover, it seemed like he didn't expend any effort at all. This made Na Zhen and the others surprised. Zhao Hai used the shovel to steal the stone. Then he used the shovel again. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for a large hole to be dug out. Na Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Qing Hai, did you use a technique? What technique is that? How can it be so powerful?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This technique is called the petrification technique. It's a technique used to build immortal caves. It's a very simple technique, it's a bit like the quicksand technique. However, it doesn't have a strong effect. It can only make water and stone soft. It can't be used to build immortal caves. In fact, this technique is only suitable for us because we can't use advanced techniques. I think that in the future, when we become qi refining cultivators, we can use better techniques." Na Zhen shook his head, then he sighed and said, "This is already very good. Let me give it a try." "Right, how long can this technique last?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In general, this technique can only last for about an hour. After an hour, we have to use it again. Senior brother, I have several shovels. I've always kept them in my spatial equipment. Because I used to go out into the wild, I used them to dig simple immortal caves, to dig traps, and to dig herbs. Because of this, I brought a few with me." Then Zhao Hai took out several shovels and gave them to Na Zhen and the others. Na Zhen and the others weren't polite as they received the shovels and started to dig with Zhao Hai. Everyone was a body cultivator, so they had inexhaustible strength. Additionally, the shovels were very big, so they didn't need to make the cave too exquisite. Therefore, in less than an hour, they had already dug a cave big enough for several people to live in. Moreover, this cave had 2 entrances. The other entrance wasn't big and was very far away from their cave. It was in a very secretive place, they were afraid of being discovered. After the cave was dug, the petrification technique was also lifted. The walls of the cave were as hard as before. Now, they could rest in the cave with peace of mind. Each person brought a beast skin with them. They took it out and spread it on the ground. Then everyone laid down on the beast skin and rested. Only one person was left to keep watch. This night was Zhao Hai's best night of rest since he entered the secret realm. He was arranged to keep watch in the middle of the night. He got up in the middle of the night and cultivated his spiritual force for an hour and a half. Then he woke up another person and went to sleep. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone woke up and ate something before leaving the cave. After exiting the cave, they continued to walk in the direction they chose yesterday. They didn't increase their speed. This time, they had already gained a lot from entering the secret realm. Even if they were to leave now, they wouldn't regret it. Because of this, everyone's mentality was very relaxed. They didn't discover anything in the morning, they also didn't meet anyone. It seems like meeting those people before was just an accident. In the secret realm, it wasn't easy to meet someone. After resting for a while, the group continued to walk forward. After walking for more than an hour, they passed by a small mountain. Then they stopped and stared blankly ahead. After a while, Na Zhen said, "Everyone, are my eyes playing tricks on me? How come there's such a tall mountain in front of us? What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Na Zhen, your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. I also saw it. Or maybe we're all playing tricks on us. We really didn't see this mountain before, but how did it appear there?" The others nodded at the same time. They couldn't be blamed for being so surprised. The mountains that they had climbed before were just small hills, but standing on the top of the hill, they could still see very far. But when they climbed over the hill behind them, a huge mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a very tall mountain. The top of the mountain was shrouded in clouds, making it impossible to see how high it was. Below it was a lush forest, the entire mountain was surrounded by trees. Logically speaking, such a tall mountain should have been seen by them. However, they didn't see it before. It was only when they got closer that they saw the mountain. This was too strange. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain and said, "Brother, do you think we're hallucinating?" But is that mountain just a mirage? In fact, the mountain isn't there, it's just a projection? Na Zhen looked at the mountain and muttered, is this mountain just a projection? Is this possible? It's so real. Anyway, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. I want to see if this mountain is real or not. Everyone nodded and directly went forward. Zhao Hai naturally followed. But as they went forward, everyone could feel that the mountain wasn't a projection, it was real. This was because they were getting closer and closer to the mountain. It can even be said that they were already at the foot of the mountain. Na Zhen looked up at the mountain and muttered, this mountain is real, it really exists. Such a tall mountain, I wonder what's on top of it. Just as he finished speaking, as if in response to him, a beast roar came from the mountain. This beast roar was very loud, but they couldn't tell what kind of demonic beast it was. Along with the beast roar, an incomparably powerful pressure came from the mountain, shrouding them in it. This made their faces change, they didn't think that there would be such a strong demonic beast on the mountain. In the sword spirit world, beasts were divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 to 3 were low-level beasts. The combat strength of these beasts was equivalent to ordinary Qi refinement cultivators. Rank 4 and 5 beasts were equivalent to Qi refinement cultivators and were very difficult to deal with. Rank 6 to 7 beasts were equivalent to void refinement cultivators. These beasts were much stronger than void refinement cultivators. As for rank 8 to 9 beasts, they were generally equivalent to void refinement and Dao fusion cultivators. They were the peak existences in the sword spirit world. On the other hand, low-level beasts didn't have a lifespan as long as humans. Some of them could only live up to 10 years, while some could even live up to 10 years. However, high-level beasts had a much longer lifespan compared to humans. For example, beasts above 5th rank would have a lifespan of several thousand years. Coupled with their incomparably strong bodies, the strength of these beasts was absolutely terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that there were a lot of amazing talents among humans, then humans wouldn't have been able to survive in the sword spirit world and would have already been eaten by the beasts. Large sects like the Iron Buddha Temple would send their disciples out to hunt beasts. However, the places they sent their disciples to were relatively safe. It was impossible for them to send their disciples to dangerous places. Even more so, they wouldn't send their disciples to places with high-level beasts. This way, they could better protect the safety of the sect's disciples. The roar that came from the mountain carried a strong pressure. Zhao Hai and the others felt that it was at least a rank 6 beast. A rank 6 beast was equivalent to a void refinement cultivator. It was 2 ranks higher than Zhao Hai and the others. If they were to encounter such a beast, then it would be a matter of life and death. Because of this, Na Zhen and the others' expression changed upon hearing the beast's roar. They all stopped. Na Zhen's expression turned ugly as he said, such a strong pressure, this beast should be at least a rank 6 beast. But what's the meaning of this roar? Is it a warning or something else? Zhao Hai looked at the mountain and said, no matter what the reason is, I think we should leave as soon as possible. Senior brother, let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, it might be very dangerous. Zhao Hai nodded. Na Zhen nodded, then he said, there must be good things on the mountain. However, we need to be alive to use them. If we really go up the mountain, I'm afraid that even if we can obtain good things, we won't be able to use them. I think we should leave. What do you think? Na Zhen nodded, then he said, all right, let's go. What do you think? The monks looked at each other, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. But in the end, they nodded. They were smart people, they knew that Zhao Hai and Na Zhen were right. If they really go up the mountain, then they might not be able to come back down alive. Na Zhen saw that the group didn't go up the mountain and relaxed. He was really afraid that they would go up the mountain. If that was the case, then he would have to separate from them. In any case, regardless of whether they went up the mountain or not, he wouldn't go up. At the same time, Zhao Hai also wouldn't go up. One must know that he was the first one to suggest this. Therefore, he was confident that Zhao Hai wouldn't go up. However, if the others went up the mountain, then only the 2 of them would be left. If they encounter the Nightwalker sect, then they would be in danger. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain and said, this mountain is strange. I think we should leave quickly. If the beast roared because it discovered us, then we should leave quickly. The other monks looked at Zhao Hai with contempt in their eyes. When they heard Zhao Hai, they felt that Zhao Hai was too afraid of death. One must know that they were cultivators. Zhao Hai's behavior would be seen as cowardly. Zhao Hai didn't seem to feel their gazes as he looked at the mountain. His eyes flashed, nobody knew what he was thinking. Na Zhen also looked at Zhao Hai, then he looked at the mountain and said, "All right, let's go. There's no meaning in staying here. It's better to leave." Na Zhen nodded and said, "All right, let's go." The others nodded. Then, they looked at the top of the mountain unwillingly and slowly retreated. They had only walked for about 10 minutes when they heard a loud beast roar coming from the top of the mountain. This beast roar seemed to be closer to them. Hearing that the sound was getting closer, the group's expression couldn't help but change. Na Zhen turned his head to look at the mountain before he said, "Let's go, that thing seems to be coming down." After he said that, his figure moved and went straight ahead. The others quickly followed. "Let's go up the mountain. We can't see the mountain from there. I think the mountain should be sealed by some kind of power, so we can't see it from the outside. As long as we break through the seal, we should be safe." Zhao Hai turned to Na Zhen and the others as he ran forward. Na Zhen nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to you. Let's go to the mountain we came from." Everyone sped up. At this time, another roar came from the mountain. The sound was even closer to them. At this time, they didn't need to hear the sound to feel the pressure behind them. Everyone's expression turned ugly. They rushed forward, wanting to reach the mountain as soon as possible. Fortunately, they just came from the mountain. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to go back. Just when they were 2 kilometers away from the top of the mountain, they suddenly heard a loud roar coming from behind them. The sound seemed to have come from behind them. Along with the roar, a huge pressure pressed down on their bodies, making them unable to move. Although they were still running forward, their movements were stiff. Their speed was slower than a normal person's. Zhao Hai also felt it. His movements were also stiff. However, he didn't think that it was because of the pressure. It was because they were affected by the beast's innate technique. Demon beasts had innate techniques. The stronger a demon beast was, the more innate techniques it had. This time, it was clear that Zhao Hai was affected by a technique that could affect people's movements through sound. This technique wasn't something that didn't exist among cultivators. However, it was a relatively obscure technique. Zhao Hai didn't expect a demon beast to be able to use it. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't break this technique, they wouldn't be able to escape. However, if he wanted to break this technique, ordinary methods wouldn't work. Zhao Hai looked at the others and finally had an idea. With an intention, several talismans appeared in front of him. Then with another thought, the talismans immediately flew out. However, the target of the talismans wasn't the demon beast that was chasing them. Instead, it was the talismans that stopped in front of him. Then the talismans exploded. These talismans were the most simple fireball talismans. Their attack power wasn't very strong. However, when the talismans exploded, it seemed to have broken the shackles on their bodies. This allowed them to move freely. Although the explosion of the talismans was equivalent to attacking them, they were all body cultivators. The explosion of the talismans had almost no lethality to them. After the group recovered their speed, they didn't say anything and directly rushed towards the mountain. Tuli was very close to them. In just a blink of an eye, they had already reached the top of the mountain. When they reached the top of the hill, they felt their bodies become lighter as the pressure of the beast disappeared. However, they didn't stop and continued to run forward. Na Zhen glanced back but found nothing behind them. From afar, it looked like an ordinary rolling hill. The huge expert that they saw before had disappeared. The beast that they didn't see but fought against had also disappeared. "Stop, everyone stop," Na Zhen said as he stopped. Then he turned his head and looked back. The others also stopped and looked back. Looking at the rolling hills and the disappearing mountain, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Phew! We finally ran out. I didn't expect that there would be such a strange seal here. Fortunately, we ran fast. Zhao Hai looked at the rolling hills and murmured. It was obviously fake, but it looked real. The others nodded and then turned their head to look at Zhao Hai. It can be said that this time, if Zhao Hai didn't react quickly and immediately went back, they wouldn't have been able to come back. If Zhao Hai didn't use the fireball talisman to attack them and break their technique, they wouldn't have been able to come out. All of this was thanks to Zhao Hai. Thinking about the disdain they had for Zhao Hai, they felt embarrassed. Ba, no wonder senior brother Na Yu said that you're sharp. I heard that senior brother Na Yu's plan to attack the heavenly demon sect was also your idea. Junior brother Jin Hai, you're really sharp. If it wasn't for you, then we wouldn't have been able to come out today. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Senior brother, don't say that. I'm just a little timid. We cultivators have to fight against the heavens, and we have to rely on our opportunities. But if this opportunity is so strong that we can't exchange our lives for it, then I won't exchange my life for it. Only with my life can I continue to cultivate. If I don't have my life, then everything will be gone. Na Zhen nodded and said, Junior brother Jin Hai is right. We really underestimated this secret realm before. Maybe it's because we didn't encounter any strong beasts. It seems like we need to reflect on this. Let's go back to the mountain first. We'll build a cave residence there and rest for the night. Tomorrow, we'll leave this place. Everyone nodded. Of course, they wouldn't rebel. Soon after, they arrived at the small hill in front of them. There, they built a simple cave residence and rested for the night. Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they took another look at the illusion seal in front of them before leaving. Na Ding quickly ran forward. Behind him, several black figures were chasing after him. Na Ru held a Buddhist commandment blade in his hand, but there were several bloody holes on his body. Although he was a body cultivator and had used his muscles to seal the blood vessels so that they wouldn't bleed, the wounds were still oozing blood. Na Ding hadn't met anyone from the Iron Buddha Temple in the past few days. But this morning, he met several people from the Nightwalker sect. After a battle, he was injured and could only run. However, the people from the Nightwalker sect were still chasing after him. Cha Ding knew that he wouldn't be able to escape for much longer. His wounds needed to be treated. Although there wasn't much blood coming out of them, the weapons of the Nightwalker sect were all poisoned. Cha Ding felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. Na Ding's eyes flashed with despair. However, he didn't want to give up. He still hoped for a miracle. Therefore, he kept running forward like a machine. Na Ding used the last of his strength to flip over the mountain in front of him. Then he fell to the ground. At this time, he felt that there were people in front of him. He looked up and was stunned. Several monks from the Iron Buddha Temple were looking at him. He recognized the leader, it was Na Zhen. Na Zhen and the others had already heard the footsteps. However, they didn't look at who it was. Instead, they just stood there and looked ahead until Na Ding appeared. Upon seeing Na Ding, Na Zhen couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, Junior brother Na Ding? What happened to you? Quick, take the pills. Upon hearing this, the others immediately took out pills and gave them to Na Ding. Na Zhen looked at Na Ding and said, he's been poisoned by the Nightwalker sect. Junior brother Jing Hai, do you have the antidote? Take it out and give it to him. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a bottle of pills and gave it to Na Zhen. At this time, the people from the Nightwalker sect also arrived at the top of the mountain. They stopped about 100 meters away from Zhao Hai's group and looked at Zhao Hai's group with surprise. The people from the Nightwalker sect didn't expect that they would meet so many people from the Iron Buddha Temple here. Na Zhen also saw the people from the Nightwalker sect. His expression changed as he coldly snorted and said, Brother Jing Hai, kill these bastards for me. Hateful, daring to attack the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple, they're courting death. Na Zhen wasn't usually like this, he still paid attention to his image as a Buddhist disciple. This time, he was clearly angered. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he nodded and then waved his hand, leading the other disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple towards the Nightwalker sect. When the Nightwalker sect disciples saw that they couldn't escape, they didn't wait for death. Instead, they took out their weapons and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Both sides quickly clashed. The Nightwalker sect had a total of 5 disciples, but Zhao Hai's group had more people than them. And with Zhao Hai's group waiting for them to exhaust themselves, how could the Nightwalker sect's disciples be a match for Zhao Hai's group? In less than an hour, the Nightwalker sect's disciples were all dealt with. At this time, Na Ding's injuries were also much better. His main injury was the poison. Now that he had taken the antidote, his injuries were mostly healed. Zhao Hai and the others searched the bodies of the Nightwalker sect disciples before returning to Na Zhen's group. Na Ding was now able to stand up. He gave a salute to Zhao Hai's group and said, Ba. Thank you for your help, senior brothers. Otherwise, I'm afraid this poor monk would have died here today. Zhao Hai and the others chanted Buddha's name and returned the salute. They didn't say anything. Na Zhen looked at Na Ding and said, Junior brother Na Ding, how did you encounter so many Nightwalker sect disciples? You even fought with them? Nua Ding shook his head and said, I don't know. The place where I appeared wasn't far from here. There's a forest where I picked up some herbs and didn't encounter any strong beasts. I originally wanted to look around the forest, but then I met these people from the Nightwalker sect. Then we fought and I was injured in several places. Later on, I discovered that their weapons were poisoned, so I wanted to run. But as soon as I got here, the poison flared up. If I didn't meet senior brothers, then I'm afraid I would have been in danger. Na Zhen nodded and said, Let's go. We'll go back to the forest and see if we can get anything good. Junior brother Na Ding, are you alright? Na Ding shook his head and said, I'm fine. Senior brother, let's go. Na Zhen nodded. Then, Na Ding led everyone over the mountain and walked towards the place Na Ding had mentioned. After crossing the Two Devil Mountain, Na Zhen and the others finally saw the forest that Na Ding mentioned. It was really a large forest, one couldn't see the end of it from the top of the mountain. The forest also grew on the hills, so it was impossible to tell how large it was. Na Zhen looked at the forest, then he sighed and said, This forest isn't small. There should be a lot of good things inside. Junior brother Na Ding, how far did you go in the forest? Na Ding said with some embarrassment, I didn't dare to go too deep. I was afraid that there would be beasts inside. I only moved around 5 li outside. Even so, I still had a lot of harvest. Na Zhen nodded and said, Alright, then let's go down. But don't go too deep into the forest. It's very likely that there will be powerful beasts inside. If we encounter a powerful beast, then we'll be in trouble. The few of them naturally had no objection and nodded their heads. To be honest, they had encountered a powerful demon beast in the sealed land 2 days ago. Until now, they still had lingering fears. They didn't want to encounter a powerful demon beast again. The group went into the forest and quickly arrived at the edge. The trees on the edge of the forest weren't very tall, there were only some shrubs. The trees inside were very tall. Moreover, the forest was dark, making it impossible to see anything. Na Zhen looked at the surroundings, then he looked up at the sky and said, Everyone, take a rest. We'll enter the forest later. Everyone nodded, then they casually found a place to sit down and rest. They ate their own rations and drank their own water. Because they were going to enter the secret realm for a long time, the Iron Buddha Temple had a rule that they had to bring enough rations and water for a month. Inside the secret realm, they couldn't just eat random things. This was because eating random things outside was very dangerous. Because of this, everyone had enough rations on them, so they didn't need to worry about food and water. After eating and resting for a while, Na Zhen stood up and said, Let's go, we'll enter the forest. Brother Na Ding, you lead the way. We don't need to find anything today, but we need to understand the forest. Na Ding nodded. The reason why Na Ding was familiar with Na Zhen was because he was also a member of Na Yun's faction. Strictly speaking, he was also under Na Zhen's command. Therefore, he was very familiar with Na Zhen and also very respectful towards him. The group slowly walked towards the forest. It didn't take long for them to enter the forest. This forest wasn't the same as the shrubs from before. The trees here were very tall. There were other trees growing under the trees as well as grass growing under the trees. There were plants everywhere. This was a world of plants. After entering the forest, Zhao Hai felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He felt very comfortable, it was as if he had returned to his home. After all, with his connection with plants, it wasn't strange for him to feel this way. As long as he entered the forest, he would be able to detect any movement within 5 li. If someone was moving within 10 li, then he would also know. However, Zhao Hai didn't show it. He still followed Na Ding as he listened to Na Ding's introduction. It must be said that Na Ding's stay in the forest wasn't in vain. Although he had been here for a few days, he had a certain understanding of the forest. There weren't only ordinary plants in the forest, there were also poisonous plants. There were also plants that insects liked to stay in, and some of those insects were poisonous. Na Ding had suffered a lot in the forest before. There were several times when he was poisoned by poisonous insects and plants. He had no choice but to use his own antidote. If he didn't use up all of his antidotes in the forest, then he wouldn't have been poisoned by the Nightwalker sect. Although the Iron Buddha Temple's antidote couldn't completely detoxify the Nightwalker sect's poison, it wasn't a problem to suppress it. It was because Na Ding didn't have the antidote that he was poisoned by the Nightwalker sect and had to run away. With Na Ding's introduction, the group was able to save a lot of trouble. They knew which plants were poisonous, which plants were parasitic, and which plants they should avoid. The group of people slowly went deep into the forest. The light in the forest was very dim. Because there were too many trees, they blocked the sunlight. Therefore, the light in the forest was very dim. Na Zhen and the others were very careful as they walked. Although there weren't any strong beasts here, there were still a lot of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Moreover, these beasts weren't powerless. Therefore, they were very careful. After walking for about 2 hours, the forest became darker. Everyone stopped and rested for a while. Then Nua looked around and said, "This is the deepest place I've been. I haven't been inside since. Not far ahead is my last camp. I've rested there for a while. I think we should go there in a while. We should rest there today. I've cleaned up the place before, so we can rest there." Na Zhen nodded and said, "All right, we'll rest there tonight. Yesterday, we explored the forest. It's too big, it's enough for us to explore. I hope we can meet more people from the same sect." Na Zhen nodded and said, "All right, we'll rest there tonight." Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. In this strange place, it was better to be careful. After everyone rested for a while, they went directly to Na Ding's previous camp. The place had been cleaned up by him. Some of the shrubs were cleared, the ground was also clean. Na Zhen looked around and nodded, "Good, we'll rest here today. Brother Jinghai, should we make a fire?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, we should make a fire tonight. Let's go pick up some dry wood." Then he stood up and walked towards the forest. The others did the same. Before long, they picked up a pile of dry wood and returned to the camp. Then Zhao Hai made a fire in the middle of the camp. Then Zhao Hai took out his bowl and made a hot soup for everyone. Everyone was very happy when they drank the soup. That night, everyone rested here. They all brought animal skins and laid them on the ground. It was moisture-proof and warm. Just like before, they left one person to keep watch. Everyone took turns to keep watch. Unknowingly, the night passed. In the middle of the night, although there were some beasts spying on them, none of them attacked them. These beasts were all scared away by the fire. Because of this, everyone was able to have a good night's sleep. The next day, after everyone had their breakfast, they went to explore the forest. Na Ding hadn't been to this area before, so he had no way to lead the way. Na Zhen didn't think about it and directly let Zhao Hai lead the way. It can be seen that after experiencing these things, he had complete faith in Zhao Hai's ability. He believed that Zhao Hai would lead the way. Zhao Hai didn't decline and led everyone to explore the forest. With him in front, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Zhao Hai avoided the poisonous plants, but the poisonous insects that were hidden in the plants were also scared away by Zhao Hai's staff. Along the way, everyone was more scared than hurt. They also harvested a lot of herbs. At noon, Zhao Hai found a place for everyone to sit down and rest. While eating, Na Zhen smiled and said, "Junior brother Jinghai, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the forest. We've harvested a lot of herbs today. After we return, we can ask the alchemists in the sect to make some pills." Na Zhen smiled and said, "Junior brother Jinghai, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the forest. Everyone nodded. Their harvest was indeed a lot. Although it was only morning, each of them had already harvested a few stalks of herbs. After they go back and ask the alchemists to refine them, it would be enough for them to use for a long time. The other people in the Iron Buddha temple weren't the same as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body was incomparably strong. There were also various high-grade bloodlines in his body that hadn't completely fused with his body. Because of this, he didn't need to take any pills when he practiced the Iron Buddha lotus body. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about any hidden injuries. However, this wasn't the case for the others. They were just ordinary people. When they practiced body cultivation techniques, they needed the assistance of pills. If they didn't take any pills, then their bodies would be left with hidden injuries. After a long time, their bodies would collapse. At that time, they would become a cripple, unable to cultivate. Because of this, the people in the Iron Buddha temple attached great importance to pills. If they directly used their contribution points to exchange for pills, then although it would be cheaper than outside, it would still be a huge expense. However, if they were to get their own herbs and find someone to refine them for them, then the price would be much lower. Because of this, the harvest of these herbs was very important to them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is nothing. There are a lot of herbs in this forest. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find so many of them." Na Zhen smiled and said, "You don't need to be modest. We can see how much effort you put into this process." "Right, how are you so familiar with the forest?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, you shouldn't have forgotten that I used to be a rogue cultivator. How could I not enter the forest? The most I did was stay in the forest for a few months. But that time wasn't for an adventure, it was to avoid being hunted down. At that time, it was much more miserable than now. I had to find food in the forest. Moreover, I couldn't leave any traces behind so as to avoid being discovered. Those few months were really hard." Na Zhen smiled. Na Zhen nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like going out to train is really important. Our experience in the forest is far worse than yours." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. The others nodded. Although they had been led by Zhao Hai for the entire morning, they could see that Zhao Hai was very familiar with the forest. Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I was forced to do so. If I had this kind of cultivation environment, then I wouldn't have run to the woods to hide. The suffering of a rogue cultivator isn't something you can imagine. Take the last time when Sealed Sword City was besieged by beasts. The scale of the attack was terrifying. Later on, all the rogue cultivators of the Sealing Sword sect went up the city walls and died one after another. The corpses of the beasts piled up as high as the city walls. All the rogue cultivators knew that they would die if they went up the city walls. However, they still wanted to go up the city walls because as long as they can survive, then they would be able to get some of the beasts' loot. They would be able to get a batch of crystal stones, which they can use to buy pills, artifacts, and cultivation methods. This is what it means to fight against the heavens." Na Zhen smiled bitterly. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Na Zhen and the others' expressions turned heavy. They didn't know much about rogue cultivators. They were all chosen by the Iron Buddha temple when they were young and were brought to the temple to cultivate. In their opinion, the Iron Buddha temple's cultivation was very hard. But now, they heard Zhao Hai talk about rogue cultivators. They couldn't help but sigh. Compared to rogue cultivators, they were really lucky. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "In Sealed Sword City, I joined a group called the Gathering Monks. All of the cultivators in the group are monks. However, all of them are rogue cultivators. There are several thousand rogue cultivators in Sealed Sword City, but I'm the only one who was lucky enough to be there." Na Zhen and the others didn't make a sound. At this time, Zhao Hai used a voice transmission technique to talk to them. "Brothers, don't make a sound, I'm using a voice transmission technique to talk to you. We're currently surrounded, there are more than 20 people surrounding us, it might not be more than that. Everyone, get ready to fight. Don't be stingy with your talismans, throw them all out at once. We don't want to run out of the forest, they might think that we're going to run out of the forest. Therefore, we must do the opposite. We'll use the talismans to open a path and attack with all our strength." Then we'll break through their encirclement and rush into the forest. In a moment, I'll wave my Buddhist staff. As soon as I do, Brother Na Zhen, immediately activate the cloud-patterned prayer beads and let the fog rise. We'll rush into the forest as fast as we can, the faster the better. Then Zhao Hai stopped, then he opened his mouth and said, actually, I didn't think that I would be chosen by the temple. I don't know what the temple saw in me, but in any case, I'm very lucky. Na Zhen and the others nodded. It seems like they didn't hear Zhao Hai's voice transmission. Their hands didn't move, but they were already using their spiritual force to communicate with their spatial equipment. They were ready to use the talismans inside to attack the enemy. At this time, Zhao Hai stood up, but Na Zhen and the others didn't move. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy things. After saying this, Zhao Hai's hand that was holding the Buddhist staff shook a few times, causing the staff to shake violently. Along with the sound of the iron rings on the staff, Na Zhen and the others immediately moved. Na Zhen wiped his hand and a fog appeared around them, wrapping them up. Then the others took out their offensive talismans and threw them out of the fog. After that, everyone gathered the talismans and threw them towards the forest. Then the group rushed towards the forest. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions occurred as the talismans exploded. The people surrounding Zhao Hai and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to discover them. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others were the first to make a move. They were startled. While they were in a daze, Zhao Hai and the others had already reached the edge of the encirclement. Zhao Hai and Na Zhen rushed to the front, but when they saw the people in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned. This was because the people in front of them weren't from the Nightwalker sect, but the Sword Dance sect. When Na Zhen saw the people from the Sword Dance sect, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, Zhao Hai wasn't stunned. Instead, he waved his staff at them. The people from the Sword Dance sect were stunned by the talisman attack. Several of them were injured. At this time, Zhao Hai directly rushed over and waved his staff. The people from the Sword Dance sect reacted. They had already held their swords in their hands. When they saw Zhao Hai waving his staff, they immediately raised their swords to meet it. Zhao Hai snorted coldly. He increased the strength of the Buddhist staff in his hand and hit the long swords directly. One side raised their swords to meet the attack, while the other side attacked with all their might. One side used a heavy weapon like the Buddhist staff, while the other side used a light weapon like the long swords. One side was a body cultivator, while the other side was a sword cultivator. The difference in strength was too great. With a clang, the long sword of the Sword Dance sect cultivator was knocked away by Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff. However, Zhao Hai's staff didn't stop. Instead, it hit the head of the sword cultivator. Bang! The head of the sword cultivator exploded like a watermelon. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He leaped forward and swung his Buddhist staff at the second sword cultivator. At this time, Na Zhen also reacted. His Vajraceptor also attacked another Sword Dance sect cultivator. As the Sword Dance sect cultivator was one step behind, he didn't have the ability to attack. He could only defend. This way, he couldn't display his sword dance technique and was forced to retreat by Na Zhen. Zhao Hai also forced the second Sword Dance sect cultivator to retreat. At this time, Na Ding and the rest also charged over. Their weapons flew. The Sword Dance sect cultivators couldn't withstand such a fierce attack and could only retreat. Zhao Hai and the rest killed their way out of the encirclement and went straight into the forest. While moving forward, Zhao Hai said, "Talisman paper. Throw talisman paper behind. Don't be stingy." Then he waved his hand and talisman papers appeared in his hand. He threw them behind him. The others did the same. They directly grabbed a handful of talismans and threw them back. Although these talismans were all low-level talismans and weren't very useful for people like them, they could still effectively stop those people from chasing after them. This was enough. After throwing talisman papers, Zhao Hai and the others finally ran into the depths of the forest. However, they didn't stop and kept running forward. Zhao Hai looked behind him and slowed down. Then he said to Na Zhen, "Senior brother, you take everyone and run forward. I'll stay behind to clean up the traces and then chase after them. If we run like this, they'll be able to catch up to us." Najin stared, then his expression changed as he said, "No, Jinghai, this is too dangerous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't die. You can go now." Then his figure slowed down as he fell behind the group. Najin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go." Then his figure moved forward. The others also looked at Zhao Hai before following him. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had left, his face couldn't help but light up. Then with a thought, the surrounding vegetation was restored to its original state. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly hid in a large tree. Just as Zhao Hai hid himself, a rustling sound could be heard as a group of people ran into the forest. They were obviously following the traces left behind by Zhao Hai's group. However, when they arrived here, the traces suddenly disappeared. This caused them to slow down. Zhao Hai squatted on the tree and quietly looked at these people. These people came from different sections. Some were from the Nightwalker sect, some were from the Serenity Dao sect, and some were from the Sword Dance sect. There were even people from other sects that came later. Unexpectedly, all the sects that entered the secret realm had joined forces. The number of people exceeded 30. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This situation was beyond his expectations. He didn't understand why these sects would join forces to deal with the Iron Buddha Temple. For example, the Serenity Dao sect and the Nightwalker sect had a huge grudge against each other. But why would they join forces? This didn't make sense. There must be some kind of conspiracy behind this. It seems like Zhao Hai needs to ask about this matter. If he can find out something, then it would be very important for the Iron Buddha Temple. Zhao Hai didn't want to join the Iron Buddha Temple just to have the temple destroyed by the other sections. That would be too boring. Zhao Hai had already put away his Buddhist staff. Although the Buddhist staff was a very powerful weapon, it wasn't suitable to be used in this kind of environment. Because of this, he didn't have a weapon in his hand. Zhao Hai's eyes kept looking at these people. Among these people, he found an acquaintance. It was the Nightwalker sect's disciple that had left a deep impression on him. This disciple's style of conduct had left a deep impression on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already determined him to be a dangerous person. Now that he saw this person again, Zhao Hai felt that all of this wasn't just a coincidence. From the moment Zhao Hai entered the secret realm, he discovered that the people from the other sects seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally targeting the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. It had been like this from the very beginning. Whether it was the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect or the Swordsmanship sect, it was the same. Needless to say, the people from the Nightwalker sect had already started targeting the Iron Buddha Temple when they were outside. This was what puzzled Zhao Hai. Although the secret realm was a lawless place where you couldn't trust anyone and anyone could be your enemy, if you always treated everyone as your enemy, you would eventually become everyone's enemy. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, the sect's disciples who had a good relationship with each other rarely had conflicts after meeting each other. Even if they couldn't cooperate, they would retreat after meeting each other. Of course, if they found the same treasure or were certain that the other party had something good, they would still take action. However, when Zhao Hai encountered the disciples from the Swordsmanship sect, the other party simply came up to rob him. This really made Zhao Hai feel that it was very inconceivable. As for the people from the Nightwalker sect, his style of doing things was very different from the Nightwalker sect's style of doing things in the past. The people from the Nightwalker sect were generally lone wolves because they were assassins. Assassins could cooperate with others, but they couldn't really have companions. However, the people from the Nightwalker sect could order others around, and the others would unconditionally follow his orders. This in itself was very problematic. This time, the matter made Zhao Hai feel even more inconceivable. These people actually joined forces to hunt them down. How did they join forces? How did they coordinate with each other? All of these were very problematic. Could it be that the people from the Nightwalker sect had leaked the news that they had obtained an almighty inheritance? But why would the people from the other sects believe the people from the Nightwalker sect? The Nightwalker sect was the gatekeeper of the demon Dao. Why would the people from the other sects believe what they said? This was really a little strange. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the people from the Nightwalker sect who had fought with Zhao Hai and had been paying attention to Zhao Hai suddenly shouted at the tree where Zhao Hai was hiding, "Who is it? Come out." Following his words, everyone's attention focused on Zhao Hai. This caused Zhao Hai to be stunned. Although Zhao Hai didn't use the plant master's method to merge himself with the tree, he was still very confident in his ability to hide. In his opinion, it was impossible for these people to discover him. At the very least, no one in the Qi refining state should be able to discover him. However, the person from the Nightwalker sect had discovered him and was very certain of his hiding place. This made Zhao Hai stare. At this time, the person from the Nightwalker sect waved his hand and threw a talisman onto the tree where Zhao Hai was hiding. With a boom, the tree was blown down. At the same time, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he jumped down from the tree. As soon as he landed, he was immediately surrounded by the people from the Nightwalker sect. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the people from the Nightwalker sect. Then he looked at the others and sneered, "So you're actually working together. No wonder you're targeting the Iron Buddha Temple. Good, I really want to let the people outside see that the Serenity Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect are working together with the people from the Nightwalker sect. Ha ha ha. How interesting." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the expressions of the people from the Nightwalker sect changed. Their faces became very ugly. However, the person from the Nightwalker sect looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Who knows? Do you think you can still escape? I know you, your strength is indeed not bad. Several of our operations have been ruined by you. But this time, you won't be able to escape. Not only you, but everyone from the Iron Buddha Temple won't be able to escape either." Zhao Hai looked at the person from the Nightwalker sect and sneered, "So you're really targeting the Iron Buddha Temple? I'm very curious, why are you targeting the Iron Buddha Temple? We're only outer disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. Even if you kill all of us, I'm afraid there won't be any benefits, right? You can't harm the foundation of the Iron Buddha Temple either. I really don't understand why you're doing this. Humph, you don't need to test us. We won't say anything. Even if you die, you'll be a confused ghost. Go, kill him." Just as his voice fell, the cultivators in the surroundings all rushed towards Zhao Hai. There were also a few people on the outside who were on guard to prevent Zhao Hai from escaping. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators rushing towards him and couldn't help but laugh. Then his figure moved and turned into a wisp of smoke. He dashed left and right in the middle of the encirclement, not giving them a chance to close in. Zhao Hai's movement technique was actually very simple. It was the most common movement technique, but when used by Zhao Hai, it reached a new realm. If others were to see it, they would feel that this technique was alive. If one had to describe it, then it would be that it was close to the Tao. It was as if Zhao Hai was using this technique to its fullest potential. Zhao Hai didn't use his staff since it was a heavy weapon. Heavy weapons weren't very suitable in this kind of situation. This was because it was too heavy and too long. Although the attack area was large, the return speed was slow. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use a weapon this time. Instead, he waved his fists as he fought. However, no one dared to underestimate Zhao Hai's fists. In the beginning, the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple only learned fist techniques. Later on, in order to increase their lethality, they began to use weapons. However, no one dared to underestimate the fists of the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples. Zhao Hai fought several rounds with these people while the Nightwalker sect's disciple watched from the side. However, his expression became more and more dignified. He could see that although Zhao Hai was surrounded, he wasn't in any danger. None of these people could attack him. On the contrary, they were all flustered by Zhao Hai. The Nightwalker sect's disciple said, "Spread out, one by one." Following his words, the people who were besieging Zhao Hai immediately jumped out of the circle and surrounded Zhao Hai. Then a Nightwalker sect's disciple took out a thin sword and charged towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the Nightwalker sect's disciple and laughed. Then he waved his hand as the Buddhist staff appeared in his hand. Then he swung his staff towards the incoming Nightwalker sect's disciple. The Nightwalker sect's disciple dodged Zhao Hai's attack and closed in on Zhao Hai. The thin sword in his hand was like a snake as it stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his body and dodged the attack. Then he swept the Buddhist staff towards the Nightwalker sect's disciple. The Nightwalker sect's disciple lowered his body and dodged Zhao Hai's attack. Then he slapped the ground with his hand and threw himself towards Zhao Hai. The thin sword in his hand was pointed towards Zhao Hai's abdomen. Zhao Hai stretched out his foot and kicked the thin sword's spine. Then he followed up with another kick. The Nightwalker sect's disciple quickly used his other hand to block Zhao Hai's kick. Then he quickly retreated. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to let him go. He directly rushed towards the Nightwalker sect's disciple. The Nightwalker sect's disciple could only retreat. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly moved. His whole body passed by the Nightwalker school's disciple who had been forced back by him, and went straight for the Nightwalker school's disciple that he had been paying attention to. Zhao Hai's move was out of everyone's expectations. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would attack the Nightwalker sect's disciple. However, the Nightwalker sect's disciple was protected by two robed cultivators. When they saw Zhao Hai's attack, they immediately moved to meet it. They also had two weapons in their hands, two morning staffs. Zhao Hai tapped the Buddhist staff on the ground and jumped up. He dodged the two robed cultivators and went straight for the Nightwalker sect's disciple. The Nightwalker sect's disciple stood there looking at Zhao Hai like a fool. But when Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff was about to reach his head, the Nightwalker sect's disciple suddenly raised his head. Then he raised his hand and a pitch-black short sword shot towards Zhao Hai. The short sword was actually a flying sword. It was very fast and went straight for Zhao Hai's face. Zhao Hai didn't even have time to dodge. However, his Buddhist staff would definitely hit the Nightwalker sect's disciple's head. The Nightwalker sect's disciple actually used a technique that traded a life for a life. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. He knew that there was something wrong. The Nightwalker sect's disciple wouldn't trade a life for a life. Therefore, there must be something wrong. However, Zhao Hai immediately changed his move. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Lin." As soon as this mantra came out, a Buddhist seal flew out from Zhao Hai's mouth and hit the flying sword, slowing it down. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his body and dodged the flying sword. However, he still sent a kick towards the Nightwalker sect's disciple. The Nightwalker sect's disciple didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a move. He didn't dodge the kick and a bang was heard. Zhao Hai's kick landed on his chest. Creak. Zhao Hai heard the sound of bones breaking. He was sure that his kick had shattered the disciple's sternum. At this time, he fell to the ground. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp sensation shooting towards his back. Zhao Hai didn't think too much and rolled forward. However, he still couldn't avoid the attack. Zhao Hai felt a pain in his shoulder. Then, a sword tip appeared on his shoulder. Zhao Hai recognized this sword. It was the flying sword. However, Zhao Hai didn't understand why the Nightwalker sect's disciple could still use the flying sword after he kicked him. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Zhao Hai felt the flying sword being pulled out of his shoulder. His muscles moved and clamped the flying sword. Even so, the flying sword was still slowly being pulled back. It was as if someone was forcefully pulling it back. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's mind flashed. He immediately thought of a possibility. He didn't want to fight here. His shoulder muscles suddenly loosened as a large number of talismans appeared beside him. These talismans exploded, blocking the surrounding cultivators who were about to attack him. Then his body moved and passed through the nearby forest. Although he felt the flying sword coming towards him, he just swung his staff and deflected the flying sword. Then his body rose and fell a few times before disappearing. Zhao Hai didn't know how long it had been since he was last injured. At the very least, he hadn't been injured in the lower realms. He didn't expect to be injured in the sword spirit world. Zhao Hai didn't expect to be injured in the sword spirit world. This injury wasn't a big deal for Zhao Hai. With the space, he could recover in a few minutes. However, this injury made Zhao Hai realize that his body had been suppressed to a certain degree. At this point, even a low-grade flying sword could hurt him. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He didn't treat his injury too much. Instead, he leapt up and disappeared into the woods, leaving no trace behind. The Nightwalker sect's cultivator who was kicked by Zhao Hai stood there as if nothing had happened. The cultivator coldly snorted and said, "A bunch of useless things." So many people surrounded him yet he still managed to escape. Moreover, he even injured me. It seems like we won't be able to keep the secret realm this time. Quickly look around, we must find traces of them and kill them before we leave the secret realm. Otherwise, our sects would be in trouble. Those bald donkeys from the Iron Buddha Temple are very unreasonable. The others nodded. Some of them were angry but didn't dare to say anything. However, it was difficult for them to find traces of Na Zhen's group. This was because Zhao Hai used the plants to cover his tracks. Because of this, they couldn't see anything. At this time, Zhao Hai was rushing towards Na Zhen's group. Naturally, he would find them in the forest. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to find Na Zhen and the others. Na Zhen and the others were currently resting. However, their expressions were very ugly. It was clear that they were worried about Zhao Hai. At this time, a sound of wind was heard as Zhao Hai appeared beside them. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Na Zhen's face lit up. But then he saw the wound on Zhao Hai's shoulder. Na Zhen quickly said, "Senior brother Jing Hai, your shoulder is injured? What happened? Did you fight with them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "After cleaning up the traces, I wanted to see why they joined forces, so I hid in a tree and waited for them. I didn't expect to be discovered by them, and then I was stabbed by a nightwalker with a flying sword." As he spoke, he took out the golden sword ointment and applied it on his shoulder. Na Zhen helped Zhao Hai apply the ointment on the back of his shoulder. While applying the ointment, he asked, "What happened? How could he possibly use a flying sword? Weren't they also disciples in the Qi transformation realm? They should not be able to use flying swords, right?" In the sword spirit boundary, disciples who had reached the Qi transformation realm were only at the entry stage of cultivators. At this stage, they couldn't use flying swords, techniques, or excessive use of mental force. They couldn't fly. It could be said that at this stage, they were just ordinary warriors without any abilities. It was precisely because of this that Na Zhen asked this question. Although they had used the flying artifacts of the Nightwalker sect to attack the human-faced eagle, those artifacts couldn't be regarded as flying swords. They could only be regarded as hidden weapons that could be recovered. Zhao Hai replied, "We were fooled. This time, the secret realm was a trap set up by the other sections. Senior brother Na Zhen, the leader of the Nightwalker sect, must have used an avatar to possess a Qi transformation living corpse. Then he used some treasure to suppress his spiritual force and sneaked into the secret realm. When I fought with him before, I broke his sternum with a kick, but he didn't seem to be affected and directly attacked me with his sword. When I left, he was still fine. Therefore, I suspect that this is a trap set up by the Nightwalker sect and the other sections." When Na Zhen and the others heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. Na Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother Jing Hai, are you telling the truth?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's absolutely true. I fought with the leader of the Nightwalker sect. I guarantee that I'm not mistaken." "Damn." Na Zhen's expression was extremely ugly as he said, "Tranquility Dao sect and Sword Dance sect, these two sects can be considered as righteous sections. Now, they actually colluded with Nightwalker sect, a demonic sect, to plot against us. I will never let them off." Zhao Hai replied, "Now isn't the time to let them go. What we need to do is to preserve our lives. The other party should know that we've discovered their secret realm. They will certainly chase after us. What we need to do now is to find more people as soon as possible so that we can move together. At the same time, we need to avoid the other party's attacks. After we get out, we can report this matter to the temple. I think that the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't let go of this opportunity." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Na Zhen nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. We don't need to collect herbs anymore. I believe that as long as we report this matter, we will certainly have a great merit. Now, we need to find other people. Junior brother Jing Hai, you're the most familiar with the forest. How about you lead the way?" Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother, should we go outside or inside the forest?" Na Zhen turned his head to look at the others and said, "Does anyone have any opinions?" These people looked at each other before they shook their heads. To be honest, they were already shaken by the news. They didn't have any opinions. Na Zhen turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, what do you think? Among us, you're the most experienced. why don't you tell us? Xiaohai nodded and said, then I won't be polite. Senior brother, I think that if we go outside the forest, it's very likely that we'll be discovered by those people. They might also think that we're going outside the forest. Then they'll certainly be waiting for us. If that's the case, then we'll be in danger. Therefore, I think that we should still go inside the forest. Although there will be danger, the danger will mostly come from the beasts. However, I'm confident that even if we encounter powerful beasts, I'll still be able to take everyone out safely. Najin nodded and said, all right, we'll listen to you. Let's go. Xiaohai nodded, then he led everyone into the forest. At the same time, he turned his head to Na Zhen and said, Senior brother Na Zhen, aside from us, do you know anyone else who came in this time? If you know someone, can you send a Buddhist seal to them? Even if they're lucky, you can also remind them to pay attention to the people from the other sections. Na Zhen patted his head and said, I really forgot about this. I really do know a few people. I'll ask them where they are and tell them where we are. Then I'll have them tell me where they are. Let's see how many people we can gather. Na Zhen nodded and said, all right. Xiaohai nodded and said, that's how it should be. After Na Zhen said that, he immediately began to send out more than 20 letters before he stopped. They weren't afraid that the letters they sent out would be discovered. They just needed to see the light from the Buddhist seal. At most, they could use the seal to block the light, but they wouldn't be able to see the contents inside. This was because the Buddhist seal contained their spiritual imprint. No matter what method the other party used to break the spiritual imprint would immediately disappear. Xiaohai led the group forward while collecting some herbs. Then Xiaohai had the plants erase all traces. Naturally, they didn't collect all the herbs. In fact, Xiaohai didn't want them to do so. This was because he was afraid that the people from the Nightwalker sect would find them through the amount of herbs in the forest. The reason why Xiaohai led the group forward instead of leaving the forest was because the forest was his home ground. All the plants here were his helpers, they can help him find the enemy. If they leave the forest, then they would lose their helpers, which would put them in a lot of danger. In the beginning, Na Zhen and the others were worried. After all, there were a lot of beasts in the forest. If they were to encounter a powerful beast like the one they encountered in the illusion, then they would be in great danger. However, they soon discovered that their worries were unnecessary. In the forest, Xiaohai was like returning to his own home. Not only could he get a lot of delicious food, he could also get a lot of herbs. Moreover, there weren't any traces left behind. This made Na Zhen and the others feel relieved. They followed Xiaohai as they moved forward in the forest. They even forgot about the people who were chasing them. After walking like this for 3 days, Na Zhen received more than 10 messages from Buddhist seals. Some of these people were close to Na Zhen while some were far away. The closest one was in the forest and told Na Zhen about his surroundings in detail. The closest one was thousands of miles away from them. However, they were safe for the time being. Na Zhen was relieved. Xiaohai led Na Zhen and the others towards the monk who gave them the address. He was also in the forest, so it wasn't difficult for Xiaohai to find him. As for those who didn't reply, Xiaohai and Na Zhen believed that they were already dead. After all, it was normal for a few people to die in the secret territory, so there was nothing to say about it. Na Zhen also had these people send letters to the people they knew about the alliance of the other sects. He also told them to be careful. If they see people from other sects, no matter which sect they were from, they should stay far away from them. Moreover, they shouldn't believe what they say. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. After 2 days, Xiaohai and Na Zhen finally found a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. At this point, they had been in the secret realm for more than 10 days. Soon, half a month had passed. As long as they waited for half a month, they would be able to leave the secret realm. The group didn't intend to leave the forest. With Xiaohai here, they would be safer inside compared to outside. Naturally, they wouldn't be stupid enough to leave. In fact, they didn't leave. Xiaohai had already discovered that there were more than 60 people waiting for them outside. These people really did unite outside. They didn't hesitate at all and immediately formed an alliance. Xiaohai saw all of this through the surrounding plants. Because of this, Xiaohai knew that it was impossible for them to leave the forest, it was just too dangerous. After another 5 days, they had already been in the secret realm for 18 days. But these days, they had been living a good life. Every day, they could eat wild vegetables. Sometimes, they could even eat wild animals. There were also various herbs that they could pick. Because of this, they weren't in a hurry to leave. Every day, they would move forward in the forest, looking for herbs for fun. Compared to before, they were much more relaxed. After eating lunch, everyone was walking forward while discussing their harvest. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed. Then a surprised expression appeared on his face. However, since he was in the front, no one noticed. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just led the group forward. Unknowingly, they changed their direction. But the others didn't feel anything. They no longer bothered to think about the direction of the problem. Everything was handed over to Zhao Hai, so they didn't need to worry about it. When evening came, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped and looked around. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Na Zhen and the others became nervous. Na Zhen went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Jing Hai, what's wrong? Is there an enemy?" While speaking, Na Zhen looked around. His grip on the vajra tightened. The others were also nervous. They took out their weapons and looked around vigilantly, preparing for battle. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no enemy. It's just that I feel a bit strange here. You see, the trees here are smaller than the trees in other places. Moreover, the vegetation here is also worse than other places. In other words, the vegetation here might have been eradicated before. Because of this, the vegetation here is different from other places. But what caused the vegetation here to be eradicated? Strange." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Na Zhen couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked around and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, are you mistaken? I see that the trees here are very tall. Moreover, the vegetation here is very lush. Why do you think that this place is different from other places?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, it's really different. You see, the trees here are much thinner than other places. Also, look at the growth of these plants. There's a subtle difference compared to other places. Something must have happened here. Senior brother, you should take a rest first. I'll take a closer look." Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Na Zhen could only nod. Then he led the group to rest, leaving Zhao Hai to do whatever he wanted. "Found it." Zhao Hai cheered, causing Na Zhen and the others to look at Zhao Hai. They discovered that Zhao Hai was standing under a tree, knocking on something. Na Zhen and the others immediately came over. Na Zhen said, "What did you find?" After saying that, Na Zhen went over. But when he saw the thing under the tree, Na Zhen couldn't help but stare. He couldn't believe what he was looking at. The others were also curious. They also went over and looked at the tree. They wanted to know what was under the tree and why it was so attractive. When they saw what was under the tree, they were very surprised. This was because under the tree was a stone stele, a very beautiful stone stele. However, they could only see the upper part of the stone stele. The lower part of the stone stele should be buried in the ground. But even so, everyone was still surprised. This was because they knew that this stele couldn't be naturally formed, it must have been made by someone. Moreover, such a beautiful stele meant that there might be a tomb underneath. Finding a tomb in a secret realm, what did this mean? It was very simple, it represented a huge amount of wealth, an inheritance. After thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I felt that this place was very strange. Sure enough, there's something here. Ha 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 ha. Great, this is great." Na Zhen patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "What are you waiting for? Take out your shovels, we're digging." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out shovels and distributed them to everyone. Everyone didn't hold back and started digging at the stele. Everyone worked together and with their strength, it didn't take long for the stele to reveal its original appearance. The words written on it were, "Cloud Mountain Taiso's tomb." Other than that, there was nothing else. Upon seeing the words on the stele, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be puzzled. Who is this Cloud Mountain Taiso? Is he famous? How come I haven't heard of him? Na Zhen's eyes lit up as he looked at the words and said, "You might not know about this Cloud Mountain Taiso, but I've heard of him. Speaking of which, he has some relationship with our Iron Buddha temple. He was a disciple of our Iron Buddha temple, but after cultivating for a long time, he finally stopped at the spirit refining realm. In the end, he returned to the secular world and returned home, wanting to form his own clan. However, he didn't expect that after returning home, he had a fortuitous encounter and learned a very rare technique. It was a metal-attributed technique. Moreover, this technique was very powerful. He combined it with our Iron Buddha temple's cultivation methods and created a new technique called the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique. He relied on this technique to run amok in the world and became a famous expert, earning him the nickname Cloud Mountain Tai South. At this point, Na Zhen stopped, then he sighed and said, because of this, he didn't have a family or clan. However, his relationship with our Iron Buddha temple was very good. He always thought that our Iron Buddha temple was his sect. We also gave him a lot of help. Later on, during the ancient war, he disappeared. I didn't expect his tomb to be here. This is really incredible. When Zhao Hai heard Na Zhen, he couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Na Zhen and said, so our Iron Buddha temple existed in ancient times. This is really incredible. Na Zhen smiled and said, what's so incredible about this? But in ancient times, our Iron Buddha temple wasn't as strong as it is now. In fact, a lot of great sects existed in ancient times. But after a few ups and downs, some of them survived and became great sects. Some of them lost their inheritance and disappeared into the river of history. However, some of the newly established sects only inherited part of the ancient great sects. There's nothing strange about this. If this is really the tomb of Senior Cloudy Mountain Taiso, then we'll be rich. If we can find Senior's 10,000 transformations technique here, then we can cultivate it. Everyone nodded. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the tombstone. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and sighed. Then he whispered the name of Buddha. However, he didn't oppose the idea of everyone entering the tomb. He was very curious about the 10,000 transformations technique. He wanted to see what kind of technique it was. Na Zhen looked around and said, let's dig and clean this place up. Then we'll find a way to enter the tomb. We'll spend all of our time here. As long as we can find the 10,000 transformations technique, then everything will be worth it. After all, Senior Cloudy Mountain Tai So is a member of our Iron Buddha temple. We don't want to destroy his tomb. After we get the things, we'll bury the tomb and don't let others destroy it. Everyone nodded and then began to clean up. Soon, they cleaned up the grave. It was a stone grave that was about 2 meters tall. It was round and had a diameter of about 10 meters. It wasn't very big and was covered with stones. However, they didn't see any place to enter the grave. Everyone walked around the tomb twice but couldn't find a way to enter. They couldn't help but be puzzled. Finally, Na Zhen thought about it and said, everyone, let's see if there's a mechanism. Everyone nodded and carefully looked around the tomb. However, they still couldn't find anything. Zhao Hai kept walking around the tombstone. After some time, his eyes lit up as he turned to Na Zhen and said, Senior brother, come and take a look. This tombstone is very strange. Na Zhen and the others were puzzled as they walked towards the tombstone. They carefully looked at it but couldn't find anything strange about it. Zhao Hai replied, this steel is really strange. Although it's not very tall, it's very thick. Moreover, it's very exquisite. Most importantly, it seems to be very heavy. I tried to push it, but it didn't budge. Zhao Hai nodded. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They were puzzled as they looked at the stone steel. Then Na Zhen also tried to move it. They were body cultivators, their strength was very formidable. Ordinary stone steels would shake as long as they pushed it. However, this stone steel didn't move at all. This made them feel very strange. Na Zhen looked at the tombstone and said, this tombstone really has a problem. However, I can't find anything wrong with it. Everyone, come and take a look. Everyone nodded and then walked around the tombstone. Zhao Hai retreated to the side and carefully looked at the tombstone. Actually, when he first discovered the problem with the tombstone, it wasn't because he couldn't push it. Instead, it was because he discovered that the tombstone was made of a special stone. His spiritual force couldn't probe the tombstone. In other words, the tombstone prevented spiritual force from probing it. This was the main reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to the tombstone. Zhao Hai looked at the tombstone again. Suddenly, he discovered that a meter in front of the tombstone was strange. The stones there seemed to be different from the others. Zhao Hai immediately cleaned the stones there. Sure enough, he found something different. The tombstone was made of square stones and was very flat. Only the stones here had a circle engraved on them. Zhao Hai looked at the stones behind and saw 2 long lines engraved on them. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the 2 different stones. After looking at them for a while, he suddenly understood. He couldn't help but pat his head. Then he knelt on the stone engraved with 2 long lines and kowtowed to the tombstone. Na Zhen and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai's kowtow was very forceful. When his head hit the stone, it made a sound. Na Zhen was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, what are you doing?" Zhao Hai replied, "Senior Cloudy Mountain Tai So is a disciple of our Iron Buddha temple. Since this is his tomb, it's only right for me to kowtow to him." Then he kowtowed a total of 9 times. After Zhao Hai kowtowed 9 times, the round stone engraved on it suddenly emitted a green light. Then the green light formed a row of words above the stone: "If you are a disciple of the Iron Buddha temple, move the tombstone." Then the words disappeared. When Na Zhen and the others saw the stone, they were startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's kowtow would cause words to appear. Moreover, the words really did tell them to move the tombstone. It even mentioned that they must be a disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. Zhao Hai also saw the words. He stood up and walked towards the tombstone. Then he said to Na Zhen, "Senior brother, let me try. Let me see if I can move the tombstone." Na Zhen stared, then he nodded and retreated to the side. Zhao Hai arrived in front of the tombstone. Then he grabbed the base of the tombstone and exerted all his strength. The tombstone was actually lifted up by him little by little. At this time, Na Zhen and the others discovered that the tombstone was directly embedded into the ground. However, it wasn't very deep, only about 30 centimeters. After Zhao Hai lifted the tombstone, he directly placed it to the side. The base of the tombstone wasn't very big, only about 1 meter square. However, with the addition of the tombstone, it was very heavy. If one wasn't a body cultivator, then they wouldn't be able to move it. Zhao put down the stone tablet, revealing a dark hole below. The hole wasn't very big, only about 1 meter square. It was dark inside, and there was a trace of rotten smell, which made people feel uncomfortable. Zhao looked at the stone tablet and saw a black hole. The hole wasn't very big, only about 1 meter square. It was dark inside, and you couldn't see anything. There was also a trace of rotten smell, which made people feel uncomfortable. At this time, the stones next to the hole suddenly sank down. Everyone quickly got out of the way. However, they discovered that there was no need to do so. The stones sank down in a very orderly manner. They directly formed a staircase that went 10 meters deep. At the end of the staircase was a stone door. Everyone followed the stairs and arrived at the stone door. On the stone door, there were 4 words: "Open the door and enter." Upon seeing these words, everyone looked at each other. Then Na Zhen said, "Isn't this too easy? Are there any hidden traps?" Everyone nodded. They were a little uncertain. This was indeed too easy. Generally, the tombs of ancient almighty beings were filled with traps. How could they find the tomb door so easily? This was too strange, wasn't it? My novel, Bringing a Farm to a Different World, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add a friend. Then search Fork Dread and follow it. Hurry up. Zhao Hai stood beside Na Zhen and looked at the 2 doors. They were made of stone and looked very thick. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Senior Cloudy Mountain Tai So said that only disciples of the Iron Buddha temple can move the tombstones. Does this mean that it's an identity verification? If it were someone else, then they would have fallen into the trap. But disciples of the Iron Buddha temple wouldn't. Now, I want to try and see if I can open the door. Senior brother Na Zhen, please step aside and let me try." Na Zhen nodded and then retreated. Zhao Hai went to the door and placed his hands on it. Then he pushed the door. At this moment, two formations appeared on the door. These formations emitted a red light that shined on Zhao Hai's hands. Then the formations disappeared. Then a rumbling sound was heard as the door was slowly pushed open. When the door was pushed open, the inside immediately lit up. Everyone looked carefully and saw that the light was from the formations. When Zhao Hai pushed the door open, Na Zhen and the others were stunned. This was because this tomb was much simpler than they imagined. Generally, the tombs of great experts were very gorgeous. Moreover, they occupied a large area. There were also various rooms inside along with all kinds of things. However, this tomb was very simple. It was as big as a football field. In this space, there was a coffin made of stone. It looked very ordinary. Besides the coffin, there was also a table with a few things on it. There was a black iron bead that had a diameter of about 1 meter. There were also several jade slips, but there was nothing else. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the empty tomb. They didn't know what to say. This tomb was too empty. Although it was very bright, it still made people feel uncomfortable. Na Zhen said, "Let's go in and take a look." Then they walked into the tomb. There didn't seem to be any mechanisms in the tomb. First, they went to the sarcophagus and looked at it. The sarcophagus wasn't very big, and it looked like it was prepared for a person. There shouldn't be anything inside. Zhao Hai and the others walked over to the sarcophagus and looked at it. Then Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the table. Besides the iron Buddha, there were also 5 jade slips on the table. Everyone looked at the iron ball and didn't know what it was used for. So they didn't care about it. Then they turned their attention to the jade slips. Na Zhen said, "Junior brother Jing Hai opened the door. Let him take a look first." Everyone nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled bitterly. However, he didn't decline. Then he took out a jade slip and used his spiritual force to explore it. This jade slip didn't have any restrictions. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. But when he saw the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Hai immediately understood why it didn't have any restrictions. He couldn't help but sigh at his good luck. This jade slip was left behind by Cloudy Mountain Tai South. In the jade slip, Cloudy Mountain Tai So said that in the past, he fought against a great technique and was seriously injured. He knew that he wouldn't live for long, so he built a tomb for himself. In the past, he studied magic and was very proficient in formations. Therefore, he designed all kinds of mechanisms in this tomb. However, these mechanisms had a special characteristic: they were ineffective against people he allowed to enter the tomb. And the people he allowed to enter the tomb were the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. Cloudy Mountain Tai So's position in the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't low. Because of this, if the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple saw his tomb and performed the 9 knock ceremony, then he could prompt them to move the steel away. That way, the stone steps would appear. If they didn't do the 9 knock ceremony and wanted to destroy the steel, then the formation inside the tomb would immediately activate. This formation wasn't used to attack, it was used to destroy everything in the tomb, including the jade slip. If a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple performed the 9 knock ceremony, then they would be able to move the steel away and the stone steps would appear. Then they would be able to enter the tomb and see the words on the door. If they were a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, then they would be able to open the door. The formation on the door was actually a kind of verification. It was to see if you were using a cultivation method from the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple's cultivation method was naturally the Iron Buddha lotus body. If the person who opened the door used the Iron Buddha lotus body cultivation method, then they would be able to open the door. Otherwise, the tomb would self-destruct. If the person who entered the tomb was a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, then the things on the table would be given to them. Inside were the metal-type magic, and the 10,000 transformations golden body technique. There was also a jade slip that contained his battle experience. As for the iron ball, it was the weapon he left behind for the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. On the other hand, Cloudy Mountain Tai So didn't have any other artifacts. He had already used up all of his pills. Because of this, the things on the table were the only things he had left. The person who came could take them, kowtow 3 times to his coffin, and then leave. However, the jade slips all had restrictions on them. Only this jade slip didn't have any restrictions. Moreover, this jade slip also contained a method to break the restrictions. If one didn't use this method and forcefully tried to break the restrictions on the other jade slips, then the jade slip would self-destruct. Zhao Hai thought that he was lucky because he chose this jade slip. Otherwise, if he tried to break the restrictions on the other jade slips, then the other jade slips would have been destroyed. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. To be honest, Zhao Hai really admired Senior Cloudy Mountain Tai South. This Senior Cloudy Mountain Tai So must have been a hot-tempered person when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many self-destructing formations in his tomb. He would rather die than give others the chance to take away his things. Zhao Hai gave the jade slip to Na Zhen. After Na Zhen saw the contents of the jade slip, he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that this seemingly peaceful tomb would have such a layout. This layout was really deadly. Zhao Hai picked up the other jade slips and used the method he learned from the first jade slip to open the restrictions. Then he looked at the contents of the jade slips. Sure enough, it was just as Cloudy Mountain Tai So said. Of the 4 jade slips, one was about formations, one was about magic techniques, one was about cultivation methods, and the last one was about his combat experience. After looking at the last jade slip, Zhao Hai understood that the 10,000 transformations golden body technique was actually a very special technique. After learning it, you can choose a piece of metal to make your weapon. And this piece of metal would be like liquid silver, it could transform into anything. It was very powerful. As for the metal technique, it was also very powerful. Zhao Hai looked at the technique and saw that it was a technique to control metal. It was very rare and was definitely a good thing. Zhao Hai also looked at the 10,000 transformations golden body technique. This technique was also very powerful. However, the technique also had a requirement, and that was to use the Iron Buddha lotus body as a foundation. Moreover, one needed to reach the 6th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body in order to learn the technique. This was a big problem for the disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. This was because a lot of the disciples of the Iron Buddha temple had only reached the 2nd level of the Iron Buddha lotus body. Some of them might not be able to learn the technique in their lifetime. After looking at the contents, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he slowly walked towards the sarcophagus. There were 2 stones that were different. It was clear that they were used to make people kneel and kowtow. Zhao Hai walked towards the sarcophagus and knelt down. Then he kowtowed 3 times. Just as he was about to get up, a row of green words appeared in front of him. It read, Iron Buddha Temple Disciple, kowtow 3 times to obtain the inheritance. Then the words slowly disappeared. Below it was a row of small words that read, place the jade slips here. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that there was a reason for this. He immediately called Na Zhen over and told him about this. Na Zhen was startled. Then he placed the jade slips on the ground. Then a white light flashed and disappeared. The jade slips were still the same jade slips, there was nothing wrong with them. Na Zhen took one of the jade slips and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then his expression couldn't help but change. Then he let out a long breath and muttered, Senior Yun Shan is really good. Then he handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and scanned its contents. He couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Senior Cloud Mountain, this is truly a good method. Originally, this jade slip was the jade slip that recorded the technique. But now, the contents of the jade slip were no longer there. Although it didn't change completely, the contents of the jade slip were very different from the original. In other words, the original contents of the jade slip were fake. If one obtained the jade slip and didn't worship him, it would be impossible to learn the contents of the jade slip. Perhaps, one might even suffer from chi deviation. This Cloudy Mountain Iron Elder was really scheming. After that, Zhao Hai looked at the contents of the other jade slips. In addition to the one that introduced the tomb, the contents of the other jade slips were more or less different. Zhao Hai couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. If Zhao Hai didn't kowtow 3 times, then they would have been in trouble. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Na Zhen looked at the contents of the jade slip, then he turned his head to the others and said, take the jade slip and the iron ball. Let's go out and restore this place to its original state so that others won't disturb Senior. Everyone nodded. Then they received the jade slips and the iron ball. Then they kowtowed 3 times towards the coffin before leaving the tomb. As soon as they walked out of the tomb, the door automatically closed. Then a row of words appeared on the tomb: Disciples of Iron Buddha Temple, leave quickly. Seeing this, Najin's expression changed and he said, Everyone, leave quickly. Maybe Senior designed this tomb to self-destruct. Let's go. When the others heard Najin, their expressions changed as well. Then they immediately left the tomb. My novel, Bringing a Farm to a Different World, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add friend. Then search for Dread and follow. Hurry! Just as Zhao Hai and the others left the graveyard, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Under Zhao Hai and the others' gazes, the stairs disappeared. Then the graveyard returned to its original position. Then the entire graveyard began to descend. After a while, the graveyard completely disappeared. Now that the graveyard had disappeared, the surrounding soil also entered the pit. However, it was inevitable that a large pit would appear. Fortunately, there were trees all around, blocking the soil and preventing it from flowing into the pit. Zhao Hai looked at the large pit and smiled bitterly. I thought that I could restore this place to its original state. But now it seems impossible. Senior brother, let's leave this place first. Najin nodded and said, Let's go. The movements here aren't small. I'm worried that the Nightwalker sect would follow the sound. If that happens, it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Let's go. Then he walked towards the woods. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others left the place. But not long after they left, the trees suddenly grew crazily. Before long, the pit was filled with all kinds of plants. Moreover, the plants were very dense. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the pit if they didn't go in. Zhao Hai believed that in a few years, the pit would disappear. Then in the next 100 years, when people enter the secret realm, the pit would no longer exist. Na Zhan and the others walked forward for a while before Zhao Hai led the group to set up camp. After the camp was set up, the group took out the jade slips and looked at them. Then each of them copied the contents of the jade slips and gave them to Na Zhan. They were prepared to return and hand them over to the sect. Handing over the cultivation method to the sect would give them a lot of benefits. It would be very beneficial to their cultivation. It would be much more useful than keeping it in their hands. However, Na Zhan and the others were also a bit depressed. This was because the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique required the Iron Buddha Lotus body to reach the 6th level. As for them, they had only reached the 2nd level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body before switching to other techniques. Now, if they wanted to reach the 6th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body, it would be extremely difficult. Regarding this situation, Na Zhen and the others couldn't do anything about it. This kind of thing was very common in the Iron Buddha Temple. Who would have thought that they would be able to obtain such a good thing? After everything was dealt with, the next thing was the iron ball. The iron ball was a weapon left behind by Elder Cloudy Mountain. It was made of a variety of metals. However, it was very hard. It was a very good choice as a weapon. But at the same time, even if Na Zhen and the others learned the Golden Body technique, it would still be impossible for them to control the iron ball. Golden Body techniques were very limited in many aspects. If it was an ordinary Golden Body technique, then its power wouldn't be that great. But this Golden Body technique had a very big characteristic. It required the user to refine the metal in advance. In other words, if you want to control a piece of metal, then you would need to use your spiritual force to refine the metal. Once the metal has your spiritual imprint, then you would be able to use the metal. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use it. Practicing this Golden Body technique was also a preparation for the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique in the future. It can be said that this was a very time-consuming and energy-consuming method. After knowing the use of the iron ball, everyone looked at each other in dismay. This iron ball was really useless to them. It would be very difficult for them to use Golden Body techniques in the future. Even if they wanted to practice the Iron Buddha Lotus Body or the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique, it would take a lot of time. They simply wouldn't have the time to refine the iron ball. Na Zhen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "This time, we were able to discover Senior Yunshan's tomb all because of Jinghai's contribution. We were able to enter the tomb all because of Jinghai's contribution. In the end, he obtained the same amount as us. This is a bit unfair. How about this, we give this iron ball to Jinghai. Now that Jinghai has just cultivated the Iron Buddha Lotus Body, he has the highest chance of cultivating the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique in the future. This iron ball might be most useful to him. What do you think?" Everyone shook their heads. Naturally, they didn't have any objections. This was because the Jade Slip said that the iron ball couldn't be made into other artifacts. Therefore, it was useless for them to keep it. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This iron ball was really useless to him. Right now, he only wanted to learn the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. As for the 10,000 Transformations technique, he really didn't have any interest in it. The 10,000 Transformations technique was just a body cultivation method for controlling metals. Controlling metals wasn't as troublesome as the 10,000 Transformations technique. He could control metals at any time. Just like the iron ball, if he wanted to control it, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just take it and control it. However, Zhao Hai didn't decline. He also discovered that body cultivators were at a disadvantage in some aspects. For example, in the aspect of long-range attacks. Unless body cultivators were very strong, they would be at a disadvantage in this aspect. With the cover of this metal element technique, no one would suspect Zhao Hai's ability to control metal in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't decline the iron ball. After thanking everyone, he received the iron ball. After dividing the items, Na Zhen said, "I didn't expect to enter Senior Cloud Mountain's tomb to be this smooth. It seems like there are a lot of good things in this forest. However, we don't need to worry. We'll just follow our original plan and go around in circles with those fellows from the Nightwalker sect. Right now, the most important thing is to keep our lives and bring back the information we obtained." Everyone nodded. Although they had been doing well these past few days, they didn't forget why they didn't dare to go out. It was because of the Nightwalker sect and the other sects. Moreover, this matter must be reported to the sects. Otherwise, the sects would be kept in the dark. If that happens, the sects would suffer a big loss in the future. The monks of the Iron Buddha Temple were very loyal to their sect. They knew that they would only exist if there was a sect. If something were to happen to the sect, then these people who relied on the sect to survive wouldn't have a good time in the future. Because of this, they would certainly take care of this matter that would cause the sect to suffer losses. Na Zhen turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Jinghai, we'll do what we did 2 days ago. Don't let them find us. When the time comes, we'll leave the secret realm. Once we're outside, then everything will be fine." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior brother, you can rest assured. As long as we enter the forest, we'll be in my territory. It's impossible for them to find us. If you don't believe me, you can look back and see if there are any traces left." When Na Zhen and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but turn their heads and look behind them. Even after walking for a while, they still couldn't find anything. This made them very surprised. Na Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jinghai is junior brother. How did you do this? That's too amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is a technique. When I was a rogue cultivator, I was adventuring outside and met a person who just ascended from the lower realms. I helped him and he taught me a technique. He said that this technique is very common in his realm. However, in the Sword Spirit realm, no one has ever used it before. This technique can make plants grow faster and can even communicate with plants. However, this technique has a special characteristic: it can only be used by soul grafters. I'm a soul grafter, so I can use it. But since senior brothers aren't soul grafters, you naturally wouldn't be able to learn this technique." Na Zhen's eyes lit up as he said, "In other words, it's very difficult for ordinary people to find you in the forest, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's because of this that I felt very strange. With my ability to hide in the forest, it was impossible for the Nightwalker sect to find me unless his spiritual force was much stronger than mine. That's why I attacked him, and in the end, I was able to find out. Jiaohai nodded and said, "That's right." Na Zhen's eyes lit up as he said, "Jinghai, you don't understand how important this ability of yours is. In the future, if the sect gives you a task in the forest, the chances of you completing it would be very high. This is very important to the sect." Na Zhen's eyes lit up as he said, "Jinghai, you don't understand how important your ability is." Zhao smiled bitterly. "Senior brother, you're thinking too much. I'm just a disciple who transforms essence into qi, so I can only complete ordinary tasks. Even if I can't complete an ordinary task, it doesn't matter. But if it's an important task, the sect won't let me complete it. If someone has a stronger spiritual force than me, they can still find me in the forest. So my ability is actually quite useless." Zhao smiled bitterly. "Senior brother, you're thinking too much." Na Zhen shook his head and said, "No, your ability is very important. Forget it, I'll talk to you about this later. Since you have this technique, then we'll be relying on you for the next few days." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no problem. Actually, this is a special technique. Moreover, it's not very useful. Most importantly, it's only an auxiliary technique, it doesn't have any lethality. It can only make one's life more comfortable in the forest. Although I can't do anything to those people, I can still make everyone's life more comfortable." Na Zhen smiled and said, "We've already been comfortable these past few days. I feel like I've gained a lot of weight." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed as well. These days, they've been having a good time. They had wild vegetables to eat, and from time to time, they could also eat some beasts and fruits. It was very comfortable. Zhao Hai smiled as well. With his ability, making Na Zhen and the others comfortable was naturally an easy matter. Moreover, he knew that Na Zhen and the others must have noticed something. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have told Na Zhen about his plant magic. At the same time, he also told Na Zhen and the others that he was a plant magic user. This way, Na Zhen and the others wouldn't suspect him when they come in contact with the tide-watching gang. In the next few days, they were very comfortable. They ate as well as they did before. Moreover, they didn't have to worry about being chased by the Nightwalker sect. However, there was also bad news. There were a few disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple who had lost contact with Na Zhen. Now, it seems like the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples had suffered heavy losses. This made Na Zhen's expression unsightly. As time passed, it was almost time for them to leave the secret realm. In 3 days, they would be able to leave the secret realm. Once they leave, they wouldn't need to do anything. The secret realm would naturally kick them out. This might be one of the special rules of the secret realm. Nobody could do anything about it. At noon, after Zhao Hai and the others had their meal, Na Zhen sat under a tree to rest. While resting, he let out a long breath and said, "We're finally going to leave. There are still 3 days left. After 3 days, we'll be able to leave. Our harvest in the secret realm was good, but I still want to go back quickly." Then he turned to Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother, we must leave immediately. I just felt a very strong spiritual force sweep towards us. I suspect that the person from the Nightwalker sect discovered that we were about to leave, so he used all of his strength to find us. His spiritual force might have already locked onto us. If we don't leave, then he might catch up to us. Even if he catches up to us alone, it would be hard for us to deal with." Na Zhen nodded, then he looked at Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother, we must leave immediately. I just felt a very strong spiritual force sweep towards us. I suspect that the person from the Nightwalker sect discovered that we were about to leave, so he used all of his strength to find us." Na Zhen stared, then his expression changed. He immediately jumped up and said, "He definitely wants to kill us so that we won't divulge what happened here. Let's go. If he's really a clone, then he can increase his strength at any time. We're not his match. Jinghai, lead the way." Na Zhen's expression changed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and led the group into the forest. However, he felt that the spiritual force was like a maggot attached to a bone, it was still able to lock onto them. Moreover, Zhao Hai can also feel that the other party was getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai's mind turned. Naturally, he could block the other party's spiritual force. However, if he did so, then the other party might discover that something was wrong. It's also possible that Na Zhen and the others would discover that something was wrong. But if they let the other party chase after them, then they would be in danger. Even if Zhao Hai was fine, his strength might still be exposed. What should he do? At this time, Zhao Hai felt that he was in a dilemma. At this time, he suddenly felt a strong aura in the forest ahead. Zhao Hai immediately knew that it was the aura of a formidable beast. Zhao Hai's eyes turned, then he had an idea. He turned to Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother, that Nightwalker sect's disciple seems to have locked onto us. It's useless for us to run like this. We can only take a risk." Na Zhen replied, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Zhao Hai replied, "There's a formidable beast in front of us. Let's run towards its territory. But I don't think it will take long for the beast to sense the spiritual force of the Nightwalker sect member. Perhaps the two of them will fight and we'll be safe. But if that happens, we might be attacked by the beast." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded. My novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Then search for Dread and follow it. Hurry up. Jing Hai, you decide. Our lives are in your hands. After all, you have the most authority in this forest. Na Zhen thought about it and directly said to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen, then he nodded and said, "Follow me." Then Zhao Hai ran towards the formidable beast. However, what Na Zhen and the others didn't notice was that their bodies were covered in a green light. This green light couldn't block the spiritual force of the Nightwalker sect cultivator, but it could prevent the beast from discovering them. Only Zhao Hai could do this, other people wouldn't be able to do it. Zhao Hai and the others moved forward. At this point, they knew that there was no point in hiding their tracks. Therefore, their speed was very fast. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he went all out. They were only 10 li away from the formidable beast. If they went at full speed, then it wouldn't take long for them to reach the beast. Moreover, Zhao was very clear that they didn't need to go to the monster beast's side. As long as they were in the monster beast's territory, the monster beast would be able to sense their spiritual force. When the time comes, the monster beast would certainly think that the other party was provoking it. The monster beast would then deal with the people from the Nightwalker sect, and their opportunity would come. Although Zhao Hai was moving forward, he was still carefully calculating the distance between the two sides. Before long, they were within 3 li of the beast. Zhao Hai also noticed that the beast's eyes opened. Knowing that the distance was enough, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Get down." Then he directly lay down on the ground. Although Na Zhen and the others didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they still immediately got down. Just as they got down, they felt the plants around them grow rapidly. Before long, countless plants grew all around them, surrounding them. People outside couldn't see them at all. At the same time, Zhao Hai erased the traces behind them. At the same time, he strengthened his natural energy so that the Nightwalker sect cultivator wouldn't be able to find them. Not long after they got down, Na Zhen and the others heard a beast's roar. This beast's roar was filled with endless anger, causing Na Zhen and the others to feel fear. However, when Na Zhen and the others saw Zhao Hai lying down, they didn't move. They knew that Zhao Hai must have a plan. Therefore, they couldn't move, lest they ruin Zhao Hai's plan. In any case, they chose to believe in Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still sensing the movements of the Nightwalker sect cultivator. The Nightwalker sect cultivator was only 10 li away from them. However, it was clear that the Nightwalker sect cultivator heard the beast's roar. The Nightwalker sect cultivator paused for a moment before rushing over. Zhao Hai also felt the Nightwalker sect cultivator rushing over. The Nightwalker sect cultivator also felt the Nightwalker sect cultivator. Therefore, the Nightwalker sect cultivator issued another roar before rushing over. However, the Nightwalker sect cultivator didn't notice Zhao Hai and the others. Or perhaps it did notice Zhao Hai and the others, but it didn't pay any attention to them. After all, Zhao Hai and the others didn't provoke it. After entering its territory, the Nightwalker sect cultivator just stayed there. Because of this, the Nightwalker sect cultivator quickly leaped past Zhao Hai and went straight to meet the Nightwalker sect cultivator. About a li behind Zhao Hai and the others, the Nightwalker sect cultivator finally met the Nightwalker sect cultivator. Both sides began to fight. The Nightwalker sect cultivator was a spirit monkey. This spirit monkey wasn't very tall, but its 2 arms were very long. Its body was completely green, but its 2 eyes were red. It looked very strange. However, the strength of this spirit monkey wasn't weak. Although it was small, its strength wasn't small. Moreover, it also commanded the surrounding plants to help it fight. Its combat strength wasn't weak either. As for the Nightwalker sect cultivator, his appearance had changed. He was completely different from when he first entered the secret realm. His body was now covered in death chi, making him look very strange. Zhao Hai knew that the Nightwalker sect cultivator was already dead. The Nightwalker sect cultivator used a secret technique to make the body look alive. In fact, the body was completely dead. It was just a strange zombie. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a strong death chi. At this moment, the Nightwalker sect cultivator was using a flying sword to fight the spirit monkey. The flying sword he used was the one that injured Zhao Hai the other day. Moreover, he didn't use any other artifacts. It was obvious that he didn't bring too many artifacts into the secret realm. Zhao Hai had already heard that the mystic realm was very strange. If you had too powerful an artifact, you wouldn't be able to enter the mystic realm. Because of this, the Nightwalker sect cultivator had a flying sword on him. It was already a very good thing that he had a powerful artifact. Zhao Hai was afraid that it would be impossible for him to have a powerful artifact. Although the cultivator's flying sword was very powerful, the spirit monkey was also extraordinary. Not only could it command the plants to attack the cultivator, it could also breathe fire. Moreover, its fire seemed to have a strong restraining effect on the cultivator from the Nightwalker sect. At the very least, Zhao Hai could feel a very strong yang qi coming from the spirit monkey's fire. This yang qi was the nemesis of the cultivator from the Nightwalker sect. Because of this, the Nightwalker sect cultivator didn't dare to get too close to the spirit monkey. Zhao Hai didn't move. The spirit monkey seemed to be very smart, but its temper was a bit irritable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have roared like a tiger. Moreover, it was fighting with the Nightwalker sect cultivator. Zhao Hai was afraid that if they moved now, it would anger the spirit monkey. Zhao Hai wasn't sure if the spirit monkey had discovered them. If the spirit monkey had already discovered them and was just too lazy to care about them, then they would be asking for trouble if they moved. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't move. He found that the spirit monkey and the Nightwalker sect cultivator were fighting very restrained. Both sides didn't really fight. If they moved now, it was very likely that they would be discovered by the spirit monkey and the Nightwalker sect cultivator. If they were to be dealt with together, then they would be in big trouble. The spirit monkey and the Nightwalker sect cultivator fought for a while. Slowly, they became more and more aggressive. Zhao Hai also knew that it was time to leave. Therefore, he slowly stood up and waved his hand towards Na Zhen and the others. Na Zhen and the others also stood up. Zhao Hai gestured for them not to speak. Then he led the group forward slowly. His movements were very slow and light, trying not to make any noise. Na Zhen and the others were the same. They were all body cultivators. It can be said that they had good control over their bodies. Therefore, they walked very lightly and didn't make any noise. After walking for a while, Zhao Hai changed his direction and slowly walked forward. Na Zhen and the others also followed Zhao Hai. They believed in Zhao Hai. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have been able to escape today. Although they didn't see the Nightwalker sect cultivator, they still heard the sound of the battle between the man and the monkey. They could feel that the Nightwalker sect cultivator wasn't weak. If they were really caught by him, then the consequences would be very serious. Zhao Hai slowly moved forward. After walking for 2 li, he turned his head and waved his hand towards Na Zhen and the others. Then he increased his speed. However, it wasn't his fastest speed. He was still very careful and tried to make as little noise as possible. After walking for 3 li, Zhao Hai sped up again. This time, he was even faster. Na Zhen and the others also sped up and followed Zhao Hai. After walking for more than 10 li, Zhao Hai changed his direction and then ran. This time, Zhao Hai used all his strength. Na Zhen and the others also followed Zhao Hai with all their strength. They didn't stop all the way until the sky turned dark. Then Zhao Hai found a place to stop. After he stopped, he immediately took out a formation and placed it on the ground. Then he placed a green crystal inside the formation to activate it. Seeing the formation turn into a large cover, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he turned to Na Zhen and the others and said, "Alright, senior brothers, you can rest now. With this shield, I don't think the Nightwalker sect would be able to find us." Na Zhen nodded and said, "Alright, senior brothers, you can rest now." Na Zhen looked at the shield, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, why didn't you take out this thing a few days ago?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Senior brother, you think I don't want to? But this formation requires a special crystal. This crystal is very rare. At least for many years, I haven't seen it in the sword spirit realm. This crystal was given to me by a friend from the lower realm who taught me plant magic. He didn't have many of them, he only gave me one. I've been reluctant to use it since it's gone. This crystal can only be used for 3 days at most. I've already used it once before, so it can only be used for 2.5 days at most. If I use it only at night, then it can be used for 5 nights. But I didn't think that the Nightwalker sect would have such formidable spiritual force that he would be able to discover us even though we were so far away." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "This crystal can only be used for 3 days at most. I've already used it once before, so it can only be used for 2.5 days at most." Na Zhen walked to the side of the disc and carefully looked at the crystal. The crystal wasn't big, it was green in color. The green color was very rich, it can be said that it was tender and beautiful. It gave people a comfortable feeling when they looked at it. Na Zhen had never seen such a crystal before. Na Zhen chanted Buddha's name and said, "People say that there are treasures in the lower realms. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Can this shield really not be discovered?" Zhao nodded. "Don't worry, I can guarantee that I won't be discovered. I used it to escape with my life. If I used any other crystal, it would be very conspicuous in this forest. Even at night, the shield would still shine. But this crystal is different. It can perfectly blend in with the forest, so no one would be able to find it." Zhao nodded. "But this crystal is different." Na Zhen nodded and said, "That's good. As long as we can escape this disaster, I'll report it to the sect and have them reward you." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Then I'll have to thank senior brother. My novel Bringing a Farm to a Different Realm will have a lot of new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add friend. Then search Fork Dread and follow it. Hurry up." After a night of silence, the next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. Then Zhao Hai received the formation and led Na Zhen and the others into the woods. While walking, Zhao Hai carefully observed the surroundings, feeling that someone was looking for them. He didn't know if the spirit monkey eliminated the cultivator yesterday. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He kept moving forward while changing his route from time to time. In the end, nothing happened. At night, Zhao Hai was afraid that the people from the Nightwalker sect would discover them, so he used a barrier formation so that everyone could take a good rest. Zhao Hai knew that as long as they waited for another day, after tomorrow, they would be able to go back. The night quickly passed. After Zhao Hai and the others woke up, they didn't leave. Zhao Hai was prepared to hide here for another day. As long as the other party's spiritual force couldn't find them, then they would be safe. As long as they passed the last day, they would be able to go back. Although the crystals would only last for 1 night, Zhao Hai was still willing to do so. Na Zhen and the others naturally didn't object. This was because the place they were in was very good. They were surrounded by tall trees, and the leaves were very dense. It was almost impossible to find them. Staying here was very safe. If they could really avoid the other party's spiritual force, then they wouldn't need to worry about anything. After all, in such a big forest, if one were to rely on their eyes to find them, then it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although everyone was inside the barrier, they were still very worried. They carefully paid attention to their surroundings and even lowered their voices. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was observing the barrier. Na Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, why are you looking at the formation? Is there something wrong with it?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "There's nothing wrong with it. This shield is actually very sensitive. As long as spiritual force sweeps over it, it will produce ripples. If the other party really uses spiritual force to lock onto the shield, then a lot of ripples will appear on the shield. So as long as we look at the shield, we will know that the other party is targeting us." When Na Zhen and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then Na Zhen immediately said, "Since it's like this, then everyone should pay attention to the formation. See if there are any changes. If there are any changes, then be sure to tell us immediately." Everyone nodded. Then everyone stared at the formation. When Zhao Hai saw everyone's expression, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he didn't say anything and continued to stare at the formation. When it was almost noon, Zhao Hai and the others were about to eat. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the formation, just like water ripples. Everyone stared, then their expressions changed. Everyone stood up, even Zhao Hai. He stared at the formation and said, "There was a spiritual force sweep, it should be the Nightwalker sex person. It seems like he defeated the spirit monkey and is now looking for us. Everyone, pay attention to the formation. If the ripples on the formation are dense, then it means that he's targeting us. If there aren't any ripples, then it means that he's just using his spiritual force and hasn't found us." Everyone nodded. Then they stared at the formation. However, the formation was very calm, there was nothing on it. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Everyone stared at the barrier for about an hour, but they didn't see any more ripples on the barrier. They were relieved. It seemed that they had fooled the other party. Everyone immediately used the time to eat some dry food. Then, they continued to stare at the barrier. However, there were no more ripples on the barrier. Everyone was relieved. At night, no one dared to make a fire. After eating some rations, they left one person to keep watch while the others rested. They didn't want to be unaware if they were discovered. Fortunately, nothing happened during the night. Until the next day, their formation wasn't discovered. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Hai calculated the time and said, "We still need to wait for 2 more hours. After 2 hours, we can leave the secret realm." Everyone nodded, and their expressions relaxed a little. At this moment, another ripple flashed across the barrier, and everyone's relaxed nerves tensed up again. Then the ripples suddenly increased. It was like rain falling into a pond. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Na Zhen immediately said, "We've been discovered. Let's go." Everyone nodded. Then they ran outside. Zhao Hai's figure also moved. However, his speed seemed to be a bit slower. When a monk ran past him, Zhao Hai suddenly reached out and grabbed the monk's neck. Then he shook his hand, causing the monk to hang on his hand like a noodle. The monk's bones were shattered by Zhao Hai's energy. Na Zhen stared, then he angrily said, "Jing Hai, what are you doing?" Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen with an expressionless face and said, "Senior brother, this person is a spy of the Nightwalker sect. I've already subdued him. I have a way to prove it. Let's leave this place first." Then he ran forward and stored the formation. When Na Zhen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. Finally, he looked at the others and said, "Let's go. If he dares to lie to me, I'll make him pay." Then his figure moved as he followed behind Zhao Hai. When the others saw Na Zhen's appearance, they didn't say anything and just followed. When they rushed forward, they immediately felt a spiritual force lock onto them. Moreover, this spiritual force wasn't far from them, it was rapidly approaching. Zhao Hai looked at the others and then felt the spiritual force. He suddenly stopped and then placed the monk on the ground. Then he turned to Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, take him and run. Take this as well." Remember, once you get back, immediately hand this person over to the elders. Also, keep an eye on him, don't let him commit suicide. Be careful that he has poison in his mouth. Also, don't let him explode his spiritual energy. Take this jade slip with you, it contains the process of my fight with the Nightwalker sect's disciple, it can be used as evidence. I'll delay the Nightwalker sect's disciple here to buy you some time. After saying that, Zhao Hai handed the jade slip over to Na Zhen. At the same time, he also handed the formation over to Na Zhen. Then he said, take this formation as well. After leaving this place, immediately find a place to hide. After 2 hours, you'll be able to leave this place. Go quickly. Na Zhen received the things that Zhao Hai handed to him. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Jing Hai, are you telling the truth? Is he really a spy of the Nightwalker sect? Zhao Hai nodded, then he grabbed the monk. The monk's bones were dislocated and his spiritual chi was sealed. Even if he wanted to die, he wouldn't be able to. The monk's mouth was wide open and saliva kept flowing out. He looked at Na Zhen with a panicked expression as he whimpered, it seems like he wanted to say something. Na Zhen nodded. Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he reached his hand into the monk's mouth and kept stroking it. Before long, the monk's face flashed with joy. Then Zhao Hai's hand came out with a bloody tooth. Zhao Hai gave the tooth to Na Zhen and said, there's poison inside, it can kill upon contact with blood. Perhaps there's more than one in his mouth. You have to be careful and leave quickly. Na Zhen looked at the tooth in his hand. It didn't look any different from a normal tooth, but it was hollow inside. In the middle of the tooth was something black, it looked like a pill. Na Zhen's expression changed, he believed Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, no, we can't leave. It's too dangerous to leave you here alone. Zhao Hai said, let's go, he'll be here soon. If we stay here, then we might all die. You must inform the sect about this. This person and the jade slip are evidence. We must send it to the sect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's go. Na Zhen's expression changed several times. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, all right, you have to come back alive. Let's go. Then he picked up the monk and ran towards the forest. The other monks also gave Zhao Hai a salute before running towards the forest. Seeing that Na Zhen and the others had left, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he muttered, I didn't expect to become a hero. I believe that after this, my position in the Iron Buddha temple should be even higher. Na Zhen nodded and said, after saying that, Zhao Hai's hand moved as a large iron ball appeared in his hand. This iron ball floated above his hand and was about 10 centimeters away. It was currently rotating, it looked very interesting. If Na Zhen and the others were here, they would certainly recognize this iron ball. It was the iron ball left behind by Cloudy Mountain Iron Elder. Zhao Hai took out the iron ball and muttered, although it's not as good as liquid silver, it's still very good. It's very suitable for the sword spirit world. Later on, I'll add some metal to it so that it'll be easier to use. After saying that, the iron ball in Zhao Hai's hand slowly changed shape and turned into a large iron plate. This iron plate was about 2 meters in diameter. Then the iron plate floated below Zhao Hai and slowly lifted him up. Zhao Hai stood on the iron plate and took out his staff. His left hand held the staff while his right hand was placed in front of his chest. His 2 eyes were fixed in front of him. Before long, a shadow in the distance flew towards Zhao Hai. This person also saw Zhao Hai. He slowed down and stopped about 100 meters away from Zhao Hai. Then he coldly looked at Zhao Hai and the iron plate below Zhao Hai's feet. Then he coldly said, it's you again. Monk, I didn't expect you to be an expert. You're the one who spoiled my plans again and again. Do you want to stay and buy time for those people? It's useless, they can't run. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator from the Nightwalker sect and softly said, Ba. Benefactor, I don't care what your Nightwalker sect wants to do. But you shouldn't have targeted my Iron Buddha temple. For the sake of the Iron Buddha temple, this penniless monk will make you stay here no matter what. My novel, Bringing a Farm to a Different World, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Then search for Dread and follow. Hurry up. Ha ha ha, Monk, you sure talk big. You think you can stop me by yourself? Are you dreaming? Benefactor is overconfident. Overconfidence turns into arrogance. Arrogance leads to stupidity. Stupidity leads to stupidity. Benefactor, you've already lost your most basic judgment. Bullshit, Monk. Don't talk nonsense. You just want to stall for time. Do you really think I can't see that? Die. After saying that, the Nightwalker sect cultivator moved and directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there quietly and looked at the Nightwalker sect cultivator. The Nightwalker sect cultivator moved his hand and a black short sword shot towards Zhao Hai. It was his flying sword. Zhao Hai also understood why he could bring this sword into the secret realm. It was because this sword was very short, not much longer than a dagger. Most importantly, this sword couldn't be considered a real flying sword. It could only be regarded as an incomplete flying sword. It was impossible to use a sword technique like a flying sword. But even so, this incomplete flying sword was enough to allow the Nightwalker sect cultivator to directly crush the majority of Qi realm cultivators. When Zhao Hai saw the flying sword in front of him, he moved the Buddhist staff in his hand and swept it towards the flying sword. With a loud bang, the flying sword was directly swept away. Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff also had a gap. Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff was a product of the space. But in order to avoid suspicion, the materials used to make the staff could only be said to be ordinary. It had reached the level of an ordinary magic tool, so it was normal for it to have a gap. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the Buddhist staff. Instead, he calmly stood on top of the iron plate. However, the qi and blood in his body were surging. The flying sword just now seemed to only have speed and no power. In fact, the flying sword carried a huge force. This huge force caused Zhao Hai's qi and blood to surge. Zhao Hai was now trying to calm his qi and blood. Zhao Hai now had a more intuitive understanding of his own body. His physical strength was at the peak of the qi refinement realm. But compared to qi refinement realm cultivators, it was still a lot worse. This was especially true for qi refinement realm cultivators who could use artifacts. These artifacts had a lot of restrictions on them, and these restrictions were used to enhance the offensive power of the artifacts. Therefore, artifacts weren't that simple to use. Zhao Hai's body was strong. However, after entering the sword spirit world, the suppression he received was too great. If he wanted to restore his body to its peak, then he must work hard. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that his body was different from before. When he was in the outside world, his body was very tough. Even after he ascended, his body was still very tough. Because of this, he didn't suffer any injuries. Because of this, when he ascended, he was still very strong. He was much stronger compared to the people in the upper realm. However, after entering the soul realm, his body was different. When he was in the lower realm, he didn't discover anything. Perhaps it was because his body was too tough, so when he was in the lower realm, his body was similar to the people in the sword spirit world. Because of this, he didn't need to worry about getting injured. With his body, he could directly crush his opponents in the lower realm. But in the sword spirit world, it was different. In the sword spirit world, his body could only be regarded as ordinary. Although he had a higher starting point compared to the people in the lower realm, his body didn't have much of an advantage. Or it could be said that his body still had an advantage. However, this advantage wasn't like before, where he was much stronger than others. What he was strong about now was his potential. As long as he cultivated well, he would be much stronger than others. But if he didn't cultivate, then his potential wouldn't be displayed. When the time comes, he would only be a little stronger than people of the same level. If he wanted to crush his opponents, then he would need to constantly cultivate. Entering the soul realm was like experiencing a new life. When he was born, he wasn't called Zhao Hai, he was called Crane Grass. Now that his memory has been restored, he was called Zhao Hai. But to be honest, his body was still Crane Grass. It was just that his body fused with Zhao Hai's body, giving him the same potential as Zhao Hai's body. With Zhao Hai's memories, he was still Crane Grass. However, Crane Grass was Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai was crane grass. They were originally one. Therefore, they couldn't be separated. It can only be said that Zhao Hai was sent back to the furnace. Everything had to start from the beginning. It's just that his starting point was much higher than the other cultivators. Although he knew that he had to start from the beginning, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. This was because he had the space. Even if he didn't want to use the space to help him, compared to other people, he still had a huge cheating device. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Zhao Hai suppressed the surging blood in his body, but his eyes were still staring at the Nightwalker. The Nightwalker was very surprised that his sword didn't work. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. "Monk, you have some skills, but if you think you can stop me like this, then you're too naive." "Huh." Zhao Hai's eyes flashed, and the Nightwalker sneered. Following his shout, the flying sword went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he waved his hand. From the iron plate under his feet, a small liquid metal flew out. Then the liquid metal turned into a small round shield and directly blocked in front of Zhao Hai. A clang was heard as the small round shield was sent flying. However, the direction of the sword also changed. The Nightwalker sect cultivator shouted as he pulled the sword back towards Zhao Hai. The staff in Zhao Hai's hand struck the flying sword. But this time, there wasn't a clanging sound. Instead, there was a thump sound. The flying sword was unexpectedly defeated. Then the flying sword slowly stopped. Zhao Hai also slowly retracted his Buddhist staff. When Zhao Hai struck the Buddhist staff, it contained a total of 32 layers of strength. Layer by layer, the flying sword was finally blocked. This time, Zhao Hai didn't feel his blood churning. When the Nightwalker sect cultivator saw that Zhao Hai blocked the sword, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted as he formed a seal with his hand. The flying sword turned in a circle and attacked Zhao Hai again. At the same time, Zhao Hai's round shield blocked the path of the flying sword. Although the flying sword brought in by the Nightwalker sect cultivator couldn't use sword techniques like a normal flying sword, and it also couldn't have too many layers of restrictions. However, ordinary operations were still possible. After Zhao Hai blocked a dozen moves from the Nightwalker sect cultivator, the Nightwalker sect cultivator suddenly took out a stack of talismans and threw them at Zhao Hai. With a thought, Zhao Hai's diamond bell appeared on his body and blocked all the talismans. The Nightwalker sect cultivator was so angry that he shouted. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 ghost banner appeared in his hand. He waved the banner and a large number of evil ghosts rushed towards Zhao Hai. However, with Zhao Hai's diamond bell protecting him, the Nightwalker sect cultivator couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Just as the Nightwalker sect cultivator was using all his strength to attack Zhao Hai with the 10,000 ghost banner, a flame suddenly spewed out from the forest. The Nightwalker sect cultivator didn't expect to be attacked, so he didn't dodge in time. The flame burned his body. The Nightwalker sect cultivator screamed as his body turned into ashes. Even his divine soul couldn't escape and was directly melted by the flame. At the same time, the 10,000 ghost banner was destroyed and the flying sword fell to the ground. Zhao Hai moved his hand and grabbed the flying sword. Then he looked towards the forest. At this time, a monkey jumped out of the forest and looked at Zhao Hai. Then it opened its mouth and roared like a tiger. Then the monkey ignored Zhao Hai and directly disappeared into the forest. When Zhao Hai saw the monkey, he knew why it attacked the Nightwalker sect cultivator. It was the same monkey that fought the Nightwalker sect cultivator that day. However, the monkey seemed to be injured. After attacking the Nightwalker sect cultivator, it showed off to Zhao Hai before it turned around and left. When it left, Zhao Hai also noticed that the monkey was still injured, but it was almost healed. Zhao Hai also understood the result of the battle between the monkey and the Nightwalker sect cultivator. On that day, the Nightwalker sect cultivator won and injured the monkey. However, the monkey hid in the forest and the Nightwalker sect cultivator was anxious to find them. Therefore, the monkey didn't chase after the Nightwalker sect cultivator. However, the monkey hated the Nightwalker sect cultivator and followed him, looking for an opportunity to retaliate. Obviously, the monkey was very smart. When Zhao Hai and the Nightwalker sect cultivator were fighting, the monkey suddenly attacked and killed the Nightwalker sect cultivator. The fire that the monkey breathed out was a type of yang fire. It was the nemesis of all Yin and evil beings. Therefore, when the Nightwalker sect cultivator touched the fire, he was immediately burned to ashes. His body was already dead and belonged to Yin and evil beings. As for his soul, although it was an external incarnation, it was still a Yin and evil being. Naturally, it was also melted by the fire. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He really had to thank the monkey. If it weren't for the monkey, then he would have been seriously injured today. Supporting the Vajra bell and the iron ball at the same time required a lot of spiritual force. Zhao Hai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last for 2 hours. Moreover, there was also the Nightwalker sect cultivator attacking him. He wouldn't have been able to last until the secret realm kicked him out. At that time, he would have had no choice but to fight the Nightwalker sect cultivator. Now that the Nightwalker sect cultivator was eliminated by the monkey, Zhao Hai wasn't injured. This was a good thing. As for whether or not he should go and find Na Zhen and the others, Zhao Hai didn't think about it. He wanted to tell Na Zhen and the others that he could easily find them. There was no need for that. As long as he waited for 2 hours, he would be able to meet them in the forest. Zhao Hai went to the forest and didn't leave. In the entire secret realm, the only thing that could pose a threat to him was the Nightwalker sect cultivator's avatar. Now that the avatar was dead, there was nothing for him to worry about. Zhao Hai sat down and rested for more than an hour. Suddenly, he felt a strong rejection from the surrounding space. Then a white light flashed from his body as he felt himself flying. When he could see his surroundings clearly, he found himself falling from the sky. However, he wasn't too far from the ground. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and gently landed on the ground. Then he looked around and saw Hai Yuan and Hai Bao. They were still in the canyon. Beside them were 2 monks from the Iron Buddha temple. Zhao Hai quickly walked over and bowed to Hai Yuan and Hai Bao. "I have seen the 2 elders." The 2 nodded and said, "Stand to the side. Once everyone comes out, we'll head back." Zhao Hai nodded and then stood behind Hai Yuan. At this time, people were being ejected from the spatial rift and then fell to the ground. Before long, Na Zhen and the others also came out. When they saw Zhao Hai standing behind Hai Yuan, their faces couldn't help but be happy. They quickly gave a bow to Hai Yuan and Hai Bao before walking towards Zhao Hai. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, you also came out." "That's great." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There was an accident. We'll talk about it when we get back." Na Zhen also knew that this wasn't the time to talk. Therefore, he nodded and stood behind Hai Yuan. The others were the same as well. However, they were all looking at the people from the other sects with hostile gazes. In less than an hour, no one came out of the spatial rift. The Iron Buddha temple only managed to send 30 people back. The rest died in the secret realm. The situation of the other sects was similar. The Nightwalker sect only sent 30 people, the Sword Dance sect 40 people, and the Tranquility Dao sect less than 30 people. As for the other sects, about 40 people came out. Hai Yuan and Hai Bao's expressions weren't good. However, they didn't say anything. Hai Yuan took out her wind spirit Kasaya and then left with Na Zhen and the others. Na Zhen still didn't tell Hai Yuan and Hai Bao about the situation. They were afraid that it would attract the attention of the other sections. If the other sects attacked them, then they would be in danger. The journey was very peaceful. Perhaps the other sects didn't know that Zhao Hai already knew about their secret. After all, they just came out of the secret realm. Moreover, Hai Yuan and the others left too quickly. Even if they wanted to stop them, they didn't have the time. Therefore, they allowed Hai Yuan and the others to leave safely. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right to add as a friend. Then search Fork Dread and follow it. Hurry up. When Hai Yuan and the others returned to the sect, they landed on the sect's teleportation square. Hai Yuan then turned to the crowd and said, "The sect doesn't care what you have obtained in the secret realm this time. If you want to use the things you have obtained to exchange for contribution points, you can go to the sect's mission hall. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back and rest." At this time, Na Zhen quickly said, "Martial uncle, this disciple has something to report. This matter is very important." Hai Yuan and Hai Bao stared, then they looked at Na Zhen. Hai Yuan asked, "What's the matter?" Na Zhen replied, "Martial uncle, this disciple and the others discovered that the Nightwalker sect and several other sects have joined forces to target the Iron Buddha temple. They besieged us several times in the secret realm. If it weren't for junior brother Jinghai, then we would have died inside. Also, this place is a spy of the Nightwalker sect." After that, Na Zhen pointed at a disciple of the Iron Buddha temple who was being carried by a monk. The disciple looked like he was unconscious, so Na Zhen and the others thought that he was injured. They didn't expect Na Zhen to say that he was a traitor. Hai Yuan and Hai Bao's expression changed. Hai Yuan said, "Do you know what you're talking about? Do you have any evidence?" Na Zhen replied, "This disciple has evidence." "Martial uncle, let's talk for a bit." Hai Yuan nodded. Then he took out his wind spirit Xianxia and said, "Those who know about this, come with me." Na Zhen and the others stood on it. Then Hai Yuan flew up and brought them to a separate courtyard in the Iron Buddha temple. This courtyard wasn't small, it even had a training ground. After Hai Yuan landed in the courtyard, he received the wind spirit Xianxia and then turned to Na Zhen and said, "Speak, what's going on?" Na Zhen nodded and told Hai Yuan what happened. In the end, he took out the jade slip and the poisonous fang and handed them over to Hai Yuan. After Hai Yuan received the jade slip, she probed it with her spiritual energy. Then, a video appeared before them. This video was clearly recorded on the tree, but they could clearly see the people under the tree. They saw people from the Nightwalker sect, Serenity Dao sect, Sword Dance sect, and other sections. These people were all listening to the orders of the Nightwalker sect. After watching for a while, the leader of the Nightwalker clan suddenly shouted at the tree, "Who is it? Come out." Then, they felt the image shake, and they knew that the two sides had started fighting. They could clearly see the whole process of the fight. In the end, the Nightwalker sect member released his flying sword, but at the same time, he was kicked. Then, he ran away. At this point, the image also disappeared. Hai Yuan's and Hai Bao's faces were extremely solemn. Then, the two of them glanced at the poisonous fang and then at the unconscious person. At this point, the two believed Na Zhen's words. Hai Yuan looked at Na Zhen and said, "You're saying that Jinghai stayed behind to block the Nightwalker sect member? How did he do it?" Na Zhen replied, "Martial uncle, this is junior brother Jinghai. You should let him tell you, senior brother Jinghai." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, replying to martial uncle, "This disciple was favored by senior brother Tan Yun. He rewarded me with a diamond bell along with a lot of talismans. Also, when this disciple was blocking the Nightwalker sect's person, the spirit monkey that was fighting with the Nightwalker sect's person suddenly attacked and killed him. The spirit monkey was obviously injured, so it didn't attack this disciple and instead ran away. But because senior brother Tan Zhen and the others had already left, this disciple wasn't able to find them. Therefore, this disciple waited for the secret domain to teleport this disciple out." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, "Senior brother Tan Zhen and the others left, this disciple couldn't find them." After he said that, Jiao Hai took out the dagger that the Nightwalker sect member used and handed it over to Hai Yuan. Hai Yuan took the dagger and looked at it. Then he turned to Jiao Hai and said, "I want to take this dagger back. I still have some use for it, so I won't be returning it to you. Consider this compensation." Then he waved his hand as an iron talisman appeared in his hand. Then he handed it over to Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai quickly received it and thanked Hai Yuan. Hai Yuan looked at Na Zhen and the others and said, "We already know about this matter. You can go back now. Don't talk about it, we'll deal with it. We'll also give you some extra rewards for this matter. But don't tell anyone about it." Na Zhen and the others nodded. Then Hai Yuan turned to Hai Bao and said, "Junior brother, I'll have to trouble you to send them out." Hai Bao nodded. Then he led Jiao Hai and the others out of the courtyard. He sent them all the way to the outer court disciples' residence and told them not to tell anyone about this matter. Then he turned around and left. Na Zhen looked at Hai Bao's back and let out a long breath. Then he said, "Junior brothers, this matter has been dealt with. No matter what, our harvest in the secret realm wasn't small. We also have 2 cultivation methods that we can take back to the sect and exchange them for some things. If you trust me, then I'll go to the sect and exchange them for contribution points. Then I'll distribute them to everyone. Everyone said, we trust senior brother Na Zhen. Then we'll have to ask senior brother Na Zhen to do it for us. Na Zhen nodded and said, it's still early. I'll go and deal with this matter today. Everyone can go back and rest. Tomorrow, come to my place and I'll distribute the contribution points to everyone. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, Na Zhen stopped him. Na Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother Jing Hai, I have to thank you for this. Although the crystal stones won't last for a long time, they can still be used. Rest assured, your senior brother will do his best to compensate you. Na Zhen nodded and said, don't worry. Zhao Hai received the formation and the crystal stone and said, senior brother is too polite. There's no need to compensate me. Didn't I take it out to save my own life? Senior brother, you're too polite. Then I'll be going back first. Na Zhen nodded, then he said, go back and have a good rest. Junior brother, among us, the one most likely to succeed in the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique is you. You need to work hard. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he and Na Zhen clasped their hands before returning to their own courtyard. After returning to his courtyard, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he returned to his room. But he didn't rest. Instead, he sat down and recited some scriptures. After resting for a while, he entered the space and returned to Tideview City. After seeing Xinquang, Zhao Hai accompanied Laura and the others for a day. The next morning, Zhao Hai returned to his room in Iron Buddha Temple. After the morning class and breakfast, Zhao Hai went to Na Zhen's courtyard. When he arrived at Na Zhen's courtyard, he saw that 2 of the other monks had already arrived. They had experienced life and death together, so their relationship was naturally closer. The group sat in Na Zhen's room and chatted casually. It didn't take long for the others to arrive as well. This time, there were 7 of them. When Na Zhen saw that everyone had arrived, he opened his mouth and said, all right, since everyone is here, I'll distribute the contribution points to everyone. This time, we received 3 cultivation methods, the mountain condensing technique, the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique, and the metal manipulation technique. Among the 3, the mountain condensing technique was the most important, so the temple gave us 100,000 contribution points as a reward. The Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique is a supreme technique that has been lost for a long time, so it's even more important. What do you think? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They didn't think that the sect would give them such a great reward. One must know that the Iron Buddha Temple's contribution points were very valuable. Now that each of them received 115,000 contribution points, they were very happy. With these contribution points, they can do a lot of things. Na Zhen looked at them and smiled faintly, these contribution points are now with me. I'll transfer them to everyone immediately. As for the cultivation method, you can choose it yourself. Come, give me your identity cards and I'll transfer the contribution points to you. Everyone nodded and then took out their identity cards. Na Zhen transferred the contribution points to everyone and then said, I think that the sect will also reward us for our investigation of the Nightwalker sect. However, I don't know when the reward will be given out. After you receive the reward, don't spread it out, just keep it to yourself. Recently, the sect has been fighting with the Heavenly Demon sect. Once we're done with the Heavenly Demon sect, we'll deal with the Nightwalker sect. But this matter shouldn't be related to us right now, just keep it to yourself. Everyone nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't spread this matter out. If this matter were to spread, then it wouldn't be good for them. The sect might even punish them. Because of this, everyone nodded. Then they chatted for a while before they left. This time, they obtained a lot of good things, enough for them to digest for a while. Zhao Hai also left Na Zhen's room. He wanted to return to his courtyard to cultivate. Zhao Hai already had a plan. For the next period of time, his cultivation would be like this. Every morning, he'll have breakfast, then he'll cultivate the second stage of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. After that, he'll cultivate the mountain condensing technique. Then he'll go to the sect's scripture pavilion and choose 2 cultivation methods to cultivate. At night, he'll cultivate his spiritual force. As for the golden body 10,000 transformations technique, he still can't cultivate it. As for the metal manipulation technique, he doesn't need to cultivate it. Therefore, he can save these 2 things. If Nayu wants to give him a task, then he'll do it. If there's no task, then he'll just cultivate according to this plan. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have a lot of new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Then search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. Inside the main hall of the Iron Buddha Temple, many monks were gathered. There was a huge Buddha enshrined in this hall. This Buddha was more than 5 meters tall and was different from the other Iron Buddhas. It was completely black and sat on a huge black lotus platform. The Buddha had a dignified appearance and a pair of eyes. Although it was completely black, it gave off a powerful aura. If someone were to come close, they would know that this Buddha was made from fine iron and was very heavy. In front of the Buddha was a table with offerings on it. An old Buddha was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. In front of him was a small bracket with a black wooden fish. The old Buddha was holding a wooden hammer and was rhythmically knocking on the wooden fish. He was spinning a prayer sphere in his hand with his eyes slightly closed. The other Buddhas in the hall also had their eyes closed and were softly chanting scriptures. Aside from the sound of the wooden fish, there was no other sound in the hall. After some time, the old monk put down the wooden hammer and opened his eyes. The old monk was very thin and had dark skin. He didn't look very eye-catching, but when he opened his eyes, it was as if 2 lightning bolts flashed in the void. However, it quickly disappeared. Then the old monk's eyes returned to normal. However, anyone who looked into his eyes would unconsciously lower their head. Those eyes were full of wisdom, as if they could see through you. The old monk was none other than the abbot of Iron Buddha Temple, Zen Master Wu Yu. Zen Master Wu Yu stood up and turned his head to look at the other monks in the main hall. He then said in a low voice, Ba, Devil 6 has been restless recently. First, Old Shadow Devil killed people in our Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, there's a faint shadow of Heavenly Demon Sect behind this Old Shadow Devil. Our temple has already given Heavenly Demon Sect a warning and they've become well-behaved. Although Old Shadow Devil is still alive, he's seriously injured and is no longer a concern. However, I didn't expect that Nightwalker Sect would make a move again and even join forces with Sword Dance Sect, Tranquility Dao Sect, Sword Dance Sect and Tranquility Dao Sect. They're all righteous sects, but I didn't expect that they're now colluding with Devil Sect. It's really unexpected. A monk opened his mouth and said, Abbot, we absolutely can't let go of the Nightwalker Sect. After I learned of this matter, I also sent people to investigate and found that they may have cooperated with each other more than once or twice. Our Iron Buddha Temple disciples have suffered the most casualties in the past few trials in the Sky Pit secret territory, but our harvest is also the smallest. Only this time, our loss is almost the same as the other sections. It can be seen that they have been carrying out this plan for a long time. They may have obtained a lot of benefits in the Sky Pit secret territory before, but they are just plotting against us. Abbot, we think we should question them with great fanfare and see how they answer. No. Another monk opened his mouth and said, we can't do this. Although we have the image in our hands, they can completely say that it is the personal behavior of those disciples and has nothing to do with their sect. As for sending the avatar of the experts into the secret territory, we still don't have any substantial evidence. Although at the end of the image, our Iron Buddha Temple's disciple kicked that person, it can't prove anything. If we openly question them, they will only deny it. Moreover, they are an alliance of 3 sections. If we really go to war with them, it will be very disadvantageous for our Iron Buddha Temple. Are we going to let them go on like this? Then the next time our disciples enter the secret territory, they will suffer the same losses. Abbot, I think we can use the same method we used to deal with the Heavenly Demon Sect to teach those sects a lesson. At the same time, we can leak some information to them and let them know that we already know about this matter. This way, they will have scruples next time and won't dare to rashly deal with our disciples in the secret realm. I don't think it's appropriate. If we deal with the heavenly demon sect, we will only deal with a few of their branches. If we use this method to deal with the three sects, it will only make the three sects unite to deal with us. This way, if we send our disciples into the secret territory, I'm afraid it will be more dangerous. The monks were talking about their own opinions, but Monk Wu didn't open his mouth. After a while, everyone stopped. They didn't come to a conclusion, but everyone's opinion was very unified. That was, this matter absolutely couldn't be forgotten. They must retaliate against the other sections. Ba. Wu whispered the name of Buddha and looked up at the crowd. Everyone slowly stopped talking and looked at Wu. They were very clear that no matter what they said, the final decision would be made by Wu. Wu looked at everyone and said, I agree with your opinion. If we don't retaliate against them, then they will only reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Moreover, when they formed an alliance, it was seen by the disciples of my temple. They may have guessed that we already know about their alliance, so they will certainly be prepared. At this time, it's not appropriate for us to start a war with the three sects at the same time. My opinion is that we should deal with the Nightwalker sect first and hurt them. If the other two sects dare to say anything, then we will reveal a little bit of what we know. When everyone heard Wu, they nodded. They agreed with Wu's words. First, they would deal with the Nightwalker sect. This way, they would send a signal to the other sects that they would only deal with the Nightwalker sect and not the other sects. It would be best if they didn't intervene. Otherwise, they wouldn't be polite. If the other sects still wanted to say something, then they could leak a little bit of information and let the other sects know that they already knew something about the Tianqing secret realm. This way, the other two sects would be a little more honest. If they still didn't behave, then a war would break out. If a war really broke out, then the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't be afraid of anyone. This method was the safest. Moreover, doing so might break the alliance of the other three sections. If they really joined forces to deal with the Iron Buddha Temple, then everyone would be openly falling out. However, in Wu's opinion, the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect wouldn't dare to do this. This was because if they really fell out with the Iron Buddha Temple, then it would be the same as telling others that they had joined forces with the Nightwalker sect. One must know that the Nightwalker sect didn't have a good reputation in the sword spirit world. The Nightwalker sect wasn't just made up of devil cultivators, they were also a famous assassin organization in the sword spirit world. Many people from the great sects had been assassinated by the Nightwalker sect. If the sword spirit world knew that the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect had joined forces with the Nightwalker sect, then the two sects would be spurned by the righteous sects in the future. They couldn't afford such an outcome. Because of all these reasons, it was best for them to deal with the Nightwalker sect. They would let the other two sects off first and deal with the Nightwalker sect in the future. Junior brother Wu Zue, junior brother Wu Wang, I'll have to trouble the two of you to make a trip to Serenity Tao sect and Sword Dance sect. Just use the fact that the Nightwalker sect openly challenged our Iron Buddha Temple in the canyon as an excuse and say that we want to teach them a lesson. I think they should understand what's going on. Although this will cause us some trouble when dealing with the Nightwalker sect, it's still necessary. If the Serenity Tao sect and Sword Dance sect are smart, they should know why we want to deal with the Nightwalker sect. If they're not smart enough, then don't blame our Iron Buddha Temple. Our Iron Buddha Temple belongs to the Fighting Buddha faction. We've never been afraid of fighting. We're not afraid of fighting. The monks in the hall responded in unison. Then Wu waved his hand and the monks left. Wu looked at the backs of the monks and said a Buddhist chant. Then he sat on the praying mat and gently knocked on the wooden fish. How the Iron Buddha Temple dealt with the other three sects wasn't within Zhao Hai's consideration. He was just a small outer disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. This matter wasn't something he needed to worry about. Therefore, Zhao Hai's life was very peaceful and fulfilling. Aside from his morning and evening classes, he would eat and cultivate. Now, he had begun to cultivate the second layer of the Iron Buddha lotus body. Cultivating the Iron Buddha lotus body was very difficult. However, for Zhao Hai, this was nothing. He was now starting from scratch, so naturally, he had to work even harder. Besides the Iron Buddha lotus body, there was also the mountain condensing technique. This mountain condensing technique was a very interesting body cultivation method. He could cultivate it together with other body cultivation methods. The main use of this method was to increase one's strength. This was very important for body cultivation. The main offensive power of a body cultivation method came from one's strength. This mountain condensing technique was used to increase one's qi. It could also be cultivated together with other body cultivation methods. This was a very good thing. Zhao Hai didn't use the contribution points that the sect gave him. He didn't need them, 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 and he didn't need them. During this time, he received another reward from the sect. This time, the sect didn't give a name to the reward. It only said that they had made a contribution in the secret realm, so the sect rewarded them. Zhao Hai received 50,000 contribution points, Na Zhen received 30,000 contribution points, and the others received 10,000 contribution points each. For them, this was a very heavy reward. For Zhao Hai, contribution points weren't very useful. However, he went to the scripture pavilion and chose 2 secret martial arts books. One was the exorcism staff technique, and the other was a fist technique called the mountain covering fist. This fist technique was specially chosen by Zhao Hai so that he could cultivate it together with the mountain condensing technique. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right to add a friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. The reason why Zhao Hai chose this covering mountain fist was because he discovered that the mountain condensing technique was not an ordinary body cultivation method. It could be said that it was a concept cultivation method. Cultivation methods were generally divided into body cultivation methods and ordinary cultivation methods, and these 2 types of cultivation methods were further divided into many different types of cultivation methods, such as devil cultivation methods, Dao cultivation methods, Buddhist cultivation methods, sword cultivation methods, and so on. Above these 2 types of cultivation methods, there was another type of cultivation method, and this cultivation method was called concept cultivation method. Concept cultivation methods were not divided into body cultivation methods and ordinary cultivation methods. Whether it was a body cultivation method or an ordinary cultivation method, as long as you could experience the concept, then it would be considered a concept cultivation method. Concept cultivation methods were generally very rare, because concept cultivation methods were much stronger than ordinary cultivation methods. There was a huge difference between an intent cultivation method and an ordinary body cultivation method. Of course, you can also practice an intent cultivation method as an ordinary body cultivation method, but that would be a waste of resources. The most important aspect of an intent cultivation method was that it allowed the cultivator to experience the intent realm. For example, this condensing mountain technique might seem like a set of body cultivation methods, but its true might wasn't as simple as an ordinary body cultivation method. When you practice it, you can experience the intent realm of the mountain. As long as you can experience the intent realm of the mountain, then in the future, every attack would be like an overturning mountain, drowning the enemy. Zhao Hai saw this point, so he chose the covering mountain fist. This fist technique was very suitable for body cultivation. According to the introduction, when practiced to the highest level, the first punch would be like a mountain falling down. It was very suitable for the mountain condensing technique. After exchanging for 2 cultivation methods, Zhao Hai didn't care about anything else. For him, other things were simply useless. If it was in the past, then he would have exchanged for other techniques for the Tidewatching Alliance. But now, he didn't need to do so. This was because he had already deciphered the patterns of the Sword Spirit World's techniques. In other words, he had already figured out the techniques of the Sword Spirit World. He didn't need to exchange for new techniques in the future. He could use his previous knowledge to combine with the characteristics of the Sword Spirit World's techniques. He could even research techniques that didn't exist in the Sword Spirit World. After all, the Sword Spirit World wasn't known for its techniques. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had been cultivating inside his room. Aside from eating, he didn't have much contact with the outside world. Therefore, he didn't know what was going on inside the Iron Buddha Temple. Now that the Iron Buddha Temple had begun to retaliate against the Nightwalker sect, Wu Zui and Wu Wang had also visited the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect to greet the two sects. According to Wu Yu, they told the two sects that the Nightwalker sect had offended them in the canyon, so they wanted to retaliate. They didn't say anything else. However, the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect weren't fools. They knew that the people from the Iron Buddha Temple knew about their alliance in the secret realm. Now, the people from the Iron Buddha Temple had made it clear that they wanted to retaliate. Therefore, they sent people to tell them that they already knew about the matter between the Nightwalker sect and the Nightwalker sect. The people from the two sects were also smart people. They knew that the people from the Iron Buddha Temple and the Nightwalker sect had a lot of verbal exchanges in the canyon. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. But this time, they were determined to retaliate. Most importantly, the monks from the Iron Buddha Temple had discovered that the three sects had joined forces in the secret realm. After this, the Iron Buddha Temple would definitely retaliate. This made them overthink. In fact, if the Iron Buddha Temple hadn't come to warn them, they wouldn't have needed to inform the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect to deal with the Nightwalker sect. On the surface, the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect didn't seem to have any relationship with the Nightwalker sect. If there was any relationship, it would be nothing more than discovering the same secret realm and sending a disciple to the same secret realm to train. This way, the disciples of the two sects would definitely have conflicts in the secret realm. If that was the case, not only would they not be friends, but they would also be enemies. So the Iron Buddha Temple came to inform the two sects that they wanted to deal with the Nightwalker sect. This matter was very thought-provoking. The two sects were smart people. They knew that they had offended the Iron Buddha Temple this time. Moreover, what they did wasn't honorable. They joined forces with the devil sects to deal with a Buddhist sect like the Iron Buddha Temple. If outsiders knew about this, then they wouldn't be able to mingle with the righteous sects in the future. Because of this, the two sects made a decision to participate in this matter. However, the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't worried that they would help the Nightwalker sect. They wanted to help the Iron Buddha Temple deal with the Nightwalker sect. Moreover, they also found a very clever reason to do so. They wanted to kick the Nightwalker sect out of the trial. Naturally, this reason was only on the surface. Even if it was true, it wasn't the main reason. The real reason was that the two sects wanted to use this matter to show their goodwill to the Iron Buddha Temple so that the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't retaliate against them in the future. The Iron Buddha Temple's people were all body cultivators. Body cultivators were relatively straightforward. In their view, they would retaliate against their enemies and take care of their friends. Although not everyone in the Iron Buddha Temple was like this, the fact that the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect wanted to help them attack the Nightwalker sect still made them a little stunned. They didn't think that these two sects would be so shameless. First, they joined forces with the Nightwalker sect to deal with them. Now, they wanted to join forces with them to deal with the Nightwalker sect. This made the Iron Buddha Temple very disappointed in these two sections. They also raised their vigilance. In their view, these two sects were definitely more dangerous than the Nightwalker sect. No matter what, the Nightwalker sect was a demonic sect. When they interacted with the Nightwalker sect, they would always be wary. As for the Solitary Serenity Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect, they were both righteous sects. Moreover, they were famous righteous sects. However, they could do such a thing. They could even work together with the Nightwalker sect to deal with the Nightwalker sect and turn around to help them deal with the Nightwalker sect. Their way of doing things was like 203 knives. They were even more demonic than the demonic sect. Originally, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple thought that they had a good relationship with the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. But now, it seemed that their thinking was too simple. However, the Iron Buddha Temple didn't stop them from participating in this matter. Instead, they agreed to join forces with them to deal with the Nightwalker sect. The people of the Iron Buddha Temple were very clear that they couldn't fall out with the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect. Both sides were righteous Dao sects. If they were to fall out with each other, the situation might get out of control. Therefore, dealing with the Nightwalker sect was the most important thing. It was precisely because of this that the Iron Buddha Temple, the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect, and the Sword Dance sect attacked the Nightwalker sect at the same time. The number of sect missions in the Iron Buddha Temple also increased. However, these sect missions were all given to inner and core disciples. Outer disciples rarely received such missions because they weren't strong enough. If they received such missions, their casualties would be very heavy. The actions of the Iron Buddha Temple, the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect, and the Sword Dance sect also attracted the attention of the other sects in the Sword Spirit Boundary. The people of the other sects in the Sword Spirit Boundary were also puzzled by the actions of the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple, the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect, the Sword Dance sect, and the Nightwalker sect jointly controlled the Skyking secret realm. The other sects also knew about this matter. Although the other sects were also envious of this matter, they didn't go overboard. After all, there wasn't only one secret realm. The Skyking secret realm only allowed disciples in the Qi refining realm to enter. There wasn't anything good inside, so the other sects didn't pay much attention to it. All this time, the relationship between the four sects could be considered peaceful. There were not many conflicts between them. Why did the Iron Buddha Temple and the other two sects suddenly join forces to deal with the Nightwalker sect? This was really puzzling. However, the other sects didn't say anything. Battles like this happened almost every day in the Sword Spirit Boundary. They didn't need to intervene. One must know that although the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't a top sect in the Sword Spirit Boundary, their strength wasn't weak either. Even an ordinary sect would have to think twice if they wanted to touch the Iron Buddha Temple. After all, the Iron Buddha Temple had been passed down since ancient times. They had a deep foundation, so no one dared to act rashly. The Solitary Tranquility Tao sect, the Sword Dance sect, and the Nightwalker sect weren't weak either. This time, the battle between the four sects was still to be seen. In fact, the people of the Nightwalker sect were already prepared for the Iron Buddha Temple's retaliation. They knew that the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples knew about the alliance between the four sections. They weren't naive enough to think that the Iron Buddha Temple would just let this go. However, the people of the Nightwalker sect didn't think that the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect would deal with them. They also didn't think that the two sects would be this shameless. Therefore, the Nightwalker sect suffered a small loss in the beginning. However, the Nightwalker sect immediately retaliated. For a while, both sides were busy killing each other. However, Xianxia wasn't aware of this. He didn't know that the outer disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple rarely left the temple to do missions. This was because as long as they left the temple to do missions, they might not be able to return. This was the revenge of the Nightwalker sect. When the Iron Buddha Temple attacked them, they would send their disciples to assassinate the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples. It didn't matter if it was an inner disciple or an outer disciple. As long as a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple went out alone or in small numbers, they would definitely be assassinated. Therefore, the outer disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple rarely went out. However, Xianxia didn't know about this. He was fully focused on his cultivation these days. He simply didn't have time to pay attention to these things. Just like this, 3 months passed unknowingly. Now, Xianxia had already completed the second level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. The only thing left was for the Iron Essence Qi to completely fuse with his body. At the same time, his mountain condensing technique had reached large success. His mountain covering fist had also reached the highest level. Now, he could even use metal manipulation. His cultivation could finally come to an end. At this point, Xianxia also understood why the Iron Buddha Lotus body was so hard to cultivate. Even if one used better metals, the consumption of the second level would still be higher compared to the first. In other words, the higher the level of the cultivation, the higher the grade of the metals needed. At the same time, the amount of metals needed would also increase. No wonder it was so hard to cultivate. The Iron Buddha Lotus body required a lot of materials. But for Xianxia, this wasn't a problem. He had plenty of high-grade metals, so he could continue to practice. He simply wouldn't be able to practice because of a lack of metals. After completing his cultivation, Xianxia decided to relax. He returned to Tideview City and accompanied Laura and the others for a few days. Although he did go back to accompany Laura and the others during these 3 months, he didn't spend too much time with them. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to accompany Laura and the others for a few days. At the same time, he also paid attention to the cultivation of the people in Tideview City. The people in Tideview City were doing very well. Now that everyone was focusing on magic arts, their progress was very fast. Moreover, because of their long practice, although they hadn't reached the divine realm, their speed of using magic arts was still very fast. They could even use some low-level magic arts in an instant. This time, not only did Zhao Hai return to Tideview City to accompany Laura and the others, he also went to Spirit Crab Island to hand in their mission. Spirit Crab Island gave them a lot of missions every year, so they needed to hand them in. And this time, Zhao Hai was the only one who could do it. After all, he was the city lord of Tideview City. This time, the mission went very smoothly. Although the Iron Buddha Temple and the Nightwalker sect were in a fierce battle, they were still very far away. Because of this, Spirit Crab Island wasn't affected at all. Zhao Hai went to Spirit Crab Island to hand in his mission and finished it very easily. However, when he went to Spirit Crab Island to visit Xiaoyi, he didn't see him. It wasn't that Xiaoyi didn't want to see him, but rather that Xiaoyi had gone out to do a mission. Zhao Hai was sure that Xiaoyi didn't want to see him, he really did go out to do a mission. This was because Xiaoyi left him a message and also gave him some gifts. These gifts were very ordinary, they were some magic arts and cultivation methods that can be made public. However, this also represented Xiaoyi's attitude. Zhao Hai didn't have the time to visit Xiaoyi, so he gave Xiaoyi a few jars of wine. This wine was brewed by the Tideview gang, it was made from fruit trees outside the city. Although it wasn't spirit wine, it still tasted good and didn't have any impurities. If a cultivator drank it, it would be good for their cultivation. However, the benefits weren't great, it couldn't be compared to spirit wine. However, this was still very good. At this time, the Tideview gang had even started to sell their wine. They didn't sell it in Sword and Tent City but in Sealed Sword City. After accompanying Laura and the others for a few days and seeing the situation in Tideview City, Zhao Hai had no choice but to return to the Iron Buddha Temple. This was because he needed to continue his cultivation. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have a lot of new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right to add friend. Search Fork Dread and follow it. Hurry up. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there was a layer of dust in the room. He used 2 techniques to clean up the room. Then Zhao Hai went to the door and took the jade token off. He wanted to tell others that he was in seclusion so that they wouldn't disturb him. After taking the jade slip, Zhao Hai left the room. He wanted to go to the mission hall to see if there were any missions. If there were, then he would take them and play with them. Although Nayu said that he would be responsible for all of Zhao Hai's tasks, he still didn't assign any missions to Zhao Hai. Although this would be good for his cultivation, he still needed to take some missions and go out to train. This way, he would be able to fully integrate his iron essence with his body. This way, he would be able to display 100% of the Iron Buddha Lotus body's power. Moreover, he now had the Subduing Dragon Staff technique, covering Mountain Fist, Condensing Mountain technique, and Metal Manipulation technique. Moreover, his spiritual Qi cultivation had reached the 9th level of refining essence into Qi. It could be said that even if he were to face an expert of refining Qi to spirit realm, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as last time. Naturally, he wanted to go out and train. While Zhao Hai was walking towards the mission hall, a figure quickly walked towards him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the figure immediately said, "Junior brother Jinghai, you're finally out. Senior brother Na Zhen has been looking for you for several days. You should go and see him, he's worried to death." Zhao Hai looked and saw that the person was Na Shi. He and Zhao Hai were familiar with each other since the two had done missions together. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior brother Na Shi, Senior brother Na Zhen is looking for me? Do you know what happened?" Na Shi said in a deep voice, "It's not convenient for me to tell you about it. Right now, the entire Iron Buddha Temple's outer sect is revolving around this matter. You should go and find Senior brother Na Zhen. Seeing that you're in seclusion, Senior brother Na Zhen is so anxious that he's about to hang himself." Then he clasped his hands towards Zhao Hai and left. Zhao Hai looked at Na Shi and was very confused. However, he still turned and walked towards Na Zhen's courtyard. Along the way, outer disciples would greet Zhao Hai from time to time. Most of them were from Na Yan's faction, so they had heard of Zhao Hai before. Therefore, they were very polite when they greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also very polite when he greeted them. He knew that he was more or less a celebrity among the outer disciples. Nobody talked about how strong he was, they only knew that he was favored by Na Yu and was very vigilant. Some people even said that his vigilance was Na Yan's evaluation of him. Because of this, unknowingly, he became famous in the outer sect for his vigilance. Zhao Hai thought about this and smiled bitterly. He didn't think that one day, he would become famous for his vigilance instead of his strength. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Before long, he arrived at Na Zhen's courtyard. Zhao Hai knocked on the door and then heard Na Zhen's voice, "Who is it?" "The door isn't closed, come in." Na Zhen's voice was weak and hoarse. This made Zhao Hai stare, he didn't know what happened. Zhao Hai directly pushed the door and entered the courtyard. The door to Na Zhen's room was open. Na Zhen was sitting inside, staring at a piece of paper in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. "Senior brother, I heard you were looking for me?" Zhao Hai saw that Na Zhen wasn't paying attention to him, so he opened his mouth. However, he didn't expect that when he opened his mouth, Na Zhen would raise his head. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Na Zhen's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he suddenly jumped up and walked towards Zhao Hai. While walking, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Jing Hai, you're finally out. Good, good, very good." His voice was still hoarse, and his laughter made him sound like a duck. It was very unpleasant to hear. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He looked at Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother, what happened to you? What happened to your throat? Are you sick? Or are you injured?" Na Zhen waved his hand and said, "What illness? Us body cultivators don't get sick. I'm just worried. I heard that you were in seclusion, so I couldn't see you. Come in and sit down, I have something to tell you." After saying that, Na Zhen led Zhao Hai into the room. After letting Zhao Hai sit down, Na Zhen sat across from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen and said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, what's going on? Why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" Na Zhen replied, "Jing Hai, do you know what happened in the sect recently?" Zhao Hai looked at Na Zhen and said, "What happened in the sect? What happened to the sect?" "Right, I just bumped into senior brother Nuashir. He told me that all the outer disciples of the sect are busy with something." "What is it?" "For the past few months, I've been cultivating and didn't have the heart to care about anything else, so I don't know what happened." Na Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and knew that he really didn't know. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Jing Hai, you don't have to be so careless. You don't even know what happened in the sect. How did you cultivate? Alright, let's not talk about this. Let me tell you, we found the Nightwalker sect and the other sects in the Sky Pit secret realm. Didn't we report it to the temple? After the temple knew about it, they began to retaliate against the Nightwalker sect. I heard that the Arhat Hall's head ancestor Wu Wu and the Martial Arts Hall's head ancestor Wu Wang went to the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect to tell them that we're going to deal with the Nightwalker sect. At the same time, we also gave them a warning." "Right, can you guess what the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect did?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "If I were a member of the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect, then I would immediately draw a line with the Nightwalker sect. Moreover, in order to prevent the Iron Buddha Temple from retaliating against them, I would also join the temple in dealing with the Nightwalker sect." They also wanted to deal with the Nightwalker sect. When the abbot knew about this, he immediately agreed. Then our three sects attacked the Nightwalker sect. "But you also know that the Nightwalker sect isn't a pushover. They immediately counterattacked. Some time ago, we outer disciples rarely went out to do missions. This is because if we go out, we might be assassinated by the Nightwalker sect's disciples. Because of this, you didn't go out to do missions for a long time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then what does this have to do with you looking for me? Is there a mission?" Nuajin said in a deep voice, "It's related, it's related." After more than 3 months of war, the 4 sects have suffered great losses. The Nightwalker sect is not easy to deal with. The sect just wants to teach them a lesson, but we can't really exterminate them. Therefore, the people of the 4 sects have reached an agreement to hold an outer disciple competition in Xianxia Mountain. In this competition, each sect will select 100 outer disciples to enter the dense forest of Xianxia Mountain. In the end, whichever sect has the most outer disciples alive will be considered the winner. The winning sect will increase the number of people entering the Sky King secret realm to 150, while the sect with the least number of outer disciples will only have 50 people entering the Sky King secret realm. The number of outer disciples in the middle will remain unchanged. Now, the temple is confirming the list of outer disciples who will participate in the competition. I heard that as long as the participants can come back alive, the sect will give a very generous reward. Therefore, all the outer disciples are eyeing the 100 places. I have already told Senior Brother Nua Yu about your performance in the forest, and Senior Brother Nua Yun also told Senior Brother Nua Yun about it. Senior Brother Nua Yun wanted you to participate in the competition, but he didn't expect that you would be in closed-door training at this time. Junior Brother Jing Hai, this is a big matter related to the reputation of our Iron Buddha Temple. If you participate, then our odds of winning will be greater. If you don't participate, then it's hard to say who will win. After all, those guys from the Nightwalker sect are very good at ambushing and assassinating. The dense forest is very suitable for them. Jiao Hai knit his brows and said, the forest is indeed very suitable for the Nightwalker sect. Why did the temple agree to hold the battle in Xianxia Mountain? Wouldn't that make us suffer a loss? Najin replied, I don't know. But some people said that the temple is showing off to the Nightwalker sect. They want to tell the Nightwalker sect that we're not afraid of them even in the forest. However, I don't know if this news is true or false. Now that you've come out, let's go see Senior Brother Nayu. Senior Brother Nayu knows that you're in seclusion, he's very angry. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't decline. Then he nodded and said, all right, let's go. Najin nodded as well. Then he stood up and led Zhao Hai outside. While walking outside, Najin said to Zhao Hai, I heard that Senior Brother Nayun put in a lot of effort to get you to join the competition. If you don't participate, then Senior Brother Nayun wouldn't be able to face the sect. Also, because Senior Brother Nayun wanted you to join the competition, the temple gave Senior Brother Nayun a condition. This time, half of the participants will be from Nayun's faction while the other half will be from Senior Brother Nagu's faction. You should know that although the rewards for entering Zhongstone Mountain are great, the risks are also great. Moreover, we have to send elite disciples. If we lose, then our Nayun and Nagu's factions would suffer heavy losses. The other outer court disciples don't know about this matter and are still worried. In fact, they don't understand that the list of participants has already been decided. Although the other core disciples wanted to compete, they were suppressed by Nayun and Nagu. It can be said that the two senior brothers have staked everything on this competition. If they lose, then the two senior brothers' reputation in the sect would be swept to the ground. Do you understand what I mean? Najin looked at Nayun and Nagu and said, the other outer court disciples don't know about this matter and are still worried. In fact, they don't understand that the list of participants has already been decided. How could Zhao Hai not understand? This time, it wasn't just a competition between the four great sects, it was also a small competition within the Iron Buddha Temple. If something were to happen, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai nodded. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have a lot of new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Then search Fork Dread and follow it. Hurry up. A core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple would certainly become a high-level member of the Iron Buddha Temple in the future. This was certain. However, the high-level members of the Iron Buddha Temple also had different statuses. For example, the head seat of the Arhat Palm was very strong. It can be said that he was only below one person and above 10,000 people. On the other hand, the head seat of the Scripture Pavilion didn't have much power. He was only in charge of the Scripture Pavilion. If the Scripture Pavilion was fine, then he would be fine. However, his status was still very high. It can be said that the scripture pavilion was a good place to retire. What kind of status a core disciple would have in the future was inseparable from his performance in the temple. The higher one's strength was in the temple, the greater one's contribution to the temple, the higher one's status would be in the future. This time, Na Yun and Na Gu had won the initiative of this competition. It could be said that this was a gamble. Not only did they have to send their strongest outer disciples, but they also had to look at the results of this competition. If the results were good, then there would be nothing to say. But if the results were bad, then they would naturally lose face and it would have a great impact on their future development. This was because the temple had agreed to hand over this competition to them with the intention of testing them. After all, the temple allowed them to manage so many people in order to see their management ability. If they failed this time, then it meant that their management ability and ability to deal with matters were still lacking, which would naturally have a great impact on their future development. Because of this, when he heard Na Zhen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he opened his mouth and said, "I know, I'll do my best." Na Zhen nodded. Before long, the two arrived outside Na Yu's courtyard. Na Zhen knocked on the door and said, "Senior brother Na Yu, I'm Na Zhen. Junior brother Jing Hai has come out of seclusion. I brought him here." Nu Yu's voice came from the courtyard. "My two junior brothers are here. Come in." His voice was as gentle as before, and there was no change in it. Na Zhen and Zhao Hai pushed the door and entered the courtyard. Na Yu was standing in front of the door with a gentle smile on his face. When the two saw Na Yu, they immediately bowed and said, "We've seen senior brother." Nu Yu returned the greeting and said, "All right, no need to be so polite. Come in and sit down." The two nodded and followed Nu Yu into the meditation room. After the three sat down, Na Yu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Fortunately, junior brother Jing Hai came out of seclusion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to explain this to senior brother Na Yun. Junior brother Na Zhen should have told you about this matter. Tell me, do you have any ideas or requests?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "I already know about this matter, and I also understand senior brother Cloud's meaning. I really do have a request. But I want to ask, after we enter Xianxia Mountain, who will the 100 people listen to?" Zhao Hai nodded. When Na Yu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked deeply at Zhao Hai and said, "This time, it was senior brother Na Yun who advocated for us and Na Gu to win. Moreover, in order to cooperate with you, Na Yun sent Na Zhen and Na Gu's team leader, Na Yin. Na Yin has also done missions with you, so she knows you very well and admires you very much. Moreover, the two senior brothers have already given orders that they will listen to your opinion once we enter the forest. What do you think?" Zhao Hai understood what Na Yu meant. Na Zhen and Na Yin were stronger than him, they were his senior brothers. If he told them to listen to him, then Na Zhen and Na Yin would lose face. Therefore, they said that they would listen to his opinion. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, I understand. If that's the case, then that's the best. Senior brother Na Yu, what about our relationship with the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect? Is there any possibility of cooperation when we arrive at Xianxia Mountain?" Na Yu replied, "It's impossible. You must be careful of the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect. These two sects are too unsettling. They might cooperate with us today, but they might betray us the next day. Therefore, you must be wary of them. Don't even think about cooperating with them. Of course, you have to grasp the situation inside. Although it's impossible to cooperate with them all the time, it's still possible to cooperate once in a while." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Senior brother can rest assured, I'll do my best." Nu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't try your best, you must. Junior brother Jing Hai, this competition is very important. Not only is it related to the sect's face, it's also related to the entire Nua Cloud sect. Whether we become a dragon or a worm in the future has a lot to do with this. You must do your best." When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Na Yu and said, "Senior brother, if you really want to do this, then I have a request. How many days are left before the competition?" Na Yu replied, 5 days. "If you have any other requests, then just say it." As long as you can do it this time, then we will support you with all our strength. Zhao Hai looked at Na Yu and said, I want to see all the candidates participating in this operation. At the same time, I want to teach them something. Therefore, senior brother, you should arrange a place for us in the next few days. It's best if it's a jungle. I want to take everyone there to learn something. At the same time, I want them to be familiar with the jungle environment. When Na Yu heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, alright, that's a good idea. I'll immediately tell senior brother Na Yun to arrange it for you. You go back first and wait. Once I've arranged it, I'll inform you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we need to be quick. We need to familiarize ourselves with the environment as well as rest. This way, we can ensure that we're in our best condition. Na Yu nodded and said, alright, I'll immediately arrange it. You can go back first. Zhao Hai and Na Zhen stood up and walked out. When they were outside, Na Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother, how confident are you? Zhao Hai replied, not many, but we have to do it. I thought that this matter was very serious, but now it seems like it's more serious than I thought. Otherwise, senior brother Nua, you wouldn't have said that whether we're a dragon or a worm in the future would depend on this matter. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Na Zhen nodded and said, indeed, but this matter is very important. This matter can be said to be facilitated by senior brother Na Yun. If it's done well, then not only would he be able to answer to the sect, he would also be able to answer to senior brother Na Gu. If he doesn't do it well, then not only would he lose the sect's face, he wouldn't be able to answer to senior brother Na Gu as well. He's the eldest disciple of the core disciples. If he loses face like this, then it would be very shameful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. You can go back to your courtyard first. I'll also go back and prepare some things. Na Zhen nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Then he didn't say anything as he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, he immediately took out a jade slip and entered some of his thoughts. These thoughts weren't anything special, it was nothing more than some hand gestures and some secret words. At the same time, it was also a request for everyone. He had used these things before, so it didn't take much effort for him to organize them. Just as he finished arranging these things, he heard a knock on the door. Zhao Hai quickly went out and opened the door. Unexpectedly, it was Na Zhen and Na Yu. Na Yu didn't wait for Zhao Hai to speak before he said, everyone has gathered, we're just waiting for you. Let's go, it's a secret forest in the back mountain. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the two to the back of the mountain. There were a lot of forests in the back of the Iron Buddha temple. The place was very well protected, but there weren't any beasts in it. The reason why these forests were left behind was because they were related to the Iron Buddha Temple's defensive continent. For Nuan Yin to allow them to train in these forests, it seems like he had put a lot of effort into it. One must know that these forests weren't places that just anyone could enter. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at the forest, they saw that there were already a lot of people standing there. There were about 100 of them. These monks were standing there and chatting. Among them, the one leading them was Nanin. Nanin was also present. When the two arrived, they immediately gave a salute to Nuanin. Nuanin and the others also gave a salute to Nuanyu. Then Zhao Hai stood in the middle of the group. Nuanyu looked at everyone and said, everyone knows why I called you here. This is junior brother Jinghai, a candidate appointed by senior brother Nuanyun. He is very experienced in fighting in the forest. Because of this, you must listen to junior brother Jinghai's commands. Today, he called everyone here to tell you something. Junior brother Jinghai, you should speak. Zhao Hai nodded and then walked to the front of the crowd. The people from Na Yun's faction knew Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose Zhao Hai. Moreover, they all felt that their faces were shining. However, Na Gu's faction was different. Some of them didn't find Zhao Hai pleasing to the eye. Some of them even looked at Zhao Hai with disdain. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw their reactions. Then he said, this competition is related to the Iron Buddha Temple's reputation. I won't say much about its importance. I can only say that what I asked you to do today is very important. You must take it seriously. If you don't do what I asked you to do and make a mistake, then after the competition, I will inform senior brother Na Yun. Senior brother Na Zhen, this is a jade slip that I made. Record the contents of the jade slip and then hand it over to the others. Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Na Zhen. After receiving the jade slip, Na Zhen immediately took a look at the contents. Then his eyes lit up as he recorded the contents of the jade slip. Then he handed it over to Na Yin. Na Yin didn't say anything as he scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force. Then he had a surprised expression on his face. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and recorded the contents of the jade slip before handing it over to the others. These people recorded the contents of the jade slip one by one. But when they saw the contents of the jade slip, they couldn't help but be surprised. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right to add as a friend. Then search for Dread and follow it. Hurry up. After everyone looked at the jade slip, Zhao Hai turned to everyone and said, "Did you see the contents of the jade slip? I'll give everyone 2 hours to memorize the contents of the jade slip. After that, I'll remind everyone that it's best to practice in groups. Alright, everyone can go and prepare." After saying that, Zhao Hai handed the jade slip back to Nunyu. Nunyu nodded. Nunyu nodded. Nunyu nodded. Nunyu nodded. Nuayu didn't see the contents of the jade slip, so he was very curious. Now that he saw Zhao Hai hand the jade slip over, he immediately received it. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the jade slip. Soon, he saw the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip had 36 hand gestures and 72 code words. Each of the 36 hand gestures represented a different meaning, and each of the 72 code words was different with different meanings. This was very troublesome. Naturally, if you can master all of this, then no one would be able to understand what you were talking about. Nuayu put down the jade slip and looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. Then he said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, will this work?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it will work. You can rest assured." Then Zhao Hai stood there and waited for the others. Nuayu looked at the others and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, where did you learn these things?" Zhao Hai replied, "I learned it from a friend of mine who ascended from the lower realms. The lower realms have armies. These hand signs and code words are used by the army. They are very useful." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right." Nuayu nodded. Although he hadn't been a soldier and hadn't seen an army before, he could see that the code words were specially prepared for battle. It wasn't something that ordinary people could study. 2 hours passed by before everyone returned to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Let's go, we'll be using the code words and hand gestures. Everyone, pay attention." Then he led everyone into the forest. Nuayu also followed him. Not long after they entered the forest, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, pay attention. We must be careful this time. Don't let the Nightwalker sect ambush us. Pay special attention to our left and right. They might ambush us from there. Their stealth techniques aren't weak." Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but sigh. "Fellow brothers, your reaction just now was wrong. In the code I gave you, pay attention to our left and right sides. In reality, we can't speak so simply, so we must put the code in our words. Just like what I just said, pay attention to our left and right sides. The real meaning of this code is to make everyone pay attention to our front and back, in order to prevent the enemy from attacking us from the front and back. If the enemy is monitoring us, then by saying this sentence, the enemy will change their target. So everyone must pay attention. In the forest, every word we say, every action we make, we must not let the enemy know our true purpose. At the same time, we must tell everyone every situation we find." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You must pay attention to the left and right sides of the forest, so you must pay attention to the right and left sides of the forest. Every word we say, every action we make, we must not let the enemy know our true purpose. At the same time, we must tell everyone every situation we find." Zhao Hai nodded. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Alright, from now on, let's start experimenting. Brother Na Zhen, pay attention to the grass in front of us. There might be people there. Najin nodded, then he slowly walked forward. While walking, he waved his hands to the side. Then he said, "Senior brother, it's safe here. We can continue." Najin nodded, then he slowly walked forward while waving his hands to the side. Zhao Hai nodded. What he said to Najin was also a code word. The first sentence was to let Najin see if there was someone poisoning them. Najin waved his hands as he walked forward, signaling to people behind him to surround him. The second sentence was to tell everyone that there was a situation in front and that they should be careful. Najin's first sentence was to tell everyone that there was a situation in front of him. Everyone clearly understood, but they didn't do anything excessive. They could only be careful. When they walked to the bush, they found that there was a medicinal herb behind it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Good, very good. That's how it should be. We don't have any enemies right now, so we'll use imaginary enemies to practice. This way, when we arrive in the forest, we won't be unable to understand what the other side is saying. In the next 3 days, we'll practice this in the forest. After 3 days, we'll go back and rest for a day. Then we'll go and rest." Everyone nodded, they didn't object. They were even very happy. This was because they felt that this code word was very useful. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, we're going to participate in the competition. This time, the competition will be very dangerous. Everyone must be careful. Moreover, I hope that after the competition, you won't casually use this code. We need to treat this code as our Iron Buddha Temple's secret realm. In the future, when there's a group operation, you can use this code. This way, the code will be effective." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai said, "Let's go. Not only do we need to practice the code word, we also need to do some reactions from time to time. Brother Nayu, I'll have to ask you to explain. If you say that we're being attacked, then it means that someone is attacking us. Then we need to react." Nayu nodded, then he said, "All right, I'll explain." At this time, Nayu's expression was solemn. He felt that this practice was very necessary. This was because it was very beneficial for them. After walking for a while, Nayu suddenly said, "Junior brother, we're being attacked from the top." The person who nodded was a monk who was walking on the periphery of the group. When the monk heard Nayu, he immediately lowered his body and rolled to the side. The others also reacted. Those who were close to the monk immediately went to rescue him. At the same time, the others also strengthened their vigilance. Nayu said, "We're being attacked by Nightwalker sect disciples on the left." Everyone also responded. Then Nayu didn't say anything else. After a while, he suddenly said, "We're being attacked by Sword Dance sect disciples using the Void Dance technique. We're now in an illusion." Everyone stared. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly took out the Vajra bell. Then when the bell rang, everyone immediately understood what was going on. The Vajra bell also has the ability to break illusions. Generally speaking, the Vajra bell can break illusions. Every once in a while, Naitek would suddenly issue an order. These orders were all meant to attack them. Sometimes, he would even say that someone was injured. These orders were meticulously carried out by everyone. Time passed bit by bit. When night fell, everyone found a place to rest. Zhao Hai also arranged for people to keep watch. But even so, Nayu still issued 2 orders to attack them in the middle of the night. This caused everyone to be in a mess. In this way, they practiced in the forest for 3 days. After 3 days, they came out of the forest and returned to their courtyard to rest. After resting for more than a day, they came out of the courtyard and gathered at the transmission square. When they arrived at the transmission square, everyone was stunned. This was because they didn't think that there would be so many people here today. Many outer disciples were looking at them with envy. Zen Master Wu Zue and Nayu were also standing there. Aside from them, there were also several elders of the high generation. There were about 20 people in total. When everyone arrived at the Transfer Array Plaza, Zen Master Wu Zue looked at them and said in a deep voice, "You are the ones chosen by the sect to participate in the competition. I won't say much about the meaning of this competition. Remember, make sure to come back alive. Let's go." After he said that, he walked into the transmission array. Everyone else followed. Na Yu also followed. However, he didn't say a word. He just stood there with his eyes half closed. He was spinning a ball in his hand. It was as if he didn't care about what was happening around him. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he also entered the transmission formation. Then with a flash of white light, more than 100 people disappeared from the transmission formation. In the next moment, they appeared in another city's transmission formation. There were several monks and people with high status standing outside the transmission array. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others appear, they immediately bowed to Wu Zue's group. Wu Zue waved his hand and said, "All right, just do your own thing. We're just passing by." After he said that, he waved his hand. In the next moment, a string of prayer beads flew out from his hand. Then the prayer beads grew bigger and bigger. Each of the beads could hold 10 people. Wu Zue's figure moved as he stood on top of the prayer beads. Then he turned his head and said, "Come on up." Everyone nodded and stood on the prayer beads. Wu Zue's mind moved and the prayer beads moved forward. They were now heading towards Zhongstone Mountain. Zhongstone Mountain wasn't within the sphere of influence of any of the major sections. In fact, Zhongstone Mountain didn't belong to any of the major sections. This was because there was nothing on Zhongstone Mountain and no one was interested in it. Therefore, almost no cultivators would come here. However, since Zhongstone Mountain didn't belong to any of the major sects, it was the most suitable place for the competition. Wu Zue led the group and arrived at Zhongshi Mountain in less than an hour. The surface area of Xianxia Mountain was huge. Beside Zhongshi Mountain was a river named Xianxia River. Beside the river was a stretch of barren land. This stretch of barren land was where the people from the various factions would gather. Wu Zue led the group to the barren beach. There was already a group of people there. This group was from the sword dance sect. The leader of the sword dance sect was a male cultivator. This male cultivator looked to be in his 40s and was dressed like a scholar. He had 3 strands of beard that floated in front of his chest. He looked like a well-educated scholar and didn't look like a cultivator at all. Wu Zue's eyes narrowed when he saw this person. He then said in a deep voice, "Ba, so it's Benefactor Mo, long time no see, Benefactor Mo. How have you been?" The scholar smiled and cupped his fists at Wu Zue. "Master Wu Zue, long time no see. Master is still as good as ever. How enviable." Wu Zue smiled and said, "Benefactor Mo is too polite. I haven't seen Benefactor Mo in a long time. If there's time, I'd like to ask Benefactor Mo for advice on chess. Mr. Mo is an expert in both sword and chess. Chess is even better than swords." "Ha ha ha, Master, you're too kind. If there's time, I'd like to play a game with you." Mr. Mo laughed loudly. Hearing their conversation, Na Zhen and the rest knew who Mr. Mo was. This Mr. Mo was called Mo Dao. He was a famous expert in the sword dance sect. His nickname was Sword in Chess and Sword in Chess. At this moment, a voice was heard, "Immeasurable longevity and blessings. Since the two of you are in such a good mood, how can you miss out on this humble Daoist? When the game starts, you must call this humble Daoist." A vigorous voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a huge Taiji diagram flying towards them from afar. The voice had already landed on the grass. On the Taiji diagram stood a Daoist priest. This Daoist priest had a head of white hair that resembled messy grass. He wore a tattered Daoist robe and looked sloppy. He held a wine gourd in his hand and reeked of alcohol. He looked like a beggar. But seeing his appearance, Na Zhen and the rest immediately guessed his identity. This was because his attire was too easy to recognize. He was probably the only one in the entire sword spirit world. This person was called Hua Qingfeng. His nickname was Qingfeng Jiu Dao. Some people called him Sloppy Daoist. He was an elder of the Serenity Dao sect. He had extraordinary strength and was a famous expert for many years. Wu Zue and Mo Dao quickly bowed to him. Wu Zue said, "Ba. Fellow Daoist Qingfeng, you're still so unrestrained. This humble monk is envious." Mo Dao also said in a deep voice, "I heard that fellow Daoist Qingfeng finally made an exception and accepted a disciple a few years ago. This makes me extremely curious. Just what kind of talent and jade is it to actually move fellow Taoist Qing Feng's heart and accept him as a disciple? This really makes me extremely curious. Ha ha ha, what's so difficult about that? He's here too. Ming Xian, come and greet the two seniors. As soon as Hua Qingfeng finished speaking, a soft voice came from behind him, yes, master. Along with this voice, a female cultivator walked out. This female cultivator wore a navy blue robe and looked very beautiful. She was very beautiful, but her entire person gave off an otherworldly aura. Just looking at her would make one's body and mind feel refreshed. Innate pure physique. Mo Dao and Wu Zue said at the same time. Wu Zue said a Buddhist chant and didn't say anything. After all, the Iron Buddha Temple didn't accept female disciples. Even if this female disciple was talented, it had nothing to do with the Iron Buddha Temple. On the other hand, Mo Dao's eyes lit up. He couldn't hide the jealousy in his eyes. He looked like a miser who saw a pile of gold and wanted to swallow this female cultivator. The novel, Bringing a Farm to a Different World, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add as a friend. Search for Dread and follow. Hurry! The innate pure body was a very extraordinary talent. People with this body would not have any toxins in their bodies. In other words, they were immune to all kinds of poisons. Similarly, when people ate food, there would be more or less toxins left in their bodies. Although cultivators ate good food and wouldn't leave too much toxins, there would still be toxins left in their bodies. Even if they took some detoxification pills, there would still be toxins in their bodies. It was precisely because of these toxins that everyone's physical condition would get worse and worse. For ordinary people, it would affect their lifespan. For cultivators, it would affect their strength. If there were too many toxins in their body, it would slowly degrade their body functions. In the end, it would be even more difficult for them to improve their strength. It could be said that many cultivators were not lacking in talent, nor were they not smart enough. It was not because their cultivation method was not good enough, nor was it because they did not have enough medicinal pills. It was because the toxins in their body accumulated more and more. In the end, they completely lost the hope of ascension. On the other hand, innate pure body didn't need to worry about this. Such people couldn't store any toxins in their bodies. Any toxins that entered their bodies would be expelled immediately. Therefore, their cultivation would be smooth sailing. If there were no accidents, they would have no problem in ascending to the immortal realm. In addition to this, there was another point. Such people would have innate qi in their body. This innate qi was the qi of a teacher when they were born. It was the most precious thing for a person. With this innate qi, their cultivation would be smoother. It could be said that many cultivators wanted to cultivate teachers' qi. When a person was in their mother's body, they didn't need to breathe. They relied on the Xiantian qi to maintain their body. When a person was born and came into contact with the outside world and breathed in the outside air for the first time, the Xiantian qi would naturally dissipate. Only a very small number of people could preserve this trace of Xiantian qi in their own body. And these people were all 1 in 10,000 heavenly cultivation. Materials. Therefore, strictly speaking, the innate pure body was composed of two types of physiques. One was the innate pure body, and the other was the pure body. Only 1 in 10,000 people had the innate pure qi in their body. It was very difficult to find a pure body, and the innate pure body was even harder to find. Any cultivator would dream of having such a disciple who could inherit their legacy and possibly ascend in the future. If an ordinary cultivator could dual cultivate with this innate pure physique, it would be very beneficial for him. Because of this, Mo Dao looked at Ming Xian with that gaze. Hua Qingfeng looked at Mo Dao and coldly snorted, Mo Dao, what are you doing? If you dare to look at my disciple like that again, don't blame me for being rude. Mo Dao immediately sobered up. He was a powerful cultivator with a strong will. Now that Mo Dao said this, he immediately sobered up. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Daoist Qingfeng, you misunderstood. I was just surprised. Hua Qingfeng coldly snorted. At this time a black cloud floated over from the horizon. Before long, the black cloud landed on the barren land. Then the black cloud dissipated, revealing a group of black-robed cultivators. This group of black-robed cultivators had a total of 101 people. The leader was a person wearing black robes and a black mask. His mask was very strange, it was square and flat. It gave people a strange feeling. Behind him were 100 disciples of the Nightwalker sect. 50 of them were wearing robes and ghost masks. The other 50 were wearing black robes and ordinary masks. When Wu Zue saw the leader of the Nightwalker sect, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he chanted and said, Ba, Benefactor Feng has arrived. I haven't heard from Benefactor Feng for a long time. I thought that something had happened to Benefactor Feng. I'm very surprised to see Benefactor Feng here. The man with the square mask glanced at Sinless, extended his left hand, and gave Sinless a thumbs up. Then, he bent his arm back and placed the thumbs up on his neck. Then, he drew a line across his neck and put his hand down. From start to finish, he did not say a single word. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could see his actions. It wasn't a good action, it was clear that he wanted to kill. Wu Zue looked at the person and chanted, Ba, this poor monk will wait for Benefactor Feng. At this time, Na Zhen and the others already knew who this person was. Nobody knew his name, but they knew that he was one of the Nightwalker sect's famous assassins. This was what outsiders called the assassins. Nobody knew what the Nightwalker sect called them. They only knew that these assassins were very strong. At this time, people only knew that there were 4 types of assassins. They were square, circle, triangle, and trapezoid. These 4 types of assassins were very famous in the sword spirit boundary. They were very strong, each one of them had assassinated at least a spirit refinement returning realm expert. Because of this, they were recognized as the strongest in the sword spirit boundary. They didn't think that the Nightwalker sect would send such an assassin to lead the team. No wonder he was alone, he was enough to control the situation. Hua Qingfeng looked at the assassin with a serious expression and said, Alright, let's not waste time. Now that everyone is here, let's start. From now until 1 month from now, all the disciples of the 4 sects cannot leave the mountain. All the disciples of the 4 sects must be external disciples. If anyone cheats, the other sects will attack them together. The sect with the most disciples who leave the mountain alive will be the winner. After 100 years, the number of people who can enter the mysterious world will be increased to 150. The sect with the least number of people will be reduced to 50. After 100 years, we will compete again. If you don't have anything to add, let's start. Everyone remained silent. Hua Qingfeng looked at the crowd and said, Alright, if no one has any objections, let's begin. Then he waved his hand. The disciples of the solitary Tao sect immediately rushed forward, wanting to be the first to enter the mountain. The people of the other sects were also very clear about why they were doing this. Now that there was no one in Xianxia mountain, they would have the upper hand if they went in first. Whether it was hiding or ambushing the people of the other sects, they would have the upper hand. Therefore, the leaders of the other sects immediately waved their hands, and the people of their sects directly rushed towards Xianxia mountain. The disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were the same. They rushed towards the mountain in a disorderly manner. In fact, the distance between them wasn't very big. This was what Zhao Hai had suggested. When these people entered the forest, they would appear disorderly. This would make the other sects lower their guard. But once they entered the forest, they would immediately gather and move together. This way, the other sects wouldn't be able to scheme against them. They were already at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain was covered with trees. As long as they entered the range of the mountain, the people below the mountain wouldn't be able to see them. Zhao and the others quickly entered the range of Xianxia mountain and directly went into the jungle. From the outside, it seemed like they entered the jungle first and then later. But in fact, as soon as they entered the jungle, the people in front immediately stopped and began to be on guard. After the people behind them came in one after another, they all gathered together. Soon, the 100 people of the Iron Buddha Temple had all gathered together. The people outside were automatically on guard. As for the people inside, they gathered around Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai entered the forest, he looked around and said, "Fellow brothers, I think we should split up. What do you think?" The people gathered around Zhao Hai didn't speak. They just nodded and then dispersed. Naturally, in other people's eyes, they dispersed. But in fact, they didn't disperse at all. Instead, they were divided into 5 groups. Zhao Hai led 19 people in the middle. Nua Yin led 19 people in the front, Nua Zhen led 19 people in the back. On the left was a monk called Nua Ren, leading 19 people in the left. On the right was a monk called Nua Zhang, leading 19 people in the right. Nua Ren and Nua Zhang were both experts at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Their Iron Buddha lotus body had also been cultivated to the 2nd level. At the same time, they also practiced other body arts. They were extremely powerful, so the 2 of them were the captains of the 2 squads. After the groups were in position, the 4 people simultaneously said, "Everyone, don't worry." After saying that, they began to move forward. This sentence was also a code. It meant that they were ready. The entire group slowly moved forward. Zhao Hai was in the middle as he looked around. They weren't moving very fast, it could even be said that they were moving very slowly. However, everyone was very careful. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, pay attention. There might be herbs in this forest. We can pick some herbs and exchange them for contribution points." Zhao Hai's words weren't for them to pick herbs. Instead, he wanted them to pay attention to ambushes and be careful of the enemy's poison. The Serenity Dao sect also knew how to use poison. The Nightwalker sect was an expert at using poison. The Sword Dance sect wasn't very famous for using poison, but their sect had a very powerful incense that could cause people to hallucinate. Among the 4 sects, the Iron Buddha Temple was the worst at using poison. This was why Zhao Hai had reminded them. Everyone naturally understood his reminder. They didn't say anything and continued to move forward. However, although they didn't say anything to Zhao Hai, they would still talk to each other. Only when they spoke loudly would they need to communicate with the other groups. The other groups would also make corresponding adjustments. It could be said that although the few groups seemed to be talking about unrelated things on the surface, they were actually very close to each other. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add a friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. Zhao Hai walked in the middle of the group, then he suddenly said, "Senior brother Nun, pay attention and see if there's any ginseng. The sect needs a lot of ginseng right now. If we can get some, then we'll get a lot of contribution points. If we hand in ginseng, then we'll get double the contribution points." After saying that, Zhao Hai's hands moved to both sides. Then he made an encircling motion. This movement was very light. Most people would think that his hands were moving naturally and wouldn't pay attention to anything else. But Zhao Hai's actions were seen by the people next to him. They immediately did the same thing. Then the group calmed down. On the other hand, Nuanin understood Zhao Hai's meaning. About 42 steps in front of them, there were people lying in ambush. There were about 10 people in total. Nuanin and Nuanin wanted to surround the other party. They couldn't let them escape. Nuanin and Nuanin were stunned. Originally, Nuanin thought that it was only 21 steps. However, when Zhao Hai said that the contribution points were doubled, it had 2 meanings. First, it meant that the distance had been doubled, which meant that the distance had increased from 21 steps to 42 steps. Second, it meant that there were people in the temple. An adult ginseng tree could be exchanged for 5 contribution points, which meant that it was worth 10 points. This also represented the number of people in the temple. Zhao Hai's gestures were done by his entire group. This was to tell the people on the left and right to cooperate with Nunin. Nun Yin's group also saw Zhao Hai's gestures. Naturally, they understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Therefore, they also made preparations. On the other hand, Nun Yin's group on the left and Nun Yin's group on the right suddenly accelerated. Nun Yin's group calmly slowed down. However, their deceleration wasn't very sudden. Instead, it was as if they were looking for medicinal herbs. At the same time, they were also slowly calculating the distance. In the spiritual sword world, the number of steps didn't refer to a person's step. Instead, it referred to a quantity. The length of this step was fixed in the spiritual sword world. One step was equivalent to about 2 meters. The reason why this step was so long was because one step referred to the distance of an ordinary person's 2 steps. A person's distance was about 2 meters. Therefore, this step referred to the distance of 2 meters. In other words, the 42 steps that Zhao Hai mentioned was equivalent to 84 meters. This distance wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either. Nan Yin's group also knew how far it was. Therefore, they slowed down and pretended to be looking for medicinal herbs. At the same time, they were also calculating the distance between themselves and the enemy. The people waiting for Nuan Yin's group weren't from the Nightwalker sect, but the swordsmanship sect. The swordsmanship sect's swordsmanship art was able to create illusions. Therefore, they had some understanding of illusions. Therefore, it was very easy for them to create an invisibility effect. Moreover, they had something like the invisibility talisman, so they had laid an ambush ahead of time. Nanin calmly led his group of 19 people and slowly walked forward. While walking forward, he lowered his head and looked around as if he was really looking for medicinal herbs. The people from the sword dance sect couldn't help but laugh when they saw Nuan Yin's group. In their opinion, they had come here to fight, but the people from the Iron Buddha temple were actually looking for medicinal herbs. They were really out of their minds. Therefore, they were prepared to attack Nuan Yin's group. However, the people from the swordsmanship sect were all cultivators in the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, their attack range wasn't very far. Moreover, the monks of the Iron Buddha temple were known for their strong defense. If they were too far away, even if they attacked with sword Qi, it would be very difficult for them to injure the people from the Iron Buddha temple. Moreover, ordinary talismans were even more impossible to injure the people from the Iron Buddha temple. Because of this, they had to wait for the Iron Buddha temple's people to come within 10 meters of them before attacking. This was because with their current strength, they still couldn't release sword Qi. They could only release fake sword Qi. Fake sword Qi was a kind of ability that could be released through the sword in their hand. Although it looked like sword Qi, it was still far from real sword Qi. Because of this, they had to wait for the Iron Buddha temple's people to come within 10 meters of them before suddenly attacking. Then they would use illusions to quickly leave, not allowing the Iron Buddha temple's people to entangle them. It was precisely because of this that all their attention was placed on Nan Yin's group. They didn't notice that they were surrounded on both sides. Even their backs were surrounded. At this time, Nanin was about 20 meters away from them. The people from the swordsmanship sect were ready to attack at any time. Nanin was still walking forward. While he was waiting, he suddenly heard 2 very low birdsong from the woods. This birdsong was very normal in the woods. However, it was different to Nan Yin's ears. This was because he could tell that this birdsong came from Nun Ren and Nun Zhang. Birdsong was also a method that Zhao Hai taught them. In the woods, if they wanted to ambush an enemy, they would need to arrive at a designated location in advance. Once they arrived, they would need to inform their companions that they had arrived. Otherwise, when the enemy arrived, they wouldn't be able to do so, but they would still need to inform the others. This way, they wouldn't be able to speak, so they could only use other methods to inform their companions. If they used magic, then the enemy would certainly be alerted. Therefore, birdsong was the best method of communication. In order to separate it from ordinary birdsong, their birdsong was specially prepared. It also had a secret code that could transmit a message, so there was no mistake. The 2 birdsong that Nanin heard just now was telling him that the encirclement was complete. They could do whatever they wanted next. Nanin stood up straight and walked forward slowly. When he was about 15 meters away from the 10 people from the swordsmanship sect, he suddenly stopped and said, "Fellow Taoists, it's better to show yourself." As soon as he said this, the people from the swordsmanship sect couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't move because they didn't know if the other party was bluffing. If the other party was bluffing, they would fall into a trap if they went out. Nanin couldn't help but snort when he saw that they didn't appear. Then, he moved his hand and an iron wooden fish the size of a watermelon appeared in his hand. He held an iron rod in his other hand and sneered, "If you don't show yourself, you won't have the chance anymore. You're already surrounded. It's better to show yourself." The people from the swordsmanship sect still didn't move. However, at this moment, they noticed that an Iron Buddha temple disciple behind Nanin had a talisman in his hand. Then, he threw the talisman directly at them. They immediately understood that the other party had discovered them and wasn't bluffing. The faces of those people changed. Then, they moved and dodged. In this way, their figures were also exposed. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others also arrived. However, Zhao Hai and Nanjun didn't lead their teams to surround those people. Now that those people were surrounded by 60 people, they didn't need them. What they needed to do was to guard the surroundings and prevent people from other sects from being attracted to them. As soon as the people from the swordsmanship sect revealed themselves, they immediately drew their long swords. One of them pointed at Nanin and said, "How did you discover us?" Nanin looked at them and sneered, "You don't need to know. Do it." After that, he moved the wooden fish in his hand and threw it at the other party. The others also made their move at this time. The people from the swordsmanship sect were obviously all experts. When they saw Nanyin's group moving, they immediately began to form a formation to meet them. They didn't know any formations, so they simply stood back to back and faced the attacks of Nanyin's group. However, Nanyin's group was also an elite of the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, they were unprepared. How could they give them a chance to counterattack? Therefore, their attacks were very fierce. Soon, there were casualties among the disciples of the swordsmanship sect. At this time, Zhao Hai was leading his team of 19 people to stand on the periphery of the battle circle, paying attention to the situation around them. The people in his team were also very calm. No one spoke or moved. Each of them stared in one direction, carefully on guard. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "I don't know if senior brother Nanin and the others can deal with those people within 50 breaths. If they can deal with those people, we can leave this place faster. I heard that there are a lot of acaranthes and evil wormwood ahead. When the time comes, we can go and pick some. These two things can also be exchanged for contribution points." Acaranthes and evil wormwood were both medicinal ingredients, and they were also common medicinal ingredients. So when Zhao said this, outsiders simply wouldn't understand what he meant. But the people in his team understood that Zhao was trying to tell them that about 50 paces northwest of them, there were people approaching. There were about 10 of them. Acaranthes referred to the west, and evil wormwood referred to the north. Therefore, these two medicinal materials referred to the direction. 50 breaths referred to 50 steps, and contribution points referred to the number of people. Acaranthes and evil wormwood could indeed be exchanged for contribution points in the Iron Buddha Temple. Generally, these two things could be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Therefore, the contribution points here referred to 10 people. Everyone in their team knew this, but they didn't make a sound. They just stood there and looked ahead with vigilance. A monk beside Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Junior brother, I see that senior brother Nun and the others have already dealt with the enemy. They shouldn't delay us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's good that they won't delay us. 5 breaths have passed, they should be finished soon." Then after he said that, Zhao Hai's body suddenly moved forward. Then he took a deep breath and sent a punch forward. Zhao Hai's punch caused the wind and clouds to move. The entire forest rustled as if a boulder had suddenly rolled through the forest. Zhao Hai's punch was the mountain-covering fist. He had combined the mountain condensing technique and the mountain covering fist. However, he didn't use his full strength. If he used his full strength, then the momentum of this punch would be much greater. However, he couldn't use his full strength, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. When Zhao Hai was talking to that person, he was calculating the distance. That person said that the other party was only 15 steps away from them. Then Zhao Hai said that the other party was only 5 steps away, so they could make their move. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click the plus sign at the top right to add a friend. Then search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. Zhao Hai's punch was completely out of their expectations. They did not expect that Zhao Hai would suddenly attack them. However, they thought that Zhao Hai had not discovered them since they were using the illusory technique of the swordsmanship sect. They did not expect that Zhao Hai had already discovered them and had calculated their distance. As soon as they entered the attacking range of Zhao Hai immediately attacked. The people of the swordsmanship sect were different from the people of the Iron Buddha Temple. The people of the Iron Buddha Temple moved together with 100 people. Although they were now divided into 5 teams, these 5 teams were strictly under Zhao Hai's command. Their movements and the distance between each other could be heard if they spoke loudly. Therefore, they could be considered as a large group. However, the swordsmanship sect was different. They had divided 100 people into 10 teams with 10 people in each team. They were not too far away from each other so that they could take care of each other. The swordsmanship sect team that was lying in ambush to deal with Nguyen Yin's group did not expect that they would be ambushed by Nguyen Yin's group instead. The sound of their battle had also alerted the other swordsmanship sect team. They immediately came over to check the situation. Of course, they had also used their sect's illusory technique. Therefore, they could not be seen with the naked eye. They saw Zhao Hai's group from afar and immediately knew that they had encountered the people of the Iron Buddha Temple. At the same time, they also noticed the battle circle behind Zhao Hai's group. Although they could not see the situation in the battle circle, they could tell that one side was definitely the people of the swordsmanship sect from the aura of the battle. This discovery made them want to rescue those people immediately. Therefore, they sneaked over to Zhao Hai's group. They were prepared to attack Zhao Hai's group when they were close enough. However, they did not expect that Zhao Hai had been waiting for them to make this move. When they were close enough, Zhao Hai immediately attacked them. As soon as Zhao Hai made a move, the others naturally followed suit. Moreover, as soon as Zhao Hai made a move, their illusion technique was broken. The 10 of them were directly exposed to Zhao Hai's group. Naturally, Zhao Hai's group wouldn't be polite. All kinds of weapons were used to greet them. The people from the swordsmanship sect also began to fight back immediately. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Although Zhao Hai was fighting with the people from the swordsmanship sect, he was also observing the situation on the battlefield. Fortunately, other than these 2 groups of people, no one else had come to the battlefield. Zhao Hai and the rest could safely deal with the group of people from the swordsmanship sect. The sword dance sect cultivator that Zhao Hai and the others were fighting was very powerful. He had already reached the 12th order in the Qi refining realm. He brandished his magnificent sword, creating an impenetrable barrier that resembled a myriad of beautiful rays of light. It was a very beautiful sight. Zhao Hai looked at the person from the swordsmanship sect and couldn't help but sneer. He then formed the great Vajra will seal with both hands and exhaled, "Army." As soon as he uttered the word, his figure suddenly sped up. At the same time, he threw a punch at the leader of the swordsmanship sect group. Zhao Hai's punch was strengthened by the word, making it even more powerful. The punch was like a mountain falling down. The immense pressure made the sword in the swordsmanship sect cultivator's hand feel as if it weighed 1,000 kilograms. That person's mind was distracted by Zhao Hai's punch. If he couldn't break the momentum of Zhao Hai's punch, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Therefore, he retracted the sword in his hand and shouted, "Swords move the 4 directions." The long sword in his hand stabbed forward. This stab was aimed directly at Zhao Hai's fist. As he thrust his sword forward, the surrounding spirit chi was mobilized by his sword. It was as if the sword had turned into thousands of swords and stabbed straight at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt that his entire body was enveloped by the opponent's sword. If he continued to punch, not only would his fist be pierced by the opponent's sword, but his body would also be pierced by the other spirit chi mobilized by the opponent. When that happened, he would be injured. Zhao Hai's expression remained unchanged. He retracted his fist and quickly formed a seal in his hand. He shouted, "Lying." As Zhao Hai shouted, the person from the swordsmanship sect felt that the space around Zhao Hai suddenly solidified. The chi swords that were mobilized by his sword momentum were directly dissipated by the air. His sword chi didn't look as powerful as before. It looked like an ordinary sword. The disciple from the swordsmanship sect also knew that his move had been broken. Therefore, he withdrew his sword momentum and formed a seal with his hand before swinging his sword. This sword looked ethereal, like a beautiful woman singing and dancing slowly. The sword in his hand also seemed to have become a ribbon in the hand of a beautiful woman. He shouted softly, "Wonderful dance, rise to the heavens." The long sword drew a beautiful arc and stabbed straight at Zhao Hai. However, if he really wanted to block this sword, he would be dead. The sword momentum of this sword was erratic and could change at any time. It was impossible to guard against. Zhao Hai's expression remained unchanged. He formed a seal with his hands and said casually, "Array." Then, he threw out a punch. This punch looked ordinary, but it was as heavy as a mountain. It didn't seem to hit the long sword of the swordsmanship sect disciple, but it had completely sealed the path of his sword. It was like a boor who didn't know how to dance at all. No matter how beautiful the dance was, he would still throw a punch, completely destroying the beauty of the dance. Naturally, he would also break the sword momentum of this sword. The face of the swordsmanship sect disciple changed. He really didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was just a cultivator at the ninth order in the essence refining qi transformation realm. Even if he was strong, how strong could he be? However, after exchanging blows with Zhao Hai, he realized that Zhao Hai's strength was incomparably strong and very difficult to deal with. The long sword in his hand changed its move. The entire sword momentum suddenly became faster. He shouted softly, "Thunder's fury." This sword thrust faintly carried the sound of wind and thunder. The entire sword seemed to contain the might of Thunder's fury. It was upright, but it also had a suppressive aura. Zhao Hai's fist moved. His hands formed the immovable deity seal as he shouted softly, "Descend." Then, the phantom of a mountain appeared on his body. Next, Zhao Hai threw out a punch. The speed of this punch was very slow, as if the mountain was pressing down on his hand. However, as he threw out this punch, the mountain moved along with Zhao Hai's fist. The phantom of the entire mountain pressed down on the swordsmanship sect disciple. The swordsmanship sect disciple's expression changed drastically. He could feel the power of Zhao Hai's punch. The power of this punch was too great. His thunderous sword momentum could not be unleashed in the face of Zhao Hai's punch. It was completely suppressed by Zhao Hai's punch. He had no choice but to withdraw his sword momentum and shouted softly, soaring like Emperor's soaring dragon. Following this shout, his entire body rose into the air. His body was like a flood dragon, constantly changing its position in the air. It was as if a flood dragon was swimming around in the air. Zhao Hai looked at him and sneered. He formed the lion seal with both hands and shouted softly, "Fight." With a loud boom, the swordsmanship sect disciple was smashed down from the sky by the huge mountain. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to move anymore. However, Zhao Hai did not intend to let him go. He threw out another punch and hit the swordsmanship sect disciple's chest. The swordsmanship sect disciple spurted out blood and flew out 7 to 8 meters away. He fell to the ground and twitched twice before he stopped moving. Apparently, he was already dead. They were now competing to see who could walk out of Xianxia Mountain alive. Even if he was seriously injured, as long as he could walk out of Xianxia Mountain alive, he would still be counted as one. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai naturally could not hold back. Even if his opponent was seriously injured, he would still go up and finish him off. Senior brother. The other swordsmanship sect disciples who were still resisting could not help but be shocked when they saw that Zhao Hai had killed that person. They screamed and turned to look at Zhao Hai with fire in their eyes. It seemed that the person who had just been killed by Zhao Hai was considered strong in the swordsmanship sect. He should also have a high prestige. At this moment, the sword dance sect's disciples seemed to have gone mad. They ignored the attacks of the other Iron Buddha Temple's disciples and directly attacked Zhao Di. The long sword in one of their hands was like thunder, bringing with it the faint sound of thunder. Zhao Hai looked at the disciples with a cold expression. He had seen too many life and death situations. He had also seen all kinds of reactions when they saw their companions die. Therefore, he was not surprised at all when these people attacked him. He formed an outer binding seal with both hands and shouted, "Jia." As soon as the word came out of his mouth, Zhao Hai's body swayed gently. Then, his body swayed and a few figures of Zhao Hai appeared in the field. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. This was an illusion. The swordsmanship sect disciples were experts in using illusions. Naturally, they could immediately tell that Zhao Hai's move was a combination of illusions and moves. However, how could they break this illusion in such a short time? Therefore, they were now at a loss, not knowing which one was Zhao Hai's real body. However, they did not think that it would be good for them this time. Even if they attacked Zhao Hai, they would be seriously injured by the other Iron Buddha Temple disciples. It could be said that this was an attack with no way out. It was too late for them to change their moves. The long swords in their hands sped up and went straight for the figures of Zhao Hai. Each of them attacked one of them. At this moment, the illusory figures of Zhao Hai suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Hai also disappeared. The swordsmanship sect disciples realized that Zhao Hai's real body was not among the illusions. They couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, they heard a low roar, "Come." As soon as the voice came out, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. With a loud bang, the disciples of swordsmanship sect spat out blood and their bodies slowed down. At this moment, the attacks from the other people of Iron Buddha Temple arrived. The disciples of swordsmanship sect had no way to defend themselves. They were struck by the weapons of the Iron Buddha Temple. Some of them were struck by the Buddhist commandment blade and died on the spot. Those who were struck by other weapons didn't fare any better and were killed on the spot. One must know that the Iron Buddha Temple disciples were body cultivators. Most of the weapons they used were heavy weapons. It was no joke to be hit by such weapons. Seeing that the swordsmanship sect disciples were dead, Zhao Hai's figure slowly appeared. It turned out that Zhao Hai's position was not far from the direction of the swordsmanship sect disciples' attack. However, he was already out of their line of sight. It could be said that he was in a blind spot. That was why he disappeared from their sight. Zhao Hai put his palms together and said, "Ba. Senior brothers, clean up the battlefield. Take away their spatial equipment and swords. Then, use talismans to cremate their corpses. Don't let their corpses be torn apart by wild beasts." The Iron Buddha Temple disciples responded and took away all the spatial equipment of the swordsmanship sect disciples. Then, they used talismans to create fireballs to cremate the corpses. Now, these Iron Buddha Temple disciples were full of admiration for Zhao Hai. They never thought that Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong. He could kill a Qi refinement stage 12th stage expert single-handedly. Moreover, he caught them off guard and injured the remaining swordsmanship sect disciples in one move. His strength was definitely stronger than theirs. One must know that the disciples sent by the Iron Buddha Temple were all elites. Most of their spiritual Qi cultivation had reached the 12th level of Qi refinement, and some had even reached the 11th level of Qi refinement. Although for some sects, the Qi refinement realm was still considered an outer disciple, but for the people of the Iron Buddha Temple, the Qi refinement realm was definitely an inner disciple. This was because the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were all body cultivators. Their strength in the Qi refinement realm was already very powerful. Moreover, because they put most of their energy into body cultivation, their spiritual Qi cultivation inevitably fell behind. Therefore, in the Iron Buddha Temple, as long as you can reach the Qi refinement realm, then you can immediately become an inner disciple. It could be said that most of the disciples sent by the Iron Buddha Temple this time were very promising to become inner sect disciples within 1 or 2 years, and at most 3 years. Among them, only Zhao Hai's cultivation was at the Qi refinement stage 9th stage. Of course, the other disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple looked down on him at first. It wasn't until he took out those secret words that they accepted him. However, at most, they thought that Zhao Hai was a person who was good at commanding and didn't think about how strong he was. However, the battle just now made them realize Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's strength was really strong, especially the Buddhist 9 words mantra. He used it to perfection, which really surprised them. One must know that the 9 words mantra was something that Buddhist cultivators could use. It wasn't a separate cultivation method, but rather an auxiliary type of hand seal. In the past, they didn't pay much attention to the 9 words mantra. But now that Zhao Hai used the 9 words mantra, its power was extraordinary. This made them very surprised. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right to add a friend, search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up! The 9 True Word Formula was a Buddhist cultivation technique that many Buddhist disciples would learn. This cultivation technique mainly played an auxiliary role. Every true word was accompanied by an individual hand seal. The combination of the true word and the hand seal allowed one to display their true power. However, very few people would use the 9 True Word Formula during a battle. This was because there was very little time to form hand seals. By the time you finished forming the hand seals, the enemy would already be in front of you. Very few people knew that the 9 characters true word formula was only a simplified version of a cultivation method. This cultivation method was the 9 characters true word palm. Although there was only one word difference between the 9 symbolic seals and the 9 symbolic seals, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. When the 9 symbolic seals were used to a high level, the incantations and hand seals could be uttered from the mouth. Every move of the 9 symbolic seals had earth-shattering power. Zhao Hai's 9 True Word Formula was learned from the Cloudy Mountain Iron Elder's cultivation technique Jade Slip. The Jade Slip that recorded the 9 True Word Formula wasn't the Jade Slip that recorded the Golden Body All-Changing technique, nor was it the Jade Slip that recorded the various array formations. It was the Jade Slip that recorded his combat experience. Moreover, he had the complete version of the 9 Words Mantra technique. The 9 Words Mantra Mahamudra was recorded at the end of the Jade Slip. When the Cloudy Mountain Iron Elder fought later on, he would often use the 9 Words Mantra Mahamudra. However, when he learned the 9 Words Mantra Mahamudra, he didn't put much effort into it. Therefore, when he used the 9 Words Mantra Mahamudra against his enemies later on, he felt that it was inconvenient. He even felt that the Mahamudra was a little unfamiliar with it. It was precisely because of this that the Cloudy Mountain Iron Elder emphasized at the end of the technique that if he wanted to unleash the strongest power of the Golden Body of all transformations technique in the later stages, he had to work hard to learn the 9 Words Mantra Mahamudra in the early stages. It would be best if he could reach the stage where he could form hand seals with his will. Although Zhao Hai wasn't very interested in the Golden Body All-Changing technique, he was very interested in the 9 True Word Formula. The power of the 9 True Word Formula could only be regarded as ordinary. It needed to be used in conjunction with other martial arts. However, the 9 True Word Palm was different. The 9 True Word Palm could not only be used in conjunction with other martial arts, but it could also be used alone. Its power was huge. Moreover, Zhao Hai also found that the 9 True Word Palm included all kinds of changes. It even included martial arts, techniques, cultivation methods, spiritual control, refining tools, alchemy, and other things that were needed in cultivation. Almost all of them could be used in the 9 True Word Palm. It could be said that the 9 True Word Palm had endless wonderful uses. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai carefully studied the 9 True Word Formula when he was in seclusion. He wanted to reach a level where he could use it to fight against the enemy. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used the 9 True Word Palm to fight against the people of the Sword Dance sect. He found that using the 9 True Word Palm to fight against the enemy was more convenient than using other Buddhist mantras. Of course, at the current stage, the 9 True Word Formula couldn't possibly be as powerful as other Buddhist mantras. The 9 True Word Formula of the Buddhist sect was the same as the 9 True Word Formula of the Taoist sect. They both had 9 words. Lin Bing Doxia, advance in formation. There were also some that said, Lin Bing Doxia, advance in formation. However, the authentic 9 True Word Formula was still Lin Bing Doxia, advance in formation. Each word corresponded to a handprint, and each handprint had different uses. Take the word Lin as an example. The handprint corresponding to the word Lin was the Akalanatha seal, also known as the Akalanatha seal, the Akalanatha seal, the Akalanatha seal, or the Samadhi seal. The main function of this handprint was to strengthen one's willpower, just like the Akalanatha seal, so that one would not be confused by the outside world and would have a strong resistance against illusions. It could also be used to enhance the power of various martial arts and increase the power of martial arts moves. Just like Zhao Hai, when Zhao Hai was fighting against several sword dance sect practitioners, he used the Akalanatha seal to enhance the mountain-covering fist. With the Akalanatha seal, the power of the mountain-covering fist was greatly increased. This was the reason why he was able to injure the sword dance sect's Qi refinement level 12 practitioner with one punch. This was the power of the handprint. When Zhao Hai was fighting against the sword dance sect's Qi refinement level 12 practitioner, he did not exert 100% of his combat strength. When he used the mountain condensing technique to destroy the mountain covering fist, he only used about 40% of his power. Even so, with the help of the Akalanatha seal, he was able to kill the sword dance sect's Qi refinement level 12 practitioner. This showed how powerful the handprint was. This also made the other people in the Iron Buddha temple pay more attention to the 9 words true word formula. At this time, the battle on Nua Yin's side was also over. None of the 10 sword dance sect practitioners managed to escape. Nua Yin immediately ordered people to clean up the battlefield and cremate the bodies. After dealing with this, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the various teams began to move forward again. This time, they were outnumbered. Naturally, they were able to eliminate their opponents easily without suffering any losses. Just like before, the group continued to move forward while speaking in code. At the same time, they were also paying attention to their surroundings. After walking for more than an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Senior brother Nun, pay attention to your left and right. There might be some herbs there. We can exchange them for contribution points. Contribution points can be doubled now." Nun nodded. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, Nua Yin immediately paid attention. This was because what Zhao Hai really meant was that there were 2 people in front of them who had poisoned them. It was very likely that they were from the Nightwalker sect. The members of the Nightwalker sect were all assassins. Assassins were used to working alone, so they didn't cooperate much. However, in the mystic realm or in this competition, they would still cooperate. After all, their enemies were much stronger than them. The assassins from the Nightwalker sect could be said to be very familiar with using poison. In addition, there weren't many people attacking them. Therefore, Nua Yin and the others could almost instantly determine that the people attacking them were from the Nightwalker sect. After knowing that it was the people from the Nightwalker sect, Nua Yin also moved. He commanded everyone to scatter to both sides. It seemed like he was looking for herbs, but in fact, it was to cover the actions of Nua Ren and Nua Zhang teams. Nua Ren and Nua Zhang teams had already moved forward, preparing to surround the people from the Nightwalker sect and then deal with them. The method they used was actually the same as dealing with the people from the Sword Dance sect. Then Zhao Hai used a secret language to remind Nua Yin and the others of the location of the 2 people from the Nightwalker sect. He also told Nua Yin and the others where the people from the Nightwalker sect had poisoned them. After listening to Zhao Hai's words, Nua Yin immediately made arrangements. They acted as if they didn't know and slowly moved forward, slowly approaching the place where the wine and poison were placed. At this time, Nua Ren and Nua Zhang teams were already in position, surrounding the 2 cultivators from the Nightwalker sect. After the 2 cultivators were surrounded, they immediately launched an attack. Nua Yin and the others also slowly moved towards the place where the poison was placed. There was nothing there, only some grass and shrubs. It didn't look like it was poisoned at all. However, if one looked carefully, they would notice that there were some abnormal water droplets on the grass and shrubs. It wasn't morning, so it was impossible for there to be dew or rain. These water droplets were very abnormal. If Zhao Hai didn't remind them, then they wouldn't have noticed it. But now that Zhao Hai reminded them, they immediately realized that these water droplets were abnormal. The other monks around Nua Yin also carefully looked around. Soon, they noticed something. One of the monks said, "Senior brother, there should be a poisonous water belt here. It's about 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. What should we do?" Nua Yin frowned as he looked at the poison belt. After some time, he said, "Let's go around it. Junior brothers Nua Ren and Nua Zhang are already fighting with the 2 cultivators from the Nightwalker sect. We should go and take a look." The others nodded, then they went around it. When Zhao Hai saw them going around, he didn't. Instead, he went directly to the poison belt and looked at the water droplets. Although these water droplets looked like ordinary water droplets, Zhao Hai noticed that they were much more viscous than ordinary water droplets. A monk beside Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, should we also go around it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That would be too wasteful." Then he took out a jade bottle. This jade bottle was very big. Then Zhao Hai placed the jade bottle on the ground. Then Zhao Hai muttered an incantation before he waved his hand. A blue light flew out from his hand and fell towards the area. As the blue light fell, countless water droplets flew up from the area. Then these water droplets slowly gathered together and turned into a water ball. Then Zhao Hai pointed at the jade bottle. The water ball turned into a clear stream and flew into the jade bottle. Zhao Hai took the jade bottle and looked at it. Then he smelled the water inside. Then he closed the jade bottle and received it. After receiving the jade bottle, Zhao Hai said, "Let's go, there won't be any problems." Then he led the way towards the poisonous zone. When the others saw Zhao Hai's expression, they didn't say anything and just followed. They believed in Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai said that there wouldn't be any problems, then there wouldn't be any problems. Before long, the group passed through the poisonous zone. At this time, the Monk Ren and Monk Zhang squad also dealt with the two Nightwalker sect disciples. They collected their spoils of war and cleaned up the battlefield. Then they continued to move forward. But since it was already late, they walked for a while before Zhao Hai ordered everyone to find a place to rest. Zhao Hai was very clear that they would be staying in the mountain for a month. Therefore, they must pay attention to their rest. The battle between the other three sects wasn't something that could be settled overnight. Therefore, they must pay attention to their rest. Moreover, they must rest well during the day because the Nightwalker sect's activities were the most frequent at night. Moreover, the Sword Dance sect also liked to move at night because it was more advantageous for them. As for the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect, they wouldn't send such people. After all, the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect had too many methods of attack, and they were too strange. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect wouldn't send people who were good at moving at night. Therefore, they had to be extra careful at night. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add a friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. After resting for a while, they didn't encounter any problems in the afternoon. Zhao Hai didn't hurry and even deliberately slowed down to let everyone relax. This way, they could prepare for the night. In the afternoon, Zhao Hai and the others didn't walk for long before Zhao Hai found a very suitable place to set up camp. Then, he announced that they would rest there. After confirming the camp, Zhao Hai began to arrange the time for everyone to keep watch. At the same time, he also arranged the open and hidden sentries. The open sentries could be changed at any time, but the hidden sentries couldn't be changed. Therefore, the position of the hidden sentries had to be chosen. Everyone who entered the hidden sentry's position had to sleep there and couldn't come out. This was because if you came out, you might expose the position of the hidden sentries. Because they needed to sleep there, the choice of the hidden sentry's position was very important. They had to choose a place where they could rest. Otherwise, the combat strength of the hidden sentries might decrease tomorrow. In such a dangerous environment, if one's combat strength decreased or if they couldn't concentrate due to fatigue, then they would be courting death. After everything was arranged, Zhao Hai gathered Nua Yin and the others. After they sat together, Zhao Hai said to Nua Yin and the others, "Although we didn't fight much today, we can still find some problems. The people of the Swords Dance sect might target us. Based on this, I'm afraid that the people of the Serenity Dao sect will also target us. Therefore, we need to pay special attention to these two sections." Nua Yin frowned and said, "What about the Nightwalker sect? The Nightwalker sect is our real enemy." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no real enemy. Senior brother, the Nightwalker sect can't be regarded as our real enemy. Although we've already informed the Swords Dance sect and the Serenity Dao sect in advance, it doesn't mean that we don't have any threat. These two sects are very prideful. In this case, they will definitely hold a grudge against us. They might not show it on their faces, but they definitely won't let go of this opportunity to trick us. Therefore, we need to be more vigilant against these two sections. As for the Nightwalker sect, I'm not very worried because the Nightwalker sect is a devil sect. Devil sects have always been in conflict. Although they will seek revenge for the smallest grievance, they also understand that now is not the time for them to fight. The most important thing is to protect their own sect's quota to enter the Sky Pit secret realm. Moreover, I'm afraid that the Nightwalker sect doesn't really hate the Iron Buddha Temple. We've always had a grudge against them, so it's normal for us to kill each other. They might not take it to heart, but they should hate the Swords Dance sect and the Serenity Dao sect even more now because they cooperated with the Swords Dance sect and the Serenity Dao sect, but in the blink of an eye, the Swords Dance sect and the Serenity Dao sect betrayed them. Nuanin and the others nodded. They agreed with Zhao Hai's analysis. Putting them in the same position as the Nightwalker sect, they hated the Sword Dance sect and Solitary Serenity Dao sect even more. This was because it was normal for your enemy to beat you up. However, if your partner suddenly betrayed you, then it was abnormal. Such people were even more hateful. Zhao Hai continued, but for us, we need to be careful of the people from these three sects, especially at night. The assassins from the Nightwalker sect like to move at night. Their fighting strength at night is much stronger than during the day. On the other hand, the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect are also good at night. Because of this, we need to be careful. As for the Sword Dance sect, we need to be even more careful. Their illusions are very useful at night. Nuanin said, what I'm worried about right now is the poison of the Nightwalker sect. They can poison people during the day, let alone at night. Moreover, they have many types of poisons. Some of them can be transmitted through the wind, making it impossible to guard against. Zhao Hai said, as long as we keep the night watch, there shouldn't be a problem. Even if the poison is transmitted through the wind, it shouldn't be able to travel too far. We still have time to prepare. However, we have to be careful at night, especially between the sentries. Every once in a while, we have to talk to each other to prevent the enemy from sneaking in or poisoning us. If someone doesn't talk during the conversation, then it means that there's a problem. Also, we have to use code when talking. Otherwise, the enemy might be able to sneak in. I heard that the Nightwalker sect's appearance-changing technique is a must-learn, and it's very powerful. Nuanin nodded and said, it's indeed like this. Appearance-changing technique is a must-learn for assassins. They can even imitate a person's habits. We should pay special attention to this. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, there's still some time before it gets dark, but everyone should rest early. Once it gets dark, I don't know if we'll be able to rest for a while. Let's eat and sleep. Nuanin and the others nodded, then they went to make arrangements. Naturally, the others didn't object. Everyone ate some dry rations and then went to rest. They also had experience doing missions outside, so this kind of environment didn't affect them much. Naturally, they could sleep whenever they wanted to. This way, they would be able to restore their strength. Zhao Hai also ate some food before he laid down on the animal skin. While he was sleeping, he still had the plants around him pay attention to the changes in their surroundings. If someone approached them, they would immediately alert him. This way, he would be able to react immediately. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to use other methods besides his body cultivation, the current situation was different. This matter was too important, it was also related to his future development in the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, he had to pay attention. If this operation failed, then it would be a big blow to Nuanyan's faction. Because of this, he was very careful. Not only did he use the power of a plant master, he also used the secret code. Zhao Hai slept for about 4 hours before he sat up. It wasn't because he woke up naturally, but because he was about to change shifts. However, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening, it was very late. Zhao Hai and the others worked for 2 hours each shift. When Zhao Hai woke up, he was already on his third shift. Each shift had a leader. The first shift was led by Nuanin, the second by Nuanzhen, the third by Zhao Hai, the fourth by Nuanren, and the fifth by Nuanzhang. After Zhao Hai got up, he greeted Nuanzhen and had him rest. Zhao Hai didn't make any big movements, he just sat there and gently turned his prayer beads while reciting scriptures. This lasted for more than an hour. Just as Zhao Hai's shift was about to end, his eyes suddenly opened. Then he stood up and gently walked to Nuanin and the others. Then he woke them up one by one. Everyone in the camp woke up. The reason why Zhao Hai woke everyone up was because he felt that someone had entered within 5 li of their camp. 5 li was Zhao Hai's warning line. Although he knew everything within 10 li, 5 li was when he was on alert. This was because there were too many things that could happen. It was possible that the other party was just passing by and didn't notice them. One must know that they didn't light a fire, so it wasn't easy to find them. This time, there must be around 20 people. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew from the plants that these people were a group of Taoists. The two Taoists in the lead weren't young. Moreover, they could move freely in the forest. Their stealth skills were also very strong. It can be seen that the two of them were very good at night battles. Most importantly, they were people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. Zhao Hai and the others didn't meet anyone from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect during the day. He thought that he wouldn't meet anyone from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect so quickly. He didn't expect to meet them at night. After waking everyone up, Zhao Hai had everyone hide. Even the sentries outside were hidden. They set up a pocket on the path that these people would take. If the other party really entered this pocket, then they wouldn't be polite. Time passed by bit. The other party directly walked towards their camp. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that when they were a distance away from the camp, they suddenly stopped. Then they turned and walked towards the mountain. Seeing this, Zhao's expression changed. He knew that the other party must have discovered them. Although he didn't know how the other party found them, he was certain that they had been discovered. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suddenly turned around. Although the other party acted very naturally, Zhao didn't believe that it was because of some reason that they turned around. Zhao Hai immediately explained the situation to Nuan and the others. Then he suggested that they should immediately chase after them and eliminate these people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. He wanted to see how the other party discovered them. Nuan and the others didn't object and immediately agreed with Zhao Hai. Everyone was divided into 5 teams. Under Zhao Hai's command, they surrounded the group from 3 sides. The other party also seemed to have discovered Zhao Hai's movements. They also increased their speed. It was clear that Zhao Hai's guess was correct. They did discover Zhao Hai's group and then changed their direction. Now that they discovered Zhao Hai's group, they wanted to run. Zhao Hai was now even more curious about this group. He really wanted to know how they discovered them. Both sides quickly ran for about 10 li. At this time, the other party was finally surrounded by Zhao Hai's group. After surrounding the other party, Zhao Hai's group didn't give the other party a chance to speak and directly launched an attack. The other party clearly didn't expect Zhao Hai's group to be so unreasonable. They wanted to say a few words, but Zhao Hai's group didn't give them the chance. At this time, a person from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect suddenly took out a jade slip and directly crushed it. When the jade slip shattered, a huge white light soared into the sky. It could be seen from far away in the night. The novel Bringing a Farm to a Different World will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up. Upon seeing the white light, Zhao Hai immediately understood what it meant. This white light was notifying the other people of the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect to come and help. Zhao Hai said, "They're trying to save us. There must be people nearby. Let's go and eliminate them before they arrive. Senior Brother Na Ren, Senior Brother Na Zhang, lead your 2 teams and stand guard. Everyone else, make your move." Then he formed the Vajra will seal with both hands and shouted, "Soldiers." Then his figure moved and attacked a person from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. Nuan and Nuanzhen immediately made their move. Today, Zhao Hai's group had fought with people, only Nuanzhen's group hadn't. Because of this, Nuanzhen's group was very active as they rushed forward. The people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect weren't easy to deal with. They were all elites of the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. Some of them immediately took out their weapons while others took out their talismans. Fortunately, they weren't very strong and couldn't use their artifacts. Therefore, their fighting strength was very limited. However, the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect's talismans were very powerful. They were very famous in the cultivation realm. Therefore, when these people threw out their talismans, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't do anything to them. These people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect were very well coordinated. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that there was nothing he could do. He took a step back and moved his hand. A lump of metal suddenly appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai formed a seal and chanted an incantation. Before long, the incantation was finished. Moreover, the lump of metal in front of him turned into small metal balls. These small metal balls were densely packed and there were a lot of them. When Zhao Hai waved his hand, these small balls flew towards the people from the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect. The people from the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect didn't notice Zhao Hai's metal manipulation attack. However, they had already used some defensive talismans on their bodies. Therefore, each of them had a Vajra talisman to increase their defense. Although this kind of defense wasn't very strong, it was enough for people in the Qi transformation realm. However, it was a pity that they met Zhao Hai today. Metal manipulation was different from ordinary techniques. Ordinary techniques weren't very powerful, but metal manipulation was different. Metal manipulation could be considered a special refining technique. It was a bit like a sword cultivator. A pure sword cultivator would only have one sword in their lifetime. They would constantly use their spiritual force to nourish and communicate with this sword. This would allow them to have a complete understanding of the sword in their hand. It can even be said that the sword in their hand was an extension of their body. It was precisely because of this that sword cultivators were able to dominate the entire sword spirit realm. The same was true for metal manipulation. Metal manipulation required the cultivator to constantly communicate with a piece of metal and nourish it. Then, when combined with magical techniques, the piece of metal would be able to change its shape according to one's will. The power of the metal would be limitless. If one were to say that metal manipulation was a technique, then it could also be considered a technique. This was because metal manipulation needed to be accompanied by spells and incantations. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to call it a technique. In fact, metal manipulation could be used on a piece of metal that had never been communicated with before. However, it wasn't as good as refining a piece of metal. If one were to use it on an ordinary piece of metal, then one wouldn't be able to change the shape of the metal. In other words, if one were to use it on an ordinary piece of metal, then as long as one's spiritual force was strong enough, then they would be able to use their spiritual force to control the ingot. However, they would only be able to make the ingot fly and hit people. It was impossible to make it change. Compared to refining a piece of metal, the difference was too great. This time, Zhao Hai used metal manipulation to shoot out more than 100 small metal balls. These small metal balls were very powerful. When they flew out, they produced sharp whistling sounds. The people from the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect simply didn't have any defensive effect. In front of these small metal balls, it was as if they were made of paper. They were directly penetrated by the small metal balls, turning them into sieves. When the others saw that Zhao Hai had dealt with the person in one move, they couldn't help but stare. Najin chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. Junior brother Jinghai actually managed to cultivate metal manipulation. This is truly worthy of celebration. Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. This is nothing. I still haven't cultivated it. When I use it, I need to use techniques and incantations. It's very slow and consumes a lot of energy. I can only use it 2 or 3 times a day. Fellow brothers, let's not talk about this. Let's clean up the battlefield and wait for the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect's reinforcements to arrive. Everyone nodded, then they cleaned up the battlefield. Zhao Hai looked at the surrounding terrain and immediately arranged for people to set up an ambush. At the same time, he also left some people to pretend to be fighting. They were constantly shouting and throwing punches to make people understand that they were really fighting. After everything was arranged, everyone began to act according to the plan. Everyone took out talismans, and some people even took out throwing knives, darts, gold coins, iron balls, and other hidden weapons. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. They were body cultivators. Body cultivators were in the Qi refining realm, and even in the Qi refining realm, they had very few long-range attacks. If they were ordinary cultivators, they could use some pseudo-artifacts. These artifacts could fly out to attack, but their attack power wasn't very strong. However, body cultivators rarely used pseudo-artifacts. In this case, in order to increase their long-range attacks, it was natural for some body cultivators to use concealed weapons. The people from Serenity Dao sect didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. Zhao Hai and the others had just waited for less than half an hour when someone came within 5 miles of him. Zhao Hai immediately whispered, "They're here. Get ready." His voice wasn't very loud, so only the people next to him could hear him. The people next to him passed on the message, and it didn't take long for everyone to know that the people from Serenity Dao sect had arrived. They all perked up and prepared to face the enemy. Those who were putting on an act also began to act. Zhao Hai already knew that there weren't many disciples from Serenity Dao sect who came to support them this time. There were only about 30 people. There was no reason why they couldn't win against 100 people against 30 people. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the people from swordsmanship sect they met during the day didn't bring any jade slips for help. They killed 20 people from swordsmanship sect, but they didn't release any jade slips for help. However, as soon as they met the people from Serenity Dao sect, the people from Serenity Dao sect released their jade slips for help. This was really strange. Originally, the Iron Buddha Temple also wanted to bring along jade slips for help. However, after thinking about it, they didn't need to be separated. Everyone could hear each other's voices, so there was no need to bring along jade slips for help. This time, entering Xianxia Mountain was different from entering the secret realm. In the secret realm, everyone was separated after entering. Moreover, they didn't know how far they were from each other. Some people even entered the secret realm for a month and didn't see other people. This kind of thing had happened before. Therefore, when entering the secret realm, it was useless even if you brought along a jade slip for help. You might even attract powerful demonic beasts. However, in Xianxia Mountain, everyone could move together. Zhao Hai's strategy this time wasn't to kill all the enemies, but to preserve their strength. After all, this time, it was a competition of which sect could send out more people. Even if that sect won, it didn't mean that they had killed more people. Soon, the people from Serenity Dao sect walked into the trap set by Zhao Hai's group. However, just as they were about to enter the trap, they suddenly turned around and left at a very fast speed. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's group was stunned. Then, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Don't chase. Everyone, leave this place." After saying that, he gathered everyone and left. Zhao Hai didn't want to chase after these people. The people from Serenity Dao sect were really strange. Not only did they know about the ambush in advance, they even turned around and ran. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he chased after them at night, he would fall into the ambush. Therefore, he didn't chase after them. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very curious about how the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect discovered them. One must know that the 20 people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect discovered them in advance. And now, these people discovered them in advance as well. This matter was indeed strange. Zhao Hai gathered everyone. After confirming that no one was left behind, he left the place. Then Zhao Hai found a new camp and arranged for everyone to rest. After that, Zhao Hai called Nuanin and the others to his side. After waiting for Nuanin and the others to sit down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "The people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect are strange. They were able to discover us twice in advance. This matter isn't simple. Senior brothers, the people who cleaned up the battlefield are those people. Have them take out the spatial equipment and artifacts of the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. Let's see if we can find anything special." Nuanin and the others nodded. Then they gathered the people who were cleaning up the battlefield and had them take out their spatial equipment. They wanted to see if they could find anything special. Needless to say, this search allowed them to find a formation plate. It wasn't a very big formation plate, it was made of jade. It was sparkling and translucent, it was very beautiful. The reason why this thing was taken out was because aside from this formation plate, they had seen everything else in the spatial equipment. Only this formation plate was something that they didn't recognize. Zhao Hai looked at the formation plate. This formation plate was made very well. It was circular with a translucent green jade on top. Below it was a round jade plate with very complicated patterns. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai took the jade plate and looked at it. Then he tried to send a trace of spiritual qi into the formation plate. The formation plate lit up and then a bunch of green dots appeared on it. These green dots were in a forest. The forest looked very simple, it was just some cloud-like things. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the green dots and found that they were the positions of all the monks in the camp. After calculating the range of the formation plate, Zhao Hai was finally able to confirm that this formation plate was something that the solitary tranquility Dao sect used to discover them. This formation plate can show everyone within 2 li of the user. However, Zhao Hai didn't know if it would still use green dots to show outsiders. Zhao Hai stopped sending spiritual qi into the formation plate. Then the formation plate's images disappeared. Zhao Hai took the formation plate and carefully looked at it. Finally, he saw a small hole at the bottom of the formation plate. He gestured and then took out a crystal and placed it in the hole. It was just enough to fit a crystal. After the crystal was placed in, the formation plate lit up. Naturally, the people shown on the formation plate also appeared. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he handed the disc over to Nanin and said, "This is the thing that the enemy used to find us. Every time they were about to reach us, they would suddenly run away. So it's because of this thing. Senior brother, please take a look." Nanin nodded, then Nanin nodded. Nuanin received the formation plate and carefully looked at its contents. He was a very smart person, so he immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but say, "Ba. I didn't think that the people of the solitary tranquility Dao sect would be so powerful to be able to invent such a good thing. In this kind of environment, with this kind of thing in hand, it's like adding wings to a tiger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, this thing is indeed very rare. How about this, senior brother Nuanzhen, you'll be in charge of this thing tomorrow. This is because tomorrow, your team will be the vanguard. Senior brother Nuanin will be in the rear. Senior brother Nuanren and senior brother Nuanzhang will be in the wings. This way, this thing can be put to good use in senior brother Nuanzhen's hands." Everyone nodded. Nuanin said, "All right, this thing must be handed over to the person at the front. If junior brother Nuanzhen is in the front tomorrow, then junior brother Nuanzhen will be in charge." Then he handed the formation plate over to Nuanzhen. Nuanzhen was very happy. He received the formation plate and carefully looked at it. Then he said, "Ba. All right, I'll be in charge of it tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We don't need to be rash, there's no need to do so. This is because the competition this time is to see which sect has the most survivors. Because of this, there's no need to chase after them. Even if all 4 sects withdraw from Xianxia Mountain, our Iron Buddha Temple would still win. This is because our Iron Buddha Temple hasn't lost a single person while the other sects have more or less lost people. Because of this, we have the advantage, we don't need to be anxious." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai said, "We need to steadily move forward. We can't stop at one place. If we do, then we'll be discovered by the enemy. Maybe they'll join forces to deal with us. Because of this, we need to move forward. However, when we meet an enemy, we need to kill them if we can. If we can't, then we need to force them to retreat." The expected attack from the Nightwalker sect didn't come. Instead, they fought with the solitary tranquility Dao sect and killed 20 of their people. Most importantly, they let the other 30 people escape. This matter wouldn't be resolved so quickly. The solitary tranquility Dao sect would certainly report this matter to their superiors. In the future, the relationship between the Iron Buddha Temple and the solitary tranquility Dao sect would become even more tense. However, this wasn't something that Zhao Hai would consider. For Zhao Hai, this matter didn't matter at all. Being safe at night was more important than this. The next morning, everyone followed the plan that they discussed last night. They had Na Zhen's group walk in the front, Zhao Hai's group was in the middle, Na Yin's group was in the back, and Na Ren and Na Yin's group were in the same position. Then they walked towards the forest. The area of Xianxia Mountain was very large. Moreover, it wasn't just a forest. There was also a canyon in the mountain as well as a rocky area at the top. These were all mentioned in the information that the Iron Buddha Temple gave them. However, Zhao Hai's group didn't care too much as they continued to walk forward. Na Yin's group also thought about it. Just like Zhao Hai said, they were competing to see how many people they could get out of here. Now that they had 100 people, they didn't lack anyone. On the other hand, the other sects had more or less people who had died. In this case, there was no need for them to chase after those fellows. If they have enmity, they can slowly settle it after the competition. There was no need to settle it here. Everyone didn't walk fast and didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. From time to time, they would communicate with each other in secret. Najin walked in front with a formation plate in his hand. From time to time, he would glance at it, but he didn't find anything. Zhao Hai also knew that the range of the disc array was too small. Otherwise, the people from Solitary Tranquility Dao sect wouldn't have only discovered them when they were close to the ambush. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. If someone could ambush him in this forest, it would be too powerful. Zhao Hai didn't believe that such a thing would happen. In the morning, they still didn't meet anyone. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. This wasn't normal. Therefore, at noon, he chose a place to rest. At the same time, he called Nanin and the other leaders to his side. After everyone arrived, Zhao looked at them and said, "This morning has been very calm, but to be honest, I don't feel happy. Instead, I feel a bit worried. In such an environment, we didn't even meet a single person. This seems a bit abnormal. What do you all think?" Zhao looked at the group and said, "Today's morning has been very calm, but to be honest, I don't feel happy." Nuanin frowned and said, "Junior brother, aren't you thinking too much? What's wrong with this? Xianxia Mountain isn't small. Isn't it normal that we didn't meet any enemies?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, it was Nanren who said, "I think Junior brother's worry is correct. Don't forget, last night, a group of people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect ran away. They came in contact with us. Moreover, they had formation plates in their hands. They must have discovered our numbers. In other words, they found out that 100 of us were together. In this case, they knew that they weren't our opponents, so they ran away. Most importantly, the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect have already fought with us. Moreover, they lost people to us. Will they join forces to deal with us? It's not impossible." When Nuanin heard Nanren, he frowned and said, "There's really such a possibility. If the Nightwalker sect also participates, then I'm afraid it'll be even more troublesome. Junior brother Jinghai, what do you think?" Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "It's better to stay still than to move. I remember from the information given to us by the sect that there is a rocky area above Xianxia Mountain. There aren't many plants there, only rocks. I think we can go there, set up a temporary base, and set up some magic traps. As long as we guard there for a month, then we will win. What do you think?" Zhao nodded, then said, "That's right." Zhao nodded, then said, "That's right. What do you think?" When they heard Zhao Hai, Nuanzhen and the others couldn't help but frown. They felt that Zhao Hai's method was too spineless. It was like a tortoise's method. They would find a place, set up a temporary base, set up a bunch of defensive formations, and then wait there until the time was up. Although this method was very safe, it was too spineless. Moreover, this method wasn't necessarily successful. If the other sects joined forces to deal with them, then their temporary base wouldn't be able to resist. Nuanin said, "Junior brother Jinghai, although your method is good, I'm still worried that the other sects would join forces to deal with us. Therefore, I think this method is good. Do you have any other methods?" Zhao Hai looked at Nuanin and thought for a moment before he said, "If we can't defend, then we can only slowly move forward like we are now. But since we're too close, we should spread out a bit. If we're too close, then we might be surrounded by the enemy. But if we split up, then it would be difficult for them to surround us. Let's move forward as we are now, but we should keep a distance from each other so that the enemy won't be able to surround us. But we shouldn't be too far away, so if the enemy wants to attack us one by one, then we can immediately go and support them." Nuanin nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't worry, I'm afraid that the enemy will be able to surround us." Nuanin thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's good. I also think that we're too close. Although we're divided into 5 teams, it's actually more or less the same as a single team." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's do it this way. Senior brother Na Zhen's team will be in the front, senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. If senior brother Na Zhen's team is attacked, then senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. If senior brother Na Zhen's team is attacked, then senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. If senior brother Na Zhen's team is attacked, then senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. If senior brother Na Zhen's team is attacked, then senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. If senior brother Na Zhen's team is attacked, then senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. If senior brother Na Zhen's team is attacked, then senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. If senior brother Na Zhen's team is attacked, then senior brother Na Ren's team will be on the left, senior brother Na Zhang's team will be on the right, and senior brother Na Yin's team will be at the back. Nuani nodded and said, "Right, the time it takes to brew a cup of tea isn't bad, it's just right." The others didn't object. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, then it's settled. After everyone has rested, we'll stay in place. You 4 groups will walk in 4 directions for the time it takes to make a cup of tea. Then we'll walk together. This way, we shouldn't be too different. But when it's time to rest, we'll gather together. This is because there's a greater chance of an accident happening at night. It's safer for us to gather together. It's safer for us to gather together." Nuanin didn't object. Splitting up during the day was fine, but if they split up during the night, then their strength would be very weak. Moreover, if the enemy really attacked at night, then they might be ambushed. After all, the enemy had several people who were good at using illusions. It was fine during the day, but at night, the power of the illusions would increase, making it even more troublesome. After everyone rested for a while, Zhao Hai saw that the time was almost up, so he directly ordered everyone to move. Zhao Hai's team didn't move. The other teams walked in 4 directions for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before everyone moved together. Zhao Hai walked while paying attention to the situation around him. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea wasn't too far in the forest. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea was about 15 minutes. Their speed wasn't fast, and the road in the forest wasn't very good. Therefore, 15 minutes wasn't too far, but it was still much further than before. After the time was up, Zhao Hai led his team forward. At this time, the 5 teams were still under his surveillance, so he wasn't worried that something would happen. In the afternoon, after walking for 2 hours, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the Nuanin squad was being attacked. However, he couldn't warn them right now, so he could only wait. Sure enough, before long, the sounds of fighting could be heard from the Nuanin squad. The sounds were very loud, so it was clear that the Nuanin squad knew that they were too far away. They needed to make a big noise so that Zhao Hai and the others could hear them. Upon hearing the sounds from the Nuanin squad, Zhao Hai and the others immediately stopped. Everyone became nervous. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't immediately go to support them. According to their previous plan, they would wait for the Nuanin squad to come over. Since the Nuanin squad had already heard the noise, they were already heading over to support them. Zhao Hai and the others didn't wait for long before they heard a rustling sound. Then Wanzheng's voice was heard, "Junior brother Jing Hai, it's me. Has senior brother Wanzhong and the others arrived?" Zhao Hai replied, "Not yet." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, Wanzheng and the others came out of the forest. They were a team of 20 people, 1 less. Before long, the Nuanin squad also arrived. The 3 squads joined together and rushed towards the Nuanin squad. By the time they arrived, the battle was already over. This time, the ones who attacked them were from the Nightwalker sect. There weren't a lot of them, only 10 people. Moreover, they were completely in a killing style. If they didn't hit, then they would immediately retreat. However, their attack also caused the Nuanin squad to lose 2 people, and their injuries weren't light. For the first time, there were casualties in the group. These two people were injured by the Nightwalker sect's hidden weapons. Moreover, the Nightwalker sect's hidden weapons were all poisoned. Although the two monks had taken the antidote, their situation wasn't very good. Nguyen and the others were currently surrounding the two monks. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and the others, Nguyen nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, do you have any methods?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "When we were in the secret realm, I obtained some antidotes from the Nightwalker sect. Everyone, try them and see if they have any effect." After saying that, he took out a jade bottle and handed it over to Nguyen. Nguyen didn't say anything, she just took the jade bottle and fed it to the two monks. The two monks had a calm expression, but after drinking the antidote, the green on their faces slowly disappeared. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. Other than being poisoned, the wounds on their bodies had been treated, but now they needed to be treated again. After all, they were treated with poison before. They were afraid that they would be poisoned a second time, so the places where they were previously bandaged had to be rebandaged to prevent the poisoned blood from staining the wounds again. After dealing with them, Zhao Hai said, "The Nightwalker sect has found us. This time, it's a group of 10. But since they can find us, we need to defend ourselves. The Nightwalker sect will concentrate their attacks on us. Last time in the secret realm, the Nightwalker sect had a commander. But this time, although it's different from the secret realm, we still need a commander. Therefore, it's very likely that they will act together this time. We need to be more careful." Nguyen nodded, then she looked at the sky and said, "Although it's still early, we still have injured people. I think we shouldn't leave today. Let's just rest here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's take a good rest here today. Everyone, arrange some formations here. I think we should set up some traps outside. After all, we've been targeted by the Nightwalker sect. Who knows if they'll attack us tonight?" Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai made some arrangements and some people immediately went to make arrangements. The entire camp was quickly set up. This time, they didn't only have open and hidden sentries, they also had traps. If someone wants to attack their camp, then they would certainly suffer a big loss. Time passed by little, and before long, the sky had turned dark. After eating, everyone rested in the camp. Zhao Hai and the others didn't discuss anything and just rested. After all, there was nothing to talk about right now. Everything was set up, so there was no need for further discussion. As night fell, the camp became quiet. However, Zhao Hai didn't go to sleep. Instead, he was sitting on a beast skin, twirling prayer beads in his hand as he softly chanted scriptures. Normally speaking, it was time for evening classes in the temple. Zhao Hai had already developed a habit of chanting scriptures at this time every day. Unless there was something important, he would do his evening classes at this time. Naturally, Na Zhen and the others saw Zhao Hai's actions. To be honest, they admired Zhao Hai. Although they grew up in the Iron Buddha temple, they weren't devout believers in the Buddhist Lord. After all, they were cultivators. In the sword spirit realm, strength was the most important thing. Compared to strength, they were naturally more willing to believe in strength. Because of this, monks who went out for missions would rarely do morning and evening classes. Because of this, when Na Zhen saw Zhao Hai doing his evening classes, he couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai finished his evening classes, almost everyone in the camp had gone to rest. Zhao Hai didn't make a sound as he directly laid down on his beast skin. Not long after he laid down, he felt someone coming towards their camp. He immediately sat up and received Na Zhen and the others. Before long, everyone in the camp was woken up. But then they lay down again and pretended to be asleep. They were waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Zhao Hai already knew that the enemy this time was the Nightwalker sect. Moreover, there were a lot of them, more than 80 of them. These people were currently heading towards the camp. Zhao Hai had to admit that these people from the Nightwalker sect were very good at night. Because of the moonlight in the forest, it can be said that the night was very dark, making it very inconvenient to move. Even if you use your spiritual force to sense your surroundings, it would still be hard to avoid the situation. However, the people from the Nightwalker sect didn't have this problem. They walked very fast and very steadily. They didn't even make any sound as they walked during the day. The night didn't seem to affect them at all, instead, it seemed to be protecting them. As they got closer and closer, it didn't take long before the people from the Nightwalker sect arrived within 1 li of the camp. Just a bit more and they would enter Zhao Hai's trap. But at this time, the people from the Nightwalker sect suddenly stopped. Then the robed people from the Nightwalker sect waved their hands as they took out a 10,000 ghost banner. Then a large number of ghosts came out of the banner and rushed towards the camp. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He suddenly sat up and shouted, 10,000 ghost banner attack. Everyone, be careful. After saying that, Zhao Hai's mind moved and the Vajra bell appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai flicked his finger. With a buzz, the bell sound spread far and wide. Then the Vajra bell instantly grew bigger and shone with a golden light. The Vajra scripture engraved on the bell flew out and floated in the air, forming a huge golden scripture. Waves of Buddhist chants came out of the scripture, enveloping the entire camp in a Buddhist light. Nuan Yin's movements weren't slow either. He waved his hand and the iron wooden fish appeared in his hand. The iron wooden rod also appeared in his right hand. Then he struck the iron wooden fish with the rod and began to chant the Vajra scripture. When the other monks saw what the two were doing, they all followed suit and began to chant the golden light scripture. As everyone chanted the scripture in unison, the Buddhist light in the camp shone even brighter. The Vajra bell seemed to be affected by the Buddhist light as it shone even brighter. When the ghosts released by the Nightwalker sect were hit by the Buddhist light, they immediately let out miserable shrieks. The stronger ones had black smoke coming out of their bodies and their strength dropping. As for the weaker ones, they were directly turned into ashes. The people from the Nightwalker school noticed this as well. They waved the banner in their hands, and the ghosts immediately retreated. However, the ghosts didn't return to the banner. Instead, they stopped next to the people and stared at the camp like a tiger watching its prey. After retrieving the ghosts, the people from the Nightwalker sect took out another magic artifact. This magic artifact was somewhat strange, it looked like a black handkerchief. Then the people from the Nightwalker sect threw the handkerchief into the sky. Then they formed a seal with their hands, causing the handkerchief to grow bigger. Finally, the handkerchief joined together to form a huge black cloth. This black cloth emitted waves of black gas. At the same time, the black cloth also emitted a fishy smell. Along with the fishy smell, there was also the smell of blood. Then the black cloth directly covered the camp. Its target was actually Zhao Hai's Vajra bell. Zhao Hai also saw the other party's actions. When he saw the black handkerchief, he knew that it was a magic artifact. Sure enough, when the people raised the handkerchief, Zhao Hai immediately understood that the black handkerchief was a set of magic artifacts. It was very rare. The disciples of the Nightwalker sect were also selected. It was impossible for them to use the black handkerchief alone. Therefore, all of them worked together to raise the black handkerchief. From the situation of that black handkerchief, it was likely that there was a very strong devilish aura within it. Devilish auras were capable of polluting Buddhist magic items. It seemed that this was the method the Nightwalker sect used to deal with the Iron Buddha temple. At this time, several sect elders outside Xianxia mountain also noticed the situation. After all, the Vajra bell scripture was very large. The Buddha's light was as conspicuous as the bright moon in the night. When Wu Zue saw the Vajra scripture, he couldn't help but chant the name of Buddha. Then he turned to Na Yun and said, "Na Yun, is that the Vajra bell?" Na Yun bowed and said, "Yes, martial ancestor. That is the Vajra bell. I gave it to Jing Hai for his meritorious service. It seems like they were attacked by ghosts. They should be from the Nightwalker sect." Wu Zue nodded and said, "To be able to use the Vajra bell to this degree is already pretty good. It seems like Jing Hai's Buddhist nature is pretty good." Just as he said this, he saw a huge black cloth fly towards the Vajra bell. His expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to the square-shaped assassin and said, "I didn't think that the Nightwalker sect would be so generous. They even let them bring the demonic blood poison handkerchief in." As usual, the square-shaped assassin didn't make a sound. He didn't even look at Wu Zue. He just stared at the battle on Mount Zhong. It was clear that he was very concerned about the battle on Mount Zhong. Na Yun looked at the battle on Mount Zhong with a worried expression. One must know that the demonic blood poison handkerchief was a very famous artifact of the Nightwalker sect. This artifact's power was very great. As long as it covered something, even the strongest Buddhist artifact would be tainted by demonic blood sooner or later. It would lose its Buddhist nature and turn into a demonic artifact. The grade of the demon blood poison handkerchief was higher than the grade of the real Vajrabel. However, the grade of the imitation was higher than the Vajrabel imitation. Because this was a set of artifacts, the imitation could be used by many people. The real Vajrabel could also be used by many people. However, it was not a set of artifacts. Therefore, although the imitation could be used by many people, it was still inferior to the real set of artifacts. But at this moment, a thunderous roar was heard. Forward! Following this shout, the image of a huge itinerant monk suddenly appeared beside the Vajrabel. This itinerant monk held a Buddhist staff and pointed it at the demonic blood poison handkerchief. When Zhao Hai saw the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief, he knew that he couldn't let it fall on the Vajrabel. Otherwise, the bell would be finished. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai took out his staff and placed it to the side. Then he formed a sun will seal with both hands and shouted, "Forward!" Then he took out his staff and pointed it towards the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief. Just as Zhao Hai uttered the words, the Buddhist power in the sky came from the Vajra scripture and directly blended into Zhao Hai's body. Then a huge shadow appeared on Zhao Hai's body. This shadow was also a Buddha, but its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The Buddha became incomparably huge and then pointed its staff towards the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief. It was impossible to retract the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief as it flew towards the Buddha. The demonic blood poisonous handkerchief covered the Buddha's body, but the Buddha suddenly turned into a golden light. Then, under everyone's gaze, the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief turned from a huge black handkerchief into small pieces and scattered in all directions. 9 words true formula. Nayan looked towards the direction of the forest and muttered. Wu Zui also chanted and said, Ba, 9 words true formula. A disciple who can use the 9 words true formula to such a degree is really good. Nayan, do you know this disciple? Nayan murmured, yes, martial ancestor. That's junior brother Jinghai. He just joined our Iron Buddha temple less than a year ago. He used to be a rogue cultivator. Wu Zui asked, is he one of your people? Nayan nodded and said, yes, so after he made a great contribution, I gave him the Vajrabel. I didn't expect him to be able to use the 9 words true formula so well. Speaking of which, he has participated in many missions. When Nayu attacked Renli of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he played an important role. He also participated in the Sky Pit secret domain. Moreover, he was the disciple who brought back the image Jade Slip. It can be said that he was the one who discovered the Sky Pit secret domain. Although he's only at the mortal transformation 9th stage, he's very alert and talented in body cultivation. He's a good seedling. Wu Zui nodded and said, good, such a disciple is worth nurturing. After he said that, Wu Zui didn't say anything else. However, Nua Cloud kept these words in his mind. At the same time, his impression of Zhao Hai was very good. For a disciple in his line to be praised by Wu Zui, Nua Cloud's face was bright. Moreover, this was very important for his future development in the temple. This meant that he had the ability to recognize people. When the Iron Buddha Temple inspected a disciple, they didn't just look at his strength or battle record. They also wanted to see if he had the ability to manage the other disciples well. They also wanted to see if he had the ability to recognize people. If a sect wanted to develop, it wasn't enough to rely on 1 or 2 people. At this time, the battle in the forest had reached its climax. The people of the Nightwalker sect didn't expect that their demonic blood poison handkerchief wouldn't do anything to Zhao Hai's group. This was really beyond their expectations. Since the demonic blood poison handkerchief didn't work, they could only attack. The Nightwalker sect's disciples wore black clothes and directly attacked Zhao Hai's camp. However, before they could enter the camp, they triggered some traps. Several of the Nightwalker sect's disciples were directly injured. Seeing this, the Nightwalker sect's disciples immediately threw out a large number of talismans, directly destroying the traps. Then they killed their way into the camp. At this time, the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples were already waiting for them. However, there were still some disciples chanting the Diamond Sutra in order to prevent the Nightwalker sect's disciples from attacking. Soon, the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples and the Nightwalker sect's disciples started fighting. However, the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples had the advantage. In this situation, the Nightwalker sect's disciples didn't have the slightest advantage. Seeing this, the Nightwalker sect's disciples finally retreated. They were assassins and weren't good at fighting head-on. Now that the sneak attack had turned into a head-on attack, they naturally didn't have the advantage. After the Nightwalker sect's disciples retreated, Zhao Hai put away the diamond bell. Then they began to clean up the battlefield and treat the injured. This time, the Nightwalker sect's disciples didn't have the advantage. At the same time, the Nightwalker sect's disciples didn't suffer any losses. Although both sides had a few injured disciples, none of them died. After cleaning up the battlefield and setting up the anti-formation traps, everyone began to rest. However, Zhao Hai and Nuanin gathered together to discuss their next move. Nuanin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I think we shouldn't be too far away tomorrow. After we leave, we won't be able to use the formation plate we got from the solitary Dao sect. If people attack us, some of us will be injured, and we might even die. This is something I don't want to see. I think we should act like we did the first day." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also think the same. How about this, senior brother Nuanren and senior brother Nuanin will go to the left wing. Since the possibility of the rear being attacked is much lower, we can let senior brother Nuanren's group rest. The day after tomorrow, senior brother Nuanzhang's group will go to the rear. What do you all think?" Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Among the groups, which group has injured people, we'll transfer them to the middle group first. Then we'll transfer people from the middle group to fill up the ranks. Does anyone have any objections?" Nobody had any objections. They knew that if they really moved forward like they did the first day, then the possibility of the middle group being attacked would be the lowest. Because of this, transferring the injured to the middle group would not only allow them to rest, but it would also ensure the group's fighting strength. Zhao Hai said, "For the next few days, we need to be prepared. The Nightwalker sect's people have their eyes on us, so they might keep pestering us. So we can't let our guard down. For the rest of the night, half of us will rest and the other half will be on guard." Zhao Hai nodded. Nuanin nodded and said, "All right, then it's decided. Senior brother Jing Hai just used the mantra, so his consumption isn't small. You should rest early. Junior brother Nuanzhen, you'll be at the front tomorrow. You should also rest. The three of us will stay here." Zhao Hai didn't decline. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as senior brother says." Then Zhao Hai went to his beast skin and laid down to rest. Nuanzhen wasn't polite and also went back to rest. Only Nuanin and the other two were sitting cross-legged, twirling the prayer beads in their hands. However, the people of the Nightwalker sect didn't attack them and allowed them to rest for the night. The next morning, everyone ate something and continued on their way. They walked even slower than before and returned to the formation they had on the first day. The 5 small groups were very close to each other and could hear each other's words. They didn't want to give the other party any chance to attack them. Although this was dangerous, if the other 3 sects joined forces, they could still surround them. However, this was the best way for them to deal with this situation. In the morning, nothing happened. It seems like the Nightwalker sect had given up on attacking them. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. This was because he knew that there were still people from the Nightwalker sect within 10 li of them. To be honest, this wasn't a good feeling. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything about this. He still made the group slowly move forward. At noon, he had everyone eat. However, he was more careful. When it was time to eat, they were divided into 2 groups. One group was eating while the other group was on guard. After eating, they rested for a while. Then in the afternoon, they continued to move forward. Zhao Hai wanted to use this time to restore everyone's fighting strength as soon as possible. This way, they would be able to maintain their peak condition. In the afternoon, the people from the Nightwalker sect still didn't come. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Hai found a place to set up camp. This time, the camp was the same as before. Outside, there were formations and traps. After eating, half of the disciples went to rest while the other half stayed on guard. It can be said that their defense was watertight. During this process, Zhao Hai discovered that the people from the Nightwalker sect wanted to attack them several times. However, in the end, they gave up. Just like this, Zhao Hai didn't relax. On the contrary, they became even more nervous. The people who were on guard had their eyes wide open. They knew that the people from the Nightwalker sect liked to attack at night. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai and the others went to rest. At this time, Nua Yin and the others were on guard. Not long after their shift, an alarm was suddenly heard. The people who were resting didn't move while the people on guard immediately rushed over. What followed was a fight. In the end, 2 disciples from the Iron Buddha Temple were injured. However, there were also people from the Nightwalker sect who were injured. The next morning, during breakfast, Nua Yin frowned and said, "These people from the Nightwalker sect are really annoying. If they keep pestering us like this, then sooner or later, we'll have a problem." "Jing Hai, do you have any ideas?" Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "Today, we will move forward normally, but each team will take 5 people. When we move forward, they will hide in the woods behind us. These 25 people will be led by me, while the rest of you will move forward. At the same time, don't let anyone see that we are missing people. The camp will still be as big as before, and the formation will be loose so that they won't notice that we have left. When it's time to rest, we will still have 50 people on guard. When night falls, if they attack us, then I will lead the remaining 25 people to directly block the person who attacked us, so that they won't be able to escape. At that time, there will be no way for them to entangle us like this." When Nua Yin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, "All right, that's a good idea. Don't worry, we'll make sure that no one notices that we're missing people." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Nua Zhan and said, "Brother Nua, you need to be extra careful. Since you have the formation in your hands, you can be the first to notice the enemy. Therefore, you need to be extra careful. Also, pay attention to the Nightwalker sect's poison." Nua Zhan nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'll be careful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Everyone, go back to your respective teams. Choose your people and walk for a while. When I feel that it's appropriate, I'll send out a signal. Those who are chosen should immediately hide in the woods. Everyone else will continue to move forward." The group nodded, then they immediately returned to their teams to choose their people. It didn't take long for the group to pick a place to hide. The group didn't move slowly, and they were very careful with their defenses. Zhao was also observing the surrounding situation, trying to find a suitable place to hide everyone. Before long, they arrived at a place where the trees were denser. Zhao Hai directly sent out a signal. Then his figure moved and jumped onto a tree to hide. The other people who were chosen did the same. All of them jumped onto a tree and hid. On the other hand, Nua Zhan and the others didn't stop, they were still moving forward. They were very careful. Zhao Hai already told the people who were hiding that without his orders, nobody was to move or make a sound. Everyone had to hide well. After seeing Nua Zhan and the others leave, Zhao Hai kept looking around. He wanted to see if the people from the Nightwalker sect would appear. One must know that they weren't deliberately hiding their tracks. Therefore, it would be very easy for the people from the Nightwalker sect to track them. An hour passed, Nua Zhan and the others have been walking for an hour. However, Zhao Hai and the others were still hiding in the woods. At this time, 2 black-clothed people suddenly appeared in the woods. They looked at the place where Nua Zhan and the others were walking before they chased after them. They didn't see Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 people passing by, but he didn't show himself. After another half an hour, a group of 30 disciples from the Nightwalker sect appeared in the woods. They didn't stop and directly chased after them. After another half an hour, no one from the Nightwalker sect appeared. Zhao Hai felt that it was about time, so he came out of his hiding place. The others also came out of their hiding places. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Follow me." Then he walked to the side, not following the tracks they left behind. Although the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple didn't understand why Zhao Hai didn't follow the tracks they left behind, they didn't say anything and just followed Zhao Hai. They were already used to listening to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's performance in the past few days had completely conquered them, making them willing to listen to his orders. Along the way, the plants that they passed through immediately returned to their original state. Even if they were tracking experts, they wouldn't be able to find their tracks. Then they ran and chased after them. Their speed was very fast. At noon, the people from the Nightwalker sect finally appeared in Zhao Hai's perception range. In other words, he was less than 10 li away from them. Zhao Hai slowed down and followed them from a distance. Just like Zhao Hai, these people kept a distance from Nuan Yin's group. They were about 10 li away from Nuan Yin's group while Zhao Hai was also 10 li away from them. Zhao Hai did this because he was afraid that there would be people from the Nightwalker sect following them. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that there were no people from the Nightwalker sect following them. The day quickly passed by, and when the sky slowly darkened, the people from the Nightwalker sect stopped to rest. At this time, they were only about 5 li away from the Iron Buddha Temple. At the same time, Zhao Hai's group was also about 5 li away from the Nightwalker sect. The 20 people that followed Zhao Hai had no idea where they were. However, they didn't think too much about it, they just needed to follow Zhao Hai. Time passed bit by bit, and before long, the sky had turned completely dark. Zhao Hai and the others found a place to sit down and rest. Zhao Hai didn't make them stand guard, there was no need for that. After waiting for midnight, Zhao Hai suddenly stood up, then he turned to the others and said, "Let's go, the Nightwalker sect has already made their move. Today, even if we can't make them all stay, we must at least make half of them stay." The people nodded, then they stood up and followed Zhao Hai forward. Their speed was very fast, and before long, they could hear the sounds of fighting coming from the front. Zhao Hai didn't take out his staff, there were a lot of trees in the forest. A staff was a long weapon, so it wasn't very useful in the forest. Therefore, he didn't use his staff, he just rushed forward empty-handed. The others who used short weapons also took out their weapons. Those who used long weapons didn't take out their long weapons, so they all rushed forward empty-handed. Very quickly, they arrived at the place where the Nightwalker sect and the Iron Buddha Temple were fighting. The Nightwalker sect was very cunning, they only sent out about 20 people to tangle with the Iron Buddha Temple's people while the rest stayed outside to provide support. Moreover, they didn't tangle with the Iron Buddha Temple's people, they just fought a few times and then ran away. When the Iron Buddha Temple's people stopped chasing, they would go and harass the Nightwalker sect. Zhao Hai and the others didn't hold back and directly rushed over to attack those people. The people from the Nightwalker sect clearly didn't expect that there would be enemies behind them, and for a moment, they panicked. Zhao Hai's target was a cultivator from the Nightwalker school who wore a long robe. This cultivator wore a demonic mask and stood on the outskirts of the school. However, he would occasionally give out orders. It was clear that he was the leader of this group and Zhao Hai's target was him. The cultivator also saw Zhao Hai. With a wave of his hand, the myriad ghost banner appeared in his hand. Then he waved his hand and a large number of evil spirits flew out and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the evil spirits and didn't stop. Instead, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Come." As the words came out of his mouth, his body suddenly emitted bursts of golden Buddhist light. Then, Zhao Hai directly rushed towards the cultivator. His hand moved as he sent out a mountain-covering palm. Along with Zhao Hai's fist, the image of a mountain emerged from his body. Then the mountain directly attacked the cultivator from the Nightwalker sect. The cultivator from the Nightwalker sect couldn't help but change his expression. He felt that the mountain wasn't an illusion, but a real mountain. This mountain was now pressing down on him. He simply couldn't resist the pressure of this mountain. His figure rapidly retreated. At the same time, a morning staff appeared in his hand and he swung it towards Zhao Hai. As he waved the morning staff, waves of ghostly cries could be heard, disturbing people's minds. Moreover, his morning staff was completely white. With the addition of his demonic mask, his entire person looked very ghostly and terrifying. Zhao Hai's heart was as hard as stone. He wasn't disturbed by the ghostly cries. His hands formed the Sunwill seal and he shouted, "Go." As soon as these words came out of his mouth, an incomparably huge mountain appeared above his head. This mountain was about 1,000 zhang high, and it was covered with dense green trees. It looked very majestic. Although this mountain was just an illusion, it looked a lot more solid than when Zhao Hai sent out his punch before. Zhao Hai's punch was a lot more solid. The cultivator from the Nightwalker sect's expression changed. He had encountered a lot of opponents, including body cultivators. He even fought with body cultivators from the Iron Buddha Temple. Although the Iron Buddha Temple's Buddhist techniques had a certain restraining effect on the Nightwalker sect's techniques, he wasn't afraid. Moreover, his morning staff was also a pseudo-artifact. It was specialized in disturbing people's minds. Therefore, in his opinion, even if Zhao Hai was strong, he would still be affected to a certain extent. In addition, when the cultivators from the Nightwalker sect fought with the people from the Iron Buddha Temple, the cultivator from the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't afraid. To be honest, although the Iron Buddha Temple's martial arts were good, he wasn't afraid. However, this was the first time he encountered someone as unreasonable as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's attack was actually very simple. It was supported by the 9 words mantra, followed by a powerful attack. His attack didn't seem to be special, it was very simple. However, it was this simple move that made the cultivator unable to resist. The cultivator from the Nightwalker sect had no choice but to retreat. But as he retreated, he didn't see Zhao Hai's sly eyes. Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly rushed forward. Before the cultivator could react, he sent a punch towards the cultivator. This punch was silent and didn't have the might of the covering fist mountain. However, this punch was indeed one of the moves of the covering mountain fist. The cultivator from the Nightwalker sect didn't expect Zhao Hai to make such a move. Before he could react, Zhao Hai's punch had already landed on his chest. Creak! The sound of bones breaking came from the Nightwalker sect cultivator's chest. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. This punch had shattered all of his internal organs. The cultivator flew straight for a few meters and fell to the ground. Blood foam came out from his mouth. Obviously, he had no way to live. Zhao Hai glanced at the cultivator, then turned around and rushed towards the others. However, the battle was about to end. With more than 70 people besieging more than 100 people from the Nightwalker sect, there was no reason for them to not end the battle after such a long time. After the cultivators from the Nightwalker sect were all killed by Zhao Hai and the others, they immediately cleaned up the battlefield and left. Nothing happened that night. Zhao Hai and the others could finally have a good sleep. The next morning, they maintained their original formation and walked towards Xianxia Mountain. Nothing happened that day. They didn't meet any enemies. It was the same even at night. They spent the day peacefully. This kind of peace made everyone a little uncomfortable. When Nuanin and the others were resting at night, they specifically looked for Zhao Hai. Nuanin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Jinghai, nothing happened today, but I feel a little uneasy. Do you think they're up to something?" Now, whether it's the Nightwalker sect, the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect, or the Sword Dance sect, we've eliminated at least 20 people. They also know that our group hasn't split up. Now, they should be slowly regrouping. When they discover that they've lost a lot of people, it's unwise for them to deal with us with numbers. Therefore, what they need to do now is to reduce the number of people from the other sections. Among the 4 sects, our strength is the most complete. They shouldn't easily provoke us. Nuanin thought for a moment and said, "I think we should be careful. Junior brother, how about we find a suitable place and build a temporary base? We'll guard there for a while. If the other sects really come to deal with us, then we'll think of another way." Nuanin nodded and said, "Junior brother, why don't we do as you said?" When Zhao Hai heard Nuanin, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, "That's also good. Let's go up the mountain and head to the rocky area. There aren't many plants there, only some rocks. As long as we clear the rocks, we can make a temporary base. Moreover, there aren't any plants around, so they wouldn't have anything to hide their presence. If they want to ambush us, then we'll be able to leave after a month." Nuanin nodded and said, "That's good." Nuanin and the others didn't object this time. Last time, they felt that Zhao Hai's proposal was too spineless. But this time, they were worried. They discovered that even if they moved forward, the other party would still attack them. It would be better for them to find a base and quietly wait for the other party to attack. At the very least, they would be prepared when the time comes. They can use all kinds of arrangements to deal with the other party. This way, their casualties would be smaller and their chances of winning would be higher. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, before entering Xianxia Mountain, I made a lot of formations in the temple. I even made a formation disc. As long as we establish our base, we can activate the formation disc. When the time comes, even if they want to attack us, I'm afraid it would be very difficult." When Nuanin and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Nuanin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What formation plate?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Arhat lifeless formation." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Nuanin and the others couldn't help but smile. They knew a bit about the Arhat lifeless formation. It wasn't a killing formation, but a defensive formation. The Arhat lifeless formation had 3 levels of explanation: killing thieves, offering sacrifices, and lifeless. Lifeless here meant that it could save people from the pain of reincarnation. In other words, it was a protective formation, mainly used for defense. As for the Arhat lifeless array, it was one of the more famous low-level arrays in the Iron Buddha Temple. Its defense was very strong. Of course, if one wanted to exchange for this array in the temple, they would need a lot of contribution points. However, contribution points weren't a problem for Zhao Hai. The Arhat lifeless formation only needed 5,000 contribution points. This was only a small part of his contribution points, so he didn't care about it. The night went by silently. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. After having breakfast, everyone set out. They originally didn't have any goals, they just wanted to take one step at a time. But now that they had a goal, they unknowingly walked faster. However, Zhao Hai still controlled his speed. At the same time, he paid attention to the situation around him. In his opinion, the other sects wouldn't attack them under normal circumstances. However, being careful had always been Zhao Hai's principle. Therefore, he was very careful. A day passed by quickly. As Zhao Hai said, they didn't encounter any attacks, not even at night. Now, it would take them about 2 days to reach the rocky area. Although no one attacked them, Nuanin and the others were still very careful. They were now somewhat nervous, they always felt that the other party was plotting something. Because of this, when they rested at night, they looked for Zhao Hai, hoping that they could speed up tomorrow. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. Nuanin and the others couldn't do anything about Zhao Hai's attitude. Although their status in the Iron Buddha Temple was higher than Zhao Hai, they had to follow Zhao Hai's lead in this operation. Because of this, they couldn't do anything about Zhao Hai's attitude. In the following 2 days, their nerves were highly strung. Although no one attacked them, they were still very careful. Even the slightest movement would make them feel nervous. Zhao Hai looked at their panicked expressions and didn't know what to say. He knew that Nuanin and the others were taking this matter too seriously. They represented the Iron Buddha Temple, Nuangu, and Nuanyun. If they didn't do well, then they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to Nuangu and Nuanyun. It was precisely because of this that they were so nervous. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about their appearance. He just needed to control their speed and not worry about being attacked by the enemy. He didn't care about anything else. However, Zhao Hai gave everyone an order. They were to collect as much firewood as they could. Even if it wasn't too dry, they were to take all of it. The more, the better. Although they didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do, they still did as they were told. They kept collecting firewood, sometimes even taking away dead trees. After 2 days, they finally arrived at the top of the mountain. It wasn't accurate to say that it was the top of the mountain. Xianxia Mountain was divided into many peaks. Some peaks had pine trees while others had other trees. The peak that they arrived at was actually a rocky area. Besides some stones, some malnourished crooked trees, and some weeds, there was nothing else. To be honest, this peak was probably the worst place to set up a camp in the entire Xianxia Mountain. However, Zhao Hai chose this peak. If they wanted to set up a camp on the other peaks, they would need to clean up a lot of things. For example, some plants needed to be cleaned up. Although Zhao Hai didn't say that they couldn't harm the plants, he really didn't want to harm them. Therefore, he chose this peak. This peak wasn't the highest peak in Xianxia Mountain. However, it was very steep. There were no plants for a few hundred meters from the top of the mountain. In such a place, as long as they set up a camp on the top of the mountain, other people would certainly be discovered if they wanted to sneak into their camp. This was because this place was almost unobstructed. Even though it was said to be completely unobstructed, there were still some scattered rocks. These rocks ranged from large ones to small ones like millstones. However, it wasn't a problem to clear these rocks. Don't forget, they were all body cultivators. Each one of them had strength. Wouldn't it be too easy to clear these rocks, and the rocks that were cleaned up could be used to build a few stone houses? Even if they didn't build a stone house, they could still build a simple wall. This way, the camp would be completed. Xianxia and the others took 4 days to build the camp. Every day, half of the people were building the camp, and the other half were on guard. However, there were no fights. They noticed that there were fights in the woods from time to time. They were on the top of the mountain, so they were able to see some things. 4 days was only enough for them to build a small waist-high wall. They built a few stone houses, all of which were very large. It wouldn't be a problem to house 100 people. However, because of the tight time and the temporary residents, these houses didn't have a roof. Some people would feel strange. Why would you build a house without a roof? This was actually very easy to answer. First, it was to block the wind, and second, it was to block the sun. The mountain wind was very strong. Although Xianxia and the others were body cultivators, and they were already immune to the heat, they were naturally happy to make themselves more comfortable. Moreover, they were now on the top of the mountain. If they lit a fire at night and made some food, the fire would be visible from afar. It was possible that the people from the other sects would come over. With these walls, at least they wouldn't have to worry about being seen. After everything was done, Xianxia took out the Arhat Lifeless Formations disc. This disc was made of metal, and it looked very good. It looked bright and exquisite. Naturally, the power of this disc wasn't very high. It was classified as a low-grade disc. Even if you put a level 9 crystal inside, it would be attacked by a powerful force and the disc would shatter. After the disc was opened, Xianxia put a level 4 crystal inside. As long as it wasn't attacked, a level 4 crystal would be enough to support the disc for several days. Xianxia didn't lack crystals, so he directly put a level 4 crystal inside. In addition to the Arhat Lifeless Formation, they also arranged a lot of formations outside the walls. These formations weren't the kind that would fail when touched by talismans. Xianxia also arranged some of these formations. However, the formations they arranged now were more advanced formations. They would only explode when touched. By the time the entire camp was set up, nearly 10 days had already passed. Counting the time they spent in the forest, half a month had passed. As long as they could hold on for less than half a month, they would be able to leave Xianxia Mountain. Since the construction of the base was completed, Nuiyin and the others' mood slowly improved. Although the base was very simple, it could even be described as crude. In any case, it was still a base. If an enemy came, they would have defensive formations and traps to support them for a while. This made them feel a lot more at ease. They didn't know if the other 3 sects didn't want to provoke them, or if the other 3 sects didn't know that they were at the top of the mountain. In any case, they had been at the top of the mountain for more than 10 days, but the other 3 sects didn't attack them even once. This surprised not only Nuiyin and the others, but also Xianxia. However, no matter what the reason was, it was true that the other party didn't attack them. This made Xianxia feel relieved. However, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Xianxia didn't allow the people from the Iron Buddha Temple to enter the forest. These days, they were eating dried food that they brought with them, or wild vegetables that they picked in the forest. Naturally, they used the dried firewood that they collected to make a fire. Now everyone understood why Xianxia wanted to collect dried firewood, it was to let them eat something warm. Although there were still people on guard at the base every day, and there were always sentries in the open and hidden, but in general, everyone was still relatively relaxed. This was because it was almost impossible for people from the other sects to sneak into the base without them knowing. They had already cleared away all the larger stones around the base, and it was impossible for them to find a place to hide. The peaceful life lasted for 20 days. Now, the time for them to leave Xianxia Mountain was getting closer and closer. However, Zhao Hai and Nui Yi were nervous. They were very clear that they couldn't relax at this time. If the other party wanted to make a move on them, then they would have to wait for this opportunity. Otherwise, if they wanted to make a move on them after the battle, then it would be considered a provocation. The consequences would be very serious. It was possible that the flames of war that had just stopped would be reignited. One must know that Wu Zue wasn't a good-tempered person. If he knew that the other sects dared to play dirty, then he would instantly turn into an angry Vajra. In fact, the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't a temple that focused on Buddhist cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive from ancient times until now. The Iron Buddha Temple was just like Abbot Wu Yu said, it was a battle temple. The so-called battle temple, to put it bluntly, was a temple for monks. Martial cultivation was the main focus, followed by Buddhist cultivation. It was completely different from other temples. If ordinary monks were dedicated to cultivation, then they were dedicated to fighting. Because of this, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple were Jianghu people. They couldn't be compared to ordinary Jianghu people. Because of this, very few sects would dare to provoke the people of the Iron Buddha Temple. This was especially true for rogue cultivators and small sects. This was because they knew that the people of the Iron Buddha Temple weren't good people. Don't think of them as ordinary monks. To be able to fight with the Iron Buddha Temple, one would need to be at least at the level of the Nightwalker sect. At this time, because of Zhao Hai's group, the entire base was tense. Everyone's spirit was highly concentrated. They were all veterans of the Jianghu, so they naturally understood that they couldn't relax. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer. Because of this, they were very careful. Facts proved that their caution was correct. On the 22nd day of Zhao Hai's group's arrival, Zhao Hai felt that someone was spying on them from the foot of the mountain. These eyes were full of malice. Zhao Hai didn't need the plants to feel it. Because of this, after these people appeared, Zhao Hai immediately called Nui Yi and the others to an empty room. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Those guys can't bear it anymore. They've already reached the forest below." Nui Yi and the others stared. Although they didn't feel anyone in the forest, they believed in Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. Therefore, Nui Yi immediately asked, "Did you guys come together or separately?" Nguyen question was very knowledgeable. He wanted to know which sect these people were from. Were there several sects working together, or was there only one sect that wanted to deal with them? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. A single sect wouldn't dare to touch us. I think it might be 3 sects working together this time. Although it's impossible for the 3 sects to unite like before, it's still possible for them to cooperate. After all, we're the only ones who haven't suffered any losses since we entered Xianxia Mountain. They must be angry and want to deal with us before they leave." Nguyen nodded and said, "It's possible. It seems like they'll be coming soon. They already know that we won't be running away. Therefore, they can slowly think of ways to attack us from the outside." Zhao Hai said, "We don't need to worry about them. No matter how they attack, we'll make our own preparations. As long as they attack, we'll beat them back." Nguyen nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Divide our people into 2 groups. I'm afraid that the other party will attack us in batches. If that happens, then we wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Divide into groups, one group will defend while the other group will rest. The other group won't have too many people left, at most 100. We have all kinds of formations and traps outside as well as talismans in our hands. We can force them to retreat from a distance, but don't let them engage in close combat for the time being. Also, the stones that I told everyone to pick up are all of us from the Iron Buddha Temple. Although some of us haven't learned how to use concealed weapons, with our strength, we can still throw the stones. Therefore, when necessary, we can throw the stones first. If those fellows really reach us, then it wouldn't be too late to fight them. As long as we can hold on for a few days, then we would win. If we can't hold on, then we'll immediately retreat from the passage and enter the forest. It won't be too late to deal with them." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai said, "As for the passage we left behind, we must guard it well. If someone is injured, then they can immediately enter the passage. If we can't hold on, then we can immediately retreat from the passage and enter the forest. It won't be too late to deal with them. Nuan and the others nodded. They knew what Zhao Hai was talking about. In the innermost room, there was a passage that they had dug out in the past few days. The passage wasn't very long, it was L-shaped. First, it went straight down, then it went to the side, leading to a forest at the foot of the mountain. If they couldn't defend this place, then they could retreat from there. Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who would just sit and wait. Because of this, he began to prepare an escape passage when the base was being built. This passage was meant to be used as a last resort. Seeing Nuan and the others nod, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "All right, then we'll have to be careful. Everyone, divide into 2 groups. Let's move." Nuan and the others nodded. Then they immediately divided everyone into 2 groups. One group was to rest in the room while the other group was to stand guard outside. The other party didn't make them wait for too long. After 3 hours, the people on guard outside had already discovered that a lot of cultivators had arrived in the forest below. There were people from the Nightwalker sect wearing black clothes, people from the Sword Dance sect wearing colorful clothes, and people from the Dao sect wearing Daoist robes. They all came. However, there didn't seem to be too many of them. The 3 sects combined didn't even have 150 people. At this time, the people standing guard outside were Nuan, Nuan Ren, and Nuan Zhang. Zhao Hai and Nuan Zhen were resting inside. When they saw the other party, Nuan immediately stood up and stood by the wall, quietly looking towards the direction of the forest. Nua Ren and Nua Zhang also stood up along with the other monks of the Iron Buddha Temple. Everyone's expression was very heavy. They knew that this was the most important battle. If they could hold on without losing anyone, then they would have a complete victory. This was because they were the only ones who didn't lose anyone out of the 4 sects that entered Xianxia Mountain. 4 sects entered Xianxia Mountain together and only the Iron Buddha Temple didn't die. This was a great honor. When the time comes, not only would the temple reward them, Nuan Gu and Nuan Yin would also reward them. At this time, the people from the 3 sects were about a li away from the base. However, they still haven't entered the formation trap set up by Nuan and the others. Nuan looked at the people from the 3 sects and couldn't help but mutter a Buddhist chant. Then he looked at the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect and said, "Fellow Taoists from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect and the Sword Dance sect, I didn't expect you to join forces with the Nightwalker sect. This really makes this poor monk very disappointed." A cultivator from the Sword Dance sect looked at Nuan and said, "Monk, stop pretending. Your Iron Buddha Temple is really shameless. You actually entered Xianxia Mountain and said that you've always been together. Tell me, is this a competition?" Nuan looked at the people from the Sword Dance sect and said in a deep voice, "This poor monk doesn't understand what this fellow Taoist is saying. Is there a rule that states that we can't gather together in this competition? In this competition, the final goal is to see which sect has the most survivors, not to see which sect has the most kills. Our Iron Buddha Temple doesn't want to kill too many people. Therefore, after we entered Xianxia Mountain, we gathered together to prevent others from killing us. We didn't take the initiative to attack anyone. When you attacked us, we counterattacked. After that, in order to avoid fighting with you, we hid here and didn't go out. How can you blame us for this matter?" The person from the Sword Dance sect looked at Nuan Zhen and said, "Cut the crap. I didn't expect your Iron Buddha Temple to be so shameless. Today, our 3 sects will teach you an unforgettable lesson. Go, attack with talisman papers first. Be careful of their formation traps." The people from the Sword Dance sect responded. Then, they took out their talisman papers and threw them forward. For a moment, talisman papers fluttered outside the base. Many of the ordinary formation traps that Zhao Hai and the others had set up were activated. Of course, the people from the Serenity Dao sect and the Nightwalker sect weren't idle either. They also attacked with talisman papers, preparing to deal with the people from the Iron Buddha Temple together. There was a disadvantage to using talisman papers. This was especially true for ordinary talisman papers. Their attack range was very short, about 10 meters. The furthest they could reach was 20 meters. Therefore, if they wanted to advance to the base, they would have to keep moving forward and using talisman papers to clear the path ahead. Not long after throwing the talismans, they began to slowly walk forward. But just as they walked a few steps, they encountered Zhao's high-level magic traps. The people from the three sects were attacked by magic traps. Zhao's magic traps were mostly powerful, such as explosive traps, earth spike traps, icicle traps, and so on. They were all traps that were relatively fast to activate. Like quicksand traps, vine traps, and so on, Zhao didn't use them. The other party wasn't alone. Even if they were caught in such a trap, they would immediately be rescued by others, so there wouldn't be any lethality. Therefore, such a trap was useless. Zhao Hai's arrangement of these traps was correct. These traps were quite powerful, and in unexpected situations, they caused a lot of casualties among the people from the three sects. More than 10 people were injured, and some of them were even killed. When these casualties appeared, the people from the three sects couldn't help but become restless. At this point, the casualties of the three sects weren't small. If there were more casualties, then they wouldn't have a good ending. Because of this, they couldn't help but hesitate to move forward. The people from the three sects didn't really want to form an alliance, they were just a temporary alliance. Everyone had their own thoughts. In this case, they naturally couldn't work together to deal with the Iron Buddha Temple. In the beginning, they were angry and wanted to teach the Iron Buddha Temple a lesson. But with so many casualties, they didn't know what to do. At this time, a person from the Serenity Dao sect said, "Jump to the place where the traps exploded. There won't be any more traps there." When the others heard this, they were stunned. Then they nodded and felt that it was reasonable. They immediately jumped to the place where the traps exploded. Their method was really useful. The places where the traps exploded were all ordinary traps that Zhao had placed to confuse them. Under those ordinary traps, it was impossible for there to be more traps. Because of this, they were able to avoid being attacked by traps. However, by doing so, their speed was greatly affected. Especially when they were about 100 meters away from the base, there were no more ordinary traps. The people of the three sects looked at the nearby base with hatred in their hearts. But now, no one dared to move forward. If they were to move forward, then it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. They didn't know when they would be attacked by another trap. That wasn't a joke. A black-robed cultivator from the Nightwalker sect saw this and couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he took out his 10,000 ghost banner and waved it. Malicious ghosts immediately flew out of the banner. However, these ghosts didn't attack Muan Yin's group. Instead, they began to dig the path in front of them, causing the traps to explode. This way, the people from the malicious ghost sect could directly attack. The people from the Serenity Dao sect also took out several beast talismans and followed the Nightwalker sect's method. The Sword Dance sect was the same. Although they were sword cultivators, this didn't mean that they couldn't use talismans. When Nuanin saw this, he softly chanted a Buddhist chant and said, "Ba." Then he waved his hand and a small golden bell appeared in his hand. This bell was the Vajra bell. This bell belonged to Zhao Hai and was lent to him. After Nuanin rang the bell, several disciples immediately focused on chanting. At the same time, they slowly prepared talismans and stones. Then they quietly watched as the disciples of the three sects got closer and closer. Before long, the disciples of the three sects were about 10 meters away from the base. Nuanin and the others immediately used various talismans to attack them. Naturally, the people of the three sects weren't idle, they immediately used talismans to counterattack. However, before the talismans could reach the base, they were blocked by a layer of transparent light. Ripples appeared on the light barrier, but it didn't affect the barrier at all. Seeing this, the expressions of the people from the three sects couldn't help but change. They didn't think that the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple would have a defensive formation. How were they supposed to attack? Although they knew that the defensive formation couldn't be too advanced, after all, they were all outer disciples. However, having a defensive formation was still better than not having one. If they wanted to attack the people of the Iron Buddha Temple, then they would have to break the formation first. Otherwise, they would only be able to get beaten up. The people of the Nightwalker sect originally wanted the malicious spirits and the myriad ghost banner to attack the defensive shield, but Nuanin had already thought of this. The Vidra bell wasn't for nothing, and the scriptures of the monks weren't for nothing. As soon as the malicious spirits of the Nightwalker sect touched the shield, they immediately screamed in pain like a piece of butter meeting a hot iron. The black smoke on their bodies directly flew up. If they didn't retreat, they would be turned into ashes. Seeing this, the people from the three sects couldn't help but curse the Iron Buddha temple for being shameless. They said that they wanted to fight, but they actually brought along a defensive formation. Were they trying to cause trouble? How could they play around like this? Just as the people from the three sects were angrily cursing, several stones flew out from the Iron Buddha temple. Both sides were very close to each other, and the stones that the Iron Buddha temple threw out were very powerful. It was impossible for them to dodge. Several people were directly hit by the stones. Moreover, the stones that the Iron Buddha temple threw out were very powerful. Those who were hit by the stones were all seriously injured. The places that were hit by the stones would definitely have their bones and tendons broken. Seeing the Iron Buddha temple's attack, the people from the three sects became even more angry. They didn't think that the people from the Iron Buddha temple would be so despicable as to use stones to attack. These stones were like hidden weapons. At such a close distance, these stones were even more lethal than hidden weapons. One must know that the people from the Iron Buddha temple were all body cultivators. Their strength wasn't something to joke about. Although the people from the three sects were cursing, they had no way to attack the base. They could only retreat. When they retreated about 100 meters, the attacks from the Iron Buddha temple stopped. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. The solitary Dao sect's leader angrily looked at Nuanin. The leader of the solitary Dao sect wasn't the female disciple of Hua Qingfeng, Ming Xian. In fact, Ming Xian only came out to take a look. She didn't want to participate in this battle. Moreover, she was Hua Qingfeng's disciple, not an outer court disciple. She couldn't participate in this battle. Hua Qingfeng only brought her out to see the situation. At this time, the leader of the solitary Dao sect was a male cultivator from the solitary Dao sect. This male cultivator looked to be around 28 or 29 years old. He was very handsome, but at this time, his handsome face was ashen. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he looked at Nuanin and loudly said, "Monks from the Iron Buddha temple, you're shameless. You actually used a defensive formation during a battle." Nuanin smiled faintly and said, "As long as we don't violate the rules, we can do whatever we want. What does it matter? You. Shameless." The Taoist priest from the solitary Dao sect didn't know what to say. Nuanin wasn't angry at all. He discovered that sometimes, when the other party was angry, he wasn't angry at all. This feeling was very good. The people from the three sects looked at Nuanin and the others, they didn't know what to say. In this attack, they had suffered more than 20 casualties. Although they had more people than the Iron Buddha temple, the difference between the two sides wasn't that big. If the three sects were to attack, they would have to face the traps of the Iron Buddha temple. They would also have to break the defensive formations as well as defend against the talismans and stones. In this case, even if the three sects were to attack the Iron Buddha temple, they would still have to fight in close range with the people from the Iron Buddha temple. The people from the three sects looked at the people from the Iron Buddha temple with fire in their eyes. Although the Iron Buddha temple's base was temporary, it was still very useful at this time. This was because they didn't bring too many powerful artifacts in order to participate in the competition. Because of this, they couldn't do anything to the people from the Iron Buddha temple. Additionally, the people from the three sects weren't very united. Because of this, they didn't want to attack. If one sect didn't want to attack, then the other two couldn't. This was because they were worried that if they suffered heavy losses, then the other two sects would destroy them. Nuanin looked at the people from the three sects and couldn't help but feel relieved. He was worried that the three sects would go all out to attack. If the three sects were to go all out, then even if the Iron Buddha temple were to survive, they would still suffer heavy casualties. Now that the other party wasn't in a hurry to attack, the three sects could relax a lot. The people of the three sects cursed at the Iron Buddha temple's base for a while. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat into the forest. When Nuanin saw this, he chanted a Buddhist mantra and said, "Everyone, go out and restore all the formations and traps within 100 meters of us." They have retreated, but they might attack again at night. Be careful. Nua Ren and Nua Zhang nodded. Then they immediately went to prepare. Before long, several disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple arrived outside the base and repaired the formations and traps. Sure enough, the three sects didn't attack them during the day. After dinner, Zhao Hai and Na Zhen let Na Yin and the others rest while the two stayed behind to keep watch. Zhao Hai and Na Zhen led more than 40 other disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple to sit by the low wall and recite scriptures in a low voice. Until 9 o'clock, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked ahead. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone is here. It's not easy for you to cross the last 100 meters. Don't think that dark sky will protect you. It's useless." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Na Zhen's expression couldn't help but change. Then he opened his eyes and looked in front of him. It was still pitch black, so he said, "You're here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They're here." "Hee, it seems like you haven't given up. Then I won't be polite." After he said that, Zhao Hai's hand moved as the Vajra bell appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai flicked his finger. The bell issued a buzzing sound as a sound wave slashed forward. As the ripple swept through, a few clanging sounds could be heard. Then a few people slowly appeared. It was clear that they were using illusions, but now the diamond bell had broken through their illusions. When these people saw that they were exposed, they didn't hold back. Then they used the same direction as they did during the day to attack the Iron Buddha Temple's base. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry to attack. Instead, they just sat there and waited. When the enemy reached 20 meters away from them, Zhao Hai and the others launched a counterattack. But at this time, the Nightwalker sect's people took out the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief and covered the base's barrier. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Then he formed a sun seal with both hands and shouted, "Forward!" Then he sent a punch towards the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief. The phantom of a huge mountain appeared in the sky above Zhao Hai. There was a huge swastika in the shape of the mountain. Then the mountain directly rushed towards the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief. Bang! With a muffled sound, the demonic blood poison handkerchief covered the mountain. Then, the demonic blood poison handkerchief split into countless small black handkerchiefs and returned to the hands of the Nightwalker sect members. As for those who used the demonic blood poison handkerchief, their faces turned pale. It was clear that they had suffered some injuries. At this moment, the leader of the swordsman sect snorted. Then, he moved his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword was still in its scabbard. It looked simple and ordinary. However, when the leader of the swordsman sect formed a sword seal and pointed his finger, the long sword flew out of the scabbard. The moment the long sword came out of the scabbard, it immediately showed how extraordinary it was. The body of the long sword was like autumn water. Although it wasn't shiny, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. It made people unconsciously focus their attention on the sword. Then, the leader of the swordsman sect directed the long sword to stab at the shield. With a swoosh, the shield pierced the long sword. The long sword didn't stop and continued to stab towards Zhao Hai. Na Zhen, who was standing not far from Zhao Hai, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the situation. He wanted to go forward to help, but at this moment, the leader of the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect moved his hand and a scepter appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the scepter in his hand into the sky. Then, the scepter flew down towards Na Zhen. At this moment, Na Zhen didn't dare to help Zhao Hai. He used the Vajra scepter in his hand to meet the scepter head-on. Now, Na Zhen also understood the intentions of those guys. Their attack during the day was just a test. The attack at night was the real attack. Moreover, the people of these three sects had taken out the high-grade artifacts given to them by their sections. They were ready to launch the final attack and destroy the base in one fell swoop. The one in the most danger now was Zhao Hai. Obviously, the Nightwalker sect's attack with the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief was just a test. They wanted to find someone who could block the demonic blood poisonous handkerchief. Then, the people of the swordsman sect would use their swords to kill him. In order to prevent others from calling for help, they would let the people of the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect hold the others back. It could be said that this was a very thorough plan. Zhao Hai looked at the huge spike that was coming towards him and retreated rapidly. At the same time, he waved his hand and a small shield appeared in front of him. A Buddhist staff also appeared in his hand. Clang. The flying sword directly hit the small shield and sent it flying. The speed of the long sword was also slightly reduced. However, it still continued to stab towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff swept across the long sword. This attack contained 36 layers of force. The long sword was finally unable to withstand the force and flew to the side. Zhao Hai also stopped. He took a deep breath and glanced at the people from the other 3 sections. He coldly snorted and chanted, "Ba, since you benefactors are so aggressive, then I can only offend you. You don't really think that our Iron Buddha temple is afraid of you, right?" After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the small shield that flew away returned to him. Then the small shield instantly turned into a metal sphere. Then the large metal sphere turned into countless small metal spheres. Zhao Hai waved his hand and shouted, "Go." Following Zhao Hai's command, the small metal spheres flew towards the other people. The speed of these small metal spheres was very fast. When they flew out, they carried a sharp whistling sound. Clang! Najin's Vajra scepter collided with the Serenity Dao Sect's scepter. Najin's figure was pushed back by the impact. At the same time, the scepter fell to the ground and made a hole. One could see that the scepter was a good artifact. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such power. However, Najin wasn't weak either. It looked like he had blocked the Rui scepter's attack, but in fact, he had used a clever move. His power was directed to the side, so when the Rui scepter hit him, his body flew back. This was because the power he used was a kind of defensive power, and it was a direct hit. At this time, the people of the 3 sects were in big trouble. First, they used the demonic blood poison handkerchief to attack, but it was blocked by Zhao Hai. Then, the people of the sword dance sect used their flying swords to attack Zhao Hai. They thought that they would succeed. The people of the Serenity Dao sect also used the scepter to attack Najin. This made it so that Najin didn't have time to help Zhao Hai. This way, they could kill Zhao Hai. Moreover, when they attacked Zhao Hai, the area where Zhao Hai and Najin were guarding didn't have any talismans or stones to attack. Because of this, they directly attacked this area. They wanted to open a gap and kill their way into the base. However, Zhao Hai repelled the flying swords while Najin blocked the scepter. Then, Zhao Hai used his metal manipulation technique to create countless iron beads and shot them towards the people. Those who were attacking didn't expect Zhao Hai to react so quickly. They rushed forward and hit the iron beads. These people looked like they were hit in the face. Their bodies fell back. Some people even had a hole in their head. The 3 leaders of the 3 sects were shocked by this unforeseen event. One must know that there were about 50 people who rushed forward. But now, more than 30 of them were knocked down by the iron beads. This wasn't a small loss. They didn't think that there would be such a big loss. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the iron beads flew out of the bodies of the people. They gathered in front of him and turned into an iron ball. Zhao Hai waved his hand again and the iron ball turned into countless iron beads. When the people of the 3 sects saw Zhao Hai's action, their expressions changed. Then, the leader of the sword dance sect immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" As he said that, he quickly retreated. He didn't even have time to release the second flying sword and directly withdrew it. The people of the other 2 sects did the same. They quickly retreated and disappeared into the forest. Seeing these people retreat, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He inserted his staff into the ground and softly chanted Buddha's name. Then he closed his eyes and remained motionless. Najin's qi and blood were churning. But when he saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Jing Hai, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai whispered, "I've suffered some internal injuries, but it's not a big deal. Don't worry, don't move. Have everyone stand still. Don't let those guys see anything. If they do, then they'll attack again." Najin understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately nodded and stood motionless. Then he commanded the others to stand still and be on guard against the 3 sects' attack. Zhao Hai said that he had suffered internal injuries. This wasn't nonsense. He just fought with the Nightwalker sect's demonic blood poison handkerchief. This time, he didn't have much Buddhist power. Because of this, his mind was shaken. If it wasn't for his spiritual force being stronger than the others, then he would have been seriously injured. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, he still didn't feel good. He almost fainted from the shock. But at this time, the person from the swordsmanship sect released a flying sword. Zhao Hai was shaken awake by the sword chi. His powerful spiritual force released an iron shield to block the flying sword. The flying sword sent the iron shield flying, causing Zhao Hai's spiritual force to suffer more injuries. Zhao Hai clenched his teeth and waved his staff to send the flying sword flying. In order to not let the people from the three sects see that he was injured, he risked his injury and stimulated his spiritual power to attack the people from the three sections. In fact, when he finally used the metal manipulation to attack, his head was already in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open. If it weren't for this, then Zhao Hai's metal manipulation would have killed a lot more people. However, the effect wasn't bad. After using metal manipulation, Zhao Hai clenched his teeth and divided the iron ball into countless iron beads. This time, he was really putting on an act. It was impossible for him to use metal manipulation again. If he did, then he would have fainted. Fortunately, the three sects had already retreated because of the losses they suffered. After the three sects retreated, Zhao Hai inserted his staff into the ground. He was afraid that he would fall to the ground. If that happened, then the three sects would be able to see through him and attack again. At that time, he wouldn't be able to fight. Nuan and the others wouldn't be able to use the Vajrabel's power. They wouldn't be able to deal with the Nightwalker sect's demonic blood poison handkerchief. Therefore, he couldn't sit down right now. He could only stand there so that the enemy wouldn't be able to see through him. Zhao Hai stood there and chanted the fighting word in a low voice, helping himself recover as soon as possible. Although the effect would be a lot worse without the cooperation of the hand seals, he could still chant it a few more times. This way, it would help him recover. Because of Zhao Hai's persistence, the Nightwalker sect couldn't see through him. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. Everyone stood there until dawn. At this time, Zhao Hai had already recovered, and the storm of the night had already passed. When the sky was completely bright, Zhao Hai had already recovered 80% of his strength. He ate with everyone and left Nuan and the others to stand guard while he and Nuanzhen returned to their room to rest. Because the rooms were limited, they could only squeeze 20 people into one room to rest. Upon entering the room, Nuanzhen immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Comsi, are you alright?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I just need to take some pills and rest." The Nightwalker sect's demonic blood poison handkerchief is really formidable. Although our Buddhist cultivation methods can restrain their cultivation methods, the demonic blood poison handkerchief was formed by the combined strength of 20 people. That one attack had already injured me, and the following attacks made me even more injured. Fortunately, I used the mantra to heal myself, so I've already recovered a lot. However, I still need to take some pills, otherwise there might be some problems. Nuanzhen immediately said, "Did you bring any pills? I have a lot of healing pills here, you can take them. You can't have any hidden injuries, otherwise it would be troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't worry. I brought the pills, I'll be fine." Nuanzhen nodded and said, "Alright, take the pills and heal yourself. I'll be guarding you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out some pills and ate them. Then he sat down and began to heal himself. In fact, Zhao Hai had a lot of pills in his space. He was afraid that he would heal too quickly, so he didn't use them. The pills that he ate were actually taken from the space, Nuanzhen just didn't know about it. After healing for 2 hours, Zhao Hai's injuries were completely healed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nuanzhen sitting beside him, chanting scriptures in a low voice. He didn't rest as he guarded him. Seeing Nuanzhen's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be moved. Then he turned to Nuanzhen and said, "Senior brother, my injuries are healed. Let's take a rest. After 2 days, we can go back." Nuanzhen turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai's face was ready. Nuanzhen let out a long breath and said, "Alright, it's good that your injuries are healed. Let's take a rest. I'm really tired from staying up all night." Zhao Hai nodded slightly, then the two returned to their animal skins. After lying down for a while, they fell asleep. They slept until the sky turned dark. Then they got up and ate some food. After chatting with Nuayin and the others for a while, Zhao Hai had Nuayin and the others go to rest. Zhao Hai and Nuayin stayed behind to keep watch. Zhao Hai guessed that the three sects wouldn't attack again. This was because in the two attacks, they had lost nearly 50 people. Among them, 40 people were killed or injured. There were also more than 10 people who were injured. Altogether, they only had 150 people. Now that they had lost so many people, it can be said that the other three sects and the Iron Buddha Temple were almost equal in strength. In this case, if the three sects were to attack the Iron Buddha Temple's camp, then they would be courting death. Although the three sects had their own artifacts, Zhao Hai believed that Nuayin and Nuanzhen also had their own artifacts. It was just that they weren't in a dangerous situation yet, so they didn't use them. Because of this, the Iron Buddha Temple and the other three sects were basically equal. At this time, the other three sects wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Nuayin and the others kept watch for another day. Nothing happened as well. When night fell, Nuayin and the others didn't go to rest. They stayed with Zhao Hai and the others to keep watch. This was because today was the last night. If the three sects wanted to attack, then they would certainly do it tonight. Therefore, Nuayin and the others also stayed behind. However, just as Zhao Hai thought, the three sects wouldn't make a move. They were all injured, and they weren't united. Naturally, they wouldn't make a move. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, just as Zhao Hai and the others had their breakfast, they heard a voice, "The battle is over. Everyone can't attack each other. Withdraw from Xianxia mountain." Zhao Hai and the others let out a long breath. Then they removed the formation plates and the other traps. Then the group walked out of Xianxia mountain. Wu Zue and the others looked at the forest nervously. Now that the battle was over, they didn't know the final result. Because of this, they were very nervous. Time passed by little, and soon it was noon. At this time, rustling sounds could be heard from the forest. Then a group of people came out of the forest. This group seemed to be in a difficult situation. There weren't a lot of people, only about 40 of them. They were all wearing black, the Nightwalker sect's disciples. The Nightwalker sect's disciples walked towards the square-shaped assassin and gave him a salute. Then one by one, they silently walked behind the square-shaped assassin. The square-shaped assassin didn't ask them about the situation. He just calmly stood there. From the beginning to the end, he didn't make a sound. Everyone was already used to his appearance, so they didn't care about him. They just paid attention to the forest and worried about their own sect. Not long after, another rustling sound came from the forest. Then, a group of people walked out, followed by another group. The two groups walked out of the forest almost at the same time. These two groups were from the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect and the Sword Dance sect. However, when the people from these two sects came out, their expressions were very ugly. Everyone who came out glared fiercely at the people from the Iron Buddha Temple. Their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. On the other hand, Wind and the chess and sword duel master Mo Dao's expressions were very ugly. This was because the number of people that came out of their sects was less than the Nightwalker sects. They only had about 30 people. This kind of loss was too big. However, they didn't call their disciples over to ask what happened. This wasn't the time to ask. If they did, then it would be beneath their status. Therefore, they just waved their hands and told their disciples to rest. They didn't say anything and just stared at the forest. They didn't believe that the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't be able to come back. Wu Zue calmly looked at the forest. He saw the people from the three sects coming out. He believed that his own sect would be able to come out as well. It didn't matter how many people came out, as long as they could come out. On the other hand, Nuanzhen was nervous. He had gambled a lot this time. If he failed, then it would have a huge impact on him. Therefore, he was more nervous than Wu Zue. After a while, a rustling sound came from the forest. Nuanzhen looked at the forest nervously. He was worried that the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples would be too few. At this time, a monk came out of the forest. This monk was Nuanin. Then a second, a third, as the monks came out one by one, Wu Zue had a smile on his face while Nayun was pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, the other sects had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because more than 50 monks came out of the forest, and there were still more coming out. It was clear that the Iron Buddha Temple had taken the lead this time. When the last monk came out, Wu Zue had a big smile on his face. On the other hand, Nuanyin was grinning from ear to ear. On the other hand, the other sects' leaders were pale. They were all people with powerful spiritual force. With a sweep of their spiritual force, they knew how many people came out from the Iron Buddha Temple. However, they didn't expect that the Iron Buddha Temple would send out 100 people. In other words, not a single person from the Iron Buddha Temple was missing. 100 people went in and 100 people came out. No one expected this, not even Wu Zue. Wu Zue looked at the 30 people from the other sects and then looked at Zhao Hai's group. Wu Zue couldn't help but smile. What's going on? Tell me, what's going on? Wu Zue looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Mo Dao from the sword dance sect. Naturally, Mo Dao was not shouting at Wu Zue. Instead, he was shouting at a cultivator from the sword dance sect who was standing beside him. Zhao Hai recognized the cultivator from the sword dance sect. He was the cultivator who was wielding the flying sword from the sword dance sect. He should be the leader of the sword dance sect's outer disciples. The disciple fiercely looked at Zhao Hai and said, replying to the ancestor, the people from the Iron Buddha Temple are too shameless. After they entered Xianxia mountain, the 100 of them immediately separated. Moreover, they even set up a defensive formation on top of the mountain. We tried to attack them several times, but we weren't successful. The disciple stared at Zhao Hai and the others and said, yes, ancestor. When Mo Dao heard this, he couldn't help but look at the people from the Iron Buddha Temple. His eyes flashed with a cold light. At this time, Hua Qingfeng was also asking the people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect. The people from the Solitary Tranquility Dao sect gave the same answer. Hua Qingfeng couldn't help but look at the people from the Iron Buddha Temple. He sneered and said, I really didn't know that the people from the Iron Buddha Temple had become so shameless. What happened to the competition? Wu Zue smiled and said, everyone, don't forget that this time, we're competing to see which sect's disciples will be able to walk out of Xianxia mountain alive. We're not competing to see which sect's disciples kill more people. Can't we, the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple, move together? Nuanin, tell us, how did you act? Because Wu Zue knew Nuanin, he asked her to explain. Nuanin nodded and said, yes, ancestor. After we entered Xianxia mountain, we moved together. We didn't take the initiative to attack anyone. It was only when the other sects attacked us that we were forced to fight back. In the end, we established a temporary base on the top of the mountain. The fellow Taoists of the other sects fought for several days in the forest. At this time, there weren't many people left. At this time, they joined forces to attack our base. I told them that we wouldn't take the initiative to attack them and that they wouldn't attack us. However, they didn't listen. 3 sects joined forces to attack our base, but in the end, we repelled them. When Wu Zue heard this, his face couldn't help but sink. He looked at the people from the 3 sects and said, you're saying that the 3 sects joined forces to attack you again? Nuanin nodded and said, yes, the most powerful attack happened the night before yesterday. The Nightwalker sect's Daoist used the demonic blood poison handkerchief, the sword dance sect's Daoist used the autumn water longevity sword, and the Tranquility Dao sect's Daoist used the Tranquility Rui. Fortunately, we blocked them, otherwise we would have been in danger. Wu Zue turned to the disciples of the other 3 sects and said, is that so? The disciples of the other 3 sects all lowered their heads, and no one spoke. Mo Dao said coldly, all right, Wu Zue. Don't show off your power over there. What's the point of showing off your power to an outer sect disciple? What's wrong with us bringing artifacts in for our disciples? We already said that we'll rely on our own abilities. Wu Zue coldly snorted and said, then there's nothing wrong with our disciples moving together. What's there to make a fuss about? Mo Dao didn't say anything. He knew that this was the correct decision of the Iron Buddha Temple. It was just as Wu Zue said, there was nothing wrong with the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples moving together. The Iron Buddha Temple didn't forbid their disciples from moving together, it was just that they didn't do so. This wasn't the Iron Buddha Temple's fault. However, Mo Dao was still very angry. His sect only had 30 disciples left, while the Iron Buddha Temple still had 100 disciples. He couldn't help but be angry. Mo Dao let out a long breath and coldly said, "I admit that we miscalculated this time. I didn't think that the Iron Buddha Temple would let their disciples move together. Next time, I'll change the rules. But this time, I won't accept it. I want a rematch. My sect's disciples will challenge your Iron Buddha Temple's disciples. As long as your Iron Buddha Temple's disciples win, I'll immediately bring my disciples back to the sect." "Wu Zuwei, do you dare?" Hua Qingfeng looked at Wu Zuwei and coldly said, "I also want a rematch. I wonder if Grandmaster Wu Zuwei is willing?" The square-shaped assassin didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Wu Zuwei. Wu Zuwei looked at the three of them and coldly snorted, "What? If I say no, could it be that you won't accept the result of this competition?" Mo Dao coldly snorted and said, "I'll accept it, but I'll look down on the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples. Do you think that the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples can only win by working together?" Wu Zuwei chanted, "Ba, benefactor Mo, you don't need to provoke me. My Iron Buddha Temple's disciples are indomitable, we have never been afraid of anyone. If you want to compete, then let's compete. But let's make it clear, this will be the only match. Just this one match. If after this match, you still want to argue, then don't blame me for being impolite." After speaking, Wu Zuwei turned to look at Na Yin and the others. Na Yin and the others also turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Ba. Martial ancestor, let this disciple take on this match." Wu Zuwei looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Are you Jing Hai?" Zhao Hai said, "Yes, this disciple is Jing Hai." Wu Zuwei looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "I heard that you haven't been in the temple for long, but your Iron Buddha Lotus body has already reached the second order. Not bad. Although your world energy cultivation is a bit low, it should be enough. You also have the Vajra Bell. Good, I'll leave this match to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, martial ancestor." After speaking, Zhao Hai slowly walked to the center of the field. At this time, Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai, then turned to Na Zhen and whispered, "Junior brother Na Zhen, how confident is junior brother Jing Hai in this match?" Na Zhen smiled and said, "Senior brother can rest assured. I don't dare say I'm 100% confident, but I'm 90% confident." When junior brother Jing Hai was in the mountains, he dealt with the simultaneous attacks of the Nightwalker sect and Sword Dance sect leaders. At that time, he only suffered some injuries. On the other hand, the other party used the demonic blood poison handkerchief and the autumn water longevity sword. When Na Yun heard Na Zhen's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Na Zhen and asked, "Junior brother, are you serious?" Na Zhen smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare lie to senior brother. I'm absolutely serious." Na Yun smiled and said, "Good, very good. Na Zhen, you've made a great contribution." Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything else. Na Zhen naturally understood Na Yun's meaning. When Na Yun said that he had made a great contribution, he naturally wasn't talking about Zhong Shishan. Instead, he was talking about how he pulled Zhao Hai under him. Na Zhen couldn't help but smile faintly. He chanted a Buddhist chant and didn't say anything else. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Their conversation was heard by Wu Zuwei. Wu Zuwei also looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with curiosity. He was very curious about how capable this disciple of his was. At this time, Mo Dao looked at Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Wu Zuwei and coldly snorted, "Grandmaster Wu Zuwei, are you sure you want to send him out? A chi refining 9th stage disciple?" Wu Zuwei chanted a Buddhist chant and didn't say anything. Seeing Wu Zuwei's expression, Mo Dao couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he turned to the leading disciple and said, "Wu Wei, you go." Then he sent a secret sound transmission to Wu Wei, "Kill him." Wu Wei looked at Zhao Hai with a bitter expression. He already fought with Zhao Hai back in the base. At that time, he joined forces with the Nightwalker sect's disciples to take Zhao Hai's life. Moreover, they were also killed by Zhao Hai's counterattack. To be honest, he didn't have any confidence in defeating Zhao Hai. Wu Wei had no other choice but to send a sound transmission to Mo Dao, martial ancestor. Disciple fought with this person in the mountains. His strength is very formidable. At that time, Disciple and the Nightwalker sect's disciples used the demonic blood poison handkerchief and the autumn water longevity sword to deal with him. However, he wasn't injured at all. I'm afraid Disciple isn't his opponent. Wu Wei didn't know that Zhao Hai was injured, so he thought that Zhao Hai wasn't injured. When Mo Dao heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Besides being tall, there was nothing special about Zhao Hai. Being tall was a symbol of body cultivators, it wasn't a special characteristic. This made Mo Dao surprised. At this time, the Nightwalker sect's assassin and the solitary Dao sect's Hua Qing Feng were also staring at Zhao Hai. It was clear that they also heard about Zhao Hai from their disciples. They were also surprised. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just stood there calmly. He didn't say anything to the people from the three sects, nor did he act arrogantly. He didn't provoke them, he just stood there calmly. But his body had a different aura, it made people feel like he was a mountain. At this time, Hua Qing Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, Wu Zuwei, I didn't think that your Iron Buddha temple would have such an expert. How about this, I have a proposal. My disciple Ming Xian will represent our sects and compete with your disciple. I won't ask for too much, as long as he can block 10 of Ming Xian's moves, then we'll leave. What do you think? When Wu Zuwei heard Hua Qing Feng, his brows couldn't help but jump. He looked at Mo Dao and the assassin. Mo Dao and the assassin didn't say anything, they just stared at him. Wu Zuwei couldn't help but coldly snort and said, all right, we'll accept this fight. But remember, this fight won't be counted in the results of the competition. Then Wu Zuwei didn't say anything else. It was clear that he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to block 10 of Ming Xian's moves. Ming Xian had the innate pure physique and her strength was already at the Qi refinement realm. In addition, she was a core disciple of the solitary Tranquility Dao sect. Her strength was extremely powerful. Even if Na Yun went up, he might not be able to win against her. Hua Qing Feng understood the meaning behind Wu Zuwei's words, but he didn't say anything. He just turned to Ming Xian and said, Xian go. Ming Xian nodded, then she walked towards Zhao Hai. In the blink of an eye, she was 10 meters away from Zhao Hai. Ming Xian looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, senior brother of the Iron Buddha Temple, Ming Xian has a good reason. Please advise me. Ming Xian was already very beautiful, and her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Many of the male disciples of the Sword Dance sect, Solitary Dao sect, and Nightwalker sect looked as if their souls had been taken away. Even the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple couldn't help but mutter a Buddhist chant. On the other hand, Zhao Hai looked at Ming Xian calmly. Then he smiled faintly and said, Ba. Junior sister is too polite. Please. Then Zhao Hai looked at Ming Xian calmly. He didn't have any intention of making the first move. When Ming Xian saw Zhao Hai's expression, her expression couldn't help but change. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, she waved her hand and a flying sword appeared in her hand. This sword looked very ordinary. It had a black scabbard, and it didn't look very remarkable. Then with a thought, a clanging sound was heard as the sword was unsheathed. It emitted a sound like a dragon's roar. The blade of the sword was shining brightly. It was very beautiful. One could see at a glance that this sword was extraordinary. Ming Xian formed a sword seal and pointed the sword at Zhao Hai. However, she didn't attack. Instead, she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Senior brother, can you tell me your Buddhist name? Zhao Hai looked at Ming Xian's sword and then looked at Ming Xian. Then he smiled faintly and said, This monk is Jing Hai. Greetings, junior sister Ming Xian. This sword of yours is really good. Junior sister, please. The smile on Ming Xian's face had already disappeared. Instead, he said in a deep voice, This sword is called the Cloud Sea Mist Hidden Sword. Master spent 3 years to forge it especially for me. There are 32 layers of restrictions inside. Furthermore, he added the rare Cloud Mist Iron Essence. When the sword leaves the mist, the sword hides in the mist. Today, I will only use half of my strength. After she said that, she formed a sword seal and pointed at Zhao Hai. The cloud sea mist sword pierced towards Zhao Hai. Just as the sword moved, Ming Xian's surroundings were filled with clouds. Her figure could be faintly seen. This made Ming Xian look like a fairy in the clouds. Her beauty was unparalleled. She was divine and inviolable. At this time, Zhao Hai was surrounded by clouds. Nobody could see Zhao Hai's situation. Suddenly, a shout was heard from the clouds, "Lin!" Along with this shout, everyone saw the shadow of a mountain rising from the clouds. In an instant, it became a huge mountain. Then, a muffled sound was heard. After this muffled sound, several muffled sounds were heard from the clouds. At the same time, it was accompanied by Zhao Hai's mantra. After a while, Ming Xian's voice was heard from the clouds. "Good, senior brother's strength is really extraordinary. Today's battle will end here. I've learned a lot." After she said that, there was a sound of a sword returning to its scabbard. Then, the clouds dissipated. Zhao Hai and Ming Xian were separated by about 10 meters. They stood opposite each other. It seemed like they had not moved at all. "Humph. Let's go." A voice was heard. Then, a huge sword appeared under Imo Dao's feet. All the disciples of the sword dance sect jumped on the huge sword. Then, the huge sword soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, a black cloud rolled up and the disciples of the Nightwalker sect also disappeared. Hua Qingfeng looked at the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple and said, "Master Wu Zue, we'll meet again." After he said that, a Tai Chi diagram appeared under his feet. It carried all the disciples of the solitary Dao sect and flew into the distance. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the transmission formation. They had already returned to the Iron Buddha Temple. This time, they had completed their mission perfectly. Moreover, it was done beautifully. Wu Zue was very satisfied with the result. This was especially true for the last battle between Zhao Hai and Ming Xian. Although they didn't see it, Wu Zue and Na Yun were able to see it through their spiritual force. Zhao Hai used the mountain-covering fist and the 9 words formula to fight against Ming Xian for 10 moves without falling into a disadvantage. In the end, Ming Xian was forced to withdraw his sword and retreat. Wu Zue had a whole new level of respect for Zhao Hai. He hadn't seen a low-level disciple who could use the 9 words formula so well. However, Wu Zue didn't say anything at that time. He just packed up and led everyone back. After they returned to the Iron Buddha Temple, Wu Zue looked at everyone and said, "You can go back now. The rewards will be given to you in a few days." Then his figure moved and disappeared from the transmission formation. At this time, Na Yun didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, what reward do you want the most this time?" When Zhao Hai heard Na Yun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Senior brother, I want to go into seclusion for some time. I want to comprehend the 3rd level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. At the same time, I want to study various formations as well as metal manipulation. I also want to study the 9 characters secret technique. I'm still not very good with it." Na Yun nodded and said, "The 3rd layer of the Iron Buddha Lotus body isn't that easy to cultivate. If you need high-grade metals, just tell me and I'll prepare them for you." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Thank you, senior brother. But I don't need them right now. I still have some high-grade metals that I obtained before. It's enough for me to cultivate the 3rd layer." Na Yun nodded and said, "Alright, if you need anything in the future, just look for Na Yu. Tell Na Yu to inform me and I'll help you prepare it." After saying that, Na Yun's figure flashed and disappeared from the teleportation plaza. After Na Yu left, Na Zhen went to Zhao Hai's side and patted him on the shoulder. "Jing Hai, good job. You've given senior brother Na Yun face this time. Senior brother Na Yun will certainly help you in the future. With his help, you can go further. Go back and take a good rest. After you receive your reward, it won't be too late for you to go into seclusion." Zhao Hai nodded and greeted the others. Then everyone left. When Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. To be honest, this battle had helped him a lot. As long as he practiced his stance for a while, he would be able to cultivate the 3rd layer of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. However, this wasn't the real reason for his seclusion. The real reason for his seclusion was to prepare for his identity as a devil sect disciple. Zhao Hai had already planned this beforehand. One was his identity as the leader of the Tide-Watching Gang, Spirit Crab Island's outer disciple, Zhao Hai. However, this identity wasn't very useful right now. This was because he couldn't let the people of Spirit Crab Island know about his identity. He also didn't want too many people to notice his identity, it wouldn't do him any good. Even if this identity was in its incubation period, he would need to prepare for more than 10 years in order to display its greatest strength. As for the identity of a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, it was to train his body. He wanted to make his body stronger, so he had this identity. Joining the Iron Buddha Temple was an accident, but this was only good for him. As for the identity of a devil sect disciple, it was to make himself more adapted to the curse technique. His curse technique was already at the small success stage. Although it hadn't reached the great success stage, it was enough to deal with the enemy. However, the curse technique was too sinister, it was just like a devil sect technique. Because of this, he needed a devil sect identity. Moreover, being a devil sect disciple had another advantage, he could be unscrupulous. Killing people wasn't a problem for a devil sect disciple. Because of this, using the identity of a devil sect disciple to practice his curse technique was the most suitable. However, the identity of a devil sect disciple was also a very dangerous identity. This was because the battles between devil sect disciples were very terrifying. Even the disciples of big sects didn't only fight with outsiders, they also had to fight with their own sect members. This was the most terrifying part. Zhao Hai now knew that he could be injured in the sword spirit world. Although he had the space, he wouldn't necessarily die. However, he didn't dare expose the space in the sword spirit world. Because of this, becoming a devil sect disciple was very dangerous. Zhao Hai needed to think about it carefully. After resting for a day in his room, Zhao Hai went to Tideview City the next day. He hadn't gone to Tideview City in the past month, he really missed Laura and the others. After resting for another day in Tideview City, Zhao Hai returned to the Iron Buddha Temple. At the same time, he decided to get a devil sect disciple identity. This would be very helpful to his cultivation. On the 5th day after Zhao Hai and the others returned to the Iron Buddha Temple, they finally received their rewards. Zhao Hai's reward was very special. Besides the Iron Buddha Lotus Body's cultivation method, he also received a reward that allowed him to not do sect missions in the future. In other words, Zhao Hai didn't need to do sect missions in the future. Moreover, he would still receive benefits from the sect. For Zhao Hai, this reward was very heavy. Not to mention the sect mission, the Iron Buddha Lotus Body's cultivation method wasn't easy to obtain. After receiving these rewards, Zhao Hai immediately announced that he would be going into seclusion. Then he made a clone while his real body returned to Tideview City. There, he met with Laura and the others. At the same time, he also gave pointers to Xianxia's cultivation. At the same time, he also looked at the situation in Tideview City. The situation in Tideview City was very stable. Everyone was busy doing missions or cultivating. At this time, there were already some people who were about to break through to the spirit realm. For the people of Tideview City, this was very good news. On the other hand, the people of Spirit Crab Island didn't come to Tideview City. This allowed them to cultivate in peace. At this time, Tideview City had already established branches in several large cities. However, these branches were established in the form of taverns. First, it was to sell their wine. Second, it was to gather information. Zhao Hai didn't object to this situation. Wen Hai, Laura, and the others were able to easily deal with these matters. There was no need for Zhao Hai to worry about them. In fact, Laura and the others didn't care too much about the gang's matters. Unless it was something that they couldn't handle, they wouldn't care about it. Usually, if they weren't inside the space, they would be accompanying Xianxia outside. They didn't care much about the gang's matters. After accompanying Laura and the others for some time, Zhao Hai left Tideview City. This time, he directly used a transmission formation to arrive at a place close to the demon sect's territory. Strictly speaking, the Sword Spirit Realm was divided into 3 regions. The first was the Sword Spirit Realm. It was the largest and had the most materials. It was also the most important region. It didn't have a name because most of the sects of the sword spirit realm were gathered here. Buddhist sects, Tao sects, sword sects, profound sects, and other righteous sects all lived in this region. The second region was the demon sect's territory. It had a name, the demon domain. Most of the demon sects established their sects in the demon domain. It can be said that the demon domain was a relatively independent place. Very few cultivators would go there. At the same time, demon sect cultivators would also rarely go to the righteous sect's territories. Apart from these two areas, the rest were the 72 islands of the South China Sea. This was an area made up of islands. It was relatively far from the mainland and was controlled by the 72 islands of the South China Sea. Of course, there were far more than 72 islands here, but all the islands here were under the control of the 72 islands of the South China Sea. The place Zhao Hai was currently heading to was called the Jingwei River. The Jingwei River was a famous river in the sword spirit realm. The reason why it was famous wasn't because of its ability to transport water, but because this river was the boundary between the demon domain and the righteous sections. This side of the river was the territory controlled by the righteous sections. On the other side of the river was the demon domain. On the other side of the river, there were a lot of small cities. These small cities were all ownerless. But whether it was the small cities on the righteous side or the small cities on the other side of the river, they were all ownerless. The various forces didn't want to control these small cities because once they did, they would be attacked. Because of this, these small cities were ownerless. Even if the sects wanted to place their people in these small cities, they would only do business in these small cities or pull in some gangs that made a living in these small cities. They absolutely wouldn't want to control these small cities. The small city that Zhao Hai arrived at was a small city next to the Jingwei River. This small city was called the Three Dao Bay. It was a small city with a population of about 100,000. This small city was under the control of the righteous sections. However, this city didn't have any laws, it was a relatively chaotic place. The reason why Zhao Hai came here was because there was a bridge next to the city. And on the other side of the bridge, there was a city called the Incorp City. This city was under the control of the demon domain. The Incorp City wasn't a big city. The area of the Incorp City was similar to the Three Dao Bay. There were a lot of people who made a living in this city. At the same time, this city was also one of the places where the righteous sects and the devil sects traded. Don't think that the righteous sects and devil sects didn't have any transactions. In fact, there were a lot of transactions between them. Not to mention that both sides had some specialties, sometimes pills, cultivation methods, and even artifacts could be traded here. This place was also a place where the righteous sects and devil sects could exchange missions. For example, the Nightwalker sect had a lot of missions here. And this small city was also a buffer zone between the righteous sects and devil sections. Naturally, it was also a place where the righteous sects didn't have any laws. Today, Zhao Hai came to the Three Dao Bay. He wanted to first understand the situation of the devil sects here. Then, he would go to the Incorp City. Then, he would find an opportunity to enter the core area of the demon domain and get himself a legitimate devil cultivator identity. This wasn't difficult. After all, there were a lot of rogue cultivators in the demon domain. So, it was easy for him to get himself a devil cultivator identity. However, what Zhao Hai wanted wasn't an ordinary devil cultivator identity. He had already heard that in the demon domain, the lives of rogue cultivators were worthless. He didn't want to be a rogue cultivator. What he wanted was the identity of a sect disciple. Dressed in black, Zhao Hai slowly walked out of the Three Dao Bay's transmission formation. He had changed his attire and wore a black warrior's outfit. He had short hair and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were shining with a cold light. Most importantly, his body was exuding a heavy murderous aura. One could see that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The reason why Zhao Hai changed his appearance was because he knew that this was the Three Dao Bay. There was no law in this place. If one wanted to live well here, then they must show a strong side. Otherwise, they would be swallowed up by others. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai came out of the transmission formation with his murderous aura, the surrounding cultivators didn't dare to approach him. The people of the Three Dao Bay were all experienced people. They were very clear about what kind of people they could provoke and what kind of people they couldn't. Zhao Hai was an outlaw, so it was best not to provoke such a person. Otherwise, they might really end up killing you. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward and looked at the small town. This small town was very ordinary. On the surface, there was nothing special about it. There were a lot of shops and it looked very lively. It was even livelier than some small towns under the rule of righteous sects. One couldn't see that this was a place without law. However, if one paid attention to the alleys, they would see blood stains on the walls. There were even some corpses that were left unattended. Zhao Hai naturally noticed this situation. However, he didn't care about it. From the way the people here acted, it can be seen that this kind of thing didn't matter at all. While he was walking forward, a shop in front of him suddenly became lively. A lot of people were gathered there, making a lot of noise. There were even sounds of fighting. This made Zhao Hai curious, so he walked over. When he arrived, he saw two people fighting in front of the shop. One of them was wearing gray robes and looked like an ordinary cultivator. He didn't look very outstanding. He held a steel saber in his hand and had a dusty face. It seems like he just came back from a trip. His opponent was a white-faced cultivator wearing black robes. This cultivator didn't look very old, only around 20 years old. He held a short spear in his hand. At this time, the young man was attacking with his spear. The gray-robed cultivator didn't have any strength to fight back. However, the gray-robed cultivator wasn't someone to be trifled with. The steel saber in his hand danced around. The young man couldn't do anything to the gray-robed cultivator. The surrounding people were all watching the show. Even the people in the shop were watching the show. The shop staff was also standing in front of the door, looking at the two people fighting with excitement. It seemed like they were watching a very interesting show. Zhao Hai shook his head and walked away. Although the black-clothed young man wasn't weak, he was too anxious. The gray-clothed cultivator was obviously very good at defense. The reason why he was defending wasn't because he didn't have the strength to fight back, but because he was waiting for the other party's momentum to weaken. Then he would clean up the other party in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai looked at the black-cloaked cultivator and shook his head. In a battle between cultivators, it wasn't certain that you would win if you took the initiative. That was impossible. The rhythm of the battle was also very important. If you were brought into the rhythm of the opponent, then the one who would lose would be you. This was the case for the black-robed cultivator. He had already entered the rhythm of the gray-robed cultivator. It wouldn't take long for him to lose. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't interested in watching this battle. He first looked around the city and then found a good-looking hotel. The hotel was a 3-story building. On the first floor was a tavern. There were more than a dozen tables inside as well as a counter. Behind the counter stood a woman. This woman wore blue clothes and had picturesque features. She was very beautiful. However, her face had a cold expression, making people not dare to look at her directly. Zhao Hai didn't care about this and directly entered the hotel. Immediately, a staff came over and said to Zhao Hai, "Guest, please come in. Would you like to have a meal or stay in the hotel?" Zhao Hai replied, "Stay in the hotel." Then he went to the counter and said to the woman, "Do you have a room? What's the price?" The woman looked at Zhao Hai, her eyes flashed with disgust. Then she said, 5 third-grade crystals per day. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and took out 5 fourth-grade crystals. Then he placed the crystals on the counter and said, "I'll book a room for 10 days first. After 10 days, I'll decide if I want to stay or not." The female cultivator didn't say anything, she just nodded and received the crystal. Then she opened her mouth and said, 3 meals a day, 4 dishes, and 1 soup. The main course is optional. The dishes will be ordered by the store. Guest, please. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you." Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just nodded. Then he followed the staff upstairs. The room that he wanted was on the 3rd floor. The staff escorted him to the door and then gave him a room card. This room card wasn't only his room number, it was also a key. When he wants to leave, as long as he closes the door will be locked. Only by using this room card can he open it. Zhao Hai entered the room and looked around. This room was really good. It was divided into 4 rooms. One was the living room, one was the bathroom, one was the bathroom, one was the bathroom, and there were also 2 bedrooms. If there were a lot of people in one room, then it could be divided into 2 rooms. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the room. He first went to the bedrooms and saw that the layout of the 2 bedrooms were different. One of the bedrooms was very luxurious. It even had a set of tables and chairs that could be used as a study. The other bedroom was relatively simple. If there weren't many people, then the other bedroom could be used as a quiet room. After looking at the room, Zhao Hai took the room card and left the room. After leaving the hotel, Zhao Hai strolled around the city's main street. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the tavern where the gray-robed cultivator and the black-robed cultivator fought. At this time, the people in front of the tavern had already dispersed. However, there was a pool of blood in front of the tavern. There was also a black-robed corpse in the alley next to the tavern. Just as Zhao Hai was about to enter the tavern, a youth who looked to be 13 or 14 years old walked towards the black-robed cultivator. He looked at the black-robed cultivator and then directly received the corpse into his spatial equipment. Then he turned around and left. This made Zhao Hai curious. He wanted to know what this youth wanted to do. Could he be a corpse collector in the city? However, Zhao Hai didn't care about the youth. Instead, he directly entered the tavern. The tavern's business wasn't affected by the fight between the 2 cultivators. The tavern's business was still very good. All the tables in the tavern were filled with wine. When Zhao Hai entered, a waiter immediately greeted him. He smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Guest, please come in. Our Lin family's tavern is famous for its good wine. Moreover, our Lin family's tavern is also famous for its information. Please come upstairs." Zhao Hai was surprised by the waiter's reply. He looked at the waiter and said, "You know that I'm here for information?" The waiter smiled and said, "Guest, you must have just arrived at the 3 Dao Bay. All the taverns in the 3 Dao Bay provide guests with information about the area around the bay for free. The amount of information we provide also determines the business of a tavern. Therefore, guest, you can see that our tavern has a lot of information." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "I saw a corpse in the alley next to the tavern. What's going on?" The waiter quickly replied, "Since guests can come to the 3 Dao Bay, then you should have some understanding of the area. Our 3 Dao Bay is a place that no one cares about, so there are often cultivators who fight because of a disagreement. Those who lose and are killed will naturally be brought to that small alley. It won't take long for their corpses to be taken away by some hoodlums in the city and sold to people from the devil sect to be made into skeletons or zombies. So there's no need to care about them." Zhao Hai finally understood why the young man wanted to take away the corpse. It wasn't because he had good intentions, but because the corpse could be sold. Zhao Hai was speechless. He didn't think that the 3 Dao Bay city would be this lawless. This was a place that nobody cared about. However, the more it was like this, the more he didn't dare to look down on the waiter. For a tavern to be opened in such a chaotic place, it meant that the background of this tavern couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai followed the waiter upstairs. Although there weren't as many people upstairs as downstairs, it was still almost full. However, when Zhao Hai arrived upstairs, his eyes flashed. This was because he saw a person. This person was the gray-robed cultivator who fought with the black-robed man outside the tavern. He was now sitting alone by the window. On the table were 4 side dishes and a jug of wine. However, it was clear that his mind wasn't on the wine. His eyes were constantly looking out the window as if he was waiting for someone. Zhao Hai casually found a place to sit down. The waiter looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Guest, what would you like to order? This little one will immediately prepare it for you." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "For side dishes, 2 meat, 2 vegetables, and a jug of old wine." "Right, if you really provide information about the city, then tell me about it. I just arrived at the 3 Dao Bay city and want to know more about this place." The waiter quickly replied, "All right, please wait a moment. The side dishes will be served soon. This is a jade slip prepared by the tavern. The information you want is inside. You can take a look at it. If you want to record it, you can take it with you." While speaking, the waiter took out a jade slip and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and took the jade slip. The waiter then went downstairs. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and swept it with his spiritual force. The contents of the jade slip immediately entered his mind. The waiter didn't say anything. The contents of the jade slip were really good. From the introduction of the various forces in the city to the recent news, everything was there. It can be said that after reading the jade slip, he wasn't unfamiliar with the Three Dao Bei city. After eating in the tavern, Zhao Hai slowly walked out. He now knew that although the Three Dao Bei didn't seem to have any laws, there were still people in charge here. However, the people in charge here were very special. They only cared about those who paid them, those who didn't, they wouldn't care. In other words, the people who collected the money were all gangs in the city. They collected protection fees, and as long as you don't cause trouble in the shops, then they wouldn't care. Because of this, in the Three Dao Bei, as long as you don't cause trouble in the shops, then no one would care about what you do. Even if you don't like the people walking next to you, you could just kill them with a single slash, and no one would care. Instead, there would be people who would clean up the corpses. There were many gangs in the city that specialized in this. They would collect the corpses and then sell them at the Corp city on the other side. In the Three Dao Bei, besides not causing trouble in the shops, there were also 3 gangs that you couldn't offend. These 3 gangs were very easy to recognize, they all wore the same clothes with the gang symbol on them. Because of this, as long as you see people with the symbol on their clothes, then you would just have to avoid them. Zhao Hai strolled around the city and saw people from the gangs. These people were walking sideways on the streets, nobody dared to provoke them. Naturally, they also wouldn't easily cause trouble. This was because the people who came to the Three Dao Bei weren't good people. If you annoy them, then they would kill you and then run out of the city. Then even if someone wanted to take revenge, they wouldn't be able to find them. Zhao Hai strolled around the city for a day before he went to the inn to stay. Today, he had a basic understanding of the Three Dao Bei. The next thing he needed to do was to inquire about devil cultivators. In the Three Dao Bei, Zhao Hai didn't see anyone who was dressed like a devil cultivator. However, he was able to sense qi from some people. In other words, these people were definitely devil cultivators, it's just that they didn't wear the standard attire. A lot of devil cultivators liked to wear black clothes. Moreover, the qi on their bodies was very heavy. This also affected their character and appearance. Some devil cultivators were very ugly, while some looked very demonic. However, these people were more or less different from others. Because of this, it was still possible to recognize them. It was also because of the special appearance of these demonic cultivators that many demonic cultivators would wear masks or bamboo hats to cover their faces. It was also because of this that the standard attire for demonic cultivators was black, with a mask or a bamboo hat. However, Zhao Hai also understood that this was the Three Dao Bei, a place controlled by the righteous sects. Although the righteous sects didn't care about this place, if a large number of devil sect disciples came here, then the righteous sects wouldn't agree. Because of this, even if devil sect disciples came to the Three Dao Bei, they would still wear righteous attire. The next morning, Zhao Hai came to the city early to stroll around. Then he went to the tavern and sat down. But this time, he chose a different tavern. After ordering some food and wine, he asked the waiter, "Waiter, do you have any information about the Corp city?" The shop assistant hastily said, "Customer has really asked the right person, our shop really does have information about the Corp city, we have spent a lot of money to buy it, is customer preparing to go to the Corp city? It's a good place, but we can't give this information to customer for free. If customer wants this information, then it'll cost you a second-grade crystal." Zhao Hai looked at the waiter and nodded, "All right." Then he took out a second-grade crystal and gave it to the waiter. After the waiter received the crystal, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Customer, please wait a moment, I'll immediately get the jade slip for you." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai sat there and waited for a while. The waiter took the food and wine and the jade slip to Zhao Hai's table. After placing the food and wine on the table, the waiter handed the jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "Customer, this is some information about the Corp city. You can read it here or even record it." Zhao Hai nodded and took the jade slip. Zhao Hai was now somewhat curious about the Corp city. This was because the waiter said that the Corp city was a good place. Zhao Hai really wanted to know what kind of good place the Sing Corp City was. After Zhao Hai saw the contents of the jade slip, he was really stunned. The waiter said that the Ing Corp City was a good place. It was really not wrong. This Ing Corp City was more prosperous than the Three Dao Bay. It was also very orderly. At least in this place, killing people on the street was not allowed. Zhao Hai's previous information about the Devil Domain was all heard from other people. And these people were all righteous sections. Their description of the Devil Domain was very frightening. The Devil Domain was a world of slaughter. There, you could be killed by the disciples of the Devil sect at any time. You could be turned into a corpse or a skeleton monster. You could also be turned into a malicious spirit or directly sucked dry of your blood essence. The ordinary people who lived there were even more miserable. At any time, they could become the test subjects of the Devil sect disciples. They could lose their lives at any time. But today, when Zhao Hai saw the information provided by the shop, he knew that he was wrong. The Devil sect was not like what he thought before. There were no rules and everything was decided by strength. The Devil sect disciples could kill ordinary people at will. This was completely wrong. The Devil Domain was not like this at all. The Devil Domain had its own rules. Moreover, the rules were very big. In the Devil Domain, it was forbidden for disciples to kill ordinary people at will. If you dare to kill ordinary people at will, then it would be a serious crime if the sects found out. Especially in the cities, private fights were prohibited. But this didn't mean that the Devil Domain was peaceful. In the Devil Domain, ordinary people weren't in too much danger. The ones who were in danger were the rogue cultivators and the cultivators of the various sections. The Devil sect was particular about the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were a rogue cultivator or a cultivator, then you wouldn't be safe. Of course, if you stayed in the city all your life, then no one would touch you. But if you left the city, then it was hard to say. You could be killed by other cultivators at any time. The Devil Domain didn't allow the killing of civilians, but it was still okay to kill rogue cultivators or cultivators. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know whether the people in the sects would kill each other or not. He only had some information about the Evil Corpse City. But this already made Zhao Hai have a new understanding of the Devil Domain. After eating and copying the jade slip, Zhao Hai walked out of the tavern. He just walked out of the tavern and saw a person walking towards him. This person was wearing gray clothes and had an ordinary appearance. It was the rogue cultivator he met yesterday in front of the Lin family shop. He was the rogue cultivator who was fighting with the black-robed man. This rogue cultivator was now looking at Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai somewhat baffled. He didn't know what the rogue cultivator wanted to do. But no matter what he wanted to do, Zhao Hai didn't need to be afraid of him. So he didn't take it to heart and continued to walk forward. Before long, the distance between the two got closer and closer. When the two were about 5 meters apart, the gray-robed man suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Friend, can you talk to me?" Zhao Hai looked around and found that there was no one around. So he pointed at himself and said, "Are you talking to me?" The gray-robed man nodded and said, "Right, I'm talking to you." "Friend, can we talk?" Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "What do we have to talk about? I don't think I know you." The man smiled faintly and said, "Friend, you saw me fighting with another person yesterday. You were the first to leave. Moreover, you have a murderous aura. Even if I don't want to, I can't forget you. Friend, can we talk?" Zhao looked at the man and smiled. "Friend, you actually remember me. Interesting. Good. What do you want to talk about?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Friend, you actually remember me." The man smiled faintly and said, "How about we go to a tavern and talk?" Zhao Hai didn't object. Then he nodded and followed the man to a tavern. When the two arrived at the tavern, they found a remote place and sat down. The man ordered 2 jugs of wine and 4 dishes. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Friend, I can see your murderous aura. I'm afraid you offended someone and came to the Three Dao Bay, right?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he pretended to have a heavy expression. Then he coldly looked at the man and said, "Who are you? What do you know?" The person waved his hand and said, "Friend, there's no need to be so nervous. Everyone who comes to the Three Dao Bay has their own reasons. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't stay in other places, why would they come here? Once you're here, nobody will care about what you did in the past. Unless it's someone who wants to kill you, nobody would care. Even if you slept with the daughter of the Conqueror Sword sect master, nobody would care about you. After all, everyone is the same. Zhao Hai looked at the man and didn't say anything. The man opened his mouth and said, "The reason why I called you back is because I discovered that your strength isn't bad. Moreover, I heard that you were learning about Incorp City. Therefore, I wanted to meet you and get to know you." "You followed me?" Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. The gray-robed man didn't mind, he just smiled and said, "I'm not following you. But friend, your understanding of the Three Dao Bay is still too little. The Three Dao Bay is a very mystical place. As long as you have enough crystal stones, you can do a lot of things. For example, you can ask people to follow you, all of these are possible." The gray-robed man didn't mind. "Why?" Zhao Hai coldly looked at the gray-robed man and asked. "Hee, naturally I want to cooperate with you. How about it? I don't know if you're interested." "What cooperation? Why should I believe you?" "Hee, friend, if I didn't guess wrong, then you want to go to Incorp City, right? Do you still want to go to the Devil Domain? If you can join that sect, that would be even better, wouldn't it?" "How do you know?" "It's very simple. Almost everyone who comes to the Three Dao Bay to inquire about Incorp City has this goal. There's nothing special about it, it's very normal." "How about it? I didn't guess wrong, right?" "You didn't guess wrong, I want to go to the Devil Domain. For rogue cultivators like you and me, isn't joining a sect a dream? No matter what kind of sect it is, it's all the same. What does this have to do with your cooperation?" "It has a lot to do with it. The cooperation I want to talk about is going to the Devil Domain together to do something. If this matter is successful, then we might be able to join a sect. How about it, are you interested?" Zhao Hai's eyes flashed, he looked at the gray-robed man and said, "Why should I believe you? Strictly speaking, we just met today, and I don't believe that with our strength, we can join a sect. You and I don't seem to have good talent, right? Do you think those sects would take a liking to us? I hid in the demon domain for 3 years before I dared to return to the Three Dao Bay City. During these 3 years, I gained a certain understanding of the demon domain. In the demon domain, there are a lot of large and small sections. The large sects are very strict in accepting disciples, but the small sects aren't strict in accepting disciples. There are even some small sects that haven't been established for long, and their threshold for accepting disciples is very low. In the next few years, I have been investigating these small sections. I found out that some of these small sects have been established for a very short time, and the first-generation sect masters of these small sects have a very close relationship with the large sections. It can be said that the disciples of these small sects are disciples of the large sects who don't have any hope of advancing, so they set up these sects outside. These sects must have received the support of the large sects, and these sects' standards for accepting disciples are very low." Speaking up to here, the gray-robed man lowered his voice, then he continued, "Although I don't know what the great devil sects want to do, I do know that if these small sects find some powerful and talented disciples, then they can recommend them to the great sects. In other words, if we perform well in these small sects, then we can join the great sects. What do you think? Isn't this information very important?" This information was very important for Zhao Hai. Not only did it give Zhao Hai a way to join a sect, it also allowed Zhao Hai to know that the demon sect was making preparations. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the sword spirit world would be in chaos. Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to enter the sword spirit world. Perhaps this information didn't seem to have anything to do with the demon sect's preparations. However, this wasn't the case. The demon sect released some disciples who had no hope of promotion and let them set up small sects outside to recruit disciples. Wasn't this a way to improve their strength? The more disciples the small sects established by the disciples, the more disciples the devil sect would have in the future. Moreover, the devil sect's cultivation methods had a special characteristic, and that was the cultivation speed. Compared to the cultivation methods of the righteous sects, the cultivation speed was much faster. If the devil sect really accepted a large number of disciples, then in addition to their cultivation methods, they would be able to cultivate a large number of low-level disciples. And the strength of these low-level disciples would definitely not be weak. In this way, the strength of the demon sect would increase greatly. This was equivalent to the demon sect accumulating their forces. If the demon sect really made a move in the future, then these small sects would directly merge with the big sections. Then the strength of those big sects would instantly increase. This was definitely not good news for the righteous sections. Zhao Hai didn't know if the righteous sects knew about this matter. If they didn't know about this, then they would have already fallen into a disadvantage. If they knew about this matter, then they might have already made some arrangements. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the righteous sects might not have paid attention to this matter. Perhaps in their opinion, the establishment of small sects in the demon domain didn't even enter their eyes. Perhaps this was the purpose of the demon sect's actions. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he looked at the gray-robed man and said, "Friend, my surname is Tian, I'm called Tian Hai. I don't know your name, but I'm very interested in the information you just told me. I want to know what you're talking about." When the gray-robed man heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, my name is Xianxia. You agreed to act with me." Zhao Hai said, "Just like you said, I want to join a demon sect. Even if it's a small sect, I'm still willing. There's no hope in being a rogue cultivator. I want to get a better cultivation method." Xianxia nodded, "That's right. Brother Tian Hai, I'll tell you the truth. I already know the entry conditions of a sect, and this is the most suitable one for us to complete. It doesn't depend on age or strength, but on completing a mission. As long as you complete a mission, you can immediately be accepted as a disciple." Although they didn't say it out loud, but a lot of people know about it. There are a lot of people who know about it in secret. This mission is to go to the poison mist pond and collect a worm called earthworm. As long as you collect 10 earthworm, you can take these worms to that sect and become an outer court disciple of that sect. How about it, isn't it very simple? Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Simple? I don't think so. How come I didn't see that this condition is simple? Although I've been active in the righteous faction, I've also heard about the poison mist pond. It's filled with poisonous fog all year round. Moreover, there are a lot of poisonous insects and beasts inside. A lot of people go in and never come out. It's one of the most dangerous places in the demon domain. Don't tell me that you don't know anything about earthworm?" Xianxia smiled and said, "This is the most suitable condition for us. We're not young and our strength isn't very strong. Is it possible to join a sect through normal channels? We can only use this method. Although the poison mist pond is dangerous, it's not impossible to go in. The earthworm is actually a kind of mutated earthworm in the poison mist river. This kind of earthworm also lives in the mud, but it can attack people. Moreover, it's highly toxic and it can travel very fast underground. However, as long as we're careful, we can still collect it. Think about it, as long as we collect 10 earthworm, we can join a sect. Isn't this a good thing? Wealth comes from danger. Compared to joining a sect, isn't it worth taking a little risk?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, taking a little risk is worth it. But after completing this task, which sect do we want to join? Is it worth it for us to take this risk? You should know that when we go to the poison mist pond, we might lose our lives if we're not careful. If this sect isn't worth it, then wouldn't we suffer a loss?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It's worth it, it's definitely worth it. Brother Tian should know about the Poison Dragon sect, right? The sect we want to join is called the Poison Tree sect. Their sect is actually an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. How about it? Is it worth it?" When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but nod. Naturally, he had heard of the Poison Dragon sect. This was a sect that was famous for its poison. Moreover, it was a very famous sect among the devil sects. Not only was this sect good at using poison, but they also trained poisonous snakes. Not only did they train poisonous snakes, but they also refined poisonous snakes. After being refined, the poisonous snakes would be very poisonous. Moreover, the strength of these poisonous snakes would be very strong. It was said that the strongest poisonous snake in the poison snake sect would eventually evolve into a flood dragon. It was precisely because of this that they got the name Poison Dragon Sect. The Poison Dragon Sect was also a great sect among the devil sects. Compared to the Nightwalker sect, it was 3 times stronger. This kind of sect was certainly worth joining. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Shi Yan continued, I heard that the Poison Snake sect is refining something with earthworm. Therefore, they need these insects. Therefore, they gave us this mission. As long as we get 10 earthworm, we can definitely join the Poison Tree sect. If we perform well in the Poison Tree sect, then we might be able to join the Poison Dragon sect. Even if we can't join the Poison Dragon sect, we can still learn some cultivation techniques from the Poison Tree sect. At that time, we'll have hope of attaining immortality. How about it? Zhao Hai looked around and said, we'll do it. How can we not do it? Wouldn't it be a pity if we let go of this opportunity? When do we leave? Shi Yan said, don't worry. We still need to prepare some things. The Poison Mist Pond isn't a place to play around. If we don't prepare anything before going, then we'll just be courting death. Zhao Hai frowned and said, but we haven't been to the Poison Mist Pond before. We don't know what to prepare. How can we prepare? Do we need to prepare some antidotes? Shi Yan faintly smiled and said, there's no need for that. The things we need to prepare are a bit special. I've collected a lot of information about the Poison Dragon Pond when I was in the demon domain. Haha, trust me. When the time comes, I'll take you to prepare the things. Zhao Hai looked at Shi Yan and said, Brother Shi, you should tell me why you chose me. Don't tell me you really chose me because you thought that we were fated? I don't believe it. As soon as Shi Yan heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, you're right. I chose you because I thought that we were fated. Of course, it's not just that. Your body is full of murderous aura. Although your strength has only reached Qi refining level 9, I can see that if you really want to fight someone, you can definitely kill someone who is 1 or 2 levels stronger than you. Am I right? Your strength is already considered good among the rogue cultivators. If I want you to go with me, then I naturally have to choose someone who is strong. Otherwise, wouldn't I be courting death? Moreover, Brother Tian, your murderous aura is very strong and carries a trace of blood. This shows that you aren't a person who likes to scheme. Even if they kill a lot of people, they would still carry a murderous aura. However, that murderous aura is very gloomy. Don't deny it, this method of mine has been tried and tested countless times. This is the result of my many years of experience. You aren't a person who likes to scheme, which also means that you won't easily use schemes to deal with me. Only with this kind of teammate can I be at ease. If I choose someone who always schemes against me, then why would I do missions? Zhao Hai looked at Shi Yan and found that his expression was normal. His eyes were normal, his heartbeat was normal, and his breathing was normal. His skin and muscles didn't tremble at all. Moreover, his expression and tone showed that he wasn't lying. Zhao Hai couldn't help but believe his words. He nodded and said, I really don't like to use schemes, and I also don't like other people using schemes against me. I don't use schemes to scheme against others, but if others use schemes against me, then I won't be polite. I hope that we can have a good cooperation. If we can really join the Poison Tree sect, then we can take care of each other. After all, no one knows what the sect is like. Shi Yan nodded and said, that's right. I have been in the 3 Dao Bay for 10 days now. In the end, I chose him because he hadn't been in the 3 Dao sect for a long time. Moreover, the murderous aura on the mountain was very weak. Clearly, he was a fledgling. However, I didn't expect that not only did he not believe me, he even said that I was lying to him and wanted to fight me. In the end, I had to kill him. If I hadn't killed him and the news had spread, we would have had more opponents. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you did the right thing. However, there aren't many people who would believe you if you asked someone to go with you. However, Brother Shi doesn't seem like a person who likes to use schemes. Moreover, this matter is worth taking a risk, so I agreed. Brother Shi, I think we should prepare the things in a while. Shi Yan said in a deep voice, we don't need to rush things. There are a lot of things that we need to prepare. There are also a lot of things that need to be customized. We need to wait here for 2 days. After we finish eating, we will go and order the things. Then, we will find a place in the Three Dao Bay and have a good rest. After 2 days, we will take the things and leave. What do you think? All right. I have no objection. Zhao Hai nodded. 3 days after Zhao Hai and Shiyan met, the two finally left the Three Dao Bay and headed towards the Incorp city. There was no transmission formation from the Three Dao Bay to the Incorp city, so they had to cross the bridge. The two rode their horses and headed towards the Incorp city from the bridge. In the past 3 days, they had prepared a lot of things. A steel pipe that was 2 meters long, with one end sealed and the other end blocked, animal skin clothes that sealed the whole body, a large number of antidotes, and even a mask that could be worn on the face to block the poisonous gas. These things were all custom-made, so it took them 3 days to complete. These steel pipes were used to store earthworms. These earthworms couldn't be placed inside the space, otherwise they would die. They could only be carried on the mountain peak. These steel pipes were specially made to store earthworms. For this reason, they had also made brackets that could be carried on the back of these steel pipes. Otherwise, carrying a pile of steel pipes would be very troublesome. The two rode their horses and slowly walked on the bridge. While walking, Shiyan said, "Once we reach the Incorp city, we will be safe." The Incorp city doesn't allow private fights. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "In the past, when we were in the righteous areas, those people always said that the demon domain was terrible, as if the demon domain was hell. I didn't think that the demon domain was completely different from what they said." Shiyan shook his head and said, "No, actually, what they said wasn't wrong. The demon domain is indeed very dangerous, but compared to the commoners, it is very safe. In the demon domain, killing commoners is a big crime. But for rogue cultivators like you and me, the demon domain can really be called hell. But the cities there are very safe." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There are some righteous sects in the areas where the commoners live very hard. They might not even be as good as the commoners in the demon domain." Shiyan said, "Do you think that the demon domain didn't kill the commoners in the past?" In the past, the commoners in the demon domain were like pigs and dogs raised by the sections. They killed whenever they wanted. The consequence of this was that the population of the demon domain plummeted. It became very difficult for the major demon sects to recruit disciples. If they continued to kill, they wouldn't need anyone to deal with them in the future. In order to change this situation, several major demon sects joined forces and issued an order to prohibit the killing of commoners. This allowed the commoners to slowly recover. At the same time, the major demon sects also issued another order. If their disciples wanted to collect souls or corpses, they could go to the righteous sects and kill them. As long as they weren't caught by the righteous sects, they wouldn't care how many people were killed. This not only solved the problem of the souls used for cultivation, it also didn't reduce their population. It could also weaken the strength of the righteous sects, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It was precisely because of this that in the past few years, there would be people from the demon sects who would kill and set fires in the righteous sections. Do you still think that the demon sects are good? For the people from the demon sects, not killing commoners is not because they have a good heart, nor is it because they love the commoners, but because they have no choice. If there are more commoners in the demon domain in the future, there might be a situation where commoners are killed. The people from the demon sects are far more hateful than the righteous sections. Even if the righteous sects are hypocrites, they still have to pretend to be so that the commoners can at least live. But if the people from the demon sects really kill people, they don't care whether they have to maintain the face of a hypocrite or not. They don't care so much, so the destructive power of the demon sects will always be greater than the righteous sections. Zhao Hai looked at Shiyan and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that you still have so many feelings." Shiyan smiled bitterly and said, "In the past, when I was in the righteous sects area, I always complained about all kinds of unfairness. I felt that those righteous sects were all hypocrites, all of them had eyes but no balls. None of them were good people. But after coming to the demon domain, I understood how happy the rogue cultivators were living in the righteous sects area. Unfortunately, people like you and me have fled here because we offended people. Even if we want to go back, we don't dare to. We can only go forward. Only when we come to the demon domain did we understand how good the righteous sects are." Zhao Hai looked at Shiyan's appearance. He didn't know why, but he always thought of a sentence, once you go abroad, you will love your country. Now, Shiyan's appearance really matched the mood of this sentence. However, he didn't say anything. There must be a reason why the demon domain was called the demon domain. The reason why he said those words before was nothing more than to tell Shiyan that he couldn't return to the righteous sex area, so that he could rest assured. The two chatted as they walked forward. Soon, they crossed the bridge. Not far from the bridge, there was a small town. This small town looked better than the small town of Three Dao Bay. The town also had walls, but it looked very new. From here, the gate of the town was very lively. This was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The two of them entered the small town. This small town was even more lively. There were all kinds of people, filling up the streets. On both sides of the road, there were countless people who were setting up stalls. The sound of hawking could be heard. Zhao Hai could see that most of the people setting up stalls were rogue cultivators. The things they sold were also very strange. From a tree branch, to a blade of grass, to a corpse, from a stone to a broken flying sword, anything could be sold. Moreover, there were often successful transactions. This was really inconceivable. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were a lot of demon cultivators in the city. These demon cultivators were just like the demon cultivators in Zhao Hai's impression. They were all wearing black clothes, some had masks on their faces, some had bamboo hats on their faces, and some didn't wear anything at all. Their faces had some characteristics of demon cultivators. Some had blood-red eyes, some had black eyes, some had snake-like hair, and some had strange patterns on their faces. They looked like ghosts, very scary. However, the people in the Corp city seemed to have gotten used to the existence of these demon cultivators. They were still peddling their goods. From time to time, there would be transactions. Moreover, both sides seemed to be very happy. Seeing Zhao Hai curiously looking around, Shiyan opened his mouth and said, "Let's find a place to stay for the night. Tomorrow, we'll take the transmission formation and leave. We'll also need to bring the horses because we'll have to go to the poison mist pond. Even if we reach the nearest city, it'll still be a long way. We'll need to walk on our own. Riding a horse will be a lot faster." Zhao Hai said, "Won't we be late? What if the poison tree sect doesn't want the earthworm? What should we do?" Shiyan faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry, they will definitely want the earthworm. This is because the poison tree sect wants to refine the earthworm into their own battle beast, just like the poison dragon sect's snake. In fact, this experiment was done by the poison dragon sect." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then let's rest here for a day. To be honest, I'm very curious about this Corp city. Who is in charge of it?" Shiyan said, "You've been calling it Corp city for a long time. How can you not know who's in charge? Of course, it's the Corp sect. However, the Corp sect only has a few people here. They've invited some powerful rogue cultivators from the city to help them maintain order in the city. With the Corp sect's support, no one dares to cause trouble in the city. I heard that in the past, there was someone who didn't believe in heresy. Relying on his strength and backing, he killed people in the Corp city and then escaped. However, after a few days, his corpse was hung outside the Corp city. Therefore, no one dares to cause trouble here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not familiar with the Corp city. It's up to you." Shiyan smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. In fact, the Corp city is very safe." Then he urged his horse to go to the side of the street. There were fewer people on this street, but there were a lot of shops. Zhao Hai saw several inns and shops. It seemed like this was the place where inns gathered. Shiyan and Zhao Hai arrived in front of a small inn and jumped off their horses. Immediately, a waiter came in front of them and bowed to them, "Hello, two guests. Would you like to have a meal or stay in the inn?" Shiyan said, "Stay in the inn. 2 rooms. Take care of our horses. Prepare 6 dishes and 2 jugs of wine for us and send them to our rooms." Then he threw 5 crystal stones to the waiter and walked into the inn. The waiter took the crystal stones and nodded. Then he waved his hand and someone immediately took away Zhao Hai's horses. After that, the waiter personally led Zhao Hai into the inn and sent them to 2 adjacent rooms upstairs. Jiao Hai looked around the room and then went to Shiyan's room. Shiyan said, "Tomorrow, we will go through several transmission channels until we reach the Poison Wind City. We will rest there for a day and then go to the Poison Fog Pond. From the Poison Wind City to the Poison Fog Pond, it will take about 2 days. If we ride horses, it will also take about a day. Tonight, we will find a place to spend the night at the periphery of the Poison Fog Pond. The next day, we will enter the Poison Fog Pond." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Is the Poison Fog Pond very big?" "Very big." Shiyan nodded and said, "Although the Poison Fog Pond is called a pond, it is actually a swamp. But in the middle of the swamp, there is a very big pool. That is the real Poison Fog Pond. But the swamp outside is also counted as part of the Poison Fog Pond, so it is only called the Poison Fog Pond. Of course, the outside of the Poison Fog Pool is not very safe. What is dangerous is not poisonous beasts but people. Every year, countless individual cultivators die in the Poison Fog Pool. Most of them die in the hands of other individual cultivators. Those who die in the hands of poisonous beasts are only a few. I heard that many sect practitioners go to the Poison Fog Pool to collect the corpses of those individual cultivators. If they can find corpses that have been dead for a long time and have not been destroyed, they will be rich. A poisonous corpse is very precious to those who know how to refine corpses." Jiao Hai also knew a little bit about the devil cultivation methods. Refining corpses, skeletons, and ghosts were the most common devil cultivation methods. Among them, refining corpses was the most common. Refining corpses was to use special refining methods to refine corpses into zombies. These successfully refined zombies could be refined multiple times. However, if one wanted to find the right materials, it would depend on the zombie's foundation. For example, the corpse of a spirit refinement returning realm expert would naturally be much stronger than the corpse of a chi refinement returning realm expert. After being refined, a spirit refinement returning realm expert's corpse would also be much stronger than a chi refinement returning realm expert's corpse. Naturally, some special corpses, after being refined into zombies, would have even more formidable battle prowess. Just like the poison corpses mentioned by Shiyan, these poison corpses all died in the Poison Mist Pond. Because the place where they died didn't have any poison demons, their corpses weren't too badly damaged. In addition to the harsh environment of the Poison Mist Pond, these corpses had been stored in this poisonous environment for a long time. After a long time, the corpses would be contaminated by the poison, turning them into genuine poison corpses. If these poison corpses were refined by devil cultivators, they would become incomparably powerful poison corpses. Not only would these poison corpses have formidable battle prowess, their first attack would also be poisonous, making it hard for people to guard against. Jiao Hai and the others only rested in Incorp City for one night. The next morning, they used the transmission formation to leave Incorp City. However, it was impossible to go directly to Poison Wind City from Incorp City. They had to change the transmission formation several times. Moreover, the transmission formation of each city didn't allow them to go to any city they wanted. Generally, if they wanted to go to a city that was far away, or if they wanted to go to a city, they would need to wait for a few days before they could use the transmission formation. Some even needed to wait for a month before they could use the transmission formation. Shiyan had obviously done some research in this aspect before. Therefore, he led Jiao Hai to more than 10 cities in a row before finally arriving at the Poison Wind City. Although it was already night time when they arrived at the Poison Wind City, in any case, they had arrived within a day. This speed was already fast enough. As soon as they arrived at the Poison Wind City, Jiao Hai was surprised. This was because the Poison Wind City was really strange. There were very tall trees planted everywhere in the city. These trees looked bare and didn't look good at all. Jiao Hai really didn't understand why there were so many of these trees planted in the city. Shiyan looked at Jiao Hai's appearance and faintly smiled as he said, "Are you curious why there are so many of these trees planted here? Actually, there's nothing strange about it. These trees are called Xianxia trees, but they are a variant species. These trees have a slight detoxification ability, so as long as they are within the range of these trees, they won't be poisoned. The reason why this place is called Poison Wind City is because of the poisonous wind that blows every month. Although the poison wind isn't very serious, if one lives here for a long time, they will still be poisoned. Because of this, the people here came up with a method to plant more Xianxia trees in the city. This way, they wouldn't be afraid of the poisonous wind. However, this method is only effective here. If you go to the poison mist pond, the poison wind that blows every month will become even more toxic. At that time, the Xianxia trees won't be effective. Therefore, the people here have been living in the poison wind city, and there are no villages or towns near the poison mist pond. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Shurian and said, Brother Shurian really understands the situation here. It seems like you've been thinking about this for quite some time, right? Shurian smiled bitterly and said, Of course. To be honest, I've been to the poison mist pond for 2 days. The last time I went there, I almost didn't come back. There are a lot of cultivators there. Some of them know about the earthworm, some of them don't, and some of them are just there to catch poisonous beasts. The things I prepared were all learned from those people. Those people aren't good people, so don't give them a chance. If you give them a chance, they will pounce on you and bite you. Last time, I was careless and almost lost my life. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them looked for an inn to stay in. Although the poison wind city would blow every month, they didn't need to worry about it because of the azure tongue tree. Moreover, Poison Wind City was the closest city to the poison mist pond. Therefore, there were a lot of people here. The two of them looked around for a while before finding a place to stay. The next morning, the two ate in the store and then rode their horses out of Poison Wind City, heading towards the direction of the poison mist pond. Along the way, there were a lot of people who were either walking or riding their horses towards the poison mist pond. All of these people were rogue cultivators, and their strength wasn't very strong. When they saw the two of them riding their horses, they naturally didn't dare to provoke them. Naturally, no one dared to provoke them. The two of them rode their horses at full speed and arrived at the periphery of the poison mist pond in just 1 day. This place was a grassland. Zhao Hai could see a lot of horses here, but some of them had already fallen to the ground and died. As for the other horses, no one was looking after them. Once we come out, if there are any horses here, then we can just ride them. If there aren't any, then we can just walk. This is also a rule here. Because no one knows if they can come out alive after entering the poison mist pond, all the horses here will be left here. If no one gives them a detoxification pill after a month, then they will be poisoned to death. Zhao Hai didn't think that it would be like this. However, in the sword spirit world, horses weren't worth much. If people wanted to transport things, then they would use beasts. Not only could they carry a lot of things, but they also couldn't move slowly. Therefore, in the sword spirit world, horses were very cheap. If ordinary cultivators went out and didn't travel far, then they would use horses instead of walking. After the two of them left their horses here, they went straight forward. In front of them was the poison mist pond. There was a kind of black fog everywhere. It was strange to say that the fog didn't disperse and wasn't very dense. It was just a little bit lower than outside. Moreover, there was mud and poisonous grass everywhere, emitting a rotten smell. When the two of them arrived at the edge of the swamp, Shurian said, Take out your clothes and put them on. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out the custom-made clothes and put them on. He also put on the mask. People who came to the poison mist pond for the first time didn't know that these things could be custom-made. Ordinary people would just use detoxification pills. Only those who had been here before would know that they had to wear these clothes. If Shurian didn't come to the poison mist pond, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have known that these things existed. These things were simply a different world's version of a biochemical suit. After the two of them put on their clothes, they went straight into the swamp. The swamp wasn't very deep, it only reached their calves. Although it was strenuous to walk, for Zhao Hai and the others, it didn't affect them much. While walking forward, Shurian lowered his voice and said, It's not that easy to find earthworm now. The animal skin clothes we are wearing are very soft, but their defense is not bad. If we want to find earthworm, we can only rely on our feet. As long as our feet step on something slippery and moving, it should be earthworm. Zhao Hai was puzzled, is there no other way to find earthworms? There isn't. Shurian shook his head and said, If an earthworm is hiding in the mud, then if you don't step on it, you won't be able to find it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, I understand. Right, if we encounter a poison corpse or something, should we get it out? We can take it back and sell it for some crystal stones, right? Xianxia nodded and said, of course, if we really encounter a poison corpse, we must bring it back. Among the disciples of the sects, poison corpses are very useful. If we bring them back, we can certainly make a lot of money. Let me tell you, I got a poison corpse in the poison fog pond before, and I made a lot of money when I went back. However, I can't find it here. This is only the periphery of the poison fog pond, and I don't know how many times it has been swept away. If we want to find a poison corpse, we have to go deeper. But if we go too deep, our equipment won't be able to protect us from the poison fog pond. Not only is the poison fog pond dense, it also has a corrosive effect, and the corrosive effect is very strong. Therefore, we can only move about 10 li around the periphery of the poison fog pond. Xiaohai nodded and slowly walked forward with Xianxia. The two of them paid attention to their feet because the poison fog pond didn't only have poison corpses and poison corpses. There were also many artifacts left behind by the previous cultivators. Some of these artifacts were very sharp, and after being soaked in the poison fog pond for a long time, they had already become highly toxic. If their leather clothes were to be pierced, then they would be poisoned. In addition to these things, there were also traps everywhere in the poison fog pond. If you accidentally stepped into some places, then the consequences would be very serious. Of course, in addition to these, there were also people who had been active in the poison fog pond all year round. If you were careless and fell into their traps, then you would either die or be injured. Those people wouldn't be polite to you. The two were very careful as they moved forward. While walking, Xianxia said to Xiaohai, in the poison mist pond, every 1 or 2 li, there will be a place where we can rest. Actually, it's just a piece of hard ground or some stones that people brought in from the outside. It's a temporary resting place. We can rest there and eat something there. But after eating, we still need to take a detoxification pill. We don't need a good detoxification pill, just an ordinary one will do. Xiaohai nodded. At this time, he suddenly felt something moving under his feet. However, this thing didn't seem to be earthworm because it wasn't a straight line, like a noodle. Instead, it was round, like a small stone, about the size of a walnut. Xiaohai didn't know what it was, but he still bent down and dug out the thing under his feet. After digging it out, Xiaohai saw that it was a small black beetle. It had 6 legs and was now struggling in his hand. Xiaohai looked at the beetle and then turned to Xianxia and said, Brother Shi, what is this thing? Xianxia turned his head to look at the beetle, then he shook his head and said, throw it away, it's not a good thing. It's just an ordinary poisonous insect. As long as you don't get bitten by it, you'll be fine. There are a lot of poisonous insects like this in the swamp. Xiaohai nodded, but he didn't throw the insect away. Instead, he took it to the space. After all, collecting things from the outside world was very good for the space. Xiaohai and Xianxia continued to move forward. It didn't take long before they saw some people in front of them. These people were wearing the same clothes as them and were resting in a relatively dry place. This place wasn't very big, only about 1 mu. There were 20 or 30 people sitting there. These people were sitting in groups of 3 or 2. When they saw Xiaohai and Xianxia come in, they didn't show any special expression. These people knew that it wouldn't be their first time coming to the poison mist pond. Because of this, they were on guard against others. These people weren't easy to deal with. Not only would they not be able to take advantage of them, they might even lose their lives. Because of this, they wouldn't be able to deal with these people. Xiaohai and Xianxia found a place to rest for a while before continuing to walk. While walking, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, if you want to find an earthworm, you have to walk for about 5 li. There aren't any outside. Even if there are, they would have already been caught. You should know that even if the poison tree sect doesn't want them, there are still a lot of people who want them. However, if they want to use them to make poison, they won't let them live. Unlike Xiaohai and the others, they need to keep them alive. Xiaohai and the others walked for about 1 li before they came across a platform. They rested for a while before continuing to walk forward. The reason why they rested so quickly was to keep themselves in their best condition. In the poison mist pond, the most dangerous thing wasn't the poisonous insects, but the people. If they weren't in their best condition, they would be finished if they were attacked. Therefore, in order to keep themselves in their best condition, they had to rest well. Finally, in the morning, they arrived at about 5 li inside the poison mist pond. There was another platform there. The two of them rested for a while, ate some food, and then swallowed some detoxification pills. Then Zhao Hai looked around and said to Shiyan, "Brother Shi, what's the plan?" Shiyan faintly smiled and said, "From this platform, we'll walk to the left and slowly search. Finding the earthworm isn't something that can be done in a day or two. We have to take it slow." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll walk to the left first. It would be best if we can find it." Shiyan smiled and said, "You shouldn't have too much hope. Although there are a lot of earthworms in the poison mist pond, finding them isn't an easy matter. We have to be mentally prepared." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already made preparations. Don't worry, we'll take it slow." For 3 days in a row, Zhao Hai and Shiyan had been looking for earthworm in the poison mist pond. Needless to say, they really found earthworm. Zhao Hai found 3 while Shiyan found 2. The iron nematodes that they caught were all placed in the steel pipe. One end of the steel pipe was sealed, while the other end had some plugs. The plugs also had a buckle that could block the plugs tightly. In order to prevent the earthworm from suffocating, the steel pipe had some small holes. These small holes could allow the steel pipe to breathe, but would not allow the iron nematodes to be taken out. The earthworm was a poisonous insect with a very strong vitality. If it was placed inside the steel pipe, even if it didn't eat or drink, it wouldn't die even after a few months. After Zhao Hai and Shiyan caught the earthworm, they directly placed it inside the steel pipe and then placed it in the mud. Although the earthworm couldn't run out of the steel pipe, it could still come into contact with the mud. This made it even more difficult for them to die. Now, it was already the 4th day since Zhao Hai and Shiyan arrived at the poison mist pond. At noon, the two of them casually stood in the mud and ate some dry food. After that, they took a detoxification pill and continued to walk forward. The two of them carefully walked forward with their feet. At this time, a few wind-breaking sounds were heard in front of them. These sounds were very soft, and the target didn't seem to be Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai still became nervous because he could tell that these wind-breaking sounds were the sound of arrows flying out. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that Shiyan had already taken out his saber and was brandishing it in front of him. All the arrows flying towards him were all knocked to the ground by him. The arrows were green, and the color was somewhat strange. At first glance, one could tell that they were poisonous arrows. Zhao Hai's hand moved and a long saber appeared in his hand. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Who is it? Come out, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a black shadow suddenly jumped out about 3 meters in front of Zhao Hai. This person held 2 water-splitting moth eyebrow thorns in his hands and directly thrust them towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai shouted and waved his long saber towards the person. But at this time, the water-splitting moth eyebrow thorns in the person's hand suddenly flew out and shot towards Zhao Hai. Moreover, the speed was very fast. Zhao Hai shouted and bent his body backwards, dodging the 2 water-splitting moth eyebrow thorns. But at this time, the person's hands were like phantoms as hidden weapons flew out one after another. It was like a rain of hidden weapons. Zhao Hai exerted force on his feet and flew out horizontally, dodging the hidden weapons. Then, his body moved and directly jumped up. Then, his feet gently touched the ground as he pounced towards the person. The long saber in his hand also slashed down. When the person saw that Zhao Hai dodged his attack, his body couldn't help but sink down. Then, his whole body sank into the mud and disappeared. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't know. His saber continued to slash down. When the saber slashed into the mud, a scream was heard from the mud, followed by a stream of blood. Zhao Hai stretched out his left hand and grabbed a person. Then, he lifted the corpse up and threw it into the mud. At this time, Shiyan was still fighting with another person. That person was also using hidden weapons. The hidden weapons in his hands were constantly flying out. However, Shiyan's saber skill was focused on defense and not offense. Therefore, that person's hidden weapons really couldn't break through Shiyan's defense. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. His feet touched the ground and his whole body flew towards the cultivator. The cultivator obviously dared to see how Zhao Hai killed the other cultivator. He waved his hand and threw a hidden weapon at Zhao Hai, blocking Zhao Hai's attack. Then, he landed on the mud and ran away. But at this time, Xianxia, who had been in a defensive position, suddenly moved. He shot forward like an arrow. The long saber in his hand wasn't used for slashing, but for stabbing. This saber was aimed at the cultivator's back. The saber was extremely fast, carrying an indomitable aura. The person who was fighting with Xianxia had never thought that Xianxia would have such a saber. He was directly stabbed in the back by Xianxia's saber and died a violent death. After killing the cultivator, Xianxia let out a long breath. He then turned to Zhao Hai and laughed, "Brother Tian, you are really good. You killed one in a few moves. You are much stronger than me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Xianxia's last saber was really amazing. If you use it suddenly, I'm afraid that not many people can hide it." Xianxia sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. My saber technique focuses on defense rather than strength. You should know that it's not easy for individual cultivators like you and me to find a suitable cultivation method. My saber technique was obtained by accident. Unfortunately, I only have one move, so I can only use it as an assassin. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Collect the things on these two people's bodies and bury them in the mud. When we leave, we will dig up the bodies. Although the time they stay in the mud is short, they will be more or less contaminated by the toxins. Maybe we can sell them for a good price." Zhao Hai nodded and collected the spatial equipment of the cultivator he killed. He then buried the cultivator's body and picked up some hidden weapons around to prevent them from stabbing his feet. Zhao Hai picked up the hidden weapons and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, do you know where they came from? Why are they all using hidden weapons? This is really rare. Moreover, they can come and go freely in the mud. This is even rarer." Xianxia nodded and said, "It is indeed rare. These guys should have been active in the poison fog pool all year round. Therefore, they have summed up a set of fighting methods in the poison fog pool. The reason why they can come and go freely in the mud, I think it has something to do with their clothes. Did you notice that their leather clothes are different from ours? I don't know what kind of leather they are made of." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "When they came out of the mud, I felt a little strange. They seem to have dug a hole in the mud. Why don't we look for them and see where they dug their hole? We don't want to fall into their hole." Xianxia nodded. Then the two carefully walked forward, using their feet to test the ground. Before long, they found the hole that the two men dug. The two carefully tested it and found that the hole wasn't very big. It was only big enough for one person to hide inside. They didn't know how the two men were able to breathe inside. Zhao Hai then used his feet to test the hole. He wanted to see how deep the hole was. At this time, he suddenly felt something hard on his feet, like an iron rod. Zhao Hai gawked, then he used his feet to carefully explore the hole. He found that there was more than one iron rod in the hole. Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately reached out and dug out the iron rods from the hole. After digging them out, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. The iron rods were about 1 meter long and had small holes on them. They were exactly the same as the steel pipes that Zhao Hai and Xianxia had prepared. Zhao Hai immediately opened the steel pipe and found an earthworm inside. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. His movement also attracted Xianxia's attention. When Xianxia saw the steel pipe in Zhao Hai's hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he immediately understood. He also reached his hand into the hole and felt a few steel pipes. When the two of them took out the steel pipes and counted them, they found that there were exactly 5 steel pipes in each hole. Each steel pipe contained an earthworm. Zhao Hai turned to Xianxia and laughed, "Brother Xianxia, it seems like our luck has taken a turn for the better. We actually found 5 earthworms. It seems like those two fellows also came for them." Xianxia nodded and said with a happy face, "Now, we only need a few more earth nematodes. Once we find enough, we can leave this place. Ha ha ha, this is great. Let's put these earth nematodes together with our own earth nematodes. The earlier we find them, the earlier we can leave." Zhao Hai nodded, then the two of them put the steel pipes together with theirs. Then the two of them went to look for earthworms. Unfortunately, they didn't find any today. In the evening, the two of them returned to the hard ground to rest. There were also more than 20 people gathered there. They were all in groups of 3 or 2. Sitting there, they were eating and chatting. They were all using secret voice transmitting skill. The others couldn't hear what they were saying. Xianxia was the same. He sat there and said to Shiyan, "Brother Shiyan, there are a lot of earthworms here. It seems like there are a lot of people who know that we can enter the poison tree sect by looking for earthworms. Do you think someone will try to rob us on our way back? What should we do if they try to rob us?" Shiyan's face was a bit solemn as he said, "That's possible. To be honest, earthworms are very hard to find. Don't look at how we found a few in the past few days. That's because our luck was good. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be able to find even one in a few days. However, based on the current situation, there aren't a lot of people who know about this. Otherwise, the poison mist pond would already be overcrowded. Moreover, I think that the poison tree sect wouldn't keep using this method to recruit disciples. Otherwise, how many disciples would they have to recruit? Therefore, we have to act quickly and try to find all the earthworms we need in the next 2 days. Then, we can go back as soon as possible." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, we've been on the left side for the past few days. Tomorrow, we'll go to the right side." Shiyan didn't object. In the past few days, they had been moving around on the left side, so it was time for them to go to the right side. As long as they could find 5 earthworm, they could take them to the poison tree sect and become outer sect disciples. Then, their dreams would come true. End of chapter 4481. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.